Chapter 916. Astonishing speed in the semi-finals of the WEL China region. All participants have secured their tickets and visas for the international competition. Thus, the forthcoming semi-finals are solely a contest of honor. Each contender will exert their utmost to demonstrate who reigns supreme on the Chinese server, particularly the esteemed guilds of Gujian, Xueyinshan, and Zhulong, leading figures among China's premier guilds. The ultimate victor will emerge from this decisive battle. Moreover, the allure of the championship rewards has captured everyone's attention. A level 5 ranking, a luck score of 5, and a singular opportunity to draw a Cambrian divine artifact are incentives too enticing to overlook. Additionally, there are substantial monetary rewards. In these times, who would ever deem their wealth excessive? In the first match of Xueyinshan versus Soul Return Robe, Lin Yixin faces the formidable Ice and Fire Song, a dark horse renowned for its potent skills and exceptional gameplay, likely a relic of the original Soul Return Robe veterans, once summoned by the 7-star lantern. Otherwise, such prowess would be inconceivable. However, despite the aura it exudes, it lacks the steadfastness of the 7-star lantern, exhibiting a blend of ferocity tempered by a hint of cunning. With a resounding crash, Ice and Fire Song brandishes a flaming battle axe, its long handle reminiscent of a spear, while the axe blade ignites with fierce flames, resembling a dragon poised to strike. Li Chengfeng's gaze sharpens as he exclaims, "Is that the 7th-ranked divine weapon, the Flame Dragon Battle Axe? The Flame Dragon Battle Axe?" I furrow my brow. Yes, Li Chengfeng affirms. A level 180 divine weapon with terrifying attack power, boasting a maximum attack limit of 750 points. It falls slightly short of the top-ranked Ziying sword, but possesses formidable penetration capabilities. In this match, Lin's equipment is already at a disadvantage. The 7-star Lioli sword ranks 15th on the weapon list, significantly inferior to her opponent's weapon. Even with the demon bell, Lin's equipment is lacking. I grit my teeth in disbelief. No way. The Flame Dragon Battle Axe. How could Soul Return Robe acquire such an extraordinary weapon? Gujian interjects. I've heard that while we were grinding in the Blood Color Shield realm, Soul Return Robe organized a substantial expedition to the summit of Dragonbone Mountain, claiming they were hunting dragons. Everyone dismissed it as a jest, but it seems we were mistaken. They must have truly slain a fire dragon to obtain such a remarkable weapon. He nods in agreement. Indeed, I've heard about this as well. Initially, I didn't take it seriously, believing Soul Return Robe lacked the power to slay high-level celestial bosses. Clearly, we were wrong. Xueyinshan has gathered elite experts like Zhulong, Ice and Fire Song, and Xingu. Defeating celestial bosses is no longer a challenge for them. Biming Xue blinks and, linking her arm with mine, chuckles. Brother, there's no need for concern. Do you not trust Sister Lin Yixin's skills? She taught me all my melee techniques. And I firmly believe that in the China region, aside from you, no one can match Sister Lin Yixin's prowess. I pursed my lips and remarked. She has been radiating brilliance since the era of Ling Tong. Even the once impetuous scholars, upon retreating from the limelight, have acknowledged that in terms of gameplay. Over the past 7 years of this game, the rankings among female players have seen a fierce contest between Lin Yixin and Murong Shanshan for the first and second positions, with Ling Xue only managing to secure a place within the top 5. This is also the reason Lin Yixin received an invitation to the CGL Hall of Fame within just 3 months of her debut. At that time, she was merely a lone wolf, and now she has established the formidable guild, Xueyinshan. Her personal prowess has undoubtedly reached its zenith. I harbor no doubts regarding her skills. However, the abilities of the Song of Ice and Fire are exceedingly formidable, capable of freezing opponents at will, rivaling Lin Fan's ice ceiling slash from years past. Li Chengfeng chuckled. The most terrifying adversary is indeed one such as this. A warrior of exceptional skill possessing a high probability of freezing their opponents. Facing such a foe is something no one wishes to encounter. Now, we can only wait and see how the illustrious Lin will confront this formidable opponent, allowing me, Li Chengfeng, to witness firsthand how powerful the great beauty truly is, who has a winning rate surpassing 50% against the renowned Bei Su Qingfeng. I couldn't help but laugh. What a pity, Bei Su Qingfeng and Ning Sui Feng have both retired. You don't even have the chance to challenge them again. No matter how strong you may be now. Li Chengfeng brandished his sword. Damn it, Lu Chun, you just love to tease me. How could I ever consider you a brother, you scoundrel? What a misfortune to encounter such a person. Bei Mingshui waved her tiny fists. Li Chengfeng, if you dare speak ill of my brother again, I shall obliterate you. Li Chengfeng grinned, clasping his fists. Little princess, may you be well and prosperous. I shall never again dare to speak ill of our lord. Please, do not be angry. Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. At that moment, the countdown had begun. Lin Yixin, wielding the seven-star glazed sword, stood upon the verdant grass, silently gazing at the Song of Ice and Fire. The Song of Ice and Fire, gripping the flame dragon battle axe, had a grim expression. At the precise moment the countdown concluded, he let out a thunderous roar and charged forward. The long-handled axe slicing through the air with the energy of the flame dragon, tracing a magnificent arc. The simplicity of the angle of his ordinary strike was utterly irresistible, exuding the aura of a first-rate expert. Lin Yixin horizontally positioned her sword, her left hand covering the blade to block the incoming attack. With a clang, the seven-star glazed sword clashed against the flame dragon battle axe, sending forth a shower of sparks. The overwhelming force caused Lin Yixin to slide backward, her long hair billowing in the wind. Ha! The Song of Ice and Fire laughed heartily, advancing with his axe. Suddenly, he raised the axe high and shouted, "Ice-breaking slash." With a swish, a massive ice axe, approximately 10 meters in length, suddenly formed in the air and came crashing down. Lin Yixin's beautiful eyes were filled with determination as she swiftly drew a dagger with her left hand, angling it to counter the attack of the ice axe. Her delicate and graceful figure was jolted by the ice-breaking slash, akin to a fallen leaf carried away by the wind, while a damage number of 30,982 appeared above her head. Though she partially blocked the attack, she was still unable to completely mitigate the opponent's power. Given the raw strength points, it was only natural that the Song of Ice and Fire surpassed Lin Yixin. After all, she was a Radiant Ranger, a class that inherently balanced strength and agility. Relying solely on brute force was not Lin Yixin's usual style. Under the immense impact, Lin Yixin gracefully maneuvered past the attack range of the opponent's icebreaker slash. With a powerful stomp of her Xiaoman boots, the delicate green flowers shattered into mud. Suddenly shifting direction, she accelerated towards her adversary, her left hand holding a dagger low, while her right hand wielded the seven-star glazed sword, striking forth to shatter the barrier. The Song of Ice and Fire dared not confront her directly, hastily sidestepping to evade, raising an arm to fiercely strike towards Lin Yixin's flank. In a flash, Lin Yixin swiftly spun, her form executing a spiral maneuver that allowed her to narrowly pass by, the seven-star glazed sword successfully piercing through the chest of the Song of Ice and Fire. 60,992. Screaming in agony, the Song of Ice and Fire's gaze darkened, yet he remained frighteningly composed, calmly extending a hand and commanding, "Bone wall." Boom, boom, boom. 3 bone walls surged up, trapping Lin Yixin from 3 directions. Adding to the tension, the Song of Ice and Fire charged forward, his battle axe enveloped in frost, declaring, "Ice Sealing Slash." With a series of 3 strikes imbued with ice and snow, there was a staggering probability of freezing the opponent, estimated to be over 90. Lin Yixin was doomed. Li Chengfeng gasped. The crowd held their breath, fixated on the scene. Lin Yixin stood seemingly oblivious within the confines of the 3 bone walls, her beautiful purple eyes fixated on the impending ice-sealing slash. Suddenly, the expression of the fruit knife goddess ignited with fury, and without hesitation, she charged forth. Dagger in her left hand and sword in her right, her fiery red cloak billowing like a passionate flame. She collided into the embrace of the Song of Ice and Fire, executing a series of dazzling offensive blocks, so swift that many could scarcely discern her movements. In the arena, Lin Yixin leaped high, her snow-white legs adorned with knee armor, delivering a thunderous blow to the opponent's chest plate that sent the Song of Ice and Fire soaring backward. Before he even touched the ground, Lin Yixin, from her elevated position, swiftly sheathed her dagger, raising the sword with both hands, and struck down upon the chest of the Song of Ice and Fire. Thud. 67,812. Yet that was not the end. Lin Yixin exerted her strength, and the 7-star glazed sword erupted with the brilliance of the ice flame slash, penetrating the body of the Song of Ice and Fire once more, delivering another critical strike. 110,298. The Song of Ice and Fire was utterly incapacitated. Swiftly resorting to ice regeneration, Lin Yixin somersaulted over his body, executing a rotating blade attack. followed by the crisp sound of the seven-star glazed sword being returned to its sheath, her stunning purple eyes shimmering with confidence. Behind her, the Song of Ice and Fire collapsed to the ground with a thud, utterly bewildered, having been slain without comprehending the situation. His eyes filled with shock and disbelief as he transformed into scattering starlight and exited the arena. Beside me, He, Baiming Shui, Li Chengfeng, Guguzi, and Sanxing Yemo, an array of skilled fighters, stood astounded, each one rendered speechless. I turned to Li Chengfeng and remarked, "Have you ever witnessed someone consecutively block 3 of the opponent's rapid-fire strikes within 3 seconds? This kind of maneuver?" Li Chengfeng shook his head, clenching his fists in disbelief. "No, I've never seen anything like it. Just how strong is Xueyinshan? With such rapid reflexes, can you achieve that, Lu Qin?" I pondered for a moment and replied, "With a success rate of less than 30, perhaps it could be attempted." Li Chengfeng raised his head and let out a long sigh. "It seems I cannot contest my defeat." I offered a faint smile and patted his shoulder. "Persevere. Not everyone possesses Xueyinshan's innate gaming talent. With our continued sparring, you shall undoubtedly surpass the realm of Xueyinshan." Li Chengfeng chuckled lightly, his fist clenched. "Humph. I cannot find peace until I vanquish Xueying." As we conversed, the second match in the arena concluded swiftly, with the decisive victory achieved in a mere 27 seconds. Xueyinshan once again triumphed with her spiral tactic, defeating the formidable Song of Ice and Fire. Although both were top-tier experts, the disparity between them was strikingly evident. Moreover, Xueyinshan's spiral maneuvering diverged from ours. She seamlessly integrated the butterfly step, rendering her movements ethereal, transforming the ultimate PK strategy into a performance of grace rather than mere lethality. In Chapter 917, the frustrated purple-clad Marquis, with a score of 20, Xueyinshan executed a flawless tactical maneuver that eliminated her opponent, the Ace Song of Ice and Fire. This outcome surprised many, yet it felt almost anticipated. The once formidable little spicy pepper had metamorphosed into a force of nature, her tactical execution and reflexes approaching perfection. Through relentless battles, this prodigious girl had grown even more formidable. Even a rival as strong as Song of Ice and Fire found no advantage against her powerful yet graceful PK style. Among the select few top-tier players in the Chinese region, Xueyinshan's style was characterized by speed, precision, and lethality, often seeking to eliminate opponents in an instant. Li Chengfeng embodied a typical domineering approach, engaging head-on regardless of his opponent's strength, relying on positioning, brute strength, and skill without yielding an inch. Xueyinshan leaned towards a more agile and ethereal style, delivering lethal strikes from unexpected angles and moments, earning her the moniker of the Fruit Knife Goddess. Legay from the Battle Heaven Alliance was also a tactical player, known for a ruthless style, lurking in silence until he struck with deadly precision, making him a daunting adversary. As for myself, I embraced a balanced approach, understanding tactics, knowing when to advance and retreat, always delivering a decisive blow with minimal effort at the right time and place. This is my ethos. Aside from these melee specialists, most other players had yet to cultivate a masterful tactical style. The spirited yet straightforward approach of engaging in brute force, where strength dictates supremacy, may claim victories, but it seldom reaches the pinnacle of excellence. After Xueyinshan dispatched her opponent, the second round commenced swiftly, featuring Xueyinshan versus the Shadow Weaver Chanel. To us, this appeared an utterly predictable battle. However, once the match began, everyone was left astounded. Xueyinshan did not dismount from her steed, charging forth on her high-tier warhorse towards Shadow Weaver Chanel. With steadfast resolve, she braved the onslaught of Stellar Storm, then seized an opportunity, raising her arm and declaring, soul-binding technique. A colossal azure arm burst forth from the earth, piercing through the magical shield to seize the legs of the Shadow Sorceress, Chanel, as if it were a vengeful spirit emerging from the depths of hell. The moment this ability manifested, the onlookers were rendered speechless, astonished that it could penetrate a magical barrier to bind its opponent. Such a skill was undoubtedly a bane to mages. No wonder Xueyinshan appeared so confident before entering the arena. With a sudden surge, Xueyinshan brandished her lance, executing a series of barrier-breaking strikes that obliterated the first mage, Xueyinshan. Chanel was flung from the battlefield, her expression one of shock as she gazed at Xueyinshan, murmuring, "How is this possible? The soul-binding technique is excessively domineering." To restrain an opponent through a magical shield is beyond even Lu Qin's god-binding technique. It's utterly shameless. Lin Yixin, with her bright eyes fixed on the unfolding drama, advised, Chanel, maintain your composure. Continue with the second match. The soul-binding technique must have a cooldown period. During that time, leap and evade. With your ice and fire magic, defeating Xueyinshan should be effortless. Chanel nodded, swiftly re-entering the fray. A smile crept onto Xueyinshan's lips as she stood her ground, lance in hand. As the battle commenced, Chanel deftly maneuvered, unleashing a barrage of magical controls that reduced Xueyinshan's health by over 75%. Just as victory seemed assured, Xueyinshan launched a counteroffensive, raising her lance and calling out, "Ice Flame Slash." With a swish, the lance released a long blade of ice, enveloped in intense flames, an adept skill of Lin Yixin, now wielded by Xueyinshan. This development took everyone by surprise, as the soul-returned battle robe revealed an astonishing depth of hidden strength. With Xueyinshan concealing not one, but two formidable skills. The Ice Flame Slash crashed to the ground, raising clouds of dust and obscuring vision in an instant. Chanel inwardly cursed her misfortune. At this moment, being ensnared by the soul-binding technique would be disastrous. In a desperate bid, she diagonally flickered away, utilizing the fog for cover to evade Xueyinshan's assault. Yet, she could not have anticipated that Xueyinshan would reposition herself the instant the Ice Flame Slash was unleashed. Now on the right flank, she raised her arm, activating the lethal soul-binding technique once more, ensnaring Chanel. The azure arm infuriated Chanel, who retaliated with a Star River Storm to strike her opponent. However, Xueyinshan invoked the Battle God's Revival, replenishing a significant amount of health, and charged forward with the barrier-breaking strikes, landing squarely on the unprotected Chanel. The score stood at 11, with Chanel conceding defeat, resulting in a tie at 11. The strength of Xueyinshan was astonishing. She had managed to triumph over the shadow sorceress, Chanel. Guzi widened his eyes and exclaimed, "It seems improbable, given Chanel's formidable skills and attributes. Even I would only have a 50-50 chance against her." Yet, Xueyinshan managed to conquer Chanel in 2 consecutive rounds. Li Chengfeng, with a resolute gaze, remarked, "It is not that Xueyinshan is overwhelmingly strong, but rather her tactical prowess has concealed her signature moves, catching the shadowy Chanel completely off guard. In fact, if a third match were to occur, Xueyinshan's odds of victory might not even reach 30%. I nodded in agreement, acknowledging Chengfeng is correct. Xueyinshan's preparations were excessively thorough, leading to a significant setback for Xueyinshan. Lin Yixin, beside us, clenched her small fists and declared, "It's all right. The score is only 1-1. We still have ample opportunities. Moreover, the next battle will be fought by Ziyi, and that point is secure." Ziyi, wielding his sharp blade, assured, "Rest assured, guild leader, I shall secure this point. Otherwise, I shall face the military order." Lin Yixin chuckled lightly. "Oh, military orders are unnecessary. As long as we fight with all our might, victory or defeat matters little. We are not solely fixated on winning the championship. Indeed, guild leader, Ziyi is a valiant warrior. After being won over by Lin Yixin, his personal prowess has seen a remarkable surge, now ranking among the top 10 in personal combat power on the entire Chinese server. However, his opponent is the enigmatic necromancer, the Wraith. This presents an uncertain challenge. As Ziyi, along with me, Li Chengfeng, and Lin Yixin, are well acquainted with one another's strategies from numerous encounters in the arena. Yet, when it comes to the Wraith, they know nothing, save for the previous battle. No one can ascertain whether the Wraith possesses any hidden techniques yet to be revealed. With a swift motion, Ziyi and the Wraith entered the arena. The Wraith maintained a lifeless demeanor, coldly regarding Ziyi. Suddenly, a sinister smile crept upon his lips. "Ziyi, it is an honor to face you." "The same to you." Ziyi raised his sword, awaiting the commencement of the match. At the moment the countdown concluded, Ziyi charged forward, unleashing a vacuum slash that disregarded 40 points of defense and bore a slight shield-breaking effect. This was Ziyi's signature technique against mages. As anticipated, the Wraith opted to blink. In that instant, Ziyi initiated his charge, successfully pinpointing the Wraith's blink location and surging forward with great force. Chaos of War. The powerful double-strike skill tore through the Wraith's magical shield. Ziyi's assault was ferocious, and the moment he shattered the magical barrier, he abruptly raised his arm to cast 0-degree freeze. The earth trembled, snowflakes danced, and the wraith, the necromancer, was immediately encased in ice. Yet, in the fleeting 5 seconds before complete immobilization, a smile appeared at the corner of the wraith's mouth as he raised his staff, unleashing the bone cage. Trouble loomed as Zi Ho found his feet ensnared for 7 seconds, while the 0-degree freeze could only last 3 seconds, leaving 4 seconds for free attacks. Damn it! Zi Ho growled, gritting his teeth, and with a sudden surge of energy, he raised his arm and shouted, "Die!" The sharp sword was hurled through the air, directly piercing the chest of the ring spirit. A soft thud echoed as the blade emerged from the other side, embedding itself straight into the rock behind. A gaping hole appeared in the spirit's chest, revealing pale bone. It was a specter that had not yet evolved into a Shura, still retaining its skeletal form. The strike from the purple-robed Marquis, which he believed would surely succeed, surprisingly passed through beneath the ribcage of the opponent without inflicting any substantial harm. How is this possible? The Marquis's eyes widened in disbelief. The ring's spirit, with a grim expression, declared, "Purple-robed Marquis, you have sullied my robes. You seek death." Raising his staff, he unleashed a barrage of skills: Starry River Storm, Kiss of the Dragon, and Night of the Undead Dragon. The onslaught was terrifying. In an instant, the body of the purple-robed Marquis was almost torn to shreds, particularly by the final blow, Night of the Undead Dragon, which dealt nearly 100,000 points of damage. The ring spirit secured a small victory. In the second round, as soon as the purple-robed Marquis entered the fray, he began to maneuver for an opportunity to strike decisively. However, the ring spirit's keen perception meant that the black dragon wave relentlessly followed the Marquis, while the bone cage skill lay in wait, presenting an overwhelming advantage. Ultimately, it was the Night of the Undead Dragon that concluded the battle, and the purple-robed Marquis lamented his consecutive losses. Although the Marquis's prowess was beyond question, he found himself countered by the opponent's skills, unable to unleash his full strength. This was a source of great frustration, leading him to hurl his long sword to the ground upon teleporting out, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "Damn it. This match makes me want to delete my account." Lin Yisin reassured him, "Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. No worries, this is just the 12th round. We still have a chance, especially with Xueyinshan yet to compete." Sun Xueyinshan trembled slightly. "I suddenly feel immense pressure." Despite being a veteran player of the Snow Silver Fur, she was still quite young and lacked Lin Yisin's extensive experience. This was her first time participating in a significant event like WEL, causing her to appear anxious and tense. Upon entering the arena, she looked at the formidable Iron Blood Knight and naively asked, "Uncle, where are you from?" The knight, taken aback by the question, replied, "Taiyuan, Shangxi." "Where are you from?" Sun Xueyinshan responded, "I'm from Suzhou." Oh, their awkward conversation was abruptly interrupted by the system's countdown, leaving everyone exchanging glances, nearly at their wits' end. Chapter 918. The small knife collects Nongguang. At the moment the battle commenced, the disparity in strength was evident. Qingqing Xueyinshan retreated while drawing her longbow, unleashing a spiral arrow that soared into the sky. Countless icy arrows rained down, striking against the knight's armor and sparking dazzling flares, resulting in 2 damage numbers, 29, 083 and 18, 381. However, despite Qingqing Xueyinshan's commendable attack power, she did not employ the Ghost Car card, thus lacking the defensive breach effect of Baiming Shui. Furthermore, she did not possess the Wind Chaser set that would have enhanced her ability to penetrate the knight's defenses. Her formidable attacks were rendered ineffective against the knight's robust defense, which was further augmented by his blood-red shield, significantly diminishing the impact of Qingqing Xueyinshan's assault. With arrows shimmering with a striking brilliance, the divine bone suddenly surged forth from the battle's dust, its form unwavering as it charged towards the elegant Qingqing Xueyinshan, launching a devastating strike with its spear. Qingqing Xueyinshan gasped, quickly activating her skills to leap away. In an instant, a subtle smile curled at the corner of Divine Bone's mouth as it unleashed a fierce charge, employing the quintessential warrior's tactic against an archer. Following the initial charge, the spear swept horizontally twice, causing Qingqing Xueyinshan to crumble to the ground, her vitality instantly depleted, proving to be no match for her opponent. In a series of 2 matches, Team 02 faced defeat, culminating in a staggering loss of 13 matches overall to their adversaries. Apart from Lin Yixin's victory over the Song of Ice and Fire, Xueyinshan suffered 3 consecutive losses. And even renowned experts like Zi Ho and the shadowy Chanel succumbed to the prowess of the Soul Return Battle Robe. This was undoubtedly a shocking upset. After all, the Soul Return Battle Robe had entered the game during its early stages but had remained relatively obscure, not breaking into the ranks of elite guilds. However, this WEL event truly showcased the terrifying strength of the Soul Return Battle Robe. The Necromancer, the Icebound Berserker, the Song of Ice and Fire, and the Iron-Blooded Knight, Divine Bone. All 3 possessed extraordinary power, managing to decimate the thriving Xueyinshan in the semifinals. How could one not be astonished? With a flicker, Xueyinshan teleported to the sidelines, her expression filled with remorse as she looked at Lin Yixin and said, I truly did my best. But that Divine Bone's strength is so terrifying. I couldn't escape his relentless pursuit. Lin Yixin affectionately wrapped her arm around her dear friend's shoulder and replied, It's all right, Qingqing. You've only been playing for a year, and to perform this well against such top-tier experts is commendable. Don't be too hard on yourself. At least we've made it to the top 4, and we can seek revenge in the international competition. Zi Ho clenched his fist and declared, Exactly. Winning or losing is commonplace. We must reclaim our honor in the international arena. Lin Yixin cast a sharp glance at Zi Ho, retorting, Humph, Qingqing may have faltered, which is understandable, but you, Zi Ho, know your own PK skills, and yet you also lost significantly. I can hardly be bothered to comment. Zi Ho grinned sheepishly. I was momentarily stunned by the Necromancer. I assure you, if we encounter the Soul Return Battle Robe again in the international competition, I will ensure we wipe them out. Lin Yixin nodded with satisfaction. That's good to hear. We must continue recruiting more skilled players. Relying solely on our current roster will be challenging for the next WL tournament, especially without a single substitute. That is simply unacceptable. Indeed. Next, let us observe the match between the Little Tricksters, Ancient Sword versus Candle Dragon, a long-standing rivalry. Lin Yixin chuckled, while Biming Xue, He, and others eagerly prepared, having awaited this moment for far too long. The humiliation inflicted upon us by Candle Dragon in the past would be repaid tenfold in this prestigious competition, allowing them to taste the bitterness of defeat on such a grand stage. On stage, Feier swayed her hips as she announced, in the first semifinal of the top 4. The Soul Return Battle Robe has triumphed with a score of 31. We thank both teams for their spectacular performance. Next, participants from Ancient Sword and Candle Dragon, please prepare yourselves. Your match will commence in 5 minutes. In the distance, the shadowy figure of Candle Shadow sat silently on the steps, clutching a sharp blade. Yi Yu's leaned against the railing, cradling her staff, and chuckled lightly. The battle between the Candle Dragon and the Ancient Sword is one that has been long anticipated. Is it not? Though the Ancient Sword is formidable now, we are not to be underestimated. Defeating the Ancient Sword's soul dream is our goal at this juncture. Wouldn't you agree? Candle Shadow suddenly rose, grinning. Yi Yu's is indeed correct. To shatter the upward trend of the Ancient Sword's soul dream, there can be only one sovereign in the Chinese realm, and we must prove our worth. The Dance of the Gods and Azure Sky both raised their weapons, their spirits soaring high. We huddled together to strategize. Murong Mingyue stated, We must secure victory against Candle Dragon. We cannot afford a loss. Therefore, I shall refrain from participating, as the arrangement of our lineup is crucial in determining the outcome and must be approached with utmost caution. He bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Candle Shadow's thoughts align with ours. Who do you think Candle Dragon will send for the first battle? I pondered for a moment and replied, The opening match is critical. It must feature a strong scorer. However, it is unlikely to be Candle Shadow. Therefore, the chances favor Yi Yu's and Azure Sky. The strength of the Dance of the Gods is slightly lacking and should not compete in the first round. Murong Mingyue chuckled softly, her 34E figure drawing the gaze of both Biming Xue and me, who exchanged glances as she swayed slightly. Biming Xue's look was laden with meaning, as if questioning me. Brother, when will I possess such talent and capability? I remained silent, while He suggested, Let us assume Azure Sky takes the first match. He is a newly appointed Wind Knight, incredibly swift. Who should we choose to ensure the highest chance of victory? Lian Xian smiled gently. I shall take the first match. Very well, Biming Xue added. Brother, you should command from the midfield and compete in the third match. I will take the second match. He nodded. Then I shall take the fourth match. If you all perform admirably, I may not even need to fight. I chuckled. That remains to be seen. As for the 2v2 match, it will be Beiming Xue and me. Both of us can activate the Earth transformation, and the advantage of the Divine Generals is quite pronounced. Indeed, this 2v2 may very well be a showdown among the 4 Divine Generals. I eagerly await it. Now, let us finalize our formation and prepare for battle. Alright. As we confirmed our lineup, Lin Yisan, Qingqing Xueyinshan, and Ziyi Ho also stirred. Under Lin Yisan's guidance, they approached a corner of the players' bench, where several members of Snow Moon were seated. Last summer, Nangong Lexi and others were chatting and laughing, seemingly unfazed by their elimination. In truth, the pinnacle of Snow Moon had long tasted success and had since adopted a nonchalant attitude, devoid of the ambition to compete. Hi everyone, I'm the charming little pepper. Lin Yisan beamed sweetly, leaning against the railing beside the members of Snow Moon, exuding a relaxed demeanor akin to that of a beautiful kitten, utterly unpretentious. Last summer, I raised my head and couldn't help but smile. Oh, isn't that the Blade Goddess? What a coincidence. We are playing Ludo. Would you care to join us? Lin Yisan shook her head. No, I always lose. Holding a sharp blade, Bing Ji remarked, Little Pepper. I was actually present during the time when Jianhua Guardian faced continuous defeats against the Fate Cube a few years ago. Lin Exin responded, Indeed. That was a long time ago. I was quite naive back then, always eager to prove myself. I hope my sisters won't hold it against me. Nangong Lushi smiled slightly. What is there to hold against? Bei Su Qing Feng and Ning Sui Feng, those scoundrels, always tease the PLMs in our guild. I've long wanted to teach them a lesson, but I couldn't manage it. That day, you defeated Bei Su Qing Feng 3 times in a row. And I cheered for you. Lin Exion's cheeks flushed, did I? I only challenged him because I heard the reckless scholar was offline. Last summer, she laughed, exactly. If Brother Scholar had been there, I believe your chances of winning would have approached 0. Leaning against the railing with her sword, Lin Exion smiled. Indeed. Even if I were still naive, I wouldn't challenge the Ling Tong Tian Wang. By the way, is the scholar planning to return with Xueyu? Considering the current atmosphere of WEL, last summer's side return? Not a chance. He's been overwhelmed with work. I've only seen him twice this month. And he barely has time to play. Besides, Bei Su Qing Feng and Ning Sui Feng and Fate Cube have all gone their separate ways with their careers. Who has the time to grind in the game? This time, I dragged Le Shi and Bing Ji along for some fun. Bing Ji shrugged. I created my account during the early stages of Tian Zone, but I don't engage in competition or PK. I simply play for gear and some fun amidst the monotony of work, and Huahua feels the same. Last summer replied, Damn, you all are like this. In a month, I'm headed to the Beijing headquarters to work with Brother Scholar, and I probably won't have time to play. What will happen to the Xueyu Guild? Bing Ji chuckled. Just hand it over to the reckless barbarian. He's even less skilled than I am. Nearby, Nangong Lushi could no longer contain herself. Gripping her longbow. Ugh, you heartless people. If you all stop playing, who will keep me company? Xueyu only has that reckless barbarian. Who keeps saying he wants to marry me? It's so annoying. I won't stay in Xueyu. I'll create a guild called Big Fool Donkey instead. I need a lot of money for my fashion design company, so I must earn more. The girls were taken aback. At that moment, Lin Exin chuckled, Le Shi. Why not join us in Xueyinshan? There's hardly anyone playing in Xueyu now. At least you'll have company here. Nangong Lushi's eyes lit up. Join Xueyinshan. Sure, but what can you offer me? Lin Exin took a deep breath, clenched her fist, and declared earnestly, I can't give you much. But I can train with you every day in PK, enhancing your skills, enabling you to become an elite archer who can stand toe-to-toe with Bei Ming Xue. Nangong Lushi opened her mouth in astonishment and murmured, Wouldn't that make me as powerful as that Fate Cube guy? Lin Exin nodded, even more powerful. Today, Bei Ming Xue, under Lu Chen's training, has long surpassed the level of Fate Cube, a top-tier archer who excels in both kite and close combat. Bei Ming Xue is unparalleled in the entire Chinese server. If you join Xueyinshan, you will be the second. Nangong Lexi immediately stood up, embracing Lin Yisan with a light laugh. Greetings, leader. Grant me the position of deputy leader, with a monthly salary starting at no less than 50,000. Lin Yisan smiled even sweeter. That can be arranged, as long as you are willing to join. Chapter 919. The Candle Shadow of Beiming in the Era of Ling Tong. Archers were simply archers, capable of annihilating opponents from a distance. The top archers of that time possessed the Fate Cube, October Rain, and Floating Cloud Smoke, while the lesser archers included figures like Scholar. However, with the evolution of game versions, the power attributes of archers gradually improved. By the era of Tianzong, archers possessed the strength to wield great blades. And when combined with dagger attacks, their skills allowed them to perform as half-assassins in close combat. Biming Shui emerged as a master within this gaming context. Having begun her journey through an ambush in the floating ice forest, this astute girl has continuously sought a new path to godhood as an archer. It was only upon meeting the dagger goddess, Lin Yisan, and witnessing the prowess of her dagger techniques that Biming Shui experienced an epiphany. Frequently seeking Lin Yisan for sparring to refine her close combat defensive skills, which subsequently elevated her above other top archers. Nangong Lexi is one of the 24 Iron Riders of Xueyue, yet her skills do not rival those of the Fate Cube. Now, as many experts of Xueyue retreat into obscurity, Nangong Lexi finds herself isolated and weakened. However, a promise from Lin Yisan has revitalized her spirit. Having witnessed Lin Yisan's remarkable feats against numerous challengers, Nangong Lexi is unwavering in her belief in Lin Yisan's strength. Yet, the more significant reason for her willingness to join Xueyinshan is the opportunity to find a new companion in Lin Yisan. After experiencing numerous glories, the individuals whom Nangong Lexi admires have become exceedingly few, with Lin Yisan being one of them. Is it true that Lin, the beauty, has recruited Nangong Lexi? Li Changfeng lamented, clenching his fists and saying, Lu Chun, had you gone first, you might have succeeded. Nangong Lexi is such a formidable archer. I shrugged. I lack the charm of Yi. Li Changfeng remarked, Lin, the beauty, is compensating for the regrets of this WL. Qingqing Xueyinshan is Lin's classmate. Yet her talents are rather average, which culminated in their defeat by Soul returning battle garb in the semifinals. If Nangong Lexi's skills were to improve by just 10%, especially in close combat blocking, the outcome of the semifinals might have been rewritten. Indeed, I nodded with a smile. Yi has always been astute, focusing on cultivating the top abilities of Xueyinshan. In future grand tournaments, Xueyinshan's combat prowess will surely escalate. Yi Zi Ho, Nangong Lexi, and the Shadower Chanel are all stable scoring points. Biming Shui, gripping her longbow, glared at us. Hey. We are about to face the Candle Dragon. And yet there is not a hint of tension in the air. I lifted the Ziying sword, my gaze turning icy. Very well. Let us teach the Candle Dragon a lesson. Soon after, the matchups for the second semifinal appeared on the grand screen. 1v1. Lianxing LV-182 Starry Phantom Mage vs. Shenzhou LV-182 Darkfire Mage 1v1. Beamingsu LV-183 Dark Archer vs. Yingluan LV-182 Warrior 1v1. Zhejiqinsha LV-182 Necromancer vs. Baiquangan LV-181 Knight 1v1. Zai Yifang LV-180 Magic Knight vs. Use LV-181 Rune Master 2v2. Beamingsu LV-183 Dark Archer and Zhejiqinsha LV-182 Necromancer vs. Yingluan LV-182 Warrior and Use LV-181 Rune Master. The matchups were entirely unexpected. I had hoped for a face-off against Yingluan, believing that with the advantages of the Purple Ink Sword and Dragon God Shield, I would have at least a 60% chance of victory. However, with Beamingsu stepping in, the outcome seemed less certain. Yingluan bore the title of War God, a title not bestowed lightly. Their prowess with the sword was unrivaled nationally. Dazed, this matchup left Xian somewhat speechless as she remarked, The first match is a duel between me and Shenzhu's mage? He chuckled lightly. Well, this is a splendid opportunity for you, Xian. Defeating the foremost mage of Zhulong will demonstrate what true strength in a mage entails. With that, Lianxing swiftly appeared in the arena. A verdant expanse of 100 by 100 yards, with a small grove at its center providing minimal cover, presenting a significant challenge for maneuvering. In a flash, Shenzhu entered the arena, her expression calm as she addressed Lianxing. Little girl, we met 2 years ago, did we not? Back then, I could eliminate you with just 2 instant fireballs. Who would have thought that 2 years later, you would have blossomed into such a graceful figure? Lianxing, her beautiful face cloaked in frost, retorted, Humph. Do you still think I am the same me from 2 years ago, someone you can easily toy with? Just wait and see. I shall show you whether the ancient Sword Soul Dream has a top-tier mage. As the match commenced, both competitors stood poised for action. The atmosphere charged with tension. The duel between the two mages hinged on positioning and counterattacks, demanding exquisite skill. The more adept one was at maneuvering, the less damage they would sustain. As the countdown concluded, both mages moved simultaneously. In an instant, fireballs and wind blades swept across the ground beneath them, and more devastatingly, the dragon-shaped assault of the dragon's kiss reverberated through the earth. Magic shields twisted repeatedly, with over 50% of magical attacks evaded through deft positioning, sending debris flying. Suddenly, a force field materialized behind Shenzhou as she attempted to maneuver around. Lianxing executed another force field to expertly intercept her path, energy matrices rising from the ground. With no other option, Shenzhou swiftly blinked away, unable to withstand the overwhelming power of the ice spiral matrix. As the dance of the gods flickered, so too did Lianxing. With a firm stomp of her staff upon the ground, the form of the dragon's kiss ascended from the earth, directly engulfing the magical shield of the dance of the gods. The disparity between the two began to manifest, with countless cracks appearing on the magical shield, while Lianxing's ethereal shield retained over 70% of its resilience. In this moment of dire straits, the dance of the gods maintained her composure, gracefully twirling her staff as she exclaimed, "Infernal fire pit!" Boom! The earth shattered, transforming the ground beneath Lianxing into a sea of flames, scorching her ethereal shield mercilessly. To make matters worse, the dance of the gods had a trump card. With her staff held aloft, dark whirlwinds coiled around it, and with a sudden flourish, she bellowed. Black Dragon's Roar. Swish! A serpentine magical assault surged forth, crashing into Lianxing's ethereal shield with tremendous force. 41,923. Such a formidable strike nearly obliterated Lianxing, inflicting significant damage even through the shield. The dance of the gods, this dark fire mage, had indeed concealed formidable skills. The might of the Black Dragon's roar was exceedingly potent. Though effective only against a singular target along its path, it proved to be exceedingly lethal. Lianxing staggered back repeatedly, wielding the Thunder God's staff, continuing her incantation of the magical dimensional storm. The colossal tempest ravaged the arena, a true contest of magical might. The dance of the gods' magical shield had shattered. How could she withstand Lianxing's formidable assault? A soft gasp escaped her lips, and the razor-sharp blades of the dimensional winds claimed the last vestiges of her vitality, sending her crashing to the ground, defeated. 10. Lianxing undeniably fulfilled her mission, securing a point. In the second round, the battlefield remained illuminated by magical radiance, the clash of two high-tier mages igniting the audience's fervor. When the brilliance dimmed, the dance of the gods fell for the second time beneath Lianxing's feet. Despite her impressive prowess, the dark fire mage remained slightly outmatched by Lianxing, whose adept manipulation of the elemental field left the dance of the gods seething with frustration. Knowing this was where her downfall lay. 10. With a significant lead, Lianxing triumphed over her opponent's foremost mage, inciting a wave of excitement among the spectators, many fervently chanting the names of both the ancient sword and Lianxing. "Brother, I am going," Bai Mingxue called out. I nodded. "Yes, give it your all." "All right." Bai Mingxue prepared to face the strongest adversary, the god of war, Xueyinshan. As the Tianzong version neared its one-year mark, despite the throne of the god of war being shaken by various factions, I, along with Lin Yisin, Li Gu, Li Chengfeng, and the illustrious Luo Shun of the capital, were all eager to challenge Xueyinshan. This had placed Xueyinshan in a rather uncomfortable position. During the waning days of Spirit's resentment, the ambitions of many waned, and they were reluctant to continue vying for supremacy. Thus, for 2 years, Xueyinshan had basked in glory. However, with the launch of Tianzong, countless top-tier experts flooded in, each desiring to challenge the throne of the god of war, leaving Xueyinshan in a state of perpetual unrest, likely unable to find solace in sleep. Swish! Bai Mingxue and Xueyinshan made their entrance amidst the crowd. As a gentle breeze caressed the scene, causing the red cloak behind Bai Mingxue to sway gracefully, adorned in a finely crafted set of wind chaser leather armor. She bore an exquisite silhouette, her modest bosom enveloped by dark golden arcs that, while not overly ample, still evoked a sense of admiration. Standing resolute in the arena, her unwavering gaze captivated the surrounding male spectators, many of whom erupted into fervent declarations of love, shouting, "Bai Mingxue, I adore you. Be my girlfriend. Dark Archer, you are my goddess." Xueyinshan, with a stern countenance, calmly entered his transformation state, having already lost a point. Now, facing Bai Mingxue, he recognized the necessity of reclaiming that point. Yet, this dark archer was also a formidable player of the divine general class, making the task quite the challenge. Outside the arena, Shun Zhiwu urged Xueyinshan, "You must secure this point. The next match is Lu Chun versus Bai Konghen, and we are destined to lose another point. So, this one is imperative." Xueyinshan clenched his teeth. "I understand." Bai Konghen remained silent, his expression icy, as the system began its countdown. The rhythmic ticking echoed in everyone's hearts. 3, 2, 1. The battle commenced. Xueyinshan surged forth with his sword, his speed astonishingly swift, defying the expectations of a mere ordinary warrior. Bai Mingxue swiftly drew her bow, unleashing a barrage of spiraling arrows to confront her foe. Crack! A splinter of dry wood disintegrated into dust. Xueyinshan's feet slammed down, his speed surging as he abruptly halted 10 yards before Bai Mingxue, thrusting his sword forward with a mighty shout. Inferno, Purgatory, Slash. Swish! 3 arcs of sword light emerged in succession, prompting Bai Mingxue to hastily retreat. Raising her hand, Well of the Divine Abyss. The well descended, yet at that critical moment, Xueyinshan anticipated her move and charged. Whoosh! He transformed into a phantom, breaking through the radiant prelude of the well of the divine abyss, and with all his might, he swung his longsword. Bai Mingxue observed intently, drawing her dagger to parry 3 strikes in rapid succession, but was still jolted back by the force. Xueyinshan vanished once again, unleashing a fierce attack from the flank. Thud. 72, 838. Bai Mingxue was struck, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment at Xueyinshan's prowess, as a fiery onslaught descended, dealing nearly 100,000 points of damage. With this, Bai Mingxue lost a point, a development that seemed inevitable. In terms of close combat skill, Xueyinshan was of a primordial caliber, rivaling Lin Yisan, while Bai Mingxue had only managed to acquire about 70% of Lin Yisan's mastery. Once engaged in close quarters, her chances dwindled. Chapter 920. The God of War's Fury Whoosh. Bai Mingxue teleported out, awaiting the start of the second round, her expression one of exasperation. How am I supposed to compete? Xueyinshan's speed is far beyond my reaction capability. Gujian remarked, "Little Bai Ming, although Xueyinshan is swift, you can predict his movements using the well of the divine abyss. Your previous attempt at the well was rather forced." Bai Mingxue blinked her bright eyes. "But I truly did my best." Lin Xian turned to me. "What does Brother Luchan think?" I bit my knuckles and remarked, "As the shadow of the candle transforms, it simultaneously activates a speed enhancement skill. Have you noticed? It exploits the sudden surge in velocity to suppress Bai Ming. Furthermore, the abyssal well has an approximate 0.5-second casting time during which the shadow of the candle can lock onto a distant location as a target and initiate a charge, thereby missing Bai Ming's divine skill. In essence, Bai Ming's abilities have been entirely countered by the shadow of the candle." Li Chengfeng pondered for a moment and said, "Lu Chun, are you suggesting that little Bai Ming truly has no hope left?" "Hope still lingers," I replied, my gaze fixed on the shadow of the candle. "In the second round, the shadow may underestimate its opponent. Bai Ming will allow it to close in, then employ the spiral maneuver taught by EE to evade, seizing the momentary inertia of the shadow to stun it with a shock arrow. Following that, the bone-eroding arrow will lower its defenses, while a series of chaotic shots will pierce through the enemy. Before the abyssal well concludes, Bai Ming must anticipate the attack and unleash the skyward arrow and spiral blade, which are area attacks, to eliminate it. The remaining techniques will likely be evaded due to its maneuvers. Never underestimate the shadow's prowess. Even I could very well falter against its skillful operations." Bai Mingxue blinked. "But brother, I've only mastered less than 50% of the spiral maneuver. I'm not proficient. What if it fails? What is there to fear? We are destined to lose anyway, so let's give it our all." "All right," he, standing by, remarked in silence. "Is this how you comfort your sister?" As Bai Mingxue teleported back into the arena, brandishing her longbow and adorned in the Windchaser set, her beautiful eyes were fixed intently on the figure of the shadow of the candle. "Humph." The shadow of the candle scoffed lightly, a clear disdain evident in its gaze. Having easily triumphed over Bai Mingxue in their previous encounter, it had significantly diminished her perceived strength in its mind, a psychological effect that anyone, even a top-tier expert like the shadow, cannot escape. As the battle commenced, Bai Ming-Xue gracefully slid back, opting not to deploy heavy firepower, but instead launched a volley of ice arrows aimed at the shadow. The relentless barrage of icy projectiles caused considerable discomfort to the shadow, frost forming upon its armor and drastically reducing its mobility. TCH. The shadow of the candle flicked its hand, summoning a cerulean magic array beneath its feet, dramatically increasing its speed. With sword in hand, it charged forth, executing 2 elegant Z-shaped evasions before lunging directly at Bai Ming-Xue. With gritted teeth, Bai Ming-Xue brandished her dagger, executing a swift block, then traced an arc with her feet, evading the shadow's line of sight. Without hesitation, she slipped to the shadow's right flank. And as it turned to strike, Bai Ming-Xue had already glided to its left side. Her entire movement was a fluid display, an elegant double S pattern that transformed the butterfly step into a spiral maneuver. Startled, the shadow of the candle was taken aback. The spiral maneuver was traditionally a tactic reserved for warrior-type players, yet here it was being executed by an archer. The tides of this world seemed to be shifting. Across the entire server, few could master the spiral maneuver, and to witness an archer employing it in a grand competition was nothing short of astonishing. As Bai Ming-Xue executed her stunning spiral tactic, the audience fell into an astonished silence, mouths agape, in utter disbelief. The legendary spiral tactic was astonishingly employed against the formidable warrior, Xueyinshan. This was madness. Enraged, Xueyinshan swiftly repositioned himself, his sword sweeping in a fierce arc, a strike that Bai Ming-Xue could not evade. Despite the exceptional defense of the chasing wind set, half of her health was severed by Xueyinshan's blow. Yet, seizing this rare opportunity, Bai Ming-Xue abruptly turned, targeting the brief moment of Xueyinshan's post-strike stillness. In that precious half-second, the shattering arrow and the bone erosion arrow unleashed a barrage of malevolent strikes. Xueyinshan, taken aback, realized the gravity of the situation in that instant. Reacting with extraordinary speed, he raised his sword defensively. The clash of steel sent sparks flying, as the malevolent barrage struck the warrior's form, depleting a significant portion of his health. Bai Ming-Xue instinctively leaped away from the line of fire, raising her longbow, invoking the abyss of the divine well. Suddenly, I gasped. "What's wrong?" Linnison inquired. I clenched my fist, cursing my oversight. I had foolishly neglected the fact that Xueyinshan was a warrior, possessing the formidable 7th turn skill, War God's Fury. War God's Fury, a signature skill of the warrior class at the 7th turn. It enhances attack power by 40 while reducing defense by 25 for 12 seconds, providing immunity to magical effects. This meant that once activated, the warrior could not be affected by any status-altering skills, including Bai Ming-Xue's Abyss of the Divine Well, during those crucial 12 seconds. Unfortunately, as a necromancer, I had yet to master this ability, relying on the chance of someone acquiring the War God's Fury book from the boss. As I anticipated, Xueyinshan, embodying the essence of a warrior, did not overlook a single detail. The moment the Abyss of the Divine Well descended, he unleashed War God's Fury, charging towards Bai Ming-Xue with accelerated speed. He executed a devastating earth-shatter slash that reverberated through the ground, while 3 fiery arcs manifested in a triangular formation around Bai Ming-Xue. In a flash, the petite beauty soared to our side. The score was now 0-2, and we had indeed lost a point. Bai Ming-Xue, with tears in her eyes, looked at me and "Brother, Sister Eve, I'm sorry I lost." He chuckled lightly. "It's all right. Our chances remain substantial. Besides, your opponent is Xueyinshan, the one hailed as the best in China. Losing is only to be expected." I placed a reassuring hand on Bai Ming-Xue's shoulder, saying, "Bai Ming-Xue, the loss in the second round was due to my oversight regarding the War God's Fury skill. The fault lies with me. You need not blame yourself. Do not worry, I will secure this point in the 3rd match." Bai Ming-Xue nodded. "Yes, then let us see how you perform, brother." In the 3rd match, I faced off against the Azure Sky Scar, who had transformed from an ordinary warrior into a Wind Knight. This metamorphosis likely enhanced his abilities significantly. It was evident that Azure Sky Scar's transition to a Wind Knight was facilitated by the assistance of Candle Shadow Chaos. Unlike Candle Shadow Chaos, who preferred to remain a conventional warrior rather than embrace the Wind Knight class, due to the latter's emphasis on defense over offense, Azure Sky Scar's character aligned with my own inclination towards the pursuit of offensive prowess. With a swift motion, both of us teleported into the arena. Azure Sky Scar wielded a pale blue sword, his gaze calm, yet seething with intensity, as he remarked, "Luchun, do not assume victory is yours. Open your eyes wide and witness. I shall astonish you." I remained silent. Infuriated, Azure Sky Scar retorted, "Are you looking down on me?" Still, I chose not to respond. His rage intensified. "Do you not understand the basic respect owed to one's opponent?" Confused, I lifted my gaze and communicated through my earpiece to Lin Yisan. "So, it's settled then. After the WL competition, I'll join you for lunch tomorrow." I then turned to Azure Sky Scar. I was in discussion with Wind Color Fantasy. "Do you have something to say, my friend?" His expression darkened. As the countdown concluded, the battle commenced. The clash between the two warriors was devoid of flamboyance, as we charged directly at one another. My purple shadow sword struck resoundingly thrice against Azure Sky Scar's black shield. Following this, I delivered a powerful kick beneath the shield, swiftly pivoted, and crashed into him, my dragon blade armor colliding forcefully against his neck. Boom. 39-193. Accustomed to a one-on-one duel with sword and blade, Azure Sky Scar was unprepared for such an unorthodox style of combat. In desperation, he bellowed, "Raging wind inferno." A tempest of searing wind erupted around us. A devastating area of effect skill. 51-277. Such formidable damage. I refrained from activating Earth Transformation, realizing I could not withstand this onslaught, and retreated rapidly. With a swift motion, I raised my hand and cast the Binding God technique. For ethereal weapons struck the ground, ensnaring Azure Sky Scar in place. While he had reveled in unleashing Raging Wind Inferno, he had overlooked the peril of casting skills in one position, leaving him immobilized. I stood firm, raised my arm, and unleashed the ancient seal dragon blade imprint upon his forehead. The blade of my purple shadow sword, entwined with golden dragon patterns, was hurled forth, transforming into a spiraling blade that shredded through his defenses, delivering a fatal blow. 10. A decisive victory. In the second round, there was little suspense. Although Azure Sky Scar demonstrated commendable skill, his overly rigid approach led to his downfall, resulting in a swift concession of a point. With a score of 20, I emerged victorious, establishing a 21-point lead in the overall match. The battle now progressed to the fourth round, where he would face off against the newly emerged member of the opposing team, the divine General Yi Yuz. Yi Yuz originally belonged to the Candle Dragon Alliance, and with a stroke of fortune, she successfully transformed from a renowned general to a divine general, swiftly becoming a pivotal member of the Candle Dragon team and a significant variable in this match. He, wielding the 7-star Lioli spear, gazed at me with her enchanting eyes and playfully inquired, "Could you kindly elucidate the strategy? I am quite uncertain about how to combat this talisman master." I glanced at Yi Yuz in the distance and replied, "Both the petrification technique and the binding spell have a 50 hit probability. The initiation moves are quite evident. Just be mindful of your positioning to avoid missing." Yi Yuz's most formidable attack is the God-suppressing tower, which can instantly deplete several thousand health points. Additionally, be cautious of the opponent's divine transformation, which significantly amplifies their attack power. "Understood," she acknowledged. In the next moment, the beautiful alliance leader and Yi Yuz appeared together in the arena. Chapter 921, The Green Rain Sword. Once again, a focal battle ensued. This was the decisive moment for our ancient sword soul dream. Should he triumph over Yi Yuz, it would signify a victory against Candle Dragon. Not far away, figures such as Chaotic Shadow, Azure Sky Trace, Fierce Wind Shadow, and Dance of the Gods displayed palpable tension, their fists clenched in anticipation of the battle's commencement. For us at Ancient Sword, winning the WL Championship held immense significance, and the same applied to Candle Dragon. Chaotic Shadow had lost considerable prestige during the tumultuous era of rising heroes and desperately needed a championship title to validate themselves. This brings to mind a recent RFGL event. Although many players participated, the prize was disappointingly low, leading top-tier experts like Li Chengfeng, Guguzi, and Z Marquis to abstain. It was said that Bag Mama and Du Shirshan merely made an appearance. In that event, Chaotic Shadow, accompanied by Azure Sky Trace and others, ultimately seized the championship, gracing the front page of the forum. However, those in the know could only chuckle quietly. A title devoid of substance was certainly not what Chaotic Shadow desired. Now, the opportunity had arisen. The WEL is the most prestigious international tournament, attracting widespread attention. A victory over Ancient Sword would pave the way to the finals. As the countdown commenced, both He and Yi Yu's exhibited signs of nervousness. This was He's first time participating in such a significant event at the WL level. And it was undoubtedly Yi Yu's debut as well. Originally a naive young girl, she had fortuitously grasped divine skills, propelling her into the position of vice leader of Candle Dragon. The apprehension within Yi Yu's heart was palpable, and now she faced the leader of Ancient Sword Soul Dream, who had honed her skills through numerous PK battles. What brought me the most solace was that she had finally learned to navigate the game map, shedding the title of the Lost Girl. With a swift motion, the 7-star Lioli spear shimmered with a cold radiance. As He lowered the spear's shaft, her beautiful gaze fixed ahead. Yi Yu's momentarily froze and asked, "The brilliance of this spear is identical to that of the sword from Wind Color Fantasy. They belong to the same series," He replied. "Oh," Yi Yu's chuckled. "I will remain vigilant." "Do be cautious," He replied with a light laugh. As the countdown concluded, the battle commenced. He, not one to rush, cautiously launched several tentative attacks, always retreating swiftly. Suddenly, he cast a net of entrapment, only to find Yi Yu's, wielding her staff, remarkably composed. She deftly sidestepped the entrapment net, her gaze fixed intently on He Yi's figure. In a sudden movement, she raised her hand, unleashing a spell with a sharp command, "Binding spell." Rustling sounds echoed as He, well prepared, swiftly retreated. A mist appearing above his head as the binding spell struck the ground instead. Yi Yu's grounded herself, uttering a low chant. An emerald lotus leaves of light appeared beneath her feet, swirling in a cyclone as she transformed, charging forward with her staff. With a sudden flourish of her arm, a massive spell emerged in the air, accompanied by her incantation, Netherworld Curse. The divine technique has arrived. The Netherworld Curse's effect radius was vast, extending 50 yards. No matter how adept He was, evasion was impossible. The curse had a 25% success rate, which was essentially a test of luck. Of course, with the assistance of Zhulong, Yi Yu's had defeated several high-tier bosses, gaining a measure of luck. This enhancement significantly boosted her success rate, highlighting the unique advantage of luck. Just like my resurrection effect, which boasts a 30% chance of revival, bolstered by luck, it could rise to at least 50%. The Netherworld Curse transformed into a colossal Tai Chi symbol, descending towards the earth. He, on the edge, brandishing the 7-star glazed spear, attempted to flee but was unable to escape. Boom. After a resounding impact, He stood dazed, having fallen victim to one of the curse's effects, a drunken state. In the meadow, the beautiful guild leader, now inebriated, leaned on her spear, her cheeks flushed, swaying adorably as she wandered aimlessly. "Wow, Eve has been struck by the Netherworld Curse," exclaimed Murong Mingyue in astonishment. With determination gleaming in her eyes, she sighed, "Oh dear. The guild leader looks so cute while drunk." In the arena, how could Yi Yu's let such a golden opportunity slip? She lunged forward, her staff raised. As spells cascaded down, summoning 2 guardian towers to bombard He, directly inflicting 140,000 points of health damage. Each successive spell dealt around 150,000 damage. By the time the 12 seconds of the Netherworld Curse elapsed, He was left with a mere sliver of health, still reeling from the drunken state. Yi Yu's cast another spell, softly intoning, Petrification. Whoosh. With a 50% success rate, fortune favored her once more, and the beautiful guild leader stood there. Enveloped in a thick layer of stone skin, her defense dramatically increased, but rendered immobile for another 12 seconds. Boom. Boom. The 2 guardian towers, coupled with several spell attacks, caused He to grunt as the stone skin peeled away, revealing his smooth skin beneath, before he slowly toppled over, defeated. 1 point for Yi Yu's. He Fei returned to the sidelines, exclaiming with exasperation, "What is this? The match is truly frustrating. I have no opportunity to strike." Lin Yixin comforted her, "Eve, do not be anxious. This time, it was merely Yi Yu's stroke of luck. Both her Shadow Curse and Petrification spell succeeded. She may not be so fortunate in every match. In the next round, seize the chance to eliminate her with the Ice Rock Purgatory Slash." He nodded in agreement. Once again, she soared back into the arena, where Yi Yu's held her staff with utmost caution, ready to engage. This time, the scenario was much simpler. He launched a charge, leaving Yi Yu's with no choice but to cover half the arena with her Shadow Curse to thwart her advance. Miss. Indeed. As Lin Yisin had predicted, luck would not forever favor Yi Yu's. This time, the shadow curse failed to hit its mark. The newly emboldened He seized this rare opportunity, gracefully executing an erratic butterfly step, dodging the immobilization and petrification spells in succession. The brilliance of the seven-star glazed spear erupted forth as she unleashed the ice rock purgatory slash. Boom, boom, boom. The intertwining spear lights signified Yi's formidable offensive prowess, as a single strike tore through Yi Yu's form, sending her soaring out of the arena. 11 points. A small victory regained. The third round, which would decide the match, unfolded. Much to our dismay, Lady Luck once again favored Yi Yu's. Despite Yi's diligent evasive maneuvers, she was struck by the shadow curse, entering a state of chaos. With a series of rapid steps over the marshy ground, Yi's beautiful eyes glowed crimson as she wielded the seven-star glazed spear, unleashing the barrier break triple slash skill. Completely engulfed in confusion, she stumbled about, launching erratic attacks and releasing spells indiscriminately. This state of chaos proved formidable. Yi unleashed chaotic strikes from a distance, while Yi Yu's capitalized on the opportunity, employing the spirit tower to suppress her. The barrage of magical assaults continued, maintaining control of the battlefield. In the fleeting moment when the chaos dissipated, Yi Yu's executed an immobilization spell, followed by a petrification spell. The unfortunate beauty, the leader of the alliance, found herself ensnared in a state of dizziness from beginning to end. 12 points, she lost. He flew out of the arena, pouting. Luck is truly not on my side. I lifted the Zhulong sword, draping my arm around Bai Mingshue's shoulder, and smiled. Thank you, boss, for giving me and Bai Mingxue the opportunity to engage in a 2v2 match. He couldn't suppress a laugh, responding, all right, if that's the case, I feel somewhat comforted. Their 2v2 duo is Candle Shadow and Yi Yu's. We must be cautious of the shadow curse. It is incredibly powerful. I nodded, rest assured, when it comes to gold. Bai Ming and I will certainly secure victory. Bai Mingxue looked up at me, smiling. What a pity that brother hasn't learned the berserker skill of the warrior class. That move completely ignores the effects of the shadow curse for 12 seconds. Brother would surely find a way to defeat Yi Yu's and then take on Candle Shadow. Morong Mingyue chuckled. Then what will you do? I will watch brother heroically slay the enemy. I replied. On stage, Feier made her entrance once more, her enchanting smile radiating charm as she announced, the final battle of the semi-finals has arrived, where Gujian Hunming faces off against Zhulong in a thrilling 2v2 match. The young king, who has faced defeat, joins forces with the Dark Archer, Bai Mingxue, to take on the renowned martial god, Xueyinshan, alongside the newly appointed vice leader of Zhulong, the talisman master Yi Yusei. Who shall emerge victorious in this WEL competition? Let us await the outcome with bated breath. As a beam of light burst forth from the stage, Feier gracefully exited, making way for the true confrontation to commence. This match marks my direct clash with Xueyinshan, a bout I had not encountered in our previous 1v1 encounters, which I find rather regrettable. With a swish, four figures soared into the arena. The battlefield, a moist terrain known as the Stream Valley, featured a stream delineating the map, with jagged rocks scattered throughout. Player maneuverability would be critically tested here. A single misstep could lead to a fall into the stream, and the razor-sharp rocks could inflict considerable damage upon direct contact. Xueyinshan brandished a blade of azure hue, his gaze icy as he smiled faintly from across the barrier. Lu Chun, I admire your strength and courage. However, your repeated provocations towards Zhulong, including your audacious attacks on our players within the Soul Tower, shall be settled here today. I nodded in agreement. That is precisely my intention. A flicker of anger crossed Xueyinshan's eyes as he abruptly hurled the azure blade forward. With a clang, it embedded itself into the hard rock surface. I shall not conceal the truth. This sword is the Qin Yu sword, a 180 level 6-star celestial weapon with a defense-breaking effect of 27. Be wary. Without hesitation, I raised my arm, and the Zhulong sword sliced through the air, shattering a massive block of azure rock and embedding itself within. The Zhulong sword, a 200 level 7-star ancient celestial weapon, possesses a high probability of causing shattering effects and can deal quintuple damage. Xueyinshan, pray that fortune does not favor me too much, for a single strike could claim your life. Xueyinshan, filled with indignation, drew the Qin Yu sword and called to Yi Yusei beside him. Yusei, prepare for battle. Understood. I raised my arm, fingers splayed, summoning the Ziying sword back to my hand with a swift swoosh, and commanded, Bei Ming, prepare for combat. All right. Bei Ming Shui retreated to the edge of the map zone, readying herself in case Yi Yusei decided to unleash a dark curse upon me. Chapter 922, Shattered Sword and Shield Attack. Zhu Yingluan lunged forward, wielding the Qing Yu sword with fervor, his footsteps dancing in a zigzag pattern as he tested the waters. Yi Yusei advanced from the flank, raising her staff and shouting, Binding spell. I observed intently, swiftly dodging to the right as a large miss appeared where I had just stood. Evading such a spell with my speed was not a challenge. Suddenly, I looked up to see Zhu Yingluan closing in, the Qing Yu sword descending upon me as he shouted, Shatter, Lu Chun. Flames flickered along the blade, the immense power within palpable. I could not afford to be careless. I quickly stepped back 2 paces, positioning the Ziying sword defensively. Clang. The azure rain sword clashed forcefully against the purple mist sword, and to my astonishment, the azure rain sword managed to disrupt my intended parry. The blade struck heavily against the fiery sky armor, leaving a colossal shattered wound on its shoulder. A wave of excruciating pain surged through me as my health plummeted by 109,894. Battle notification. Player Candle Shadow Chaos has utilized the skill, Shattered Sword Shield, nullifying your parry effect, enhancing their attack power by 50, and inflicting 109,894 points of damage upon you. A sinking feeling enveloped me. I fully realized that Candle Shadow Chaos had also acquired a new skill, the Shattered Sword Shield, which was even more formidable than the barrier break. It not only disregarded defensive stances, but could also completely bypass parries, rendering it an attack that defied all forms of defense. With a swift motion, I seized Candle Shadow Chaos's arm, gripping the azure rain sword, and yanked it towards me. My left foot stomped the ground, and I abruptly raised my left knee, crashing it against Candle Shadow Chaos's jaw. Simultaneously, I unleashed a series of 3 devastating strikes. Caught off guard, Candle Shadow Chaos was struck directly, suffering 49,028, 42,848, 44,236. Despite losing nearly half of their health, Candle Shadow Chaos remained unfazed. Their gaze swept to the right, and they swiftly moved, their battle boots landing on a green stone in the stream, their forms surging forward with explosive speed, executing a double rebound that slammed heavily against my back. While they shouted, Rainsei, Petrification Technique. Yi Yu's initiated the earth state, raising her staff as a talisman soared into the air. Observing this, I dared not be careless and rolled away, my battle robe instantly soaked by the stream. I called out loudly, Bai Ming, restrain Yi Yu's. As I shouted, 7 arrows from the skill Evil Spirit Barrage struck Yi Yu's magical shield, while 5 more arrows targeted Candle Shadow Chaos. Bai Ming Shui maneuvered deftly along the edge of the map, launching a coordinated assault on both positions. This deft bowmanship likely left October rain and floating cloud smoke in awe. Bai Ming Shui's keen intellect and penchant for tactical innovation mirrored that of Lin Yisan. A true master must balance steadfastness with continual tactical creativity. Candle Shadow Chaos wielded the azure rain sword, parrying the arrows of Evil Spirit Barrage, and with a swift motion of their arm, 2 fiery bolts soared forth, declaring, Hold Bai Ming Shui. With a swish, the fiery bolts descended, forcing Bai Ming Shui to retreat repeatedly until cornered against the map's edge. Yi Yu's raised her talisman, exclaiming, Freeze. With a crack, Bai Ming Shui stood frozen in place, bow in hand, her battle robe billowing as she maintained her retreating stance, immobilized by the immobilization spell for 12 seconds. Unable to break free unless attacked, any assault would disrupt her stasis. I leapt forth from the stream, charging towards Bai Ming Shui's side, raising my left fist to deliver a gentle yet impactful blow to her shoulder. Bai Ming Shui broke free from her immobilization, and simultaneously, a shadowy figure swept in, Candle Shadow Chaos's charge. This was Peerless. The synergy between Candle Shadow Chaos and Yi Yu's was truly impeccable. I grasped Bai Ming Shui's shoulder, pulling her behind me as I suddenly raised the Dragon God shield. The earth transformed into a swirling cyclone, and with a fierce cry, the Dragon God shield swept forth. Bang! The Dragon God shield collided with the Qing Yu sword of Zhu Yingluan, sending a tingling sensation through me. Zhu Yingluan's power was exceedingly formidable. Seeking destruction, Zhu Yingluan brandished her sword, a slight smile gracing her lips as the barrier shattered with explosive force, aiming to pierce both Biming Shui and myself in a single stroke. The shattering of the barrier indeed possessed such an effect. I hastily shifted to the right, calling out, Biming. As my body sank, my battle boots swept the ground, delivering a powerful kick to Xueyingluan's leg, disrupting her balance. At that moment, Biming Shui surged forward, planting a fierce foot upon my shoulder armor, her dagger glinting as it struck diagonally against Xueyingluan's Qingyu sword, producing a resounding clang. In an unexpected display of teamwork, we managed to deflect each other's barrier shatter. Such a prime opportunity could not be squandered. I raised my hand and, at almost point-blank range, unleashed the binding technique upon Xueyingluan's shoulder. Ah! Xueyingluan exclaimed, activating her God of War frenzy for 12 seconds, narrowly avoiding my binding technique. Simultaneously, the Qingyu sword trembled, and the nearly prone Xueyingluan, now on her knees, unleashed a blazing inferno slash with 3 consecutive strikes. To protect Biming Shui behind me, I instinctively raised the Dragon God shield for defense. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 violent impacts, my vitality was nearly depleted. In a split-second decision, I thrust my battle boot forward, delivering a powerful kick to Xueyingluan's chest, sending her flying. Anticipating her position, I released the Ziying sword, executing a spiraling dragon maneuver. Xueyingluan rolled in the stream, yet remained composed, striking the ground with one hand to rise abruptly, her form spinning as the Qingyu sword launched a fierce strike towards the spiraling Ziying sword. Clang. Miss. I was slightly taken aback. What kind of maneuver could allow Xueyingluan to deflect the rapid spiraling strike? At that moment, Yiyu's arrived, her staff raised, summoning a colossal talisman above her head, Phantom Curse. Biming Shui's bowstring vibrated as a spiraling arrow cleaved through the air while she raised her arm, invoking the abyss of divine depths. Xueyingluan, retreating, raised her arm as well, Celestial Flame. I too withdrew, wielding my sword as 5 golden seals leaped from my palm, the ancient symbols soaring skyward before plummeting down indiscriminately. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, for divine techniques intertwined, producing a spectacle of brilliance and intensity never before witnessed on the WL arena. The ancient seals struck Xueyingluan and Yiyu's, inflicting severe damage. Suddenly, a chill coursed through me. I had fallen victim to the petrifying effect of the Phantom Curse, thick stone layers forming upon the Ziying sword. Behind me, Biming Shui softly declared, "We have won." I hesitated, only to see countless arrows raining down, the effect of the soaring arrow manifesting. They fell in perfect unison, plummeting to the ground. Yiyu's let out a soft huff, her magical shield shattering. It was far inferior to that of a true mage, unable to withstand the onslaught of the ancient seals. Simultaneously, the chaotic energy of Xueyingluan diminished, and with the onset of the war frenzy, it surged forward. In response, Biming Shui raised her hand, summoning 2 intertwining spiral storms that swiftly dispatched the opponent. A hard-earned point was secured. With a whoosh, the opponent was sent flying from the arena. Beside me, Murong Mingwei remarked, "Biming, splendid work. Your crowd control skills are indeed far superior to Yiyu's." Lin Yisin chuckled lightly. Xueyingluan's maneuvers remain impressive, matching the little trickster blow for blow. I nodded in agreement. Just moments ago, in a flash of lightning, I had exchanged several strikes with Xueyingluan and had not gained any advantage, particularly against Xueyingluan's shattered sword shield ability, which was utterly defenseless. In that fleeting instant, we had determined the victor. Had he unleashed another shattered sword shield, I would have found myself in peril. Sanqing Mo, clutching her staff, sat nearby and cautioned, "In the next round, be wary of Xueyingluan's devastating strike. Lu Chun, should fortune not favor you, and Xueyingluan lands a lethal blow, it could spell trouble." "Understood," I replied. In a true competition, one must consider every facet. Those who rely solely on luck are destined to fall short of ultimate triumph. Upon re-entering the arena, Biming Shui and I maintained our positions, one in front of the other. Our strategies were transparent. Xueyingluan and I would engage in offense and defense, while the 2 ranged MMOs would oversee crowd control and ambush. "What strategy?" Biming Shui inquired within the team. I pondered before articulating, "I will hold Xueyingluan at bay, using the spiral dragon to compel Yiyu's to expend her blink. In that fleeting moment, you will unleash the evil spirit barrage to break her shield, and I shall employ the dragon slashing blade to eliminate her." Biming Shui pouted playfully, "Brother, The casting delay of the dragon's slashing blade is rather lengthy. Will you manage? I clenched my teeth. Do not doubt your elder brother's capabilities. Bai Mingshui giggled. All right then, brother is the best. As the second round commenced, the instant the countdown concluded, all four of us activated our earth transformation. Yet, none dared to initiate the divine general's skill prematurely, without seizing an opponent's flaw. It was wise to refrain from recklessly employing such abilities. Otherwise, failing to secure a kill would waste the cooldown of the divine general's skill. Although the ancient seal and celestial flame had no cooldown, they could not be consecutively unleashed in the same position within a short time frame, effectively serving as a form of cooldown. A cold smirk crept across Xueyingluan's lips as he charged forth after activating his earth transformation. I too, wielding the Ziying sword, took a more proactive stance. Before drawing near, I raised the Ziying sword and struck fiercely towards Xueyingluan's shoulder. With a flourish, Xueyingluan sidestepped, his Qingyu sword perfectly parrying my attack. I remained steadfast, retracting my sword's momentum, unleashing a tempest of 3 consecutive strikes. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as Xueyingluan parried my onslaught, and as my assault waned, he retaliated with 3 swift strikes of his own, which I met with the Ziying sword in a series of blocks. The earth transformation swirled around us, and a fist was launched forth. Xueyingluan mirrored this, and with a resounding thud, our armored fists collided, causing both of us to stagger back 3 steps. I cast a quick glance. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had arisen. Without hesitation, I hurled the Ziying sword. Spiral Dragon, target locked on Yi Yu's. Yi Yu's would undoubtedly hesitate to confront the spiral of the dragon head-on. With a swift movement, she vanished like a flicker, and Bai Mingxue raised her hand, unleashing a chaotic barrage of spiraling arrow blades. Whoosh! Suddenly, 2 meters in front of me, Yi Yu's materialized, astonishing both Bai Mingxue and myself. What was she planning? A smile graced Yi Yu's lips as she lifted her staff, a spell soaring into the air, the Nether Curse. Damn! She truly was desperate. With a firm grasp, I caught the returning Nether Curse, advancing 2 steps, my sword slicing horizontally. The Qian Kuan strike piercing through Yi Yu's magical shield, eliminating her in an instant. However, in the next moment, my mind grew hazy, plunging into a state of intoxication. To make matters worse, Bai Mingxue fell victim as well, succumbing to confusion and firing a penetrating shot into my back. 79,299. I was taken aback, exclaiming in the team channel. What the hell? Bai Ming, don't hit me. Bai Mingxue panicked. Brother, I can't control myself. Whoosh. 2 figures appeared outside the arena. Seizing the 12 seconds granted by the Nether Curse, and the chaotic Julian was unleashed upon Bai Mingxue and me, leaving us vulnerable. Meanwhile, the disoriented Bai Mingxue still managed to contribute to the offense. He and Lin Yisan stood side by side, observing us. Aren't you going to say something? I clenched my fists. Luck has turned against us. There's nothing left to say. Let us see how we perform in the third match. The outcome hinges on this moment. Chapter 923, Good Sister. In this decisive round, what are your plans? He asked me with a smile, appearing at ease. Yet, I knew she, like me, was exceedingly anxious. Should we lose this round, my path in WL would be cut short by our rival, the Candle Dragon. The greatest variable in this match was the spellcaster Yi Yu's, whose presence imposed immense pressure upon us. If Yi Yu's were to be replaced by anyone else from the Candle Dragon, Bai Mingxue and I would stand a nearly 100 chance of victory. Alas, Yi Yu's Nether Curse was far too formidable. A single critical hit could bring us to tears. The 25-50 hit probability of the Nether Curse had already proven effective consecutively. Gazing into the hopeful eyes of the beautiful guild leader, I pondered and replied, our greatest challenge lies in evading Yi Yu's Nether Curse. Guguzi suggested, first, we must eliminate Yi Yu's. Luan Yu remarked with an exasperated gesture. Wasn't the second round a vivid example? Lu Chun and Bai Ming can take down Yi Yu's. But how do we defend against her Nether Curse before she falls? I pondered for a moment, smiling silently. Bai Mingxue chimed in. Brother, do you have an idea? It's worth a shot. Yes, tell me quickly. Bai Mingxue leaned forward, her ear close to my mouth, and I whispered a suggestion. Instantly, she broke into a wide grin. All right, let us do it. Whoosh. We re-entered the arena. This decisive match was crucial for both us and the Candle Dragon. A battle of honor. Julian brandished the Qingyu sword, his gaze flickering, showing that his tension matched ours. The most anxious in the arena was Yi Yu's. Attending such a premier event for the first time, while the least anxious was Bei Mingxue, her naturally cheerful disposition rendering her unflappable. As the battle commenced, Zhu Yingluan surged forward with a clear tactical intent, restraining me and providing Li Fuyuz with an opportunity to strike. This time, Li Fuyuz was notably more cautious, relentlessly employing spell techniques to assault me, while I adeptly evaded her attacks in a zigzag motion. Meanwhile, my Ziying sword shimmered with a faint glow. After exchanging several blows with Zhu Yingluan, I seized an opportunity and abruptly hurled the Ziying sword, initiating a spiraling dragon maneuver. In that fleeting moment of my spiraling attack, Bai Mingxue executed her leap skill, and I charged forward, evading Zhu Yingluan's onslaught. Suddenly, Li Fuyuz reappeared between Bai Mingxue and me, only to realize that she could not reach either of us, entirely beyond the casting range of her Yomi curse. What was more critical was that I had dashed several paces forward and noticed Li Fuyuz had not utilized the Yomi curse, prompting me to swiftly pivot and lock onto my target with a thunder charge. In an instant, Li Fuyuz found herself in a precarious position, deprived of even the opportunity to cast her curse. With a swift motion, I materialized behind Li Fuyuz, prompting Zhu Yingluan to exclaim, "Not good." The light of the skill barrier breaker illuminated the Qingyu sword as Zhu Yingluan desperately endeavored to protect Li Fuyuz. I too was resolute, my battle boots crunching on the rubble as I advanced, the Ziying sword slicing through the air. With a clang, I parried the barrier breaker. Yet the broken sword shield inflicted a grievous blow of 110,000 health points upon Ming. Nevertheless, I had closed the distance to Li Fuyuz, who, caught in a moment of vulnerability, could not withstand my assault as she retreated with her staff. However, she could not outpace me. I swiftly altered my trajectory. Appearing in her path of escape, my left fist coalesced with a crimson vortex, delivering a thunderous blow with the demon-breaking fist. The impact caused Li Fuyuz to shudder slightly. Although shielded by a magical barrier, the force of the demon-breaking fist disrupted her incantation of the immobilization spell. With a flourish, the Ziying sword radiated brilliance as I raised its blade for a decisive strike. In the midst of our clash, Li Fuyuz unleashed her latent potential, astonishingly managing to raise her staff to parry my sword. I could not help but chuckle. How could her skills withstand my might? With a deft maneuver, I angled my sword, raising my left fist to deflect her staff. In that moment, the Ziying sword, enveloped in a rich violet luminescence, crashed down upon Li Fuyuz's shoulder with a heart-stopping strike. The damage numbers soared to 40,993, a stark indication of her magical depletion. The heart-stopping strike consumed all of Li Fuyuz's mana. Her allocation was not solely into magic, but also into vitality, a necessity for engaging in PvP. Consequently, her mana reserves were scant, leaving her vulnerable to my devastating blow. Behind me, Zhu Yingluan charged forth, prompting me to pivot sharply, the blade of my sword glinting ominously as I unleashed a triple strike of the fiery blade slash. The resounding force of my attack was familiar to Zhu Yingluan, who dared not confront it head-on. In a hurry, he raised the Qingyu sword into a defensive posture. I lunged forward, my sword tip lifting in a powerful thrust. Zhu Yingluan hastily abandoned his defensive stance, caught off guard by my subsequent strike, which landed with a resounding thud against his chest. Miss. The next strike could almost entirely bypass his defenses. Should it land a critical hit, it would be enough to obliterate Zhu Yingluan. Aware of the impending danger, he had no choice but to retreat. Behind her, Yiyu's let out a muffled groan as she collapsed to the ground, having exhausted her magical energy. In the midst of her flickering cooldown, how could she possibly withstand Bai Mingxue's relentless assault? A series of spiraling tempests swiftly brought about her demise. In an instant, Zhu Yingluan's countenance turned ashen, particularly upon witnessing my resilience restoring 60,000 health points. It felt as if the very air had chilled around her. With a decisive flourish, Bai Mingxue summoned the abyssal well, and Zhu Yingluan scarcely had time to activate her berserker's fury before she was drawn into its depths. Victory was ours. I was filled with elation. Indeed, Bai Mingxue nodded in joyful affirmation. At the moment Zhu Yingluan burst forth from the abyss, a relentless barrage of flame blade, thousand-eye slash, and spiraling tempest rained down upon her. In the WEL tournament, the use of invulnerability skills was strictly prohibited. Zhu Yingluan had no chance of escape. The instant she emerged from the abyss, a single muffled exhale marked her end. The score stood at 3 2. At last, Ancient Sword Soul Dream had triumphed in this arduous match, securing a place in the finals of the WEL China regional tournament. As Baiming Shui and I soared from the arena, we were swiftly enveloped by Lin Xin, Murong Mingyue, and He, celebrating this hard-won victory. Indeed, as I had anticipated, the conventional strategies had proven ineffective against the formidable combination of Xueyinshan and Yi Yu's. It was imperative to employ unorthodox skills such as Shocking Slash and Demon-Breaking Fist to eradicate Yi Yu's magical energy, thus simplifying the task for Baiming Shui to eliminate her. Not far off, a group from Zhulong stood in stunned silence, Xueyinshan lowering her Qingyu sword, her expression somber. Zhulong, heralded as the strongest guild in China, found themselves thwarted at the semifinals, a result they were reluctant to accept, especially after having the renowned Yi Yu's on their side, yet failing to reach the finals. We have won. The Ziying sword struck the ground, shattering the bricks beneath it. I surveyed the crowd, smiling slightly as I declared, in the finals against Soul Returned Battle Garb, we shall seize victory once more. He glanced toward the distant figures of Soul Returned Battle Garb, Shengu, the Song of Ice and Fire, and the Ring Spirit encircled Xueyinshan, seemingly in deep discussion. A flicker of excitement crossed the beautiful guild leader's eyes as she remarked, "Do not underestimate Soul Returned Battle Garb. From the top 32 to now, they have successively defeated Sacred Domain Rose, Fiery Red Lips, Battle Sky Alliance, and Snow Silver Fur. Among them, Fiery Red Lips, Snow Silver Fur, and Battle Sky Alliance are all top 10 guilds in China. The prowess of Soul Returned Battle Garb is indeed formidable." Li Chengfeng stated. Fortunately, since the beginning, the signature techniques of Soul Returned Battle Garb's members have mostly been revealed, which is quite advantageous for us. Otherwise, recklessly confronting these hidden class players would indeed be quite a strain. Guzi chuckled. I have faith that Zhiji will triumph over Soul Returned Battle Garb without any pressure. Luan Yu glanced at He, shrugging with a smile. There's no doubt about Lu Chun's strength. He is a steadfast anchor. But what about the others? Are they equally reliable? Clang. The handle of the 7-star Lioli spear struck the ground, sending sparks flying. He looked at Luan Yu with a smile. Luan Yu, you know well the consequences of your banter. Luan Yu pouted. The guild leader is magnificent. I shall always support you. The crowd fell into a thoughtful silence. At that moment, a group from the Soul Return Armor, led by Xueyinshan, approached us, and we moved to greet them. The champions would emerge between us, and it seemed the time had come for a pre-match exchange. Xueyinshan, wielding her sharp sword, smiled faintly and said, Lu Chun He, I have something to convey. He nodded. Go ahead. Xueyinshan continued. My brother is the 7-star lantern, as you may already know. For the past 2 years, he has been preoccupied with his career, leaving me to manage the Soul Return Armor. However, he has mentioned that it may be difficult for a girl to command authority. Thus, I extend one final invitation to you. Lu Chun. He pursed her lips, uncertain how to respond, while Lin Xin, growing anxious, leaned against me, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Xueyinshan. Gripping my Ziying sword, I replied decisively. Regardless of the reason, I must decline the invitation to join the Soul Return Armor. In this life and the next, I am a part of the ancient sword. Whether in life or death, I shall never betray. Xueyinshan trembled slightly, looking at me with a hint of grievance. Then, even if I wished to acknowledge you as an elder brother and have you lead the Soul Return Armor, would you still refuse? Everyone was taken aback. In the next moment, countless eyes fixated on me, all waiting for my response, including those from the Song of Ice and Fire, Divine Bone, and Ring Spirit standing behind Xueyinshan, all glaring as if they would fight me should I deny her. I gritted my teeth and looked at Xueyinshan, saying, actually, it is not necessary for me to join the Soul Return Armor, is it? The Soul Return Armor could very well align with the ancient Sword Soul Dream. What do you think, Xueyinshan? Disappointment flickered in Xueyinshan's eyes. Lu Chun, are you truly rejecting me? Am I really so detestable to you? Very well. If you will not join the Soul Return Armor, I shall not force you. We shall meet on the battlefield. The Song of Ice and Fire glared at me fiercely, exclaiming, you are ungrateful. I narrowed my gaze. Choose your words carefully. Divine Bone restrained the Song of Ice and Fire, saying, enough, let us go. We shall eradicate the ancient Sword Soul Dream on the battlefield, and let them know who truly holds dominion over this world. The group from the Soul Return Armor departed, and as I watched their retreating figures, Luan smirked softly. What a remarkable Lu Chun, turning down such an obedient little sister. To accept her would mean possessing the entire Soul Return Armor Guild, Icebound Warrior, Necromancer, Iron Blood Knight, each so powerful. I turned to Luan Yu, Li Qingfeng, Baiming Shui, Guguzi, and the others, suddenly smiling with ease. Sister, I have Baiming Shui and Lian Exine, brothers who will conquer the world with me. With all of you by my side, I have already attained everything I need. Why should I rely on others? Everyone's gazes were resolute, hearts intertwined. Indeed, our dominance in this realm stems not from any other source, but from this unwavering band of brothers for life. Chapter 924. Would you marry him? Ultimately, the championship battle unfolded between Gujian Hunming and Guizhan Pao. As a leading contender from the Chinese region, Gujian's advance to the finals brought tears of joy to many of its supporters. In contrast, Guizhan Pao represents a nostalgic era, a paragon of the Lingtong period, now under the leadership of the remarkable Xueyinshan, who has successfully recruited top-tier players such as Jieling, Bingyu Huijigu, and Xingu. The fervor surrounding Guizhan Pao is palpable. With nearly 10 months since the launch of Tianzong, the Lingtong server remains operational, albeit with less than 2% of the total player base. These players are steadfast guardians of their dreams. Nevertheless, many veterans of Guizhan Pao continue to battle within Lingtong, including renowned figures such as Qian Li Jiangshan, Dechin Digua, and Zhongcheng Ji Guli Gaoli. Rumors suggest that Xueyinshan is in contact with these individuals, facilitating their gradual transition from Lingtong to Tianzong. Once these players emerge in the Tianzong server, a new wave of tumult is sure to ensue. The resurgence of Guizhan Pao has become inevitable, evidenced by the defeats of esteemed guilds like Xueyinshan, Lai Yanhongchun, and Zhan Tianming, highlighting the formidable prowess of Guizhan Pao's top-tier players. In this virtual realm, elite players symbolize the guild's strength and serve as a wellspring for attracting fresh talent. For instance, Gujian Hunming was revitalized through the influence of figures like Guguzi, Baiming Shui, and Li Qingfeng, which in turn drew formidable players such as Luan Yu, Dou Jiangyang, Yuyin Shibachi, Tian Tangyu, and Qingkong Shui. Now, the confrontation between Gujian Hunming and Guizhan Pao is imbued with personal stakes, as only one king can reign over the Chinese region. Jieling, Bingyu Huijigu, and Xingu are undoubtedly unwilling to be overshadowed and are eagerly anticipating this ultimate showdown. On stage, Fei Air, microphone in hand, her short skirt accentuating her graceful legs, glided lightly across the Rainbow Bridge, beaming as she announced, "The time is now 2100 hours in Beijing." After a long day of competition without rest, everyone must be quite fatigued. However, a break will have to wait for half an hour. Next, we will witness the championship battle of WEL, featuring Gujian Hunming, supported by Lenovo, against Guizhan Pao, backed by Samsung. Now, let the captains of both teams enter the matchups, and let us anticipate this momentous clash. Prior to its resurgence, Guizhan Pao had already secured sponsorship from Samsung, a conglomerate with clubs worldwide. The South Korean headquarters has gathered a cadre of elite players, and in the Chinese region, these individuals from Guizhan Pao have proven Samsung's discerning eye. Without question, Guizhan Pao has lived up to expectations by reaching the finals, resulting in a viewership surge that has reached the highest point in 6 months on gaming channels, underscoring the significant promotional impact. Meanwhile, Rose sent me a message adorned with a smiley face. "Ho ho, Lu Chun, you all performed splendidly. The club CEO just informed me that reaching the finals has greatly pleased them. Should you manage to clinch the WEL China Championship, not only will there be rewards from the system, but the club will also bestow upon you generous rewards. You have surprised the club, and they shall surprise you in return." My spirits soared as I replied, "Rose, I want real cash." Surprised, Rose responded with a hint of disbelief, yet seemed quite pleased, mirroring our own anticipation for the ultimate championship title. In accordance with the strategy devised by Baiming Shui and myself, it was decided that Baiming Shui would be the first to compete, followed by me, with He stationed in midfield and Lian Xin taking the 4th position. For the 2v2 match, we altered the composition, with Lian Xin and myself taking the lead against the formidable opponents, the Godbone and the Song of Ice and Fire, both clad in heavy armor. It was uncertain whether Baiming Shui could effectively engage them, and having Lian Xian alongside would bolster our strength. After all, controlling the battlefield with elemental abilities and unleashing the ice spiral matrix to devastate foes is a skill set that only Lian Xian could master against the likes of the Song of Ice and Fire and Godbone. Shortly thereafter, the matchups appeared on the grand screen. 1v1. Beiming Xue LV-183 Dark Archer vs Song of Ice and Fire LV-181 Frozen Berserker 1v1. Xueyinshan LV-182 Necromancer vs Jieling LV-180 Necromancer 1v1. Zai Shui Yifang LV-180 Demon Knight vs Shui Yunyao LV-180 Demon Knight 1v1. Lianxing LV-182 Starry Illusionist vs Godbone LV-180 Iron-Blooded Knight 2v2. Lianxing LV-182 Starry Illusionist and Xueyinshan LV-182 Necromancer vs Song of Ice and Fire LV-181 Frozen Berserker and Jieling LV-180. Necromancer Beiming Xue faced off against the Frozen Berserker. While I confronted the Necromancer, a scenario I had hoped for. The Necromancer's skills were exceedingly devious, and had I chosen other female players, I would have harbored concerns about our chances. It wasn't a matter of doubting their abilities. Rather, the opponents were overwhelmingly formidable. The path to the finals was paved not by mere luck, but by true prowess, especially exemplified by the likes of the Song of Ice and Fire and Jieling, whose skills and equipment were exceptionally formidable, rivaling the capabilities of even the renowned player, Wang Yu. In the first match, Beiming Xue faced the Frozen Berserker and the Song of Ice and Fire. Beiming Xue's advantage lay in the Wind Chaser set, which rendered her attacks able to bypass defenses. Conversely, the Song of Ice and Fire boasted high attack power and substantial health, making it possible for them to eliminate Beiming Xue in a single strike if the opportunity presented itself. "Brother, do you have any advice?" Beiming Xue asked with a cheerful smile. I replied succinctly, "It's quite simple. Maintain your distance. Distance is the lifeline of an archer. Avoid engaging the Song of Ice and Fire in close combat unless absolutely necessary. It's best to employ a kiting strategy to take them down." "Understood. Watch me shine." With a swift sound, the enchanting silhouette of the Dark Archer emerged upon the verdant grass, her streamlined, elegant leather armor embracing her gradually maturing form. The young girl had developed splendidly over the past 6 months. Her curves were pronounced where they should be, and delicate where appropriate. A longbow rested against her back, pressing against her pert, rounded derriere, evoking a plethora of thoughts. Her crimson cloak billowed, adding an extra touch of gallantry. Clang! The Song of Ice and Fire boldly planted the flame dragon battle axe into the ground, gazing at Beiming Xue with a playful smile, and inquired, "Beiming Xue, I've heard you are the sister of the one who met a tragic end?" Beiming Xue replied, "Indeed. Is that a problem?" "Ah, younger sister. Such a title invites endless speculation. Surely, you do not share some enigmatic connection with the one who fell?" Beiming Xue's cheeks flushed crimson as she retorted, "What business is it of yours? TCH, whether I do or do not is none of your concern, you wretched WS. Prepare to meet your end." The Song of Ice and Fire chuckled, "You're flustered, aren't you?" I struck a nerve. Beiming Xue stomped her foot in frustration, observing from the sidelines. I felt an anxious urgency. "Come on, Beiming." He's gaze was profound. "It's over. Beiming has fallen for the provocation of the Song of Ice and Fire. Her composure is shattered." "What now?" Lin Yisin chuckled softly, casting a knowing glance at me. "The Song of Ice and Fire is indeed formidable. She has pinpointed Beiming's Achilles heel. In this world, what Beiming cherishes most is likely you, her brother." I touched my nose. Your words are laden with meaning." "Not at all. Clearly they are." "Fine. If they are, what will you do about it?" Lin Yisin proudly arched her back, gazing at me with confidence. I lowered my gaze. The sight of her alabaster curves was mesmerizing, and I replied, "Let us have lunch together tomorrow. I shall properly educate you." Lin Yisin smiled sweetly, her lovely face drawing nearer to mine, her rounded derriere accentuating her alluring silhouette as she playfully challenged, "Come on, I'm eager for your lessons. Let us see your prowess." Nangong Lexi looked at Lin Yisin, exasperated. "Alas, leader, have some decorum." Qingqing Xueyinshan laughed softly from the side. "Once he is near Lu Chun, decorum has already been cast aside." Nangong Lexi responded with a sigh. In the arena, Beiming Xue had already created distance, engaging in a tactical dance with the Song of Ice and Fire, unleashing a flurry of ice arrows combined with armor-piercing shots against her opponent. The Song of Ice and Fire demonstrated remarkable control over the distance, refraining from aggression, skillfully wielding the flame dragon battle axe to either block or defend, gradually pushing Baiming Xue towards the edge of the map, maintaining a distance of around 15 yards, with no room to retreat. Baiming Xue had no choice but to attempt a breakthrough from the flanks. At the very moment she made her move, the Song of Ice and Fire erupted with ferocity, activating the War Frenzy effect, 12 seconds of immunity to stun, with a staggering 40% increase in attack power. Prepare to perish, Dark Archer. With a roar, the Song of Ice and Fire charged forward, raising one hand, bone wall. Bang, bang, bang. 3 skeletal barriers manifested before her, directly obstructing Baiming Xue's path. Baiming Xue suddenly halted, her reflexes remarkably swift. With a powerful leap, she propelled herself off the bone wall, her supple legs exerting force as she utilized the rebound to launch herself in the opposite direction. In midair, she deftly seized an arrow and unleashed a spiraling arrow blade with tremendous force. Boom. 58,299. The body of Ice and Fire's song trembled, its vitality plummeting significantly to below 25, yet it remained remarkably composed, its eyes brimming with fervent battle spirit. The battle axe soared forth as it bellowed, tear the sky, break the earth. Bang. The flame dragon battle axe erupted, creating a deep pit, an unexpected long-range massacre skill. Baiming Xue's figure flickered, and a damage number of 178,842 soared above her head. It was a critical hit, luck entirely favoring Ice and Fire's song. 01. Baiming Xue had used the Ghost Car card, lacking vitality enhancement, and was instantly defeated. Ice and Fire's song demonstrated formidable combat resilience, fighting until nearly depleted before seizing a fleeting chance to triumph over his opponent. Had it been an ordinary warrior, they would have likely crumbled under Baiming Xue's tactical tug-of-war long ago. In a flash, Baiming Xue appeared beside us, expressing guilt. Brother, I lost again. I replied, victory and defeat are commonplace. In this match, you were provoked by Ice and Fire's song, causing a slight misstep in your positioning. Otherwise, that attack would not have landed on you. Do not speak to him again. It will only disturb your focus. Baiming Xue blinked and nodded. I understand. The second round commenced swiftly as the two were teleported back into the arena. Baiming Xue, with her longbow in hand, stood proudly in the wind, her petite frame concealing immense power. Ice and Fire's song, wielding the flame dragon battle axe, had already discerned Baiming Xue's intent. This time, the young girl would not engage with him. Ahem, why the silence? Ice and Fire's song inquired. Baiming Xue remained silent, her beautiful eyes filled with hostility. Oh, are you angry? Do you truly intend to say nothing to me? Ice and Fire's song continued in a leisurely manner. Baiming Xue maintained her hostility and silence. Ice and Fire's song exhaled, chuckling. Baiming Xue, if Lu Chun were willing to marry you, would you accept? Baiming Xue's fragrant shoulder trembled, her longbow quivering slightly in her grasp, her gaze directed at Ice and Fire's song, filled with unutterable complexity. This unparalleled masterpiece, The Unrivaled World, represents Yezi's third foray into the realm of online gaming literature. From the moment it was published, it has faced considerable criticism. While Yezi may not claim that this work surpasses the dominance of the world, I can assert with conviction that I have poured my heart and soul into The Unrivaled World. Despite the multitude of disparagement and skepticism, I remain undeterred. I wish to convey to those critics that the author of The Dominance of the World is equally capable of crafting a narrative as captivating as The Unrivaled World. Yezi seldom solicits votes or endorsements. It is not due to a lack of desire, but rather an understanding of the financial constraints faced by my readers. Nevertheless, you may register for a free account on 17K to offer a few flowers or bookmark The Unrivaled World as a gesture of support. This work belongs to everyone, and all its brilliance is dedicated to you. I shall strive diligently and never relent. Chapter 925, The Realm of Zero. 15 seconds I clenched my fist in frustration, exclaiming, how could this despicable character from A Song of Ice and Fire be so shameless? It's merely a contest. Why the need for such remarks? Lin Yisan interjected, humph. He added, humph. Lian Xian chimed in, humph. I glared at Lian Xian, little Xian. What are you huffing about? This has nothing to do with you. Lian Xian chuckled. I'm just going with the flow. Sansheng Mo brandished her staff, retorting, bah? A bunch of shameless rascals. In the arena, Bei Ming Xue and the character from A Song of Ice and Fire had already clashed. After a relentless barrage of arrows, the latter resorted to both icy healing and blood potions, exhausting nearly all its resources. Bei Ming Xue managed to maintain the opponent's health around 10, a mere arrow's worth. Yet, despite this, Bei Ming Xue's attacks were either evaded or blocked. Suddenly, the character from A Song of Ice and Fire surged forward, raising its battle axe to shatter the barrier. Bei Ming Xue launched a chilling dagger that clanged against the opponent's axe, taking a slight step back before executing a grand circular maneuver, striking the back of the opponent's head with her snow-white knee. The damage read, 12,883. Immediately after, Bei Ming Xue leveled her dagger and thrust downward with ferocity, demonstrating that a ranged archer's melee attacks should not be underestimated. The character from A Song of Ice and Fire grew frantic, swiftly rolling onto the ground, its movements awkward as it crawled nearly 3 meters, before abruptly leaping back up, swinging the battle axe in a flurry of frozen slashes. With gritted silver teeth, Bei Ming Xue lunged forward, dagger in one hand and bow in the other, executing 3 precise blocks in quick succession, deflecting 3 attacks in a flash, an accomplishment that rivaled the prowess of even the most elite melee players. However, at the moment Bei Ming Xue successfully parried the opponent's strikes, a layer of frost began to coalesce around her delicate legs, effectively encasing her in ice, leaving her astonished and frozen in place. The flaming dragon battle axe danced through the air, delivering a series of relentless strikes. In a flash, the petite beauty was once again propelled back to our side, having succumbed to defeat against the character from A Song of Ice and Fire. Xueyinshan's sister, Bei Ming Xue, gazed at Xueyinshan with her large, tear-filled eyes and asked, "Why is it that you successfully blocked the attack and were not frozen, while I also managed to block, but found myself encased in ice?" Xueyinshan sighed, "Sister, at that moment, I activated the 7th tier skill, Fury of the Storm, which significantly increased my magical immunity. He couldn't freeze me." Bei Ming Xue, her eyes brimming with tears, replied, "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Xueyinshan blinked. "I regret forgetting to mention that you are an archer, not a warrior." Bei Ming Xue pouted, and I gently patted her shoulder, chuckling, "Never mind. It's just a minor setback. Watch me take my revenge." "Humph, that necromancer has finally been cornered." Bei Ming Xue nodded, "Go for it, brother." With a flourish, I appeared in the Water Gorge Valley map, wielding the purple ink sword. Not far away, a plume of grayish-brown smoke rose, transforming into the specter of the necromancer's spirit. It was truly a miscalculation. I should have used my stealth skill to reappear earlier. Now, it seemed too late for that. The mage's area of effect spells were numerous, and my stealth movement speed was inferior to that of an assassin. If I were to be exposed, it would indeed be embarrassing. In the previous match, I had observed closely as the necromancer's spirit activated the soul of the great general skill, significantly enhancing its magical attack power and spell-casting speed, far exceeding that of ordinary mages. Besides the common spells like Galactic Storm and Dragon's Kiss, it possessed additional skills such as Frostbone Shield, Black Dragon Wave, Bone Cage, Night of the Undead Dragon, and Death Corruption. When facing warrior-type players, the Spectre typically initiated with Death Corruption to diminish the opponent's armor and mobility, followed by Black Dragon Wave and Galactic Storm to suppress them. Moreover, if the opportunity arose, Bone Cage could imprison the opponent for several seconds, allowing the Night of the Undead Dragon AoE skill to wreak havoc, a complete tactical ensemble that had secured the Spectre's nearly flawless record in the WEL. The Spectre fixed its gaze on me, stating calmly, refusing Xueyinshan's invitation repeatedly, "Lu Chun, you truly possess a unique character. I hope you do not come to regret your individuality." I raised my sword defiantly. Regret? From the moment I entered the ancient sword realm, I vowed to remain a part of it for life. There is no way I would join another guild. Bah, foolish loyalty. Let me soon demonstrate what it means for a fine bird to choose its roost. What a fine bird choosing its roost. The system began the countdown, and our heartbeats quickened. 3, 2, 1. The battle commenced. At the instant the countdown concluded, I charged forward, stepping on the rubble, while behind me, the Black Dragon Wave surged, the Spectre's attack indeed shadowing my every move. My form surged forth, speed vastly enhanced, akin to an arrow aimed directly at the Spectre. The Spectre, equally startled, wielded its staff and unleashed a Galactic Storm, which I disregarded entirely. My left arm shimmered, and the Dragon God's shield soared forth, effortlessly absorbing the fury of the galactic storm. 29,883. Clearly, my magical defense left the specter astonished. Before it could react, I raised the purpling sword high, preparing for a devastating downward strike. The spirit of the ring dared not be careless. With both hands firmly gripping the staff, he struck it against the edge of the Zhulong sword with a resounding clang. Alas, how could a mere staff withstand the might of an ancient celestial artifact? In an instant, he was nearly crushed, his legs buckling as he fell to his knees, rolling backward in a seemingly awkward manner, yet miraculously evading two fierce blade strikes. Miss. Miss. 1828. The third blade strike shattered against the cold bone shield. With just one sword, the resilience of his magical shield diminished by over 80, and he lost more than 1,000 health points. As my feet touched the ground, the spirit of the ring unleashed a swift attack. Unmistakably, that of the bone cage skill. Countless skeletal arms erupted from the ground, a technique that had claimed the lives of numerous renowned masters along the way. The fiery-lipped beast tamer, the War Heaven Alliance's combatant, and the purple-robed lord of the snow-silver fur. The terrifying nature of this maneuver was beyond imagination. The Earth's cyclone stirred violently, under the transformation effect. The divine martial boots collided with the chaotic stones of the water gorge, executing 3 swift Z-shaped evasive maneuvers in a heartbeat, successfully dodging as many as 7 skeletal arms that sought to ensnare me. The entire sequence was completed in a mere 0.5 seconds. I had no time to think, relying solely on instinct to evade. Even as I narrowly missed the bone cage, I could scarcely believe it myself. I simply had to attempt it, and astonishingly, I succeeded. Splash! Water sprayed everywhere as I surged like lightning toward the spirit of the ring. His eyes widened in disbelief when my evasive maneuver successfully dodged the bone cage. His confidence was visibly shaken. He roared in frustration. How could anyone possibly evade such a densely packed skill through mere operation? Impossible. Taste the night of the undead dragon. With the Zhulong sword in hand and a smile playing at the corners of my mouth, I shot back with the swiftness of lightning. Let us discuss the next round. With a whoosh, the Qiankuan strike surged forth like a bolt, piercing through the spirit of the ring's cold bone shield. His eyes bulged as he glanced down at his chest. The blade's frosty radiance nearly shattered his bones, leaving a gaping hole. The likelihood of survival was utterly non-existent. 119,287. The might of the Zhulong sword was formidable. With a single strike, it vanquished the necromancer spirit of the ring. As another player of the necromancy class, it was evident that, at least in terms of skill, the spirit of the ring had been thoroughly defeated. With a flourish, I landed at the edge of the arena, where Beiming Shui exclaimed joyfully, "Brother One," and in such a splendid fashion. Lin Yisin, observing the purple-robed lord, earnestly remarked, "Did you see? Don't say the bone cage is too fast and dense to evade. There are those who can accomplish it." The purple-robed lord fell silent. "The one who achieved it is Lu Chun. Do you think everyone possesses such extraordinary skills?" Luan Yu, glancing at the system timer, scrutinized me and said, "Lu Chun, I just captured the entire process of your Qiankuan strike using the system tool. It took only 0.12 seconds. I must ask, are you even human?" 0.12 seconds. Who can react and evade in such a brief moment? I replied calmly. Thus, the spirit of the ring has fallen. A true master must possess speed. Luan Yu smiled, her cheeks flushed. For men, it's not always better to be swift. Some matters, if approached too hastily, may invite disdain. You understand? And Lin Xiaoyo will come to understand in due time. Lin Yisin widened her beautiful eyes, looking at Luan Yu in confusion. What do you mean? I truly don't comprehend. Morong Mingyue interjected. I get it. I cast a sidelong glance at her. You are the only one among us who grasps nothing. You are the adult consultant for our ancient sword soul dream. At that moment, the system sprite summoned me once more into the arena, facing the same adversary. The necromancer's wraith. This time, the wraith was exceptionally wary of me, keeping its distance as though genuinely terrified that I would deny it the chance to unleash the night of the undead dragon. As the countdown concluded, I resolutely charged forward. When I was still 25 yards away from my opponent, flames flickered along the edge of my sword, my left hand raised, enveloped in the golden radiance of ancient seals. Damn, thought the wraith, hastily raising its staff and bellowing. Night of the undead dragon, obliterate her. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembled, and countless shadows of undead dragons emerged. Yet, At the precise moment before the Knight of the Undead Dragon manifested, I retracted the light from my arm. My divine war boots retreating in rapid succession, I maneuvered with exquisite precision, the wave of the undead dragon's attack merely grazing the tip of my nose, inflicting no harm upon me whatsoever. It was over. Observing the futile Knight of the Undead Dragon, the Wraith realized the tide had turned against it. In the ensuing dragon spiral and blazing blade strikes, this once dominant necromancer in WL succumbed to defeat in consecutive rounds. The championship battle was intensely contested, leading to a stalemate. In the third match, He faced Xueyinshan, and fortuitously, the leaders of both guilds encountered each other in the WL finals. Chapter 926, The Decisive Showdown. Xueyinshan possessed two powerful skills, Soul Binding Technique and Ice Flame Slash, along with the universal skills of the Demon Knight. I observed He before the battle commenced, continuing. The Soul Binding Technique can ensnare an opponent through a magical shield. However, for you, Eve, it is inconsequential. I have observed that the effective range of the Soul Binding Technique is approximately 33 yards, and within this radius, it boasts nearly a 100% chance of binding the target. Nonetheless, evasion is still feasible. Eve, wielding the 7-star glazed spear, gazed intently at the distant arena. Expressing her concern, I worry my skills may not suffice for evasion. As you saw, even the shade Chanel couldn't evade. That was due to Chanel not anticipating the range of the Soul Binding Technique. I smiled slightly and replied, once you enter the arena, Eve, you must pay close attention to Xueyinshan's right hand. The moment her arm becomes entwined with a green spiral of light, it signals the onset of the Soul Binding Technique. At that juncture, you need not concern yourself with anything else. Simply employ directional shifts to evade the binding. Moreover, you must change direction twice, forming A's pattern. The release time of the Soul Binding Technique is approximately 0 for seconds, and this maneuver must be completed within half a second, with the predictive operation time not exceeding half a second. After that, it will hinge upon your execution. All right, I shall make every effort. He's lips curled into a subtle smile as he remarked, if I can secure this point, our championship will be considerably more assured. Rest assured, I shall not let everyone down. With a nod, he continued, now let us proceed. Truth be told, He's opponent was Xueyinshan, which was a fortunate circumstance, as the chances of victory were still quite favorable. Had he faced the likes of Shungu, Bingyu Huijigu, and Zhulong, his odds would undoubtedly plummet below 40%. Those three not only wielded peculiar skills, but also exhibited formidable prowess, making He, who was still on the rise, no match for them. With a swift motion, two beams of light dispersed as He and Xueyinshan materialized onto the battleground. The third match, a crucial one, would directly influence the outcome of the subsequent contests. Should He emerge victorious, it was highly likely that a fifth match would be rendered unnecessary. In this confrontation between two 7th-tier magical knights, both combatants engaged in tentative exchanges. After a brief moment of feints, their shields collided with a resounding impact. It was evident that He possessed a marginally greater strength. With a powerful tremor of his shield, his 7-star glazed spear pierced through Xueyinshan's defenses with a decisive barrier break. 78,828. Xueyinshan let out a cry, retaliating with her own barrier break. However, He deftly deflected her shield, positioning his spear horizontally before him. With a sudden flick of his wrist, the spear surged forward, clashing against her barrier break attack and effectively neutralizing half of its impact, diminishing the effectiveness of Xueyinshan's strike to a mere fraction. 32,881. Faced with this setback, a flicker of surprise crossed Xueyinshan's elegant features as she swiftly pivoted, raising her hand to deploy her entangling web. Possessing the same skill, He was well aware of its potency and immediately executed a sidestep, effortlessly evading the attack. He then raised his 7-star glazed spear high, unleashing a 5-strike combination of the Ice Rock Purgatory Slash. Xueyinshan hastily lifted her shield to defend against the onslaught. The 5 successive strikes reverberated against her shield, resulting in a significant loss of her vitality. 19,383. 21,029. 18,287. 19,227. 22,109. In the wake of the barrage, her health plummeted below 40%. Retreating swiftly while employing her cloak as a shield, she summoned a spiraling green light on her arm, invoking the soul-binding technique. To He Yi's astonishment, this clever opponent had the foresight to conceal the skill's initiation behind her cloak in an attempt to surprise him. However, sensing the impending danger, He Yi urged his Dragon Dawn warhorse forward, his expression resolute. A hint of a smile graced his lips as, in the very moment Xueyinshan struck, he accelerated and altered his trajectory, executing a nearly flawless Z-shaped maneuver. Above him, the word miss flashed, signifying his successful evasion of her soul-binding technique. What? Xueyinshan stood in shock, momentarily speechless. In that fleeting instant, He Yi charged forward, raising his hand to ensnare the astonished Xueyinshan with his entangling web, successfully binding her. He followed up with a 3-hit barrier break combo, and with a soft gasp, she transformed into a beam of white light, exiting the arena. Indeed, once He Yi grasped the rhythm of the competition, her prowess was firmly established above Xueyinshan. This is largely due to the selfless contributions of the shadow, Chanel. Without her sacrifices, I would have never discerned the intricacies of the soul-binding technique of Xueyinshan. Throughout history, knowledge of oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in 100 battles. The same principle applies in gaming confrontations. A thorough understanding of an opponent's skills and their vulnerabilities enables one to devise appropriate counter-strategies. For instance, my Fierce Blade Strike possesses an unavoidable delay of at least 0.2 seconds between the second and third blows, a fact evidenced in numerous videos of my PK encounters. Players like Li Gu and Zhuling have studied this. Thus, in subsequent PKs, my Fierce Blade Strike can only succeed against these elite players twice at most. The third strike is either blocked or evaded. Therefore, I usually conceal the initiation of my Fierce Blade Strike and aim to ensnare my opponent in inertia before delivering the decisive blow. This is my trump card, a means of intimidation rather than an opening attack. In high-level duels, it resembles a game of chess, where mental acuity is paramount. In the second match, little changed. He Yi remained remarkably composed in the face of any alterations. The skills, equipment, and execution of Xueyinshan fell short in comparison to He Yi, leading to further losses and the relinquishment of another point. Miraculously, the beautiful guild leader secured a precious point in the crucial finals, bringing our score against Seoul Return to 21. In a spirited moment, He Yi soared out of the arena, embraced by Bei Ming Xue and Lian Exine, both ecstatic. With this, the championship of WL was merely a step away, and although it was not an offline tournament, this WL would indeed present a golden trophy, to be delivered post-match by a dedicated individual. However, according to my prior agreement with Rose, the trophy must be displayed at the headquarters of the Lenovo Club to enhance their prestige. At last, the competition reached its decisive stage, the fourth match, where Lian Xin faced the iron-blooded knight, Shun Gu of Seoul Return. Before the match, I patted Lian Xin on the shoulder and advised, Shun Gu is a typical aggressive player, utilizing skills like Blood Break Strike, Cold-Blooded Combo, and wall breaking with violent combat techniques. He also possesses an iron armor skill. Be cautious not to let him get close, and you shall prevail. Lian Xin nodded with a smile. Don't worry, brother, I will secure this point and knock out Seoul Return with a direct 31. Indeed, I was aware that we had already dispatched our strongest opponent, Zhulong, in the semifinals. The true competitive strength of Seoul Return was approximately 80 of Zhulong's, and their potential to surpass Xueyinshan was merely a matter of matchups and the execution of hidden skills. Having reached the finals, their concealed ultimate abilities had all been revealed, leaving them at a tactical disadvantage against top-tier teams. In the arena, Lian Xin and Shun Gu entered, both calmly observing their opponent. The championship is within our grasp. He Yi, Bei Ming Xue, Mu Rong Mingyu, and other players are flushed with excitement, while Li Chengfeng, Wan Yu, Gui Guzi, and the second team are equally elated. Here, we are on the verge of witnessing Gujian Hunmeng ascend to the pinnacle of this prestigious competition for the very first time. Should Gujian claim victory, no one in the Chinese region will dare to assert that Gujian Hunmeng's prowess is inferior to that of Zhulong. This moment marks a milestone, a testament to our relentless pursuit. Shun Gu displayed remarkable skill, deftly evading Lian Xin's elemental ability fields with consecutive butterfly steps. However, Lian Xin's strategy was impeccably executed, producing 4 elemental ability fields in rapid succession, leaving only a single path open. As Shun Gu ventured through, unexpectedly, Long Ji's strike landed on Shungu's thigh. Almost immediately, Lien Xian's gravity trap descended like a scepter, drastically diminishing Shungu's mobility. With no other option, Shungu locked onto Lien Xian and charged forward. In an instant, Shungu lunged, but Lien Xian swiftly blinked away, leaving behind an ice spiral matrix. Lien Xian's maneuvers and strategies were exceptionally refined, laden with traps. As the matrix storm raged, Shungu found himself with only half of his health, nearly overwhelmed by pure domination. The dimensional tempest concluded the battle. Even the strongest armor could not withstand the assault of the dimensional blades. With a muffled groan, Shungu collapsed to the ground, and throughout the encounter, he never laid a finger on Lien Xian, being thoroughly suppressed in skill. As the dazzling score illuminated the main stage, the audience's emotions surged, many unable to remain seated. Rising to their feet, faces flushed, cheering loudly for Gujian Hunmeng's premier mage. Our hearts raced, knowing that we were just a step away from the WEL Chinese regional championship. Bei Mingxue wept tears of joy, wiping her eyes as she exclaimed to He. Gujian is about to win. He's eyes were red, tears swirling in her gaze. She had awaited this moment for far too long. Lifting her face to the somber sky, she murmured, "Sister, do you see? What you hoped for us to achieve is about to be realized." In the arena, the magical brilliance surged, and Lien Xian's nearly flawless execution left Shungu no room to maneuver. The advantages in profession and skills allowed Lien Xian to rival Lin Xian, showcasing a power that the Iron Blood Knight Shungu could hardly withstand. The figure 20 materialized on the large screen, prompting many from Gujian Hunmeng to shed tears. Chapter 927, Xianming Lihua. 31. The grand score appeared on the screen, signifying that Gujian Hunmeng had indeed claimed the throne. This time, no one could impede our ascent to glory. Through the efforts of Bei Mingxue, Lien Xian, He, and myself, Gujian Hunmeng successfully secured the championship of the WEL Chinese region. Thus, the necessity of a final battle was naturally rendered moot, as we entered the finals undefeated, with the MVP title undoubtedly within our team's grasp. The arena erupted, the thunderous applause and cheers nearly overwhelming the entire Central Coliseum. He, Murong Mingwei, Bei Mingxue, and Lien Xian, for young women, embraced and wept. For in such moments, women often succumb to their emotions, with tears being the sole means to express their excitement and pride. In my arms, I held the Ziying sword. Leaning against the railing, my face turned upwards, my heart brimming with fervor. Gue Guzi and Li Chengfeng stepped forward, and I exchanged a smile with them. The three of us embraced and laughed, for this was not merely an individual triumph, but a victory that belonged to the entirety of our ancient sword spirit dream, a shared pride for each of us. A sudden clap on my shoulder startled me. I turned to find Luan Yu leaping into my embrace, playfully exclaiming, "May I seize this opportunity for a hug?" Having already embraced, I could only smile in bemusement. Moments later, I released Luan Yu. With spirited enthusiasm, both Do Jiong and Gue Guzi chimed in. Why did Luan Yu only hug Lu Chun as a celebration? Come now, what about us? Luan Yu promptly adopted a demure demeanor, her beauty akin to flowing water, retorting, "Men and women should maintain a respectful distance." To which Gue Guzi and Do Jiong roared in unison, "Get lost." The group of Xueyinshan and Lai Yan Hong Chun erupted into hearty laughter. At that moment, the host, Fei Er, finally ascended the stage, beaming as she announced, "The moment we have all been eagerly anticipating has arrived. The champion of the WEL China division has emerged, and it is none other than the much-anticipated ancient sword spirit dream. Congratulations to Zhi Qinsha, Xueyinshan, Bei Mingxue, Lian Xing, and Murong Mingyue for earning the honor of WEL China Division champions. We also extend our congratulations to Hungue Zhanpao for securing the second place, while Xueyinshan and Zhulong claimed the third and fourth positions, respectively. Next, we shall transition into the segment for online reward collection. I believe most of you are eagerly awaiting the surprises WEL has in store for us, as we anticipate the birth of legendary artifacts. Finally, the main event commenced. The fierce battles we fought were not merely for the sake of expelling youthful exuberance, but for substantial rewards and the affection of lovely ladies. As Fei Er announced, the first reward was conferred upon the 3,364th player, who qualified for the semifinals. A maximum of 5 individuals could register, and only 5 would receive their awards. Thus, a total of 160 players graced the grand stage, predominantly an assortment of unfamiliar faces. The reward consisted of Level 1, Luck Value 1, and a consolation prize of 5,000 renminbi, which was not insignificant. Once this group exited the stage, the team of 1732 strong ascended to claim their rewards, which were slightly more generous. Level 2, Luck Value 1, and an award of 20,000 renminbi, an impressive sum indeed, sufficient for many white-collar workers' half-year income. Following this, the 916-strong team received their rewards, Level 3, Luck Value 2, and a prize of 100,000 RMB, along with a chance to participate in a lottery. Unfortunately, teams like Lai Yin Hongchun and Zi Baihe faced disheartening outcomes in the lottery, while Sansheng Mo and Jingcheng Luo Shun, along with Kuan Yu, drew disappointing items. Nonetheless, the level and luck value rewards offered some consolation to the spirits of those who had fallen too soon. Then, the exhilarating moment arrived as the team in 58th place took the stage to receive their award. The Gujian 2 team, along with the Zhantian Alliance and others, were among them. This time, the rewards were significantly more generous, featuring a level of 3, a luck value of 3, and a remarkable RMB reward of 250,000. The WEL competition truly exhibited a lavish outpouring of generosity from the organizers. The highest reward, a celestial artifact, was drawn by Li Chengfeng and Guguzi, who both received impressive celestial armor, with attributes approximately enhanced by 25 compared to ordinary equipment. This unique aspect of the competition's rewards could even rival that of immortal artifacts, proving ample for their needs. In contrast, players such as Luan Yu, Li Gu, and Zhan Tian were dismayed to draw terrestrial artifacts, leaving them speechless. Subsequently, the rewards for the 3rd and 4th places were announced. Xueyinshan, along with the Zhulong team, stood on stage, visibly agitated, nearly coming to blows. This time, the lottery proved much more reliable, yielding an array of celestial artifacts. Lin Yisin obtained a 7-star exceptional celestial-grade cloak, boasting attributes comparable to those of immortal artifacts, which was quite impressive. Zhulong acquired a pet egg of unknown origin, while the purple-robed marquis secured a new celestial sword with formidable attributes. As the runner-up, Xueyinshan, wielding a keen blade, accompanied by Xinggu, the Song of Ice and Fire, and the Spirit of the Ring, along with a demon knight, took to the stage to receive their rewards. The runner-up prizes were exceptionally generous, featuring a level of 4, a luck value of 4, and a substantial RMB reward of 500,000. Indeed, a windfall. The large screen continuously displayed their lottery results. System notification. Player Xueyinshan has drawn Qingyan Blade, exceptional immortal artifact. System notification. Player Ice and Fire Song has drawn Eternum Heroic Armor, exceptional immortal artifact. System notification. Player Spirit of the Ring has drawn Yuquan Robe, exceptional immortal artifact. System notification. Player Xinggu has drawn Thor's Guardian Shield, exceptional immortal artifact. System notification. Player Nian Songxing has drawn Peak Helmet, exceptional immortal artifact. 5 high-level immortal artifacts appeared on the large screen, immensely enticing. The value of these 5 pieces of equipment was boundless. Following this WEL competition, the strength of the Soul Return Battle Robe team would undoubtedly be elevated to a new echelon. Furthermore, as the Soul Return Battle Robe was affiliated with the Sky City Guild, one could not help but wonder if there would be any significant developments ahead, which prompted some concern. Fei Er, microphone in hand, smiled and said, Xueyinshan, as the captain of the Soul Return Battle Robe team, achieving an impressive 2nd place in your first WEL competition, do you have any words for the audience present? Xueyinshan cleared her throat, her voice slightly youthful, and replied with a smile. The focus of the Soul Return Battle Robe will shift entirely from Ling Tong to Tianzong. I simply wish to convey that the Soul Return Battle Robe has returned. We will showcase our prowess in the realm of Tianzong, and this is sanctioned by my brother, the 7-star lamp. Therefore, I urge everyone to support the Soul Return Battle Robe. Those who once cherished the Soul Return Battle Robe are welcome to join us in our endeavors. From today onward, the Soul Return Battle Robe will establish itself in Sky City, fighting for the gathering of all from the 8 directions. Although her speech contained some shortcomings, the final sentiment was truly uplifting. The gathering of all from the 8 directions, What an awe-inspiring declaration from such a spirited young lady. Not far from me, Sansheng Mo pouted and remarked, "Humph, the Sky City is indeed lively now. The return of the soul in battle armor has stirred things up. How intriguing. The path of the ancient sword and the silver fur is still long ahead." I smiled faintly and replied, "What does it matter? What kind of opponents have we not encountered? We must not lose our composure. We hold the unparalleled Dark Moon City in our hands. We fear nothing. Ladies, let us ascend the stage to claim our champion's reward." Instantly, He and several other ladies burst into laughter, following me as we made our way towards the champion's podium, stepping on a rainbow path, arriving before Fei. Fei, an ageless enchantress nearing 30, appeared no different from a 20-year-old maiden, and it is precisely this quality that has made her a true elder of the moon's eternal 3 dynasties. The system swiftly confirmed our identities, and soon enough, the rewards were bestowed upon us, level 5 and luck 5. These 2 alone were already quite bountiful. In addition to a cash reward of 2 million renminbi for each of us. Now that was truly substantial. The amount had already been instantly credited to our accounts. What a delight. Suddenly, a luminous screen appeared before us, showcasing the Champion's lottery prizes, with various rewards flashing in rapid succession, divine equipment, pet eggs, and skill books, all shimmering with a dazzling brilliance. My eyes could only catch glimpses of the grades, including the illustrious 7-star ancient divine artifacts, and even legendary artifacts, their golden sheen blindingly radiant. However, the rapid flickering made it impossible to discern their exact tiers. At the bottom of the large screen, it displayed my ID, Xueyinshan, alongside a stationary confirmation button, which was the reward I was about to select. I extended my hand, my heart racing with an intensity that was nearly maddening. With a gentle tap on confirm, blue laser ripples surged forth, and the equipment roulette on the screen began to slow its frantic dance. Armor, greaves, skills, each item flickering one by one. My gaze fixated intently on a pair of fiery red, gold-tinged wrist guards, surely a divine artifact. Their brilliance was unmistakable. "Stop! Stop!" I silently urged within. The roulette gradually came to a halt, landing just shy of the divine wrist guards, causing my heart to plummet. Just as despair began to take hold, the colossal virtual wheel jumped again. I gasped, my emotions swinging wildly, nearly causing my heart to cease its rhythm. "Please, no more jumps. For heaven's sake. The next slot is a wretched Earth-grade shield." I lamented. As if the heavens heard my plea, the wheel ceased its motion, and with a beep, my reward materialized on the large screen. System notification: player Xueyinshan has drawn 9 Heavens Li Hua bracelet, Cambrian artifact excellence. Indeed, it is the extraordinary artifact of the 7 stars. In my ecstatic frenzy, I hastily unwrapped the package, revealing a bracelet-style wrist guard, adorned with shimmering armor and chains that glistened like blades. Bathed in golden light, it emanated divine energy. Upon examining its attributes, one could hardly contain their excitement. 9 Heavens fiery bracelet, exquisite Cambrian artifact, defense, 4500 magic defense, 3850 strength, 1350 stamina, 1450 agility, 1250 intelligence, 1200 strategy, 92 additional. Increases the user's attack power by 65 additional. Raises the user's health limit by 20. 000 exquisite trait. Profound fiery essence, with a 15 chance to inflict additional damage through profound fiery essence, delivering devastating harm to the target. Special effect. Storage space. Increases the user's inventory space by 1000 slots. 12 description. Atop the 9 heavens, in the realm of the divine, the fiery essence is often deemed unreachable even by deities. The profound fiery essence, intensely scorching, has vanquished countless divine beings. After eons of refinement, a fragment of divine bone descended from the heavens, ultimately forged into this wrist guard, the 9 Heavens fiery bracelet. Its divine power is awe-inspiring even to the mightiest of gods. Required level, 185. Required prestige, 500. 000 Chapter 928. The Spear of the Divine Rider, the 9 Heavens fiery bracelet. My voice trembled with excitement. My heartbeat felt suffocating. I had truly obtained a Cambrian artifact, and not just any artifact, but one with formidable attributes. This level 185 equipment surpasses even Lin Yi's level 200 demon belt in power. As an armor-type equipment for the wrist, The 9 Heavens Fiery Bracelet adds a substantial 65 to attack power, eclipsing the enhancements of many high-tier weapons. When attacking, there is a 15 chance of triggering the additional damage from Profound Fiery Essence. I can only wonder how formidable this Profound Fiery Essence's power truly is. However, what captivates me most is the bracelet's special effect, which astonishingly provides an additional 1,000 inventory slots. It is worth noting that in the Sky City, players can exchange Alliance honor points for a marching bag at the Envoy, which grants only 150 slots. And less than 5 of players can acquire this bag due to the difficulty of earning Alliance honor points. My advanced marching bag merely adds 400 slots. Yet the 9 Heavens Fiery Bracelet generously offers an extra 1,000 slots. Now, my total inventory space reaches an impressive 1,400 slots, allowing me to carry enough potions for 10 individuals during my leveling excursions. Congratulations, brother, Biming Xue exclaimed with a sweet smile. Lian Xian remarked, this wrist guard possesses truly formidable attributes. Brother Lu Chun's attack power will surely ascend to new heights, and his defense will also be significantly bolstered. Not to mention the increase in intelligence. He chuckled lightly. All right, let us continue the lottery and see what fortune awaits you all. As a few young ladies busily engaged in a lottery, I seamlessly donned the 9 Heavens Fire Chain, replacing the Battle Flame Bracers. The Battle Flame Bracers, a mere level 145 artifact, pale in comparison to the attributes of the Fire Chain. The moment I equipped it, a wave of warmth surged around my wrists. An unmistakable sign of boundless power flooding into my being, heralding a significant increase in my offensive capabilities. Upon inspecting my personal attributes, I found them astonishingly formidable. ID, Shattered Spear in the Sand. Title, Abyssal War God. Class, Necromancer Swordsman, Earth Swordsman. Level, 187 health, 254, 290 attack, 145, 512. 620 defense, 21, 215 magic defense, 17, 950 reputation, 599, 400 strategy, 947 luck, 65 my attack power soared to an impressive 12, 620, and my total health, without any buffs, reached a terrifying 250,000 points. With various buffs, it could effortlessly climb to 600,000 health, and my base defense exceeded 21,000 points. A testament to my formidable vitality. My luck, now standing at 65, had notably increased. Recently, Tianzong revealed the conversion method for luck values, reinforcing the notion that an account's most critical asset is not its equipment, but rather its luck value. For players, the monster drop rate correlates to luck. 100 luck yields a 5-fold increase in drop rates. The probability of activating passive skills is also rooted in the base value, with 1 luck point contributing to this foundation. Furthermore, the fluctuation in attack power is directly proportional to luck. The higher the luck, the greater the likelihood of reaching peak performance. This implies that my monster drop rate is effectively 425, a staggering 425 times that of an average player devoid of luck. Thus, it becomes clear why I consistently acquire a plethora of elite items from defeating bosses. Moreover, the chance of triggering passive skills stands at 165 times the base rate, where the base value for the Undying Body is 30, thus elevating it to 495, granting me a 50 chance of unconditional resurrection in place. On my wrists, fiery tongues danced around the edges of the armor blades, the chains tightly coiling around, and even a collision with a target using my wrists would likely inflict considerable damage. This bracer is truly a weapon of unparalleled might. Filled with ambition, I glanced around and saw several young ladies successively claiming their rewards. First was Biming Xue, who cautiously pressed the confirmation button. The roulette will spun rapidly before gradually coming to a halt. Biming Xue's eyes widened as she fixated on the prize, which ultimately landed on a resplendent glass-like longbow. Ice Feather, an ancient celestial artifact of excellence. Attack, 3,200 health, 1,250 agility, 1,200 strength, 1,150 strategy, 135 additional. Increases the user's attack power by 97 additional. Enhances the damage of the sky-piercing arrow by 100 slot count. 15 exceptional trait. Ice Feather. When attacking a target with the Ice Feather, there is a significant chance to trigger Ice Feather damage, inflicting widespread ice-type devastation. Special effect. Oath of the Bow God. Grants the user an extra point for all bow-related skills. Description. At the dawn of creation, ice essence gathered in the northern frontier. Millennia ago, a great chill descended, turning the extreme north of the continent into a burial ground of ice and snow. During this time, the Bao god led his troops in pursuit of demons to the northern frontier. After countless fierce battles, although the demons were vanquished, the Bao god's soldiers perished in the bitter cold. Ultimately, the Bao god could no longer move. His last breath mingled with the ice and snow. Forging this ice feather. Required level, 185. Required prestige, 320,000. This ancient celestial artifact is on par with my purpling sword. While it may not rival the cold weaponry, it certainly does not fall short, especially with such formidable attack power. For archers, this bow is akin to a divine weapon, further amplifying the damage of the sky-piercing arrow by 100, equating to a critical strike of 100 for Beiming Shui when she employs it. How astoundingly lethal. Cradling the ice feather, this bow, suffused with frigid energy, emanated an aura of menace in the hands of the young beauty. The bowstring was enveloped in glistening frost. A sight to behold. Beiming Shui chuckled softly, whispering, sky-piercing arrow, ice feather. I could not help but smile, envisioning what it would look like if Beiming Shui unleashed a massive sky-piercing arrow in a national battle, resulting in countless icy assaults. Surely, Beiming Shui now rightfully deserves the title of Bao God in the Chinese region, leaving even the likes of Xueyinshan, Nangong Lexi, and October Rain unable to contend with her prowess. With the WL concluded, the national battle is surely imminent, presenting ample opportunity for everyone to showcase their abilities. I too have acquired the Fire Departure Bracelet and the Purple Ing Sword, perfectly poised for a grand slaughter. With a resonant chime, the wheel before he came to a halt, landing on a pet egg that shimmered with a purple haze. Dragon Scale Beast, Earth Tier Boss Level Mount, Attributes, Strength, 1000. Vitality, 1200, Attack Power Increase, 55, Defense Power Increase, 50, Attack Speed, 75, Movement Speed, 180, Attack Range, 32 yards, Health Cap, 30,000, Spin Power, reduced by 35. Mount Resilience, 40. Unique Skill, Dragon Soul Guardian, summoning a Dragon Soul Guardian Knight, enhancing its attack and defense by 50. Description, one of the descendants of the dragon race. These dragon scale beasts inhabit the wilderness, living among wild beasts, inherently fierce, resembling warhorses yet carnivorous. Required level, 180, required reputation, 250000. ISNT it stated that the rewards for the champion group would at least yield a celestial artifact. Murong Mingwei remarked, somewhat exasperated. I replied, boss level mounts are different. This dragon scale beast S grade is comparable to my ice scale horse, with even stronger attributes, far surpassing Eve's dragon son Warhorse King. He chuckled softly. Well, let's hold on to it for now and see who might need it. Indeed, in terms of appearance, the dragon scale beast closely resembled our dragon son Warhorse, yet its attributes were undeniably superior. Continuing with the lottery, Lien Xin acquired a celestial artifact robe, boasting formidable attributes, significantly surpassing the one she currently wore. As for Murong Mingyue, she received a celestial artifact ring that enhanced healing effects by 75 and improved the resilience of the priest's shield, proving to be exceptionally useful. However, the rewards obtained by these two were clearly inadequate when compared to the Li Hua bracelet and ice feather plume that I and Beiming Shui had received. Upon the conclusion of the lottery, Fei Er once again graced the stage with her charming demeanor, announcing, next, I declare the MVP champion of this WL competition in the China region. I believe everyone is already aware that it is our little king, Lu Chun, who has achieved a remarkable undefeated record, propelling the ancient Sword Soul Dream Team to the championship throne of this WL. This MVP title is truly well-deserved. Ding. System announcement. Congratulations to player Xueyinshan for becoming the MVP player of this WEL China division. As a reward, the player S City Dark Moon City receives a Scale 1 reward. Ding. System announcement. Congratulations to player Dark Moon City for becoming the first city on the entire server to upgrade to a level 10 castle. Dark Moon City gains the unique skill of the Undead Castle, Mount Duplication, along with the additional skill, Archery Training. As a reward, Dark Moon City receives a Fortitude of 40, NPC attack and defense attributes of 50, and the Lord Xueyinshan receives the reward, Spear of the Riding God. What in the world, the Spear of the Riding God? I was taken aback and hurriedly rummaged through the package. Indeed, a gleaming spear appeared in one corner of the 1,450 slot parcel. Upon picking it up, I was astounded. The Spear of the Divine Rider, ancient celestial artifact, exquisite, boasted an attack power of 31, 204, 200, stamina of 1, 250, strength of 1, 050, agility of 1, 100, strategy of 115, and additional enhancements that increased the user's attack power by 90 and defense by 40. It featured 15 slots and an exceptional characteristic, the Blessing of the Divine Rider, which, if the user possessed the renowned skill of the Divine Rider, would elevate the effect cap by 50 within the parameters of their strategy value. Description: a spear once wielded by the Divine Rider. Required level, 180. Required prestige, 250,000. Upon beholding the Spear of the Divine Rider, I felt a surge of excitement. An increase of 50 to the effect cap of the Divine Rider. Was this not equipment tailor-made for Gujian? Originally, the maximum enhancement of the Divine Rider was 150. Equipping the spear would equate to a staggering boost of 225 in both offense and defense. Such formidable attributes would surely instill fear in any adversary. The cavalry of the two ladies, Tian Tangyu and Qing Kong Shui, only offered a 100-point enhancement to their knightly prowess, while Gujian would reach an impressive 225. I could only imagine how they would struggle to contend with him. Without a moment's hesitation, I leapt from the podium and approached Gujian and the others. With a resounding clank, I thrust the Spear of the Divine Rider into the ground before Gujian's feet and chuckled, "Here you go, little one. Take a look at your new weapon." Gujian, astonished, drew the spear and was instantly awestruck. "Wow, this weapon is incredibly powerful." I smiled. "In the upcoming national battle, you will be the absolute backbone of our ancient sword team. Do not let me down." Gujian, with unwavering determination, replied, "Rest assured, I shall be the shield of the ancient sword. Anyone wishing to harm it must first overcome me." Gujian, on the podium, Fei Air, holding a microphone, remarked in surprise, "Oh, where did Lu Chen run off to? Well, let the beautiful lady at the water's edge speak on his behalf." He, with an impassive expression, suggested, "We should just bring him back." Chapter 929. Cavalry Training Rose sent a congratulatory message. "First of all, congratulations to everyone on winning the championship. Additionally, the club is planning to host a victory banquet, and Lu Chen, you must be there on time. Furthermore, in a week's time, the WEL International Championship will commence. I have already begun the visa process. The venue will be in the Virtual Sports Center in Los Angeles, USA. Let us go to Los Angeles together in a week." My heart raced with excitement. Wow, we finally get to travel abroad. Rose, count on you. The championship rewards were exceedingly generous. At the very least, I would not need to grind for upgrades for quite some time, at least not before the national battle. As for the national battle, who could say? I cannot guarantee that I would never again resort to the rebirth technique or experience level loss. For those of us who are professional players, such occurrences are merely part of our routine. As the evening wore on, a group of exuberant young ladies logged off, and it was already past 10 o'clock. However, sleep eluded us, for Li Chengfeng, Gujian, and Du Shisan were fervently insisting on a late-night feast to celebrate our victory in the WEL Championship with the ancient sword team. Lest we betray our triumph and my wallet. It had been quite some time since we last gathered, so I readily agreed. Leading a few ravenous companions to our chosen venue, a late-night dining establishment in the city center. Upon our arrival, around 20 core members of the ancient sword team were already awaiting us in a private room, with 2 tables perfectly accommodating our group. The members of Xueyinshan Studio and the key management of Ancient Sword, including Li Chengfeng and Gujian, occupied one table, while others, such as Wuhuan Fengyuan and Langjia, seated themselves at another. A lovely server approached with the menu, smiling as she inquired, "Who will be placing the orders?" Gujian raised his hand enthusiastically, declaring, "Today, the esteemed Zhuji is treating. Allow me to order." My heart sank. I knew I was in for a considerable expense. Gujian had never been one to spare a dime for me. In our earlier days of financial restraint, he would insist on 5 bottles of beer and several servings of boiled peanuts during our summer outings to the street stalls, an extravagance I found quite exasperating. While Gujian ordered dishes such as wild rabbit, steamed loach, and shark fin with abalone, he grinned broadly, seemingly relishing the thought of my impending financial burden. Li Chengfeng interjected, Let us order less. Lu Chun has a family to support. Guguzi dismissed his concern, stating, no worries. His championship bonus is 2 million. What is there to fear? Li Chengfeng rubbed his hands together and proclaimed, the most expensive dish is mine. I'll have it. I was left speechless. Raising my hand, I called to the server. Excuse me. Yes, sir. What can I assist you with? Let us start with a bowl of egg fried rice for everyone, and it must be served within 10 minutes. They are absolutely famished. If we delay any longer, they might just gnaw on the table. The server couldn't help but chuckle. Got it. I'll inform the kitchen right away. Most of the group had either been competing or spectating all day, and by now, they hadn't consumed a morsel. It would be detrimental to their health to drink without having something to eat. Before long, the egg fried rice arrived, expertly prepared with day-old rice. Light and flavorful without being greasy, though it barely sufficed. Fortunately, the ordered dishes soon followed. We indulged in some red and white wine. And ladies like He Yi and Murong Mingyue enjoyed sipping drinks, while I joined Li Chengfeng, Guguzi, Du Shisan, and Mama Dai in downing the potent white liquor. The 52-degree spirit was remarkably invigorating, though one might end up forgetting one's own mother after too much consumption. After a few rounds, Guguzi remarked, today's WEL matches were exhilarating, especially the bout where Zhuji faced off against Zhulong. What a thrill. The intensity of that competition is a rarity. And the sweetest part was seeing Zhulong lose. Haha. Li Chengfeng added, it's a pity we encountered Xueyinshan too early, otherwise, we might have had a shot at the semifinals. In truth, when Xiao Gui and I faced off against the beautiful Lin, we fought valiantly and lost rather unjustly. Had we approached it stealthily, our chances would have been far greater. In a lively exchange, Luanyue remarked that in the upcoming match, Xueyinshan would be welcoming a new addition, with Nangong Lexi replacing Qingqing Xueyinshan. As a holy archer, though not quite on par with Biming, she certainly reaches the level of Piaoyinyan. Lin Yisan, determined to assist in training, aimed to elevate Nangong Lexi to the status of a top-tier archer. With Lin Yisan's guidance, the chances for Team 2 in their next encounter appeared slim. Guguzi grinned, exclaiming, Luanyue, do you not realize the truth? Luanyue playfully stuck out her tongue and replied, a little cold water is good for the body. To vanquish Xueyinshan. Li Chengfeng raised his cup and proposed a toast. I chuckled, are you sure it's 5 cups? Li Chengfeng laughed as well. What about 10 cups then? All right. The two of us engaged in a spirited challenge, prompting the rest to cheer, their voices echoing with camaraderie. As the glasses clinked, Li Chengfeng and I downed 10 small cups of baijiu. A delightful fiery sensation surged within me, almost feeling like I was transforming into a fire deity. However, the side effects soon followed, and the world around me, particularly He Yi, seemed to blur into two. Hey, don't just drink. Luanyue exclaimed, raising her cup. A new city is the foundation of our ancient sword, and it has finally reached level 10. Lu Chun, why haven't you informed us about the 2 special skills of the city? Don't keep us in the dark. Li Chengfeng chimed in, yes. The city's special skills can only be utilized by the Lord. What are the effects of a new city's skills? With a slight smile, I began first. Let me tell you that Sky City, whether it be the covetous gaze of the Battle Alliance, the resurgence of the Soul Return battle garb, or the distant assault of Zhulong, will serve as the battleground for our ancient sword's ambitions, for we possess a level 10 in U City. Come on, spill it. Luanyue was almost frantic. I grinned. The exclusive skill of the level 10 Undead Castle, Mount Replication, allows for the replication of ground-tier mounts and below. Infinitely replicable, though it requires substantial resources, so it is not truly infinite. Li Chengfeng's eyes sparkled. So, we can infinitely replicate the Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry? In principle, yes. I replied, but we lack the pet egg for the Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry. Li Chengfeng slapped his thigh. What a pity. I glanced at He Yi and laughed. What are you worried about? Have you forgotten our leader WEL's championship reward, the Dragon Scale Beast? That is a ground-tier boss-level mount. And it's a pet egg. Our infinite replication depends entirely on it. Guguzi sprang to his feet, spilling his drink as he exclaimed. Does that mean we can all ride mounts with the same attributes as the Dragon Scale Beast? I nodded, precisely. But it requires a vast amount of resources, each type costing 100,000. Within U City's current productivity, we can only replicate 1 mount per hour. Thus, our focus must shift to enhancing productivity and increasing the city's resources, ideally boosting output to over 1 million of each resource per hour. In a moment of bewilderment, Luan Yu expressed her astonishment at the abundance of resources available, questioning whether they could truly be utilized. I chuckled softly and reminded her, "Have you forgotten about a certain skill? The mounted archery training?" All eyes turned to me, and the others clamored with curiosity, asking, "Luchun, what does the mounted archery training entail?" I reached for a slice of fish with my chopsticks, playfully deflecting their inquiries with, "Let us eat first, let us eat first." Frustration ensued as they urged me to speak, with Bei Ming Xue teasingly questioning, "Why does brother want to eat me?" My chopsticks were deftly intercepted by Li Chengfeng, causing my fish to plop back into the soup. Exasperated, I took a seat and continued. The mounted archery training allows 180 level 7th transformation archers to learn riding skills. This means that archers, originally confined to foot combat, can acquire cavalry skills within Darkmoon City, transforming into the legendary mounted archers. At this revelation, Bei Ming Xue leapt up, her face alight with excitement. "Brother, can archers really have mounts?" I smiled and replied, "Why would I deceive you? However, it requires the expenditure of 200,000 points of each resource. Thus, my brothers, we must devise countless strategies to gather resources for our territory. Resource bags can be obtained from defeating bosses, and small quantities can be found at the stalls in Sky City. We need to stockpile these in our territory's warehouse to establish the first elite mounted archers and the largest-scale iron cavalry in the entire server. Gujian Hunming shall sweep across the land." The news electrified the group. Everyone rose, raising their glasses in unison, declaring, "Cheers. This toast is for Gujian Hunming's conquest." My announcement was undeniably a morale booster. As long as we amassed sufficient resources, we could endlessly replicate mounts and train our guild's high-ranking archers into mounted shooters. The significance of mounted archers for the national wars on Tianzong continent cannot be overstated. Their maneuverability and ability to launch ranged attacks make them the epitome of guerrilla warfare. With the advantage of Darkmoon City, Gujian Hunming would possess a unique phalanx of mounted archers. Imagining the scene was exhilarating. A cadre of archers unleashing a volley of arrows upon enemy formations and retreating before they could pursue. What a delightful spectacle. The HR tactic, which Bei Ming Xue would adeptly expand upon, epitomizes this strategy. Note, HR tactic, previously mentioned, stands for hit and run. A guerrilla warfare tactic characterized by striking and then retreating, akin to flying a kite, relying on absolute maneuverability. The mounted archery training is, without a doubt, a tremendous gift bestowed upon Gujian Hunming by this WEL competition, a precious and invaluable boon. As the night wore on, our revelry escalated, and by the later hours, Li Chengfeng and others found themselves beneath the table. With no other option, I ended up booking several rooms to ensure they could sleep soundly. After tending to all the arrangements, I returned to the studio, and it was already the early hours of the morning. Having spent 190,000, it stung a bit. But for the sake of my brothers, that amount was inconsequential. Chapter 930. Mount Duplication. Upon awakening, I fumbled for my phone amidst the blaring alarm. Glancing at the time, it was already 11. I promptly turned over and drew back the curtains to bask in the bright sunlight outside. After a swift wash-up, I knocked on He's door. "Eve, what's the matter, Luchun?" He opened the door, and Murong Mingyue was also inside. "I went to have dinner with Lin Yisin as promised yesterday," I explained. "Ah, hurry back. Many in the guild are eagerly waiting for you to operate the mount duplication. Xiao Baiming is particularly anxious to ride one." I chuckled. "Rest assured. Inform Baiming that I shall equip her with a dragon-scale beast the moment I return. By the way, how shall we refer to this cavalry unit?" He pondered for a moment and replied, "Let us call it the Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry. The dragon-scale beast resembles it almost identically, so there's no need to change the name." I nodded in agreement, saying, "Then it shall be settled. The warrior cavalry will be known as the Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry, while the archer cavalry will be dubbed the Dragon Dawn Bow Riders. What do you think?" He readily consented. "Sounds good. Now hurry, don't keep Lin waiting." Descending the stairs, I swiftly made my way to the university. To my surprise, not only was Lin Yisin waiting at the gate, but Zichuan Yu and Qingqing Xueyinshan were also present. "Wow, I thought it was just a date for the two of us," I teased, leaning out of the car. Qingqing Xueyinshan chuckled. "We didn't intend to be third wheels. It was who insisted we come. Hop in. Where shall we dine?" Lin Yisan opened the car door and settled into the passenger seat, pursing her lips. If you're treating, let us indulge and go to Xueyinshan for seafood. All right, let us go. With a swift press of the accelerator, we arrived at Xueyinshan. Once inside, we ordered a lavish spread. In truth, it wasn't overly expensive, as long as one avoided the extravagant venues reserved for the affluent. At least for my current income, it was quite manageable. As we dined, Lin Yisan turned to me and asked, "Little trickster, how is the Dark Moon City now that it has reached level 10? Has it strengthened significantly?" "Well, the walls have been reinforced considerably, and the attack power of the arrow towers has improved somewhat. Aside from that, there aren't many noticeable changes," I replied. "Humph. At level 10, a castle gains exclusive skills. Don't think we're unaware," she retorted playfully. "Indeed," I said with a smile. "Now, tell us about the two skills of Dark Moon City. What effects do they have?" I recalled, one is mount duplication, and the other is mounted archery training, correct? Yes. I took a sip of my drink and continued. To be candid, the mount duplication requires sacrificing 400,000 resources to duplicate a mount of earth grade or lower. But it is limited to members of our guild and cannot be sold externally. As for mounted archery training, it allows level 180. 7th transition archers to learn the mounted archery skill, enabling them to ride mounts and become legendary mounted archers. At that moment, Lin Yisan and Zhulong simultaneously rose, their eyes wide with astonishment. I stood as well, placing a hand on Lin Yisan's shoulder, and urged, sit down. Let us continue enjoying our meal." I anticipated that mount training would be manageable, given the game's continual progression, rendering the Earth-tier mounts not an unattainable aspiration. However, the training of mounted archery presents a rather peculiar challenge. This skill is a unique boon bestowed upon Moonlight City by WEL, an unparalleled artifact in the realm. Presently, only Moonlight City possesses the capability to train archers in mounted combat. Furthermore, this reward is exclusive to MVPs and may never be replicated, possibly remaining a singular privilege. One could say that a legion of mounted archers, gathered as a formidable cavalry, may well be the exclusive domain of our cherished Gujian. Today, the oysters tasted remarkably fresh, a sentiment I expressed aloud. Silence enveloped the group. Upon turning, I discovered Lin Yisan nestled against my arm, her smile enchanting. She playfully remarked, "Little trickster, shall we strike a deal?" A sense of foreboding washed over me. What are you scheming?" Lin Yisan responded. "How about we allow our allies to benefit from Moonlight City's exclusive skill? My Silver Pine City will take an eternity to reach level 10. "No way," I retorted. "Moonlight City is not solely mine to command. Fear not, we shall provide the resources ourselves." Lin Yisan gazed at me with an expression of feigned innocence, stating, "I do not ask you to replicate mounts for us, merely the mounted archery training skill. You are aware that I have recruited Nangong Lexi to Silver Pine. She was renowned for her archery during the Ling Tong period. If only we had mounts, it would undoubtedly enhance our prowess. Thus, my request is simple. Assist us in training 100 mounted archers. We will supply the resources, doubled. What say you?" Lin Yisan's proposition was indeed generous, offering double resources without excessive demands, simply requesting assistance in training a mere 100 archers. As steadfast allies of Gujian, Silver Pine City has consistently shown unwavering support in both national battles and city defense. This request must be honored. Zhulong and Xueyinshan looked at me with eager anticipation. This was of significant importance to Silver Pine. After contemplation, I replied, "Indeed, training 100 is feasible. However, please note that the mounted archery training in Moonlight City has its limits. Only 200 to 500 archers may be trained daily. As Moonlight City does not belong solely to me, we shall prioritize training our guild's archers in the coming month to swiftly establish a formidable cavalry. Nevertheless, you may select 10 elite archers to join our guild, and I shall prioritize their mounted archery training." "Wonderful," Lin Yisan exclaimed, her excitement palpable. She dropped her chopsticks and planted a kiss on my cheek, then resumed her composed demeanor, a blush gracing her cheeks. Zhulong and Sun Qingqing were left speechless, with Zhulong exclaiming, "Is it true? The guild leader actually initiated a kiss for mounted archery training. What a loss of decorum. Don't you think so, Qingqing?" "Be quiet," Sun Qingqing retorted. After our meal concluded, I bid farewell to Lin Yisan and drove back to the studio. I logged on immediately. It was time to address the matters of mounted archery training and mount replication in Moonlight City. I was certain that the others would be clamoring for attention. In the Celestial City, without uttering a word, I was instantly transported to the Dark Moon City. Amidst a dazzling flash of light, I arrived in this city of the undead, which is exclusively ours in the realm of Ancient Sword. Now elevated to level 10, Dark Moon City has become even more magnificent, its land area expanding nearly threefold, resembling a level 3 main city. The entire structure boasts a bronze exterior that subtly glimmers with a sanguine hue, exuding an aura of formidable authority. Particularly striking are the fortified walls, which have been reinforced significantly, their periphery adorned with jagged spikes designed to fend off siege towers and ladders, unless one employs ranged attacks with oil carts. Scaling the walls of Dark Moon City proves to be quite a daunting task. The castle hall stands as a veritable steel bastion, guarded by countless NPC knightly figures. Outside, a considerable gathering of players has already assembled, including Li Changfeng, and Bei Mingxue. It is evident that everyone is eager to exchange their mounts. While the archers are keen to learn the skills of mounted archery, "Why did you take so long to arrive?" Li Changfeng exclaimed, seizing the hem of my robe and dragging me towards the city lord, the Dark Knight Odal. "Hurry up, first duplicate a dragon scale beast for me. Come on. Don't rush." I retorted. "Why not?" He insisted. "The city's resources are maxed out, and they've been at capacity for hours. All this productivity wasted. And you're still thinking about flirting and dining. Seriously?" I shot him an incredulous glance. Indeed, the city's 4 skills had all reached the maximum of 10 million. This was our warehouse limit, and it seemed that when the city was upgraded to level 10 as a reward for MVP, the system had inadvertently filled our resources to the brim. How could I have overlooked this? A grave oversight. However, this was indeed fortuitous. With 10 million resources, we could replicate numerous mounts and train a significant number of mounted archers. He chimed in, "I've set some training requirements. We must sacrifice 50,000 guild points to obtain a dragon scale beast. And only players who have been in the guild for half a month can benefit from the mount duplication and archery training, preventing other guilds from infiltrating and stealing our skills." I nodded in agreement. This was a prudent strategy. Once the 10 archers from Xueyinshan arrive, I would use my authority to grant them an exemption. "Eve, where's the egg of the dragon scale beast?" I reached out expectantly. He produced the pet egg with a smile. "Here you go." "All right, Li Changfeng, Giguzi, Doji, Yuyan, Wanyue, Tian Tanjiu, and King Tiangsu. You all come forward to receive the dragon scale beast mount." Great. A jubilant group approached, for the dragon scale beast was a reward for the WEL champion players, its attributes far surpassing those of the Dragon Yao Warhorse. Sacrificing just 50,000 guild points to acquire it brought immeasurable joy to the group. The Dark Knight Odal cradled the pet egg of the dragon scale beast and placed it upon a sealed altar in the castle hall. I subsequently named the dragon scale beast the Dragon Yao Warhorse, ensuring our legion's name remained unchanged, which was quite satisfactory. I then designated a player to inherit the mount. With a slight smirk, I observed Li Changfeng standing at the center of the magic circle. Upon confirming the mount's duplication, a soft azure light enveloped Li Changfeng entirely. A chime resonated, signaling the system's notification that Li Changfeng had acquired the new mount, the Dragon Yao Warhorse, along with the attributes of the dragon scale beast. How splendid! Li Changfeng leaped down from the altar, gesturing with one hand, causing the magic circle to flicker. In an instant, a formidable black warhorse, adorned in dragon armor, emerged, boasting 3 pyramid-shaped spikes protruding from its forehead. With a resounding roar, a dragon soul encircled the dragon warrior, manifesting the protective effect of the dragon scale beast's soul, enhancing the rider's attack and defense by 50, truly formidable. Soon after, Guzi, Wanyue, and others successfully duplicated their mounts one by one, while the resources within the castle continuously dwindled, evoking a mix of joy and concern. "Brother, what about me?" Bei Mingxue tugged at my Li Hor wrist guard, exclaiming, "I want to mount too." Chapter 931, A Grand Transaction. Well, let's begin with archery training. Opposite the altar for mount duplication was the altar for archery training. Bei Mingxue, wielding her ice spirit feather longbow, gracefully ascended the platform, her cloak billowing elegantly. With a cheerful smile, she gazed at me and said, "Brother, I am ready. I will be the first mounted archer in the entire server." I couldn't help but smile in return indeed. Upon confirming the training, the six-pointed star magic array began to rotate, enveloping the young girl in radiant light. After consuming 800,000 resources, Bai Mingxue successfully acquired the ability to ride and shoot, earning a slot for a mount pet. Indeed, she was the first mounted archer in the server, heralding the dawn of our ancient sword bow cavalry era. Dismounting from the altar, Bai Mingxue, without prompting, eagerly positioned herself at the mount duplication altar. After my confirmation, the Dark Knight Odal drew his sword to initiate the duplication effect, scattering light everywhere. Bai Mingxue acquired her first mount, becoming the inaugural Dragon Yao Bao rider of the ancient Sword Soul Dream. With a resounding thud, she landed gracefully, her smile enchanting. As the Ice Spirit Feather soared, the six-pointed star's light shimmered beneath her feet, and a Dragon Yao warhorse burst forth. With a flick of her cloak, she nimbly vaulted onto the horse's back. Clad in elegant, exquisite Windchaser leather armor, her fiery red cloak fluttering, her delicate legs perched on either side of the warhorse, appearing even more captivating in the dim light of the castle hall. "Brother, do I look beautiful?" Bai Mingxue inquired with a light laugh. "Yes, you look splendid," I praised sincerely. Bai Mingxue's joy intensified as she urged her warhorse to gallop a few paces, giggling. "Oh, I am beautiful. I am beautiful," I replied. Continue selecting archers and mounted combat players who meet the criteria. I gazed upon the leaderboard of the Sky City, where the 10th position was held by the level 184 player, Shadow Chanel. Following closely, at the 100th rank, was a level 181 player from the Snow Silver Fur faction. As I continued to count, I discovered that all the way down to the 928th player, they were all level 180, having undergone their 7th class transition. As the game progressed into its mid-stages, the pace of leveling began to decelerate, and players found themselves tightly clustered around similar levels. In the Chinese region, where hidden talents abound, one cannot discern individual strength merely from the rankings. Nevertheless, among the more than 20,000 7th transition players, at least 10 or more belong to the Ancient Sword faction, which maintains a significant advantage in the number of top-tier players. Bai Mingxue promptly took action, sifting through the guild to identify suitable archers and instructing them to gather in the castle hall for mounted archery training. This exhilarating news swiftly spread as Bai Mingxue, the commander of the Ancient Sword Dream Archers, took on the responsibility of managing the participants. Meanwhile, Li Chengfeng and Guguzi served as the overall commanders for the cavalry combat players, meticulously counting their numbers with equal diligence. As the head of logistics, Luan Yumm not only oversaw personnel matters, but also bore the responsibility for supplies. Under her command, players continually entered the castle hall to deposit resource bags, the majority of which were acquired from bosses, ranging from a few thousand to tens of thousands. Contributing these resource bags would yield considerable guild points and gold rewards, ensuring that no one suffered losses. I stood beside the Lord's seat, mindful of my presence with he nearby, and dared not take a seat myself. Instead, I observed the fluctuating total of resources within Dark Moon City. Clearly, no matter how many resource bags players contributed, they could not keep pace with the consumption rate, and we could only do our utmost. The imminent international competition of WEL signified that the next round of national conflict was not far off. We needed to expedite the creation of unparalleled cavalry and archers. In the forthcoming national battle, sheer numbers would no longer be the determining factor. Rather, the quality of players would dictate the outcome of war. Just like Guguzi, wielding the spear of the cavalry god, which provided a staggering 225 in attack and defense bonuses, coupled with the Dragon Spirit Guardian of the Dragon Yao Warhorse, which granted an additional 50. This meant that players within Guguzi's team could potentially enjoy an astonishing 275 in attack and defense bonuses. Such a formidable force would likely trample the disorganized masses in the national battle without suffering significant damage. Before long, resources dwindled to approximately 1 million of each type. Luan Yu, standing beside me, pursed her lips and remarked, "What a pitiful situation. How many Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry can we even convert with such meager resources?" I inquired. "Where's Li Chengfeng?" Just then, Li Chengfeng burst in, riding his new Dragon Yao warhorse with great fervor. Guguzi questioned, "What took you so long, kid?" Li Chengfeng began to pull out an array of resource bags from his inventory, exclaiming, "What do you think I was doing?" while you lazy bums indulged yourselves last night. I remained focused on my duties. This morning, I visited both Xining City and Tianfeng City, purchasing all the resource bags from their 8 plazas for a total of 790,000 gold coins. Was it easy for me? I exclaimed with surprise. Indeed, Chengfeng truly lives up to his reputation as our ancient sword's valiant and astute general. With him safeguarding the guild, one can feel at ease. Li Chengfeng chuckled heartily. I can only do so much. When it comes to national warfare, the overall commander must still be you, Lu Chun. I recall the battle at Dawn City, where we lured the behemoth cavalry into a trap at Sunset Marsh, ambushed their supply routes, and executed flanking maneuvers. I could never conceive of such cunning strategies. Wan Yu giggled lightly. Lu Chun is indeed a rascal, which is why so many girls are fond of him. As Li Chengfeng distributed resource bags, he remarked, then I too must learn to be a bit wicked. I withdrew 1 million gold coins from the guild's treasury and allocated them to Li Chengfeng, ensuring he would not suffer loss. Everyone contributed ideas for the guild, and in Dark Moon City, no one would be treated unfairly. With Li Chengfeng's resources, we managed to train a modest number of archers and replicate some steeds. Essentially, the archers quickly acquired the Dragon Star warhorses, as otherwise, the training would lose its significance. Furthermore, in my view, the iron cavalry of the ancient sword is sufficiently formidable. The archers will serve as our breakthrough. At this stage, they are indeed our optimal choice. Imagine a battalion of archers maneuvering around the periphery of the enemy formation, launching long-range volleys with the devastating skill of the sky-piercing arrow. The rain of arrows would be enough to overwhelm the adversary. Should the enemy pursue, the archers would swiftly retreat, and with a movement speed of 180, who could catch them? Even if they could, we could ambush them with the Dragonstar cavalry for protection. This combination is truly unrivaled. It is time we no longer rely solely on Chengfeng. Brandishing my Ziying sword, I addressed the assembly. Core members who have acquired the Dragonstar warhorses quickly scour the major and minor cities for resource bags. Resources are of utmost importance to us now. If the prices are not excessively outrageous, purchase them all. All expenses will be covered by Dark Moon City. In such times, we must not be miserly. Dark Moon City is flourishing, and spending is warranted. Everyone nodded in agreement and took flight. I first wandered around the eastern square of Sky City, inspecting every stall and even rummaged through the major auction houses. I managed to collect 37 bags, with an average of about 5,000 units of each resource. Subsequently, I visited the minor cities of Ice Flow City, Dawn City, and Jialan City, ultimately returning with 174 bags, amounting to approximately 1 million units of each resource, still far from sufficient. After dinner, I continued my endeavors. Meanwhile, a shipment of 24 million resources from Xueyinshan arrived, and we were tasked with training 10 mounted archers and replicating 10 Dragonstar warhorses, which included 2 ladies, Nangong Lexi and Qingqing Xueyinshan. From this point forward, Xueyinshan would also possess a small contingent of archers, albeit only 10 in number. I remained occupied until after 9 o'clock that night, strolling through the castle hall. I inquired, Wan Yu, please tally how many Dragonstar cavalry and archers we have trained today in the Ancient Sword Guild? Wan Yu blinked and said, I have compiled the statistics. Today, we have produced a total of 495 new Dragon Yao Iron Riders and 392 Dragon Yao Archers. Furthermore, the archery training can be utilized a maximum of 500 times daily, which is approaching its limit. Even if we had the resources, we would be unable to continue training. I nodded. No worries. The archers are not our primary force. It is imperative to train the Dragon Yao Iron Riders, as their relentless charge in national battles is the hallmark of our Gujian style. Wan Yu chuckled. All right then. I must admit I also have a fondness for such a savage style. At that moment, a message suddenly arrived from Swan Lof and Zhang Chun. Lu Chun, I hear you're out there scavenging resource bags today? I responded, oh, even you know, uncle? Haha, indeed. It has caused quite a stir in the 3 major cities of the Chinese region. The Gujian team is purchasing resource bags everywhere. How could I remain unaware? By the way, Lu Chun, I actually already know that your resource bags are intended for archery training. I have a rare opportunity here that can provide you with an abundance of resources. Oh, my eyes lit up. Uncle, what is this opportunity? Speak. Come to the Morning Dawn City, then head to the Dragon Bone Mountains at coordinates 28,387, 12727. I am waiting here with a foreign friend. In a flash, I teleported to Morning Dawn City, summoned my Iceland steed, and raced at full speed. Within 20 minutes, I ascended the perilous peaks of the Dragonbone Mountains, where, amidst a snowy expanse, Swan Lofn stood alongside a player with a blood-red name. I glanced over. The player with the blood-red name bore the emblem of the chaotic 27 nations on his arm, hailing from Heitu City, identified as Zhong Zhao Niao, a level 182 battle-axe warrior, seemingly well-equipped. You have arrived, distant friend. Zhong Zhao Niao greeted me warmly, appearing to be around 30 years of age with a gentle demeanor. I nodded. Friend from Heitu City, do you possess a substantial number of resource bags? Indeed. Zhong Zhao Niao affirmed. The underground of Heitu City is rich in resources. We have obtained quite a treasure trove through our excavations and monster hunts. You may take a look. As he spoke, he spread his hands, revealing a black box that shimmered with light. With attributes floating in the air, refined or treasure box, contains 100,000 units each of gold, wood, stone, and crystal. When used within the territory, it grants a total of 400,000 resources. I was astonished. Zhong Zhao Niao smiled slightly. I am aware that your guild is among the top in China, with several super guilds as allies. Hence, I would like to propose a transaction with you. A mere refined or treasure box does not seem worthy of a trade. I chuckled. Zhong Zhao Niao laughed heartily. I won't hide it from you. I possess 200 of these treasure boxes. Wow, I'm practically drooling now. Speak. What is the deal? How many gold coins for each of these treasure boxes? Zhong Zhao Niao replied. Currently, many territories are in dire need of these treasure boxes. I believe you understand the pricing. As a gesture of goodwill, I will sell each refined or treasure box to you for 1,000 gold coins. Not too expensive, right? I nodded. Indeed, that is not exorbitant. However, there is one condition. What condition? The brown stove bird squinted and chuckled, saying, Next, we, the chaotic 27 nations, have forged an alliance and resolved to take military action against Hero City. I hope your guild will refrain from taking advantage of this opportunity to assault our territories. This is the sole condition. After a moment of contemplation, I nodded and assured him, I promise. As long as the chaotic 27 nations engage in conflict with the Northern Alliance, my guild will not exploit this precarious situation to attack your realms. This is the best I can guarantee. That's sufficient. Let us proceed with the transaction, my friend. The 1,000 precious or chests will be delivered shortly. All right. Uncle Spicy and Sour Noodles, lend me 400,000 gold coins. I fell short. Darn it. Uncle Spicy and Sour Noodles replied, speechless, as he initiated the trade. Here you go, but remember to pay me back, you rascal. Chapter 932, A Night of Haste Down the Snowy Mountain. 7 or 8 dark knights arrived in a rustling manner, each of them ready to initiate a trade. The brown stove bird, with his eyes narrowed, remarked, My friend, do you truly have enough space in your inventory? Over 200 precious or chests. Are you certain you can carry them all at once? If necessary, we can wait for you to make 2 trips. I shook my head. No need. I can manage it all in one go. It was a jest. My 9 Heavens Fire bracelet had an additional 1,000 storage spaces, precisely prepared for such moments. I intended to carry away all the treasure. As I sought resources to forge the Dragon Dawn cavalry and Dragon Dawn archers, while the brown stove bird merely desired an ideal environment to besiege the Northern Alliance's cities. In truth, both Uncle Spicy and Sour Noodles and I understood well that the 3 major cities in the Chinese region were situated at the heart of the continent, surrounded by foes, making them far from an ideal battlefield. We could not engage in warfare on all fronts. Doing so would only render Sky City, Wind City, and Hidden City as spoils for others. Thus, it became necessary to sow discord and incite conflict among the surrounding nation servers, and now presented a prime opportunity. The chaotic 27 nations attacking the Northern Alliance might alleviate some of the pressure we faced in the north. Recently, to the east of the 3 major Chinese cities, the Indian capital, Green Earth City, the Great Elephant City, and the Japanese capital, Purple Grape City, had been stirring, poised to breach the White Rose Fortress and encroach upon the heart of the Chinese server, subsequently threatening Sky City. It appeared that these 2 nations had formed an alliance, intent on dividing our Sky City amongst themselves. Even during the WL period, I could not afford to be complacent. We must not lose Sky City, for it contained everything vital to us. Dark Moon City, our brothers, our dreams. We could not allow the claws of the wolf tribe to tear it all asunder. After collecting 250 precious or chests and reaching a verbal agreement with the brown stove bird, I returned to Dark Moon City and transferred 400,000 RMB to Uncle Spicy and Sour Noodles. I could not leave debts unpaid, as that would be unwise. Upon returning to Dark Moon City, I strode confidently into the territory hall, where numerous cavalry and archery players awaited mount duplication and archery training, their faces alight with anticipation. However, from the Chaos Moon stood beside the altar, her expression troubled, exclaiming, "We have nearly 2,007th tier cavalry players and 1,007th tier archers. But the resources of Dark Moon City have been exhausted. We can only wait for the city to replenish its resources at a rate of 100,000 per hour. Is this not a predicament?" I chuckled softly, assuring, "Do not worry. Tonight, I can craft at least 100 Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry." "Oh." Yu tilted her head with a smile. "Even Eve and the others have gone to gather resource bags. Are you hiding some grand treasure, Luchin?" "Indeed." I glanced at the resources within the territory. All 4 types had become scarce. Without hesitation, I retrieved the precious or boxes and deposited them into the warehouse, continuously discarding 1,000, filling the resource storage of Dark Moon City to capacity. Yu's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. "What on earth did you do? How did you acquire so many resources? Have you sold yourself?" I grinned and replied, "No, let's hasten the archery training and prioritize the creation of the Archer Legion." Right away, checking my level, I found myself at level 187. With the WEL International Tournament approaching, I had no plans to grind levels and instead focused on crafting the indomitable dream of Ancient Sword Legion. Standing in the Lord's Hall of Dark Moon City, I reached out to Luo Shun, Sansheng Mo, Wei Jin and Bei Chao, Qing Zijin, and others to request resources, fervently appealing for assistance. Before long, I had exhausted all 1,200 precious or boxes. He, Bei Ming Shui, Li Chung Feng, Gui Guzi, and others returned one after another. We had nearly emptied the resource bags of the entire Sky City, and even Sansheng Mo messaged me. "What are you all doing, Lu Chun? I plan to invest in resource bags to upgrade to an 8th level castle, yet you've swept everything clean, leaving us territories to face the winds of the Northwest." I replied, "Do not throw a tantrum, Sinair." By around 11 at night, everyone was exhausted from the busyness. We ultimately decided to let the territory regenerate resources autonomously and arrange for over 100 trusted players across the 3 main cities to purchase resource bags at reasonable prices. Even my small shop opened a section for buying resource bags. It was an unprecedented display of unity and enthusiasm throughout the guild. Seated in the Lord's position, my divine war boots resting upon the dragon-engraved stone, I inquired of Yu beside me. "So, how are we faring? What is our accomplishment for today?" Yu blinked and smiled. "It's actually quite impressive. We've crafted a total of 490 fully staffed Dragon Dawn Bao Cavalry, and there are 1145 Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry. However, in the days to come, our speed will surely plummet as the resource storage of the 3 main cities nears depletion." I nodded yes. "But we still lack sufficient numbers. To unleash true power in the national war, we need at least over 10,000 Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry for a large-scale charge, and at least 5,000 Dragon Dawn Bao Cavalry to form a high-mobility archery phalanx with devastating effectiveness." "Indeed, but there are only so many resources," Yu pouted playfully. "The skills for mount duplication and archery training are indeed exceedingly formidable, yet the resource requirements are quite burdensome. Dark Moon City's gold reserves originally exceeded 50 million. Yet today alone, we've consumed 27 million. It's remarkable how you and Eve seem entirely unperturbed." I chuckled softly. "Why aren't you feeling distressed?" "I can hardly sleep at night. Nevertheless, the sacrifices made to forge an invincible ancient sword cavalry are undoubtedly worthwhile. The situation of national warfare in the Chinese region is far more perilous than we could have imagined. Without this ancient sword cavalry, I fear that the Chinese region will suffer greatly in the impending national conflict, with the 3 major cities at risk of falling." Yu's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. "Ah, even the Sky City, Tianfeng City, and Shinin City, so formidable, could be breached?" I nodded. "There is no such thing as impossibility in this world." Suddenly, an idea struck me, and I said to Yu, The resource bags in the 3 major cities of the Chinese server have been depleted. Could we perhaps purchase resource bags from the servers of other nations? Gold coins are the universal currency of Tianzong, and surely those individuals recognize the value of gold. Guan Yu pondered for a moment and replied, why not discuss it with Eve? I happen to have a high school classmate studying in Russia, who is now the leader of a small alliance on the Russian server. If he could collect resource bags on our behalf, we could conduct a discreet transaction. That could work. A smile crept onto my face as I decisively stated, let us contact him immediately. Eve and I will have no objections. All the necessary gold will be provided by Dark Moon City. Additionally, for the next few days, we shall refrain from distributing any rewards from Dark Moon City. All gold will be utilized for acquiring resources. I will also withdraw 20 million from the shop to contribute to the guild warehouse, crafting as many cavalry as possible. Moreover, I urge everyone to level up diligently. Before the WEL International Tournament begins, our guild must have over 10,000 members reach level 180 and complete their 7th transition. Oh, understood. Guan Yu replied with a playful laugh. There are still 6 days until WL. It will certainly be manageable. 6 days is ample time for many players at level 177 to reach level 180 and complete their 7th transition. Rest assured, by the time you and Eve participate in the WEL International Tournament, the Ancient Sword Alliance will boast at least 20,007 transition cavalry warriors and 5,007 transition archers. Our leveling pace is impressively swift. I exchanged a few words with Lord of Darkness, Odor, and shared the authority over the Dark Moon City warehouse with Guan Yu. You may access the gold coins in the warehouse at your discretion. Business at Dark Moon City has been thriving these past few days, with daily repair and teleportation fees generating nearly 10 million gold coins. Spend wisely. Indeed, Guan Yu nodded earnestly. I shall contact that classmate immediately. If successful, I won't sleep tonight. Well, thank you for your efforts. I shall treat you to a delicious meal another day. Hee, you'd better not go back on your word, or I shall be sure to take you down. All right, I'm off to sleep now. After bidding farewell to Guan Yu, I felt utterly exhausted. I had racked my brain over the matters concerning the Longyao Iron Cavalry and Longyao Archers. It was imperative to swiftly replace the existing Longyao Iron Cavalry and upgrade the mounts of most players in the Qinghu Iron Cavalry to the Longyao Iron Cavalry. However, what I valued most were the Longyao Archers. Once this cavalry unit of archers appeared on the battlefield, the entire landscape of the national conflict would be transformed. After exchanging greetings with Li Chengfeng, Guguzi, Du Shisan, and others, I logged off. In the stillness of the night, the following morning dawned as I hurriedly joined a few ladies from the studio for breakfast before swiftly logging on. Upon entering the Lord's Hall, I was taken aback by the records. Astonishingly, I had extracted a staggering 20 million gold coins from the Air Force One convenience store and deposited them into Dark Moon City. Adding to my original 25 million, I now possessed a total of 45 million gold coins. Yet to my dismay, only a meager 400,000 remained. This gradual increase represented the coins accrued by players utilizing the teleportation array, pharmacies, blacksmiths, and other NPCs. I wondered what Chaos Moon had been up to last night. Checking my friend's list, I found her absent. Upon reviewing the records of Dark Moon City's skills, I was astounded. The count for mount duplication reached 5,029, while the training of mounted archers totaled 1,000. Incredible. Chaos Moon had amassed such resources overnight. After some calculations, I realized we had acquired 990 mounted archers and 4,029 Dragon Dawn Cavalry. Truly, the expenditure of those 45 million gold coins was exceedingly worthwhile. I opened the guild chat channel and inquired, what time did Chaos Moon retire for the night? Li Chengfeng responded, she logged off promptly at 8 a.m. Having worked tirelessly throughout the night, leading over 1,000 Dragon Dawn Cavalry through the Thunder Mountain range to engage and trade with the Russians. Our cavalry has surged to 4,000, and we now boast 1,000 mounted archers. With such a diligent lady, one ought to consider marriage. Guguzi chimed in, indeed. Chaos Moon is an invaluable asset to our guild. Suyang quipped, who wishes to marry her? Do Jiang exclaimed, that will depend on whether she desires you. As I celebrated the foresight of Ancient Sword in recruiting such a potential talent as Chaos Moon, I began to strategize our next steps. My dreams felt increasingly attainable. Reaching 10,000 Dragon Dawn Cavalry before the WL International Tournament seemed plausible, while 5,000 000 mounted archers appeared somewhat ambitious, yet not entirely out of reach. The resources in the Russian server's Cold Sword City were thrice as plentiful as those in the Chinese region, and the other servers might also yield fruitful opportunities, provided we could find the appropriate intermediaries to facilitate substantial plundering. Yet, the pressing concern remained: we were out of funds. After pondering this predicament, I decided against pushing too hard, as that would only lead to self-harm. Suddenly, a message arrived from Rose, the leader of our Xueyinshan club. Luchun, are you in Darkmoon City? Yes, Rose, what is it? I need access to the Lord's Hall. There's something I must discuss with you. Very well. Shortly thereafter, a rather attractive archer, Rose, gracefully entered the Lord's Hall. Although her level was not particularly high, having recently advanced to 172 under the guidance of the likes of Bone Remnants, she still lagged behind the frontline players. Rose, what brings you here? I approached her. With a light chuckle, she replied, actually, there's nothing much. Just to inform you that our visa for the WEL International Tournament has been approved. We depart for Los Angeles in 5 days. Excellent. I responded with a grin. A country bumpkin set to broaden their horizons. I am overjoyed. Here we go again. She retorted playfully. Rose chuckled softly and continued, moreover, the organizers of the league have decided to introduce a new segment, interspersing friendly matches between the WL competitions, inviting top players from around the globe who have been eliminated to participate in 5v5 tournaments. This essentially means a 5v5 competition among nations. 5 eliminated experts from the Chinese region have been selected to join, and although there are no championship rewards, each participant will receive a qualification bonus of 1 million as long as they compete. Truly, Moonlight Corporation is not short on funds. I exclaimed, then extended my hand, saying, Rose, let me guess who the 5 are. Give it a try? Rose replied playfully, standing there with a smile. I pondered for a moment. In my opinion, among the eliminated players, the strongest is Li Qingfeng. He must be one of them. Additionally, the first assassin, Ligay, should also be included. Following them, the leader of the Purple Lily Alliance, Jingqing Luoshan, and the formidable sorcerer, Lian Hanchun, should also be present. 2 mages, 1 rogue, and 1 warrior. The combination is simply perfect. As for the last spot, I'm not entirely certain. Oh my, Rose exclaimed, her mouth agape in surprise. You are truly impressive. Your guesses are spot on. The last spot is indeed Zhang Tian. Oh, it's him. I replied with a relieved smile. No wonder. Zhang Tian is a divine general with the Earth Cyclone ability. Together with Li Qingfeng, having 2 divine generals transforming into their Earth forms at the front. While Ligay waits for an opportunity to strike, and Jingqing Luoshan and Lian Hongchun provide ranged support. My goodness, with this combination, even our champion team from Gujian would likely face significant challenges. Rose covered her mouth with a laugh. Indeed, everyone acknowledges that there are many strong players in the Chinese region. Just assembling a group of elites from the losers bracket would be enough to intimidate anyone. As she spoke, Rose added, by the way, at exactly 7 p.m. tonight, there will be a celebration banquet at the Panlong Grand Hotel hosted by the Lenovo Club. In honor of your victory in the WL Chinese division, I have a somewhat unreasonable request. I hope you can oblige. Seeing her shy demeanor, I couldn't help but ask with a smile, what is it? Could you invite 2 guests to join us? She asked. Which 2? My influence is not that significant. I replied, you can certainly do it. One is the beautiful little pepper, Linison, and the other is the leader of Lian Hanchun, Lian Hanchun. Is that too much to ask? Lian Hanchun is currently competing in Wuxi for cash prizes. All right, I will get in touch, I conceded. Yes. WeVE invited the host and photographer from the gaming television channel to come and create a special feature for our Lenovo Club. Having these 2 members of the CGL Hall of Fame attend would be particularly prestigious. Understood, I will contact them right away. Great. I'm counting on you. If this special feature goes well, it could lead to a raise for them. Got it. I replied. And as Rose departed for leveling up with Xinru Shui and Anxiang Rao, I opened my friends list to contact Linison. Hey, gorgeous. What is up? Little trickster. What is the matter? Are you free for dinner tonight? Come dine with me. Sure. Where are we eating? I want something delicious. Lin Eason's voice was imbued with excitement. What a delightful and charming foodie she was. I replied, let's dine at the Panlong Grand Hotel at precisely 7 o'clock for the Lenovo Club's celebration banquet. Wait. Why am I getting involved in Lenovo's affair? You are a special guest. If you don't attend, they will surely make a fuss. Is that so? Then let them. All right then, I shall go, and I'll drive myself there in the evening. Great. After calming my own girl, I dialed Sansheng Mo Sanner. Luchen, what is up? Are you in Wuxi? Come over to Suzhou, I'd like to treat you to dinner. Sure, what will we eat? Delicious food at the Panlong Grand Hotel. At exactly 7 o'clock for the Lenovo Club celebration banquet. Sansheng Mo was quite perceptive, the Lenovo celebration banquet, inviting me to fill the scene? Indeed, how about that? Hee. Well, since it's free food, I'm in. Good, you must arrive by 7 o'clock sharp, or else I'll be left with nothing. Understood. During the day, I busied myself gathering resource bags, and in between, I ventured to the Falling Wind Canyon to assist Du Shirsand in defeating a level 185 boss. I sought vengeance for Yutong in the Silver Moon Forest, eliminating a team of Candle Dragon players, and later vanquished a level 190 boss in the Sky Forest, helping Tiantang Yu obtain a 175 level Celestial Shield. I played the role of a fighter and assassin, making the day incredibly fulfilling. Assisting others in defeating bosses also granted me considerable experience, not much slower than leveling up on my own, yet I only gained 40 experience points. After reaching level 187, the experience required for leveling up became dauntingly high. By the time evening approached around 5 o'clock, suddenly, Li Chengfeng sent a message. Luchun, have you heard? The 9th territory of Sky City has been refreshed, located in the forest directly south of Yinsong City. Oh, already the 9th? The system didn't notify me. How would I know? Li Chengfeng replied, several guilds are currently battling for it. One of them has temporarily occupied the territory. Guess who? My heart skipped a beat. I replied, it can't be the Soul Return battle garb, can it? Or the Red Man Pavilion. Is Candle Dragon truly applying pressure on us? Li Chengfeng chuckled. You're overthinking it. It's neither Soul Return battle garb nor Red Man Pavilion, but rather the sword-wielding Jianghu. I never expected that they mobilized nearly 1 million forces, securing a definitive advantage. This territory will likely fall into their hands. It's south, quite close to Yinsong City. Yet it seems that Miss Lin is reluctant to encroach upon the territory of sword-wielding Jianghu. I remarked, there's no choice. Each guild is beginning to make its presence known. Our ancient sword, Snow Yinsong, and Jun Lin each hold a city. Attempting to seize additional territories may lead to accusations of being overly domineering, which is not favorable. In this game, reputation often outweighs all else. It is the essence of a guild's cohesion. Li Chengfeng concurred, stating, indeed, I share the same sentiment. However, the sword-wielding Jianghu has displayed considerable hostility towards us in the WL competition, which necessitates a degree of caution. Furthermore, sword-wielding Jianghu is directly affiliated with the Chinese Virtual Department, backed by official support, seemingly intent on making a mark in Sky City. What shall we do if conflict arises? I pondered momentarily before resolutely proclaiming. Then we shall eradicate them. Those who stand in our way must perish. Li Chengfeng chuckled. Ha. That phrase, those who stand in my way must die, resonates perfectly with me. Rest assured, I will keep a vigilant eye on sword-wielding Jianghu and strive to prevent them from stirring any trouble. Well, thank you for your hard work, Chengfeng. I replied. We're all brothers here. There's no need for such formalities. Around 6 in the evening, we logged off and set out with the 4 ladies from the studio. A group of us squeezed into an X12, not for any particular reason, but rather to ensure that someone would drive us back after we indulged in some drinks. Upon arriving at the Panlong Grand Hotel, Rose was already waiting at the entrance. Ahead, Lin Yisin's new car was being gracefully guided into the parking lot by a valet, with Lin Yisin standing elegantly beside it. We halted the vehicle and greeted her. Within minutes, Sansheng Mo also drove into the parking area, and the assembly was complete. The banquet hall was located on the 3rd floor. As we ascended the stairs, we discovered that over 20 individuals had already gathered, among whom were a dozen young players newly recruited by the Lenovo Club. After all, the 5 of us exclusively competed in major events like the WEL, while we did not wish to waste our time on smaller leagues. However, it was only natural for the club to recruit around 20 participants, which reminded me of the Apple Club. Apart from Lin Yisin and a few others like Zi Ho, there were around 40 members, which was quite extravagant, driving the staff nearly to the brink of madness during registration for the leagues. As we entered the venue, a sharply dressed gentleman approached us, extending his hand with a smile. Greetings, Lu Chun. I am Dong Xiang, the CEO of the club. I shook his hand. Hello, Mr. Dong. Dong Xiang promptly turned and pointed to a middle-aged man, approximately 40 years old, standing not far away, saying, Today we have esteemed guests. Allow me to introduce this gentleman. Mr. Tang Long, the Deputy Minister of the Chinese Virtual Department, who oversees matters concerning the WEL Company's games, and is also the President of the Chinese Server Association. Tang Long, with a glistening complexion, stepped forward and remarked, "Lu Chun, I am familiar with you. Young man, your future is boundless." Faced with the inscrutable depths of his character, I could only manage a faint smile. "Hello, Deputy Minister Tang." I glanced at He Yi and Lin Yisan beside me. Both ladies were also observing me. In truth, we all understood well. These corpulent individuals, so full of themselves, could there be a genuinely good person among them? Chapter 934. The new leader of CGL. Please, everyone take a seat. The CEO of the Lenovo Club said with a courteous smile. My gaze fell upon He Yi, who gently grasped my arm, guiding me to sit beside her. Bai Ming Shui, Lian Xin, and Murong Mingyue quietly settled down. In fact, we all knew beforehand that this meal would likely leave us unsated, and with the presence of a deputy minister, it was certain we would be even less fulfilled. This was destined to be a disheartening banquet. First and foremost, congratulations to Lenovo for triumphing as the champion of the WEL China region. At the behest of CEO Dong Xiang, Rose presented a golden trophy, which Dong Xiang graciously accepted, exclaiming with a smile, "Behold, this trophy is adorned with the engravings of broken halberds and sunken sands. On the water's edge, the northern abyss snow, the compassionate star, Amarong Mingyue. These 5 identities represent the honor you 5 warriors have bestowed upon Lenovo through your valiant participation in the WL. Thus, the Golden Cup shall be temporarily housed within the club, in addition to the rewards from the game. The club has decided to grant you a double reward of 2 million renminbi each. What do you say?" He Yi smiled brightly, replying, "Thank you, Mr. Dong. We are indeed in need of funds at the moment." Dong Xiang laughed heartily, saying, "Eve is the president of Yuli Square, a figure whose mere stomp can cause tremors in the Chinese region of Yuan. Furthermore, she is the leader of the ancient Sword Soul Dream, and I have long been aware of her reputation. Today, seeing her in person, she is indeed youthful, beautiful, and exudes an overwhelming presence." He Yi smiled modestly, "Thank you." As they sat down to enjoy food and drink, just as I popped a piece of cold chicken into my mouth, Tang Long raised his glass and cheerfully remarked, "After the Battle of Dawn City, the Northern Alliance's counteroffensive against us has grown increasingly feeble, thanks to everyone's valiant efforts. The Battle of Dawn City has resonated throughout the northern region, and on behalf of the Chinese Virtual Division, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your outstanding contributions." Dong Xiang also raised his glass, affirming, "Indeed, the Battle of Dawn Canyon was exhilarating. To face overwhelming odds, the performance of the ancient sword was commendable. In the solitary valley, they decimated 100,000 cavalry from Hot Sand City, while in the swamp, they vanquished 100,000 behemoth iron riders. And beneath the snow-capped mountains, they annihilated countless bloodthirsty beast riders in Hero City. I believe everyone will acknowledge the remarkable military achievements of the ancient sword in our national battles." Dong Xiang's words were quite agreeable, leaning favorably towards the ancient sword. After all, the members of the ancient sword were indeed the core of the Lenovo team, which naturally swayed Dong Xiang's support towards us. Tang Long downed his drink in one gulp, and we could not afford to appear disrespectful, so we followed suit, draining our glasses. Bone remains and heart as water, along with others, raised their glasses in unison. Being newcomers in the martial world and encountering a figure like Tang Long, they were understandably apprehensive, fearful of speaking out of turn. After a few drinks, Tang Long smiled slightly and, brimming with enthusiasm, stated, "In truth, I have always been a super gaming enthusiast. I have played both the Yueheng and Ling Tong versions, which led me to pursue a position in the virtual division from the Ministry of Agriculture. In Tianzong, I possess a level 175 Dark Knight account. Haha, but I have yet to achieve the 7th transfer. I hope everyone will kindly guide me, this novice." I remarked. "It is indeed a rarity for a deputy minister to indulge in honing a game account." Dong Xiang interjected, "Haha. What you may not know is that although Deputy Minister Tang is busy with work, he has never forsaken leveling up in the game. He has even gathered a group of top-tier experts and established a guild, which, as of today, is attacking its very first territory." I was momentarily taken aback and asked, "Could Deputy Minister Tang's guild be the Sword-Bearer of Jianghu?" Tang Long seemed slightly surprised. "Oh, you have heard of Sword-Bearer of Jianghu? They are our opponents in the WL quarterfinals. and their captain is named this life and next, a Yin-Yang master, correct? Yes, I replied. Tang Long smiled faintly and said, indeed. In this life and the next, I unearthed the Sky City from the hidden city, serving as the vice leader of the sword-wielding Jianghu. Furthermore, I must clarify that the sword-wielding Jianghu belongs to the Chinese virtual department and is not the property of any individual. In fact, the sword-wielding Jianghu will not partake in the struggle for dominance over the Sky City. Their sole mission is to guide the strength of China during national battles, uniting everyone to fight valiantly for the protection of the Sky City. Well, in light of this commitment to safeguarding the Sky City, we shall not be adversaries of the sword-wielding Jianghu, I declared, raising my cup. Tang Long laughed heartily. Thank you. With your words, little King Lu Chun. The sword-wielding Jianghu can indeed establish a foothold in the Sky City. Beside me, Lin Yisin gestured slightly and remarked, why choose the territory near the snow-silver first base? Vice Leader, are you aware of the saying, how can one sleep peacefully beside the bed of a powerful figure? Before my arrival, I was on the verge of mobilizing troops to seize the territory of the sword-wielding Jianghu. Tang Long's gaze landed on Lin Yisin, his astonishment clearly evident. Ah, the renowned Fengse fantasy. I recognize you. I did not anticipate that the association could attract someone as striking as you. Lin Yisin pursed her lips, her bright eyes sparkling as she looked at Tang Long. Vice Leader, should my subordinates become unruly and attack the territory of the sword-wielding Jianghu, I hope you will not hold it against this young girl who lacks understanding. I am being quite sincere here, hee. Tang Long appeared somewhat flustered. Understood. I will rein in those fellows and instruct them to maintain a low profile. We, the sword-wielding Jianghu, shall operate discreetly in the game. Discreetly indeed, I thought to myself, recalling the audacious demeanor of a few individuals during the WEL competition, emboldened by the support of the Chinese virtual department. They truly believed themselves to be a formidable force capable of wielding power in the Sky City. I tugged at Lin Yisin's sleeve and whispered, Yi, do you genuinely intend to seize the territory of the sword-wielding Jianghu? Lin Yisin playfully stuck out her tongue and softly replied in my ear, yes. I am indeed considering it. The life in the next clan is quite arrogant. Even before they have captured the territory, they have dispatched a cavalry patrol less than a mile from Silver Fir City, seemingly harboring hostility towards us. If it were not for my orders, Prince Zi and Nangong Lexi would have already led a charge to eliminate their territory. After pondering for a moment, I concluded, for now, let us grant Tang Long a measure of face to prevent him from losing dignity. Although Tianzong is a multinational game, in this small domain of China, who would dare to disregard Tang Long? The intricacies of this matter are evident to you. I need not elaborate. Lin Yisin chuckled. Indeed, I understand. In this world, is there anything darker than GC? Tang Long took a sip of his drink and suddenly turned his gaze to San Sheng, smiling. Oh, I am acquainted with this beautiful lady as well, the fiery-lipped leader San Sheng, a member of the CGL Hall of Fame in China, correct? I have seen your clear photograph on the official website. San Sheng raised her glass of red wine and took a sip, responding softly, greetings, Vice Leader. Observing the expression on San Sheng Mo's face, I discerned her inner exclamations. Pa, what a mere deputy minister. As I anticipated, San Sheng paused momentarily before speaking in an unusually calm tone. In truth, I believe the deputy minister has a fondness for the game Tianzong. This is a boon for players in China, as such a deputy minister is likely to foster a fair and just gaming environment. However, from the perspective of a naive young girl, it seems unwise for the Chinese virtual department to directly intervene in national warfare, especially considering the guild of Gujian Jianghu. The faction of Lai Xueyinshan has already been quite aggressive towards Lu Chun in WEL, displaying an air of arrogance. Should such a person command recklessly in national warfare, how would the three major guilds, Gujian Hunming, Xueyinshan, and Lai Yinhongchun, be able to lead their members? It would undoubtedly hinder our ability to engage in a genuine battle of strength. How can we expect to prevail in a true contest of power? Wow. We all regarded San Sheng anew, astonished by her audacity to voice what I had kept bottled up inside. I certainly did not possess the courage to openly offend Deputy Minister Tang Long. Tang Long's expression grew increasingly awkward. He chuckled and remarked, I am well aware of this simple truth. Here, I assure you all that Xi Jinjiang who will not dictate your actions in national warfare. The strategies for battle will be determined by you. Xi Jinjiang whose role is merely to guide the overarching direction, ensuring you do not stray from the path. I cleared my throat and interjected. The primary direction is clear, to safeguard every inch of land upon which we stand, preventing our enemies from trespassing upon our homeland. Tang Long smiled slightly. Precisely. Rose, sensing the atmosphere had shifted, raised her glass and chimed in. Well said, Lu Chun. As prominent players in the CGL Hall of Fame, our inherent mission is to protect every inch of our territory. I nodded with a smile and raised my glass, declaring, we shall defend with our lives. And should anyone obstruct us, we shall teach them a harsh lesson with our swords. Tang Long refrained from elaborating, merely nodding in agreement. However, it was evident that my conversation with Sansheng Mo had unsettled him, and even the goddess of the fruit knife had made her stance known, hinting at a possible assault on the territory of Gujian who, showing Tang Long no mercy. In truth, one's reputation is self-bestowed. Every step taken by Gujian, who is at Tang Long's behest. We are all adults here, aware of the complexities of human nature. Behind a facade of hypocrisy, can one truly perceive the genuine countenance of another? The answer is often negative. Dong Xiang, observing keenly, remarked, in fact, there is one more matter I must share with everyone. Mr. Tang Long not only serves as the Deputy Minister of the Virtual Department, but has also been appointed as the Chairman of the Chinese CGL, officially overseeing CGL affairs. Therefore, if any formidable players wish to join the CGL Hall of Fame, they may apply to Deputy Minister Tang Long. Bei Ming Shui turned to me and asked, Brother, do I qualify to enter the CGL Hall of Fame? I pondered for a moment and replied, among the active players in the CGL Hall of Fame, you can certainly dominate half of them. In terms of strength, you are more than capable. Contribute significantly during national warfare, and it should not pose a significant issue. Tang Long chuckled. Indeed, strive diligently, and I will take that into account. I remained silent, while Lin Yisan blinked and flashed me a playful smile, continuing to savor her meal. The dishes were delightful, yet the atmosphere felt somewhat peculiar. By the time we finished dining, it was already past 8, and everyone returned to the city, striving for resources. Chapter 935. An inability to repay. In the ensuing days, the situation domestically grew increasingly calm. The ancient sword continued its relentless pursuit of resources to replicate the Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry, constructing an exclusive cavalry and archer regiment, which incited protests from guilds such as Snow Silver Fur, Fiery Red Lips, Candle Dragon, and Purple Lily. They, too, were scouring for resources to upgrade their territories, and the interference from Ancient Sword rendered their efforts futile. Meanwhile, the War Heaven Alliance boisterously upgraded, with members like War Heaven and Li Gu traversing the land to slay bosses and clear leveling grounds. War Heaven even proclaimed that, during the WL International Tournament, their average guild level surpassed that of Ancient Sword Soul Dream. In reality, this claim was rather fanciful, as the current average level of Ancient Sword was 178, while that of War Heaven Alliance was a mere 175, a disparity too vast to bridge. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the 6th day. That evening, we boarded a flight to Los Angeles. Noon marked our final meal in Suzhou during the WL event. As the team leader, Rose accompanied us, having scarcely left our side for the past few days. How has the guild fared during this time? He inquired, lifting his chopsticks to look at me. I was in Shandong for a meeting the past few days and haven't kept up with the guild's affairs. Nothing significant occurred, right? Nothing major. Morong Mingyue interjected, holding her bowl and glaring at the guild leader. There were just some minor skirmishes with the War Heaven Alliance in the Qinghu jungle. It almost escalated. Oh, what exactly happened? He chuckled. Bai Mingshui replied, while Yutong and a few others were leveling in the Qinghu jungle, they encountered a boss. Halfway through the battle, 2 assassins from the War Heaven Alliance swooped in and killed it, claiming the boss's experience and loot. As a result, my brother, along with several others, went to seal off the Qinghu jungle, trapping nearly 1,000 members of the War Heaven Alliance inside. They were reluctant to return to the city, calling for War Heaven, ready to confront us. In a fit of anger, my brother eliminated over 1,000 of them. He's eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness, did War Heaven not retaliate? Lien Xin responded. War Heaven was nearly infuriated, but they were in the wrong initially. They only requested that we return the equipment dropped by those over 1,000 players. It was quite tragic. Many were taken down by Sister Luan Yue, losing more than half of their gear in an instant. He couldn't help but laugh. And then what happened? Morong Mingyue gestured towards me. You know what kind of person that lad is. Once something is in his grasp, War Heaven is merely after those items. Would Lu Qin be willing to acquiesce? I clutched a chicken leg and exclaimed, what nonsense. Yutong and the 4 mages were ambushed and slain. Not only did they lose levels, but Yutong's staff was also dropped. The poor girl was in tears. And if I don't seek retribution for them, how can I maintain my reputation in the Dark Coast? Besides, it is evident that the people from Battle Heaven have ventured all the way to the outskirts of Dark Moon City to level up, clearly under Battle Heaven's orders. Since they have made their move, how could our ancient sword not respond? Lien Xian clenched her fists and declared, I support Brother Lu Chen's approach. We shall not back down. Humph. Despite Battle Heaven's pretentious claims of friendship, they are undoubtedly eyeing our Dark Moon City. If given the chance, the Battle Heaven Alliance will not hesitate to seize it. Nearby, Rose stifled a laugh and remarked, the unique level 10 undead castle in the world, capable of replicating mounts and facilitating archer training. Who wouldn't desire such a Dark Moon City? If it weren't for Lin Yisan being Lu Chen's potential girlfriend, I wager Xueyinshan would have been the first to take action. Do you believe me? I recalled Lin Yisan's headstrong personality and nodded vigorously. Absolutely. He chuckled. Go on, say that in front of Lin Yisan and see if you have the courage. I laughed lightly and added, but rest assured, although we are heading to the United States for the WL World Championship, the likes of Luan Yu, Gui Guzi, and Doji are steadfastly remaining in Dark Moon City. With them, along with 4,000 Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry and 1,000 Dragon Dawn Archers, I doubt the Battle Heaven Alliance dares to lay a finger on Dark Moon City. Rose smiled gently. I think so too. With the Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry stationed there, Battle Heaven will think twice before acting recklessly. And by the way, I have grown increasingly fond of the Ancient Sword Guild. May I create a gaming account and join? That way, we can be family. He joyfully responded, of course. We would be thrilled to have you. With Rose joining Ancient Sword, you can team up with Baiming and level up together, striving for level 180 and the 7th promotion. In this day and age, it would be embarrassing to step out without reaching the 7th promotion. Rose agreed, indeed. This afternoon, we set off for Shanghai Pudong International Airport. Upon arrival, the other competitors from the China region were also present, including Sansheng Mo, Jingcheng Luo Shun, Licheng Feng, Battle Heaven, and Li Gu, 5 players participating in the friendly match. We were all old acquaintances, casually chatting in the waiting lounge. Battle Heaven approached, pointing an accusing finger at me. Hey, Lu Chen, you are being unreasonable. Those 347 pieces of equipment are crucial for my 1,000 brothers. Return them. I cannot face them without those items. You cannot be so unreasonable. I replied. The equipment has already been distributed to Yutong and the other victims as compensation. As the saying goes, spilled water cannot be retrieved. While I wish I could reclaim it, how can I do so? I cannot allow my guild members to speak ill of me behind my back. As the leader of an alliance, do you not understand this predicament? Zhang Tian gritted his teeth, while Li Gu grasped Zhang Tian's shoulder. Calm down, Zhang Tian. Since Lu Chun does not wish to return it, we cannot force him. Zhang Tian pointed at me. Humph, Lu Chun, your behavior is that of a rogue. I glanced at Bei Ming Shui. Oh, Bei Ming, your short skirt today is truly beautiful. Lin Xin remarked. Humph, none of these 2 fellows are worth a dime. Before long, the group of 25 assembled. The head of the team was a young lady from the virtual department who conversed with the leaders of various clubs. Ultimately, it was decided that we would dine at the airport's restaurant while awaiting our flight at 8 p.m. However, we arrived far too early, with nothing to occupy our time. Bei Ming Shui, He, Lin Xin, and Mu Rongming Yu engaged in a game of Do Di Zhu in the boarding hall, while Li Cheng Feng, Jingcheng Luo Shun, Zhang Tian, and others gathered around to watch. I purchased a copy of a fashion magazine, perusing through images of elegant mature women and adorable young girls. Sansheng Mo, carrying a small bag, sat beside me, peering over to catch a glimpse, and laughed. What a lack of ambition, I replied, as Sansheng Mo lazily leaned back in her chair, arms crossed over her chest. Lu Chun, in 7 days. I borrowed your 1,000 mages. Shouldn't you return them? And my Yutong must be returned as well. I said, indeed, but things have been rather tumultuous lately. That Bradjan Tian has been drooling over my Dark Moon City. If you were to withdraw those 1,000 mages now, it would be akin to pulling the carpet from under my feet. As allies, it would be one thing if you didn't lend a hand, But to undermine me is rather unsportsmanlike, wouldn't you agree? Perhaps you could extend the loan for another month. Dear Mo. Sansheng Mo widened her eyes. You scoundrel Lu Chun. Do you think you are Liu Bei, borrowing Jingzhou and never intending to return it? No way. You must return them. Those are my precious resources. I pondered momentarily. Let us discuss it again in a week. I shall take whatever time you can afford to lend. Sansheng Mo nodded gently. At that moment, a commotion arose at the ticketing gate, drawing my attention away. I set down the magazine, straightened my clothes, and made my way over. Sansheng Mo, seemingly unwell, coughed lightly and followed me. At the security check, a crowd had gathered. I pushed through to find a modestly dressed man, around 50 years old, seated on the ground with a package of dark substances in his hands. The plastic bag had torn, and some of its contents had spilled. He looked helpless and bewildered, speaking in a thick dialect. This is medicine, truly medicine. Not what you think it is. Yet, a foreign worker, clad in a uniform, approached the elderly man, clutching a small bag of black substances, and shouted in anger, "What's this? Tell me, what's this?" The old man, unable to comprehend, hastily shielded the scattered black items on the ground, exclaiming, "Don't step on it. Don't damage them." The foreign security officer, in a fit of rage, stomped down on the small bag. At that moment, Sansheng Mo finally squeezed through the crowd. Upon seeing the elderly man kneeling on the ground, her eyes reddened, tears streaming down her cheeks as she murmured, "Father? What?" I was taken aback. Sansheng Mo dashed forward, shielding the old man, her cries echoing as she shouted at the surrounding security personnel, "Get away, all of you. Just get away. This is medicine, a traditional remedy for asthma. You fools." I rushed forward, positioning myself in front of Sansheng Mo. As the foreign security personnel seemed intent on taking action, I raised my hand defensively and exclaimed, "It's medical. Chinese materia medica." The foreign security officer appeared taken aback, and a female staff member approached, sniffing the contents of the bag and nodding in acknowledgement. Sansheng Mo was in tears, supporting her father as he stood. I bent down to gather the scattered herbs, simultaneously explaining the situation to the surrounding staff. It turned out that Sansheng Mo suffered from asthma, and her father had worriedly pursued her to the airport, fearing she might not have her medication for her journey. Unfortunately, the airport staff mistook the herbs for narcotics, leading to the misunderstanding. After sharing a meal at the airport with the elderly man, Sansheng Mo pressed a substantial sum of money into her father's hand, urging him to take a taxi home. As she watched her father depart with reluctance, her eyes reddened, and she wept anew. Seated in the quiet departure lounge, Sansheng Mo cried for a long while I sat silently beside her. I could not discern how much time had passed when she lifted her head, her voice trembling with emotion as she said, "He is an honest man, who has always thought of others' well-being without ever caring for himself." I nodded, encouraging her to continue. Sansheng Mo choked back tears as she recounted, "When I was very young, my father told me he would teach me something that would ensure I would never go hungry in my life. Later, he taught me how to eat." She smiled through her tears, then continued, "In my high school year, I fell in love, but later faced heartbreak. He sent me 3,000 yuan, saying that if I felt down, I should indulge in some shopping. It was only later that I realized that 3,000 yuan represented his earnings for 3 months. I listened intently as she shared, "During my university years, he brought me to my dormitory, standing outside to watch me. I knew he found it hard to let me live independently. That spring, he took a night train from Wuhan to Hangzhou just to bring me a bag of freshly picked cherries from our garden, saying that they were my favorite." As Sansheng Mo spoke, tears streamed down her face. "My father said that when the cherry tree in our yard grew as tall as he was, it would be time for me to marry. Now the cherry tree has grown tall, yet my father has aged and shrunk." She leaned against my shoulder, her voice barely above a whisper, "I can never repay my father's love in this lifetime." Chapter 936. Pre-battle challenge. The following day, we arrived in Los Angeles, boarding a bus immediately after disembarking. The gentle sway lulled everyone to sleep until our leader awakened us, instructing us to have a hearty meal and rest to adjust to the time difference. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the WEL Finals, where 32 formidable teams from around the globe will compete for the title of world champion. A group of us dined at a Chinese restaurant located in the hotel, yet the cuisine felt distinctly Cantonese, which did not quite suit our palates. Among us, Lin Yisan, Sansheng Mo, Zhang Tian, and Li Chengfeng were those who thrived on spice, and the overly sweet dishes left us feeling somewhat queasy. After a flurry of activities, I returned to the hotel, lying on the bed and forcing myself to sleep. The main event was set to commence in 16 hours. I aimed for a 10-hour slumber, followed by a few hours to prepare and gather insights about my opponents. Initially, I had intended to take a stroll. However, my command of English was rather rudimentary. Conversely, he spoke English fluently. Yet enlisting the beautiful guild leader as a translator seemed somewhat inappropriate, considering she was the CEO of Yuli Square, a partner of Blue Star, and destined to become a billionaire. As I lay on the bed, my mind replayed a conversation I had with Sansheng Mo at the airport. Lu Chun, you are my friend. Thank you. Since we were friends, I thought it unnecessary to repay the favor regarding the 1,000-member mage team. All right, you may keep it. However, within a month, the Dark Moon City of Ancient Sword was to train 1,000 Dragon Dawn Iron Riders for me, belonging to the Fiery Red Lips. Belonging to my Sansheng Mo deal, I held no undue pride. Although the Dragon Dawn Iron Riders were the most precious troop type at this stage, what did it matter? In comparison to Sansheng Mo, who cherished me as a friend, I would not regret any sacrifice. Genuine friends, whether among brothers or between different sexes, could indeed exist. Early the next morning, I was roused from sleep. Lu Chun, get up. Last night, 2 players ascended to Divine General on the Chinese server. He's voice called from outside the door. Startled, I leapt out of bed, dressed quickly, and opened the door to find both he and Linison present. I inquired, what is the situation? Which 2 players ascended to Divine General? Linison replied, Ice and Fire Song and Ligo. Wait, aren't those 2 participating in WL with us? How did they manage to ascend? They found time last night to level up and defeat bosses. Taken aback, I pulled out my phone and checked the official website of Tianzong. Indeed, 2 new Divine Generals appeared on the leaderboard. Divine Flame Guardian summons divine power, coalescing into flames to safeguard the body, inflicting burn damage equal to 5 of the maximum health per second on surrounding hostile targets, with a 90 reduction in effectiveness against bosses. Activation consumes 5 divine power points per minute, exclusive to Ice and Fire's Song. Dark God Transformation summons the power of dark magic, resurrecting the might of the Dark God and enhancing the user's overall combat abilities significantly, with effects tied to strategy points. Activation consumes 10 divine power points per minute. Exclusive to Ligo. Once again, 2 super skills emerged. The Divine Flame Guardian effectively transformed Ice and Fire's Song, the Berserker, into a hedgehog. Anyone approaching would suffer corresponding damage. This ability was ruthless, capable of incinerating an opponent's health by 5 each second, enough to eliminate a fully healthy player within 20 seconds. In PvP situations, this skill was indeed a remarkable asset. Moreover, the divine skill of Ligo is truly remarkable. The Dark God Transformation sounds extraordinarily formidable, significantly enhancing all attributes and combat prowess. It is likely comparable to Li Changfeng's soul attachment. Ligo is inherently adept at one-on-one combat, particularly in wilderness skirmishes, and even I must regard him with a degree of caution. With this newfound Dark God Transformation, his solo PK capabilities in the Chinese region undoubtedly rank among the top 5. It is astonishing that both Gujian and Eve have ascended. While even Xian and the others should have ascended long ago, I lamented my helplessness. He shrugged and smiled, saying, there's nothing to be done. Last night, I managed to assist Yu Tong and her team in defeating a boss, but without the domain divine skill, it was futile. Lin Yisin chimed in with a smile. All right. Hurry and wash your face. We are waiting for you in the dining hall. The top 32 matches of today's WL will commence in just a few hours. Indeed, today we must continue to strive. Ultimately, the WL championship of the Chinese region is merely a victory among ourselves. The true honor that we can take pride in is the championship of the WL World Tournament. Here, the competition is fierce, with champion teams from various nations converging. Securing the championship would etch the name of Ancient Sword Soul Dream into the annals of Moonlight world history, a dream we all cherish dearly. After hastily freshening up, I arrived at the dining hall where players advancing from the Chinese region were dining. Clearly, the salads, ketchup, and pasta were rather unfamiliar to them. Li Changfeng stared wide-eyed at a plate of pasta and exclaimed, Rose, is there any egg fried rice here? Rose pouted, none, make do with what you have. Li Changfeng replied, though I am an invited player for the friendly match, I am still a guest. This is rather inconsiderate. I senti it? I whispered, Changfeng. I spotted a store across the street selling dried fish. After the match, let us buy some dried fish along with chili sauce and cumin. We can grill and feast by the fireplace. Li Chengfeng seized upon this suggestion as if it were a lifeline. You are indeed wise, Lu Chun. He joined us with a plate of food, stating, just eat something. Don't go into the match on an empty stomach. Chengfeng. I've heard that the champion of the friendly match also receives rewards, level 1 and luck 1. Both are excellent rewards, though there are no lottery draws. Li Chengfeng rejoiced. Really? Why would I lie to you? Not far away, Li Gu and Zhang Tian widened their eyes in excitement. We absolutely must secure the championship of the friendly match. Right? San Shengmo and Jing Chung Luoshun? The two girls responded in unison. Get lost. We are eating. I inquired, by the way. Has the final reward for the main competition been announced yet? Lin Yisin smiled and replied, you'll find out once we enter the arena. After finishing our meal. Everyone prepared, each carrying their gaming helmets, as we set off. The WEL offline tournament was held at the most significant esports venue in Los Angeles. Upon our arrival, the vast hall was already teeming with a sea of people, badges displayed, ready for battle. Gazing upward, the grand screen displayed the reward rules for the WEL World Championship. For the 1,732nd place, Level 2, Luck 2, each player receives 10,000 euros and one chance to enter a lottery, with the potential to win a divine grade item. For the 916th place, Level 3, Luck 3, each player receives 20,000 euros and one chance to enter a lottery, with the potential to win a divine grade item. For the 58th place, Level 4, Luck 4, each player receives 100,000 euros and one chance to enter a lottery, with the potential to win a celestial grade item. For the 3rd and 4th places, Level 5, Luck 5, each player receives 200,000 euros and one chance to enter a lottery, with the potential to win a celestial grade item. For the runner-up, Level 6, Luck 6, each player receives 500,000 euros and one chance to enter a lottery, with the potential to win a legendary grade item. For the champion, Level 8, Luck 8, each player receives 1,000 euros and one chance to enter a lottery, with the potential to win a super legendary grade item. The crowd gazed in astonishment, and Zhang Tian could not help but exclaim, Goodness, Xueyinshan Corporation is truly generous. Each member of the championship team receives 1,000 euros, which is equivalent to about 8.3 million renminbi. A champion team member of WL returns home as a millionaire. Li Gu grinned beside him. Those with the strength to seize the championship are already millionaires, aren't they? Zhang Tian replied. Rose pointed to the right, saying, Look, the seating area for the Chinese competitors is over there. Let us head over. Oh, and there's a vending machine too. Quite nice. The group hurried over, and instantly, the audience behind the competitors' area erupted with hundreds of international students holding up bright red banners proclaiming, Chinese virtual competitors, victory is ours. I smiled wryly. Nearby, the Japanese competitors section was starkly visible. Among the two competing teams, one individual clad in a black sweatshirt approached the railing and gave us a thumbs up. Zhang Tian remarked, Is he complimenting our NX? Li Chengfeng scoffed. How naive, can't you see through this? Indeed, the Japanese player swiftly turned his thumb downward, making a distinctly unfriendly gesture of disdain. Zhang Tian, incensed, lifted his helmet and approached the railing, angrily shouting in a thick Zhengzhou accent, You little brat. Are you courting death? The Japanese player smirked disdainfully and spoke in halting Chinese, China esteemed, prepare for annihilation. The spirit of competition is a noble thing. Something you will never understand. Li Chengfeng and I could no longer contain ourselves. We grabbed our helmets and approached the railing. I placed a hand on Zhang Tian's shoulder to hold him back and addressed the Japanese player. Oh really? We shall meet on the battlefield. We will surely make it to the finals. Just don't be caught off guard like a dog being slaughtered. The Japanese player's expression turned cold. Humph. Returning to our seats, Rose softly commented, You three are rather impulsive. Zhang Tiandao, that arrogant Japanese player, GRD, is pushing it too far. I cannot tolerate it. Rose cast him a glance. Zhang Tian, you are here for a friendly match. Why are you so unfriendly and brimming with anger? That person merely provoked you a little, and you've already lost your temper. Zhang Tian wore a look of shame. Who is that contemptible brat anyway? Beside me, Lin Yisin chuckled lightly, linking her arm with mine, and said, Don't you know him? He is hailed as the #1 swordsman on the Japanese server, having dominated it for 3 years without encountering a single rival. What is his ID again? I seem to have forgotten. He, with an expressionless face, replied, Hong Feng, the top player in the JGL Hall of Fame on the Japanese server. He has been adept at using sword-based weapons since the days of Ling Tong and has reached the pinnacle of his gaming career during the Tianzong era, being regarded as the unrivaled figure on the Japanese server. He also leads a formidable guild. What was it called again? I seem to have forgotten. I pursed my lips. What does it matter what it's called? We will have the chance to educate him repeatedly in the WL main event. Zhan Tian, Chapter 937, the first battle after the comeback. As waves of participating players entered, the entire auditorium erupted with applause and cheers. Particularly, when a group of contestants from the American server made their entrance, it elicited shrieks from numerous gaming enthusiasts. For they laid eyes upon the legendary figure known as Sadness of Vienna. Sadness of Vienna appeared to be around 28 years old, clad in a spirited black tracksuit, carrying a gaming helmet, and slowly moving about outside the venue with a group of companions, his eyes betraying an unmistakable pride and disdain. In truth, he possessed the skill to back it up. Suddenly, Sadness of Vienna halted, swiftly turning to face us, his eyes glinting with a challenging spirit as he barked, You. I knew he was looking at me. In the Battle of Don Canyon, I had faced Sadness of Vienna more than once. Rising to my feet, I approached the edge of the player area and smiled slightly. See you on the battlefield. Humph. Sadness of Vienna scoffed coldly and turned away with his companions. Biming Shui asked, Brother, why didn't you speak in English? I was momentarily taken aback and replied, I would much prefer him to communicate with me in Chinese. Why should I accommodate him? Lien Xian chuckled. Well said, the battle is about to begin. Rose announced. First, the 8 teams for the friendly match will take the stage. In a moment, the host will surely use English to present. Which of you can understand? Zhan Tian and Li Gu shook their heads in confusion, while Li Chengfeng shrugged. I only understand yes or no. Jingcheng Luoshan stood up, smiling. Never mind, I'll handle it. Indeed. Jingcheng Luoshan is somewhat of a notable figure in the north, reputedly proficient in 3 languages, Mandarin, English, and Shandong dialect, never requiring a translator during foreign exchanges. Soon after, a well-proportioned young lady took the stage and began announcing in fluent English before the commencement of the WL main event. A reality-friendly match will determine the champion among these 8 teams, all of which are elite players selected from those eliminated from various countries. The excitement will rival that of the main event. Li Chengfeng, the city of Beijing's Luo god, Sansheng Mo, Zhan Tian, and Li Gu ascended the stage, each wielding their gaming headsets. Following a brief introduction, they entered the competition room, where the battlefield swiftly materialized on the large screen. A vast expanse measuring approximately 200 by 200 yards, ample enough for a 5v5 match. The first contest pitted the Chinese team against the Korean team. Among the Korean players, 2 bore the banners of heroes, showcasing commendable prowess. However, their fate was sealed upon facing the Chinese team. Zhan Tian brandished his longsword, calling forth a whirlwind of earth with a commanding shout. Li Chengfeng, let us charge together and eliminate their archers first. Li Chengfeng retorted with a smirk, Get lost. You're not the captain. Why should I heed your command? Let us each kill our own and see who claims the most. Li Gu smiled knowingly. Very well, then. With a resounding roar, he transformed into his earth form. Muscles swelling, towering over his adversaries, surrounded by a swirling black vortex, embodying the divine skill of dark god transformation. With a swift whoosh, Li Gu surged forth at lightning speed, his dagger flashing ominously. The opposing frontline archer gaped in shock, only to collapse slowly, a staggering damage number of 150. 000 hovering above him, a truly terrifying sight. Without hesitation, Li Chengfeng charged forth with the spear of Augustus, his battle spirit ignited, amplifying his attack power as he swung his spear at 2 opposing warriors. The clang of metal rang out as he struck 3 consecutive blows, and with a sudden drop of his body, he swept the spear low, catching the 2 warriors off guard. Just then, an ice explosion erupted as San Sheng Mo's voice rang out. What if I and Sister Wang Luo don't exist? Beijing's Luo god brandished her staff, summoning a fire dragon that soared forth, instantly engulfing the 2 half-health warriors. In the distance, Zhan Tian and Li Gu had also concluded their battles. In less than half a minute, The Chinese team had obliterated their opponents, including the two hero banner bearers, in a flash of lightning. Absolutely effortless, Rose remarked with a smile from the stands. I chuckled in agreement. This quintet's synergy is so formidable that even if our championship team faced them, the odds of victory would be slim. Their prowess is exceptional, particularly Li Gu, Li Chengfeng, and Wang Luo, each a top-tier player on the Chinese server. Rose nodded. If we could rally these individuals to Gujian, it would become invincible. He chuckled lightly. That's impossible. While their dreams align, their paths diverge. There may be intersections, but where they meet, fierce battles will undoubtedly ensue. Finally, Lin Exin added, in the end, it's the victor who claims the spoils. Rose was left speechless. Indeed, Tianzong is a game for warriors. It is certainly not a farming simulation. Unsurprisingly, although the other teams were formidable, they were swiftly eliminated by the Chinese team, which surged into the finals. After a fierce battle, they relied on Zhang Tian's ghost banner to stun 3 opponents, while Li Chengfeng, empowered by the spirit of battle, took down 2 adversaries. With the formidable support of 2 powerful mage allies, they ultimately claimed victory in the friendly match, albeit at the cost of Zhang Tian being felled by an enemy assassin. The triumph was rewarding, yielding both rank and luck bonuses, making the journey worthwhile. Furthermore, all expenses, including airfare and accommodation, were covered, which was quite a bargain. At least they could enjoy the sight of Western beauties gracing the streets, with their curvaceous figures and alluring charms. Finally, as the exhibition match concluded, the official competition commenced. Under the announcement of a charming host, the big screen displayed player matchups translated into 7 languages, all seamlessly arranged by the system's core. Before us appeared the matchups translated into Chinese, and our team, Gujian, was placed in Group C of the 4 major divisions. Group A matches: Soul Return Battle Robes, China, vs League of Legends, USA, Crazy War Chariot, Germany, vs Snowbird, Russia, Corn Flavor, Italy, vs Sky Morning, South Korea, Vast Sea, Japan, vs Wild Beast, Iran. Group B matches: Divine Realm, USA, vs Dark City, UK, Snow Silver Fur, China, vs Earth Knights, Turkey, Sun Moon Wheel, South Korea, vs Hot Sands, Egypt. Heavenly Domain, Pakistan, vs Yellow Dragon, Russia. Group C matches: Gujian Soul Dream, China, vs Torrential Rain, Ukraine. Divine Domain, Japan, vs Argentina Does Not Cry, Argentina. Above the Black Sea, France, vs Wild Throne, South Korea. Thunder Movement, Brazil, vs Storm, USA. Group D matches: Future Belief, USA, vs Blue Beast, India. Sunset Limit, Israel, vs Wine God, Russia. Candle Dragon, China, vs Jungle Tiger, India. Phantom Realm, France, vs The Gods, Thailand. Gazing at the matchups, he chuckled softly. These pairings are quite balanced. The 4 Chinese teams are stationed in different major divisions, each battling separately. Nearby, the Song of Ice and Fire clenched his fist and laughed. Perhaps the 4 Chinese teams will meet again in the finals. Ha ha ha. Zhulong cast a hostile glance at us and remarked, it's hard to say. Our Soul Return battle robes are robust enough to challenge for the top 4. As for the other teams, there are bound to be some who are merely pretenders. Purple-clad Marquis and the others were not pleased. Bai Konghen shouted angrily, Zhulong, mind your words. Who are you calling a pretender? Zhulong, gripping his gaming helmet, retorted, I'm talking about you. What are you going to do about it? The Song of Ice and Fire interjected, Zhulong, don't engage with them. We don't want the outsiders to laugh at us. Just wait and see. Lin Yixin pursed her lips and said, how can you still be so arrogant after being defeated by Gujian? Where does your confidence come from? Xueyinshan furrowed her brow and said, all right, enough talk. Since we are all here to participate in WEL, let us unite and strive together to achieve commendable results. The first match, Soul Returns to Battle Garb, pits us against an exceptionally strong team, the first alliance of the hero city in the American region, the Guild of Vienna's Sorrow. We must not underestimate them, or we shall suffer a most humiliating defeat. Ice and Fire's song, along with the other 2, nodded in agreement. Soon, at the invitation of the host, the 4 members of Soul Returns to Battle Garb took the stage, briefly introducing the history of their team. In no time, Vienna's Sorrow also appeared, accompanied by 3 young male players. Undoubtedly, these individuals were distinguished figures from the hero city. The Hero League Guild of Vienna's Sorrow was basking in glory in America, a force to be reckoned with, and anyone he deemed worthy surely possessed remarkable skills. Vienna's sorrow smiled slightly, casting a provocative glance at Ice and Fire's song, and spoke in halting Chinese. I have heard that you are quite formidable. If you have the courage, step up for the first battle. I shall meet you. Ice and Fire's song, possessing a fiery temperament, immediately retorted, bring it on. I fear you not. If you don't take the first match, you are but a coward. Vienna's sorrow chuckled, very well. Both were demigods in their own right. And the clash between these two titans was certainly a highly anticipated opening match of the tournament. Xueyinshan, still frowning, remarked, honestly, I prefer you not to go first. Our chances would be significantly diminished. Ice and Fire's song clenched his fists, do not worry. Before I returned to Seoul returns to battle garb, Brother Seven and I shared a drink, discussing several formidable players in the domestic servers, such as Gujian, Fengsei Huanxiang, and Zhuling. I must live up to my former ID, Xiaofeng Kinyu. Hehe, I remain confident in my abilities. Within a week, once I regain my peak state, I shall surely triumph over these so-called top experts. Just wait and see. Facing Vienna's sorrow will be my first battle in reclaiming my former glory. Xueyinshan, feeling helpless, could only nod in response. Chapter 938. The sorrow of the soul returning to the battle garb. The captains of both teams input their formations. And soon the matchups appeared on the large screen. Indeed, the enmity between the two teams surged dramatically, leading to a direct showdown of their aces. 1v1. The Sorrow of Vienna, LV-189 Berserker vs. The Song of Ice and Fire, LV-186 Frozen Berserker 1v1. The Joy of Beethoven, LV-186 Starry Night vs. The Spirit of the Ring, LV-185 Necromancer 1v1. The Code of Da Vinci, LV-185 Shadow Archer vs. Divine Bone, LV-185 Iron-Blooded Knight 1v1. The Death Wish, LV-187 Mage vs. Water Melody, LV-185 Magic Knight 2v2. The Sorrow of Vienna, LV-189 Berserker, and The Joy of Beethoven, LV-186 Starry Night vs. The Song of Ice and Fire, LV-186 Frozen Berserker, and The Spirit of the Ring, LV-185 Necromancer. As they gazed upon this lineup, the players from the Chinese region were momentarily taken aback. None could have anticipated that the Sorrow of Vienna would present such a formidable roster. Xueyinshan looked up at the large screen, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement for the challenge ahead. Before coming to Los Angeles, I perused the records of League of Legends. As the legends foretold, the Sorrow of Vienna is a family leader, and within his lineage are two top-tier banner players, one being the Starry Knight and the other the Shadow Archer, both serving as vice leaders of the league. Additionally, there is a formidable mage, Death Wish, with exceptional magical prowess. This lineup indeed presents a thrilling challenge. Li Chengfeng furrowed his brows. I have a foreboding feeling. San Shima nodded. I share your sentiment. Although the strength of soul returning to the battle garb is formidable, their formation is entirely countered, particularly by the Song of Ice and Fire. You should have caught their conversation earlier. The Song of Ice and Fire is none other than the once youthful Xiaofeng Kinyu from the era of Ling Tong. That young lad has now matured into a seasoned figure, and yet his strength remains undiminished. Xueyinshan remarked, Oh, Xiaofeng Kinyu, so this is what he truly looks like. When I faced him during the twilight of Ling Tong, he was indeed formidable, exhibiting fierce and decisive maneuvers. In hindsight, the Song of Ice and Fire's combat style is remarkably reminiscent of Xiaofeng Kinyu's, albeit with a slight reduction in reaction speed due to age. Otherwise, it would have been exceedingly difficult for me to triumph over him. He observed the battlefield displayed on the screen, saying, the match is about to commence. Let us anticipate whether Xiaofeng Kinyu or the top player from the American server will prevail. I shrugged with a smile. Isn't that quite evident? The leader of Seoul returning to the battle garb, a staff member from Samsung Electronics, pouted and said, Lu Chun, no disparaging remarks. I hold a favorable view of the Song of Ice and Fire's capabilities. I nodded. Indeed, let us watch and see how it unfolds. In the arena, two beams of light flashed as the Song of Ice and Fire and the Sorrow of Vienna materialized on the field, both standing silently in place. The chill wind stirred, their battle garbs fluttering, and the glint of their weapons was mesmerizing. The presence of such skilled combatants was markedly different from that of my brother, Du Shisan, when he took to the stage. Smack! As the combat commenced, fragments of stone scattered across the ground. Vienna charged forward with unwavering determination, while Ice and Fire stood resolutely, wielding the flame dragon battle axe. As Vienna drew within 5 yards, Ice and Fire swiftly evaded to the right, unleashing the axe with a thunderous crash, striking precisely at Vienna's sorrowful shoulder. With a powerful cyclone erupting from the earth, Vienna's sorrow deftly positioned the blade against her shoulder guard, momentarily bracing herself to absorb the impact of the axe. In a swift counter, she executed a spinning kick. The impact echoed as her boot struck the axe handle. Seizing the opportunity to deliver a fierce slash, the blade surrounded by a beastly aura, a signature move known as the Beast Howl Slash, designed to amplify her attack power while diminishing her opponent's defenses. Vienna's speed was astonishing, leaving Ice and Fire unable to block or evade the assault. In a fit of rage, Ice and Fire resolved to launch a direct offensive with the Flame Dragon Battle Axe, initiating the icebound slashes. Vienna's sorrow was taken aback, unprepared for such ferocity, and retaliated with a ferocious 3-hit combo. Each strike held moderate power, yet the likelihood of delivering a critical blow was exceedingly high. The clash of their weapons sent sparks flying, an explosive energy surge stirring the surrounding debris. Both warriors found their health plummeting below 50%. Aware of the potency of icebound slashes, Vienna's sorrow was compelled to activate the war god's fury to nullify the freezing effect, expending a precious cooldown in the process. As she retreated, stepping on shattered stones, the blade of Vienna's sorrow erupted in brilliance, a manifestation of the general's skill, the cold current blade. With a sweeping motion, she launched a series of 3 distant strikes that resonated against Ice and Fire's armor. Blood trickled from Ice and Fire's lips, yet he pressed on, lunging forward and seizing the grip of the cold current blade. The Flame Dragon Battle Axe thrust forward, its blade piercing through Vienna's chest as the skill Shatter Earth unleashed its wrath. 119-283. Vienna's sorrow instantaneously fell to 0 health, her face paling in shock. In a sudden maneuver, she executed a Z pattern to flank Ice and Fire, pivoting her blade with a fierce cry, "Die!" PFF 178-988. The barrier breaker unleashed a critical hit effect, causing Ice and Fire to collapse to the ground, defeated. Indeed, in terms of instantaneous reaction speed, Ice and Fire fell slightly short compared to his opponent. Otherwise, given the advantages of his Icebound warrior class and skills, he could have truly contended with the formidable Vienna's sorrow. After all, Ice and Fire's general skill was formidable, as the Divine Flame Shield swiftly consumed a significant portion of Vienna's health. If allowed to close the distance, Vienna would have likely succumbed without needing to strike. Soon, the second round began, as Ice and Fire prepared to face Vienna's sorrow once more. With a rush, both combatants entered the arena. Vienna's sorrow smiled faintly and remarked, "I just looked up some information. Your previous ID was called Dawn Wind, Withered Moon, correct? I remember you, once a formidable force in the national war of Ling Tong. Unfortunately, this is no longer your era." In the tale of Ice and Fire, the Flame Dragon Battle Axe declared softly, "There is no such thing as my era. What remains is not a heart that yearns for dominance, but one that seeks to protect. For the sake of the word soul returns to the battle robe and the promise made to a dear friend. Even if my heart is willing but my strength is insufficient, I shall fight with all my might." What a noble commitment. Ice and Fire let out a hearty laugh, pointing the blade of his sword towards his opponent, and said, "You are indeed a worthy adversary. I shall not indulge further. Let us determine the victor directly." With this resolve, the next moment saw the Flame Dragon Battle Axe clash once more with the opponent's blade, igniting a breathtaking display of sparks. The two continued their duel, both proud warriors. And after their weapon skirmish, they unleashed their divine skills upon each other. However, Ice and Fire, despite his skills and gear, fell short in comparison. And even with the formidable abilities of Ice's healing and bone wall, he could not turn the tide. After a fierce 3 minutes of combat, Vienna's sadness had depleted 85 of his health and ultimately sent Ice and Fire out of the arena. In the opening match, the formidable guild from the United States, League of Legends, successfully claimed a point from the Chinese region's runner-up. Upon exiting the battlefield to the waiting area, Ice and Fire faced Xueyinshan with no hint of shame, stating solemnly, "Yinyao, I have lost, but I gave it my all." Vienna's sadness, renowned in Hero City, 7-Star City, and Titan City, truly possessed exceptional strength. His reputation was well-deserved. Xueyinshan nodded and smiled. It's all right. We still have hope. If we all put in our efforts, winning 3 consecutive matches will secure our place in the top 16. Zhulong nodded, gripping his staff, and declared, It is my turn. Indeed, Zhulong's opponent was the Stardust Knight, Beethoven the Joyful, a name that resonated with cheer. Yet the player exuded a calm demeanor as he mounted a black warhorse, radiating an imposing presence. With a crack, Zhulong's staff struck the ground, summoning deathly flames that swirled around him. As his opponent charged forward, Zhulong, unable to bind him with the bone prison, promptly shouted, Knight of the Undead Dragon. The AoE ultimate was nearly instantaneous. However, the Stardust Knight swiftly raised his spear, conjuring a fiery shield that enveloped him, the skill indication being Stardust Heat Shield, which could absorb the next 3 instances of damage. The energy of the Undead Dragon surged, yet it only resulted in a series of misses against the swift opponent, who swiftly maneuvered, executing a flurry of fierce strikes that shattered defenses and claimed victory. With a piercing gaze, the Stardust Knight unleashed a radiant strike of the spear, instantly obliterating Zhulong's form. The powerful necromancer was astonishingly defeated in a single round. After the first round, the spirit of the ring remained remarkably composed, addressing Xueyinshan with a calm demeanor, advising her to remain patient as there was still hope. Xueyinshan nodded in agreement. Indeed, the spirit's confidence was not mere arrogance. In the following 2 rounds, it decisively employed the Knight of the Undead Dragon to lure the opponent. Seizing the moment when the adversary's movements faltered to execute 2 swift and successful bone prison bindings. Everyone was aware of the formidable nature of the bone prison. Even a player of the caliber of the Purple Robe Marquis could not contend with it. The Starry Knight Beethoven, too, found himself at a disadvantage, suffering 2 consecutive defeats that allowed them to reclaim a significant lead. The score was tied at 11, igniting a newfound hope for the Soul's Return Battle Robe. However, with great hope comes the potential for profound disappointment. In the 3rd match, the Shadow Archer Da Vinci faced off against the Iron-Blooded Knight Divine Bone. This round was entirely a showcase for the Shadow Archer, utilizing powerful skills such as the 200 damage and slow-inducing Shadow Arrow, along with the 100 damage critical strike of the Frenzied Arrow, complemented by Ice Arrows, Fire Arrows, and Scatter Shot. The flawless kiting strategy rendered Divine Bone helpless, leading to 2 swift defeats, both in attributes and tactical execution. Divine Bone was significantly outclassed. With a resounding thud, he fell to the ground, defeated. In the 4th match, despair engulfed the Soul's Return Battle Robe. The Mage Death Wish, sent by the League of Legends, demonstrated remarkable intelligence. Clearly having studied the battle recordings of the Soul's Return Battle Robe, he was well aware that Xueyinshan possessed the soul binding technique, and as a result, executed exquisite maneuvers that caused her to miss the soul binding twice, shattering her dreams of advancing to the top 32. The Chinese region's runner-up, the Soul's Return Battle Robe, faced a formidable onslaught in the 1st round and was unceremoniously eliminated. Chapter 939. Unblemished Victory. The Soul's Return Battle Robe was unexpectedly eliminated. Rose gazed at the scores displayed on stage, her mouth agape, as the outcome surpassed her expectations. She murmured, The Soul's Return Battle Robe is a formidable team that even defeated the Silver Fur. How could they have been so easily outplayed? Zhang Tian chuckled softly. One glance at the matchups reveals they had already lost half the battle. The Song of Ice and Fire, a reliable scoring asset, foolishly challenged the sadness of Vienna, costing them a point. The other 3 competitors from the League of Legends are well-established players, whereas the members of the Soul's Return Battle Robe, aside from the Song of Ice and Fire, who was once known as the Whisper of the Wind, the rest are largely unknown. I held a contrary view, stating, Zhang Tian, your assessment is somewhat skewed. An obscure player isn't necessarily weak. Take the Spirit as an example. The sole scorer for the Soul's Return Battle Robe. The Spirit's prowess undoubtedly ranks among the top 5 in the Chinese mage profession. Given the right opportunity, an ordinary player can transform into a formidable master. Zhang Tian smiled. That may be true. Had I not transitioned to a lava warrior and ascended as a divine general, I might still lack the requisite strength. Li Chengfeng grinned, indeed. Quite uninspired. Li Gu maintained a serene gaze. Li Chengfeng, it would be wise to refrain from personal attacks. Zhang Tian is our ally, and it is not your place to deride him. Li Chengfeng met Li Ji's gaze with a challenging look. What? Are you seeking to educate me? Do not assume that your transformation into a dark deity renders you formidable. While others may fear you, I, Li Chengfeng, do not. Should you desire a one-on-one duel, I am entirely at your disposal. Li Gu scoffed. Very well. After our match and dinner at the entrance of Sky City, let us engage in 10 rounds. The loser shall address the victor as grandfather. Do you dare? Li Chengfeng chuckled. Excellent. Let it be witnessed by all. I nodded in agreement. No problem. I hold immense confidence in Li Chengfeng's prowess. Although Li Gu is remarkably strong, Li Chengfeng possesses the spirit of battle and is a dragon warrior, granting him certain advantages in his profession. Furthermore, heavy armor does not hinder him against daggers, thus his chances of victory surely exceed 50%. Nearby, Rose remarked in exasperation, "Can't you two unite a little?" San Sheng Mo retorted, "Men are inherently combative. Let them be. Rose, do not interfere. Once someone has called another grandfather, their heart will surely be at ease." At that moment, Xueyinshan, the Song of Ice and Fire, the Ring Spirit, and the Divine Bone emerged, carrying their gaming helmets. They had just lost the final 2v2 match. Initially, they contemplated withdrawing from the last round. However, with Vienna's sorrowful heart focused on the MVP title, they insisted on battling for the 5th game to accumulate more points. As the defeated, Xueyinshan and her companions descended from the stage after sharing a few sentiments, their faces etched with a subtle melancholy. Xueyinshan, clutching her helmet, sat in a corner with reddened eyes. Suddenly, she glanced at me and lamented, "If Lu Chun were in our team, we certainly wouldn't have lost this match." A shiver ran down my spine, and I turned away, not wanting to meet her gaze. He pursed her lips. "Humph. The silly girl still has you on her mind." "It's all right. I am yours," I replied, taking a sip of my drink. Lin Yisin swiftly turned to glare at me. After a moment's reflection, I declared, "We must unite." "Humph, I disdain you." Lin Yisin responded resolutely. In the realm of League of Legends, the WEL American region crowned its champion by defeating the Chinese region's runner-up, which was not particularly surprising. Furthermore, the sole returning battle garb, initially considered a dark horse in this WL, had its journey unexpectedly curtailed, which was not unforeseen. The matches continued with relentless intensity, and shortly thereafter, the scores from the other 3 matches in Group A were displayed on the large screen. Crazy Tank, Germany, 14 Snowbird, Russia, Corn Flavor, Italy, 23 Heavenly Sorrow, South Korea, Vast Sea, Japan, 41 Frenzied Beast, Iran, with no Chinese teams remaining in Group A. Our attention waned. However, it was evident that League of Legends had the most favorable prospect for advancement in this group, as Vienna's sorrow-laden team exhibited overwhelming dominance, both in momentum and strength, decisively outmatching the remaining teams in their group. In Group B, as the matches commenced, a renewed vigor enveloped the spectators. The spotlight was on a thrilling clash within the top 32, featuring Divine Realm against Dark City. I am well acquainted with Divine Realm, particularly from the battle in Dawn Canyon, where the guild's elite, the Blue Tiger Iron Cavalry, suffered substantial losses while besieging Li Chengfeng. Despite their injuries, Li Chengfeng managed to engage in a fierce confrontation, leading to a mutual demise. The formidable leader of Divine Realm, Titan God, is a force to be reckoned with. Even Lin Yisin struggled to vanquish him in their initial encounter. Ultimately, Li Chengfeng, in a desperate bid, exchanged blows with Titan God until both fell. Titan God, a striking young man with golden hair, wore a subtle smile that captivated many young women, inciting a chorus of cheers as they rose to chant his English ID. Titan's God. Behind him stood 2 men and a woman, whose entrance also elicited gasps of admiration. This trio, all bearers of heroic banners, had their IDs prominently displayed on the big screen. Killer Fairy Tale, Class, Assassin, Guild, Divine Realm, Position, Vice Leader, Dark Sorrow, Class, Mage, Guild, Divine Realm. Position, Vice Leader, Shadow Charm, Class, Magic Knight, Guild, Divine Realm. Position, Legion Commander. Each of these individuals had proven their prowess in the earlier battle at Dawn Canyon. Killer Fairy Tale is known for his razor-sharp skills as an assassin. Dark Sorrow wields devastating magical power, and Shadow Charm exemplifies the quintessential tank player. Notably, during the previous skirmish, they were not part of the same guild, yet they have now united under Titan Goddess banner in Divine Realm, illustrating the dynamic shifts within Titan City's guild hierarchy. Their opponents, Dark City, although competent, ultimately fell short against the combined might of Titan God, Dark Sorrow, and Killer Fairy Tale, who decisively secured 3 points and clinched victory in the final 2v2 match, eliminating their adversaries with a commanding score of 41. As Titan God stepped off the stage, Lin Yisan shot me a playful wink, her enchanting eyes reflecting a blend of anxiety and exhilaration. With a beaming smile, she exclaimed, "It's my first international match, and I'm so nervous. What should I do, little trickster?" I replied with a grin, "It's quite simple. Just envision your opponents as mere specters and unleash your full potential." "Are you truly afraid of the Turkish team?" "Indeed," she pondered. "Well then, let us prepare for battle." The petite beauty stood, her backpack in hand, and as Lin Yisan rose, she was met with thunderous applause and the exuberant cheers of countless Chinese students. Fruit Knife Goddess. "We love you, little knife." I found myself momentarily stunned, as Lin Yisan, surprisingly, boasts an impressive fan base even overseas. Not only among Chinese players, but also a multitude of young American gamers were fervently exclaiming "F yet knife." Indeed, the youthful and stunning Lin Yisan, with her captivating figure, has become an emblem of aspiration in the Chinese gaming community. She is revered as a goddess by many devoted fans. And it is no different for European and American players. After all, there exists a shared aesthetic appreciation among humanity. A graceful and alluring young woman. She is cherished wherever she goes, particularly when she excels in gaming while embodying such beauty, a rarity indeed. Lin Yisan's popularity is undeniable. A conclusion I could easily draw even with my toes. "Wow, you certainly have a considerable following," I remarked with a hint of envy. Lin Yisan chuckled lightly. "Oh, are you feeling jealous, little trickster?" Nearby, Xueyinshan laughed. "Alas, with Yi being so exceptional, Luchan must be under immense pressure." Ziho smirked. "He deserves it." In a moment of public attention, Lin Yisan, with her playful mischief, suddenly leaned in and planted a gentle kiss on my cheek, saying, "I'm off now." I stood there, completely frozen, as countless gazes turned towards me, including those of He Yi and Murong Mingyue, who stared at me in disbelief. It was evident that I was on the verge of becoming a public enemy. "Yi, do you wish for my demise?" I exclaimed in frustration. With a light laugh, Lin Yisan stepped onto the stage, raising her hand in a signature gesture, a mesmerizing sight that captivated countless admirers, myself included. Soon, the matchups appeared on the large screen, with Lin Yisan naturally taking the lead, followed by the shadow mage, Chanel. Ziho commanded the midfield, while Xueyinshan concluded the lineup, with Lin Yisan and Ziho forming a formidable defense, a versatile strategy ensuring resilience against any opponent. The opposing team's lineup, however, was equally noteworthy. Players from Turkey, exclusively cavalry, with 4 powerful 7th transition magic knights charging into battle, their tactical approach decidedly aggressive. Regrettably, these Turkish players underestimated the strength of the Xueyinshan team. In the first match, Lin Yisan confidently positioned herself in the center of the arena. Although she did not ride the moon-chasing tiger, the tiger's head motif manifested upon her arm, granting her the effects associated with it even in foot combat. This very factor was pivotal in her previous victory over Li Chengfeng in the quarterfinals of the Chinese region. The Turkish cavalry player laughed heartily, nearly drooling at the sight of the knife goddess, wiping his lips before charging forward with a long sword, shouting, "Come, let us battle." He sprinted, swiftly altering his direction to attack from a different angle, showcasing commendable skill with that initial maneuver. Clang! The 7-star glass sword met the opponent's lance with precision, while Lin Yisan stood steadfast, her superior strength sending the cavalryman reeling back several steps. As the petite boots tread upon the verdant grass, Lin Yisan's figure darted through the air like a bolt of lightning. The 7-star's glazed sword pierced directly into her opponent's abdomen, delivering a strike as swift as a thunderclap, catching her adversary entirely off guard. The ice flame slash unleashed a long arc of sword light, penetrating her foe's body before swiftly retracting. With a graceful S-shaped retreat, she evaded the enemy's barrier-breaking assault, her boots kicking up a melange of earth and grass as she executed a sudden Z-pattern maneuver, deftly sidestepping the trap laid before her. With a delightful chime of a devilish bell, Lin Yisan leapt into action, brandishing a dagger that shimmered with silver light, obscuring her beautiful gaze. In a flash, she delivered a lightning-fast blow, shattering the nearly impenetrable barrier and extinguishing the last vestiges of her opponent's vitality. The score stood at 10, and remarkably, She emerged victorious without sustaining a scratch. Chapter 940. A flawless kill. Lin. My dear, you are quite ambitious, he remarked with a light chuckle. According to WEL's MVP rules, the more one evades the opponent's conventional attacks, the less damage they incur. The damage dealt to the enemy directly influences MVP ranking points, especially when achieving a flawless kill, which grants additional point bonuses. Lin is truly striving for the MVP title. I smiled knowingly indeed. Did you not see Vienna's despair earlier? Who wouldn't aspire to attain the MVP? Perhaps the MVP players can elevate their cities by an additional level. Our Dark Moon city is already at level 10. Could it possibly rise to level 11? What would we do then? He was rendered speechless. You are rather greedy, aren't you? I shrugged with a grin. All for the alliance. If Dark Moon city could indeed flourish, Eve would not have to toil endlessly with the rain cube matters. Just think. Spring is upon us in March. We should find time for a spring outing, perhaps to pick some strawberries. But you are so busy. He pondered for a moment. Her beautiful eyes fixed on me and smiled. All right then, let us strive for Dark Moon City to prosper. If that happens, I shall distribute my shares in the rain cube for others to manage while we enjoy the dividends. Morong Mingyue pursed her lips, teasingly commenting, humph. A renowned female IT powerhouse, under the influence of love, is willing to forsake her career. What a world we live in. Beauty brings disaster. I glared at her. Disaster? Hardly. I simply wish for Eve to have a lighter burden. Morong Mingyue chuckled. Very well, I too am quite weary. As an assistant, you know how it is. The boss delegates most of the work to me, and I toil day and night without any overtime pay. He retorted, oh please. You eat more than anyone else and do less work. That's just you. As the conversation unfolded, Lin Yisin claimed 2 cities in quick succession, securing the first point. The second match was led by the formidable Darkfire mage, the Shadow Chanel, who was equally skilled. Anticipating her opponent, she deftly evaded 2 of their trapping nets and, even without repositioning to dodge, remained unaffected, as the trapping nets proved ineffectual against a mage with an activated magic shield. With powerful spells roaring forth, she too swiftly conquered 2 cities, vanquishing her adversary. The match featuring the Purple Robe Marquis was nothing short of spectacular. In 2 rounds, he displayed an overwhelming prowess, swiftly discerning the opponent's cavalry captain's special skills, rendering their tactical maneuvers futile. Meanwhile, he substituted in a 7th-tier encouragement skill, enhancing his attack power by 100. With a flourish of his blade, he unleashed a torrent of devastating abilities, such as 0-degree Ice Seal and War-Torn Universe, effortlessly vanquishing his adversaries. As the competition progressed, prior to the entrance of Clearwater Fragrance, Lin Yisin whispered a few words of encouragement to her. Once she entered the arena, Clearwater Fragrance immediately retaliated with a thunderous strike, launching a sky-piercing arrow that soared into the heavens, followed by a relentless barrage of ice arrows and armor-piercing arrows. The Turkish players, devoid of fighting spirit, were swiftly eliminated in a matter of moments. The final match concluded with Snow Silver Fur's resounding victory, achieving a score of 50 points and 100 minor points. This time, Snow Silver Fur's performance was nothing short of dazzling, sweeping through the champion team from Turkey as if swept away by a tempest. It became evident that the gaming scene in Turkey was quite underdeveloped. A team of that caliber would merely be considered a 2nd-tier team in the Chinese region, yet they managed to secure a championship there. As the victorious Snow Silver Fur team exited the competition room, they were met with thunderous applause. With Lin Yisin's presence, the popularity of the guild surged, even drawing the attention of many overseas players who, while unaware of the existence of Zhulong on the Chinese servers, were familiar with Snow Silver Fur, primarily due to its stunningly talented and exceptionally skilled leader, who approached a deity-like level of prowess. Upon Lin Yisin's return, Bai Mingshui offered her tea and remarked with a smile, Sister Yi, your PK skills are indeed magnificent. Lin Yisin's humble demeanor almost made me blush. The competition continued, with the formidable Korean team, Sun and Moon Cycle, decisively defeating their opponents, while the Russian team, Huanglong, triumphed over the Pakistani team, Tianyu. The mere mention of Pakistan made me chuckle. What connection could there be between Kaspersky and Pakistan? A whimsical association indeed. Now it was our turn to take the stage. Ladies, prepare for battle, I declared, rising from my seat with my backpack in tow. To my surprise, I was met with a resounding applause, and from the distant stands, several individuals held up a banner that read, Lu Chun, Little King, go for it. To my astonishment, the banner bearers were none other than familiar faces, Tian Tangyu, Qin Kong Shui, and Yu Tong. When did these ladies manage to come to Los Angeles? Securing a visa is no easy feat. Lin Yisan chuckled beside me. Oh, Luchun, it seems you have quite a few devoted fans. I couldn't help but smirk. Of course, they are my loyal supporters. Accompanied by He Yi, Baiming Shui, and Lian Xian, I took to the stage, while Murong Mingyue, our healer, remained on the sidelines, awaiting her moment to shine. In the current 2v2 meta, the most potent strategy revolves around a brutal combination, eschewing traditional support roles. The healer's mana shield is far too easily shattered. Their resilience pales in comparison to that of a mage. Bringing a healer is less advantageous than deploying a skilled ranged control specialist. For a shift in this dynamic to occur, the healer would need to ascend to divine status, gaining the transformative power of earthly metamorphosis, significantly boosting vitality and complementing a powerful attacker to create a formidable synergy. As I stepped onto the stage, I took a moment to observe the opposing team's composition displayed on the large screen while the host introduced both teams. Their lineup consisted of 2 warriors, a mage, and an archer, none of whom were hidden classes. One of the warriors was at level 187, comparable to my own level. I remarked to Eve, once the match begins, place me first. I suspect their ace will also take the field right away. He glanced at me with a sweet smile and said, what are you thinking? I know. Oh, what do you know? I inquired. You aim to eliminate their ace without sustaining any losses, pushing your operational limits, correct? I felt a bit embarrassed. All right. You saw through me. Lian Xian chuckled beside us. Your little schemes are evident to anyone. Well, if you've noticed, you've noticed. This is my goal for the match. The opponent hails from Ukraine, so I must remain vigilant. Understood. He promptly input our formation, and soon after, our matchups were revealed. 1v1. Xueyinshan LV 187 Necromancer vs 0 degrees LV 187 Warrior 1v1. Baiming Shui LV 188 Dark Archer vs. Mang Shun LV 186 Archer 1v1. Zai Shui Yifeng LV 185 Magic Knight vs. Yishou Zhetian LV 185 Mage 1v1. Lianxing LV 187 Starry Illusionist vs. Yu Mang LV 185 Warrior 2v2. Xueyinshan LV 187 Necromancer and Baiming Shui LV 188 Dark Archer vs. 0 degrees LV 187 Warrior and Yishou Zhetian LV 185 Mage. As I had anticipated, they sent forth their highest level player, 0 degrees, to confront me. And it was evident that he was their ace, a perfect match for my expectations. The first match was set. I would face 0 degrees. With a flash, I was transported into the arena. 0 degrees donned dark armor, wielding a sapphire-hued sword, and a blood-red cloak billowed behind him. With a resounding clang, he plunged his long sword into the rocky ground, leaning on the hilt while casting a cheerful gaze in my direction. Xueyinshan, I know your name. You are the second strongest player in the China region, are you not? With my purple sword lowered, I summoned a cyclone of earth transformation and replied with a smile. That is merely a mundane ranking. No one is destined to be the strongest player. Perhaps within the span of a meal, someone could surpass you. 0 degrees suddenly lifted his head and laughed heartily. Let me tell you, I am the strongest in Ukraine's Tianzong game. I have never believed in fate or reincarnation. I firmly believe that only those who strive forward and ascend to the first throne deserve respect. To become a king is a man's inherent mission. Therefore, until you claim the title of first in the China server, I cannot truly regard you as an equal, for you are not worthy. Ha! I merely pouted, suit yourself. In Indy, I intend to thoroughly teach this arrogant fool a lesson. If he wishes to be boastful, let him do so early. There will be tears before long. As the countdown echoed in the depths of my soul, I felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, much like Lin Yisan. This was my inaugural experience in such an international competition. Although I possessed a strong confidence in my abilities, the novelty of the situation inevitably brought about a twinge of unease, akin to my reluctance to traverse the streets of Los Angeles alone, where my inadequate command of English could leave me lost and stranded. 3, 2, 1. At the moment the countdown concluded, the formidable 0 degree charged forth, wielding his colossal blade with an unwavering stance, devoid of any flamboyance. With a swift motion, he unleashed a devastating cleave, creating a wide arc of attack that proved difficult to evade. However, I had already anticipated his actions, particularly his initial move, which, despite being concealed within his cloak, was conspicuously obvious. In an instant, I surged forward, propelled by a flash of lightning, launching my offensive just before the energy from his cleave could erupt. The Zhulong sword entwined with the earth's vortex, slicing through the air with the swiftness of a bolt. With a resounding clash, I executed a perfectly timed parry, thwarting his attack before it could manifest. Enraged, 0 Degree retaliated with a deft flick of his wrist, his blade sweeping through the air. I quickly reversed my grip on the sword, and with another resounding clang, I successfully parried once more. Leaping forward, I utilized the protective blade of my armor, striking fiercely at his chin, following up with a decisive blow from above with the Zhulong sword. With a sickening sound, he staggered back, his face drained of color. And as he attempted to counter, my blade deflected his strike. My boot collided with his abdomen, delivering a powerful kick that left him reeling. Before he could gather his wits, the brilliance of the Zhulong sword flickered, and a large miss appeared above his head, causing his complexion to turn pale as he muttered in disbelief. What? Forgive? In a flurry of movements, I hurled the Zhulong sword, which spiraled around the blade in a dragon-like manner, executing an enhanced spinning attack. With a thunderous crash, the sword pierced through his chest, leaving a gaping wound that was both shocking and visceral. With the perfect kill and an unscathed victory, I remained poised for the next round, determined to deliver a flawless knockout to this overconfident adversary. 2 minutes later, 0 Degree re-entered the arena, his demeanor now cautious, stripped of the previous arrogance, finally acknowledging me, the second-ranked contender from China. The battle commenced anew, and 0 Degree did not shy away. He charged forward, sword in hand, with a fierce glint in his eyes. He sprinted straight towards me, his movements steady and direct, treading upon the gravel of the valley without any erratic maneuvers. This time, he eschewed the deceptive zigzag patterns, opting instead for an unadulterated, rapid linear assault, embodying the essence of true attack. With a swift retreat and a calculated anticipation, I raised my hand, a swirling cyclone dancing around my fingers as 4 divine weapons descended from the heavens, the binding spell locking onto my adversary. Beneath the chilling temperature of -7 degrees, he let out a muffled grunt before suddenly activating his berserker skill, entering a state of magical immunity just before the binding spell ensnared him. With a flick of my sword, I executed a clean and precise strike. The Zhulong sword cut through the air with a resounding clang, both of us recoiling from the impact. 0 below 7 degrees moved with astonishing speed, shattering the ground beneath him as he darted forward like a bolt of lightning. His berserker state seemingly enhanced his agility, granting him a brief period of invincibility, where his attack power surged dramatically, embodying a force capable of tearing through anything. Earth Splitter. Faced with this rapid assault, I refrained from parrying recklessly, retreating 3 quick steps before abruptly changing direction to evade the attack's range. However, to my surprise, 0 below 7 degrees, like a phantom, blocked my escape route, his sword sweeping towards me as he bellowed, "You seek death." With quick reflexes, I seized his wrist with a single hand, the speed of my action leaving him almost incredulous. My body sank as his blade whizzed past my nose, the lightning-quick strike somehow missing its mark, startling me as well. Unyielding, he advanced a few steps, then abruptly turned, his blade breaker illuminated by a radiant glow, aimed directly at my chest. My scalp prickled at the sight. His speed was truly extraordinary. With a resounding crack, my divine warrior boots struck the stones in the ravine, sending splashes of water flying as I executed a sharp maneuver, successfully dodging the blade breaker's attack. In a seamless motion, I positioned myself to his right, twirling as my battle cloak billowed around me. My left arm raised, I delivered a powerful elbow strike to his back. 19,232. 0 below 7 degrees was caught off guard, likely not expecting my speed to surpass his by such a margin. Before he could react, the Zhulong sword manifested a cone of azure flames, the Qianquan breaker pressing directly against his back. I lowly commanded, "Perish." The Qianquan breaker struck true, a profound chill emanating from the Zhulong sword into my being. What was this power? Could it be? To my astonishment, the azure flame cone penetrated his body, ripping through his armor, revealing a staggering damage number floating above him. 552,675. It was indeed the quintuple damage of the Zhulong sword. I stood there dumbfounded. Since acquiring this blade, It had never dealt quintuple damage until now. I had thought the activation probability was merely 1 or even lower. With a thud, 0 below 7 degrees crumpled to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. It seemed unimaginable that as the foremost player from Ukraine, he would suffer such a humiliating defeat in the first round of the WEL International Championship, utterly vanquished without inflicting a single wound. This disgrace, I suspected, was a burden he alone could comprehend, especially given his prideful nature. I did not excessively humiliate him. Instead, I sheathed the Zhulong sword, summoned the system sprite, and departed from the arena, returning to the observation platform. Upon my arrival, Beiming Xue immediately grinned and said, "Hee, I told you, my brother is incredibly formidable." "So, Zero effortlessly dispatched that arrogant fellow, right?" He chuckled lightly, "Indeed. Next up is you, little Beiming. Aim to eliminate the opposing archer with the same ease. Let's not disappoint everyone." Beiming Xue, clutching the ice soul feather, replied confidently, "Rest assured, I possess the earth cyclone. That fellow is no divine general. With such a significant advantage, losing would be quite the challenge." A few minutes later, Beiming Xue teleported into the arena to face the Ukrainian team's level 186 archer player, Python. The levels were comparable, but Beiming Xue's advantage lay in her overwhelmingly powerful equipment, a complete set of the Wind Chaser gear complemented by the ancient celestial artifact, the Ice Soul Feather Longbow. This formidable combination had significantly enhanced her prowess since the WEL China regional competition, and I held unwavering confidence in her ability to obliterate her opponent. As anticipated, the moment both parties engaged, the disparity in skill became evident. Beiming Xue activated the Earth Cyclone, skillfully maneuvering while retreating and executing precision shots. Her archery was remarkably adept, with each release anticipating her opponent's next move, achieving a hit rate exceeding 95. In contrast, while Python demonstrated commendable footwork, he lacked the composure and steadiness of Beiming Xue. Several attempts to unleash swift attacks in hopes of overwhelming her were thwarted as she deftly sidestepped, countering with a spiraling arrow blade that struck him with precision. A flurry of snowflakes erupted as the Ice Soul Feather soared, and with her next strike, she unleashed a freezing assault, encasing Python in ice. The outcome was without question. In 2 consecutive rounds, Beiming Xue triumphed with over 70 of her health intact, leaving Python utterly defeated and begrudgingly admiring her skill. Faced with such an innocent and charming Chinese girl, he found no opportunity for anger, even waving goodbye to her before exiting the arena. With a commanding lead of 20 points, the ancient sword secured a decisive advantage. Winning just one more match would propel them into the top 16, where the rewards would elevate to an entirely different level. In the third match, he took to the field against the opposing mage. Prior to entering the arena, I advised, "Eve, do not rush to eliminate your opponent. There are 2 key strategies for defeating a mage. Force him to exhaust his blink skill, then destroy his magical shield while it is on cooldown for a swift kill, or seize the right moment to obliterate him with a barrier." He replied with a light chuckle, "Understood." With that, she soared into the arena, the beautiful guild leader brandishing the 7-star Liuli spear in her right hand, while her left arm shimmered with the exquisite patterns of a protective shield. Once attacked, the sturdy shield would shimmer into action. Players who have made their way into international competitions are anything but mediocre. The dazzling display of ice and fire magic combos leaves one in awe. The PK style of European players markedly differs from ours. While Chinese mage players seek a one-hit kill, their European counterparts prioritize magical control. In many respects, their tactics possess a greater aesthetic appeal. The icy arrows and fireballs danced incessantly upon He's shield, causing her health to dwindle. Amidst the rustling grass, the enchanting guild leader, biting her crimson lips, suddenly launched an attack, shattering barriers and unleashing radiant light. Startled, one hand covers the sky quickly blinked, appearing within 20 yards. However, He's speed was even more astonishing. In the instant that one hand covers the sky blinked, she too surged forward, shadowing her opponent with the flutter of her snowy battle robe. Before the adversary could react, the brilliance of the shattered barrier on the 7-star glass spear had not yet faded, and it pierced directly through the mage's magical shield. A devastating blow of 992 health points. One hand covers the sky, caught off guard, could hardly fathom being felled by a seamless chain of skills in such a brief moment. We stood at the sidelines, utterly astonished. I remarked, "Wow, Eve's reaction speed just now was astonishingly quick. I dare say it rivals my own. Lian Xin, with a playful smile, replied, "You must remember who our leader is. She was the one who single-handedly saved the GGS Asian region, hailed as a genius. Her ability to perform countless calculations in a second renders distance calculations in this game a trivial matter. As long as someone guides her, she remains a top-tier expert." I nodded in agreement. Indeed, after this WEL International tournament, I believe Eve will undergo a transformation, ascending to the ranks of elite players. The crucible of international competition often forges truly astonishing masters. In the past, the renowned assassin dynamic Hot Pot gained fame after a significant tournament. Truly impressive. Bei Mingxue chuckled. He is already an uncle of grandparent age now. I smiled wryly. Such is the inexorable law of nature. Witnessing our peers become uncles is our greatest sorrow. Within the arena, in less than 2 minutes, He dispatched her opponent for the second time. One hand covers the sky was not weak, but simply could not contend with He. With a primary strategy skill, He boasted a full attribute score of 40, while inflicting a debilitating reduction of 30 to her opponent's attributes. As the top player in PK, the sharpness of her tactics revealed the prowess of Chinese female mages. The magic could barely affect He, who had activated her shield effect, and even the Dragoness Kiss could only diminish her health by 40,000. To vanquish one hand covers the sky. A single barrier shatter was all that was needed. The score reached 30, and in truth, we had already entered the top 16. Nonetheless, we continued to play through to the end of the match, vying for the honor of MVP. In the fourth round, Lian Xin took the stage. Her elemental ability Ice Spiral Matrix inflicting unbearable pain on the opposing warrior, Moonlight, who was swiftly eliminated in less than half a minute. In the final 2v2 match, it became a showtime for me and Bei Mingxue as we swept aside our opponents, allowing Gujian Hunming 100 to achieve a resounding victory. Chapter 942, The Distraught Junior. We successfully dispatched the formidable European team from Ukraine, marking the second team, after Xueyinshan, to eliminate their adversaries with a complete score of 100. Instantly, the WL arena resonated with the essence of Chinese culture, as the formidable performances of Gujian Hunming and Xueyinshan left the world in awe. In truth, I believe that while there are indeed many strong contenders in the tournament, there are also numerous weaker teams. Many countries lack top-tier players on their servers. Even the champion teams may only possess skills equivalent to the top 16 in the Chinese region. Now that they are competing in an international arena against genuine experts, it is hardly surprising to see them being knocked out decisively. As we donned our gaming helmets and stepped onto the stage, we were met with thunderous applause. Gujian Hunming showcased their prowess, and even we were astonished by our own strength, pleasantly surprised by our performance. Once seated in the Player S area, Rose offered us tea and remarked, "What a show of strength." 50 took down Ukraine. Lu Chun's approach in the first match was quite domineering, achieving 2 consecutive victories without loss, and that player known as 0°C is reputedly famous in Ukraine. Beside me, Xueyinshan, lounging on the sofa with a cup of red tea, chuckled softly. 0°C is merely a mediocre player. His skill is quite similar to that of Gujian. Though his actions are swift, he lacks a distinctive tactical style and creativity. When faced with someone as strategically adept as Xiao Pianzi, he is simply outmatched. The team leader of Apple, Mem, laughed lightly. Indeed, I believe our little chili pepper could also defeat 0°C without any losses in a one-on-one duel. Xueyinshan's cheeks flushed. "Oh, please don't say that." I shot her a glance. "Come on, you still remember the meaning of humility, right?" Xueyinshan set down her tea. "You rascal, are you itching for trouble?" I turned to the stands. "Let us continue watching the match." Next, we resumed our observation of the C Group's competition. Our task was to meticulously analyze the players in these teams to identify potential future opponents, study their skills, and devise reasonable strategies and countermeasures. Only by understanding both ourselves and our adversaries can we secure victory in every battle. The second match of Group C featured the Japanese player we had heard so much about, Red Maple, rumored to be the strongest player from RB. Now we had the opportunity to see how he fared, and should Red Maple's team prevail in the Divine Realm, they would become our next adversaries. To advance from the top 16 to the top 8, we must eliminate Red Maple. As I anticipated, the confident Red Maple was the first to enter the fray. Confronting an archer from Argentina, It was at this moment that we truly recognized the formidable nature of Red Maple's profession. Red Maple, level 188, class, Divine Warrior. Guild, Divine Realm, title, Guild Master. Gazing at the large screen, Lin Yisan blinked and elaborated. The Divine Realm is the premier guild of the Purple Grape City, the capital of RB, boasting nearly 50 branches and a staggering membership. In less than 4 months since its inception, the Divine Realm has monopolized over 40% of the game's resources. Red Maple is known for his ruthless demeanor. Any guild that defies him is systematically dismantled. Consequently, while numerous guilds exist in Purple Grape City, nearly all are allies of the Divine Realm. Even those guilds that harbor deep animosity towards Red Maple dare not voice their grievances. In Purple Grape City, Red Maple reigns as a tyrant, an unequivocal autocrat. I licked my lips and remarked, my anticipation for the Divine Realm's victory grows. The distance between Purple Grape City and our Sky City is merely a white rose fortress apart. Confrontation is inevitable. The few of us will undoubtedly engage in numerous duels with Red Maple, so let us commence our first battle here. Lin Yisan chuckled. You are indeed a warrior at heart. As we conversed, the results of the first decisive match were announced. Red Maple had swiftly eliminated an Argentine Magic Knight with a score of 20. However, it was rather frustrating that Red Maple relied solely on basic skills such as Triple Slash, Barrier Breaker, Berserk, and Earth Splitter, failing to showcase any distinctive abilities of the Divine Warrior class. Truly, he is a cunning fox. Before long, the other 3 players from the Divine Realm secured 2 victories and 1 defeat, solidifying their triumph. In the final match, despite losing a teammate early on, Red Maple turned the tide single-handedly, eliminating 2 opponents and sealing the final score at 41. The champions from Argentina displayed considerable strength, yet they were decisively swept aside, underscoring the formidable prowess of the Divine Realm. The matches in Group C continued. The Wild Throne team from South Korea shone brightly, achieving a flawless 50-0 victory against their French counterparts, immediately capturing everyone's attention. All 4 participants from Wild Throne were renowned as players of the heroic banner, with the captain being a seemingly delicate female player. Rose remarked, observing the stage. Wild Throne, the top guild in the South Korean rankings, is led by the stunning Tears of Remorse. I once conversed with her. It is said that she was a junior of the celebrated Xueyinshan during her studies in Korea, idolizing Xueyinshan and regarding the interstellar emperor as unparalleled. Now, through her own talent and diligence, Tears of Remorse has ascended to the rank of elite, boasting an astonishing 99 for win rate in the competitive arena of the South Korean capital, with few defeats. Furthermore, she has recruited renowned experts such as Cold Knight, Fiery Heartbeat, and Heart Like Sun and Moon, establishing Wild Throne as one of the world's most formidable guilds. He glanced at me, and I returned her gaze. Astonished, a junior of Xueyinshan? What is this? Can a mere junior like Xueyinshan be so formidable? Rose chuckled, casting a meaningful glance at Lin Yisan, and remarked, Isn't your beautiful little pepper equally impressive? Lin Yisan blushed, lowering her head to sip her tea, while Sun Qingqing teased her dear friend beside her. Bai Mingshui observed the match and said, If the remaining opponents are not sufficiently powerful, we will face the Red Maple's Divine Realm team in the round of 16, and then contend against the Wild Throne team of the Tears of Remnant in the quarterfinals. How unfortunate it is that the groupings were so favorable during the domestic competition. We could have easily advanced to the top 4. This international competition feels like a death group. I smiled and replied, Fortunately, true character is revealed in adversity. Morong Mingyue added, Your character, perhaps, but we do not share the same. I retorted immediately, Come now, Bai Ming, while Lin may not embody her true self, Sister Mingyue. How dare you claim to lack your essence? You should be ashamed to say that. I can hardly bear to hear it. You little rascal, looking for a fight. In the final match of Group C, the American Storm team narrowly defeated the Brazilian Thunder, securing their place as the 12th team in the top 16. The competition moved to Group D, and at last, the 4th team from the Chinese server took the stage, renowned as the premier guild in China, the Zhulong team. Since arriving abroad, Xueyinshan had remained notably silent, quietly strategizing alongside the likes of Goddess Dance and Bai Konghen, displaying a remarkable prowess that starkly contrasted with our lively banter in the Gujian environment. However, I preferred the ambience of Gujian, for true masters can devise strategies at lightning speed, regardless of their surroundings. In the first match of Group D, the formidable Indian guild, Xueyinshan, took the spotlight. This guild had garnered significant attention, as it was the foremost guild of the Indian capital, Qingtu City, and its leader, the war god Wang, was heralded as the greatest expert in India after the Wild Throne, perhaps even surpassing it. The Wild Throne's retirement stemmed from being utterly vanquished by the war god Wang's Xueyinshan, and in their one-on-one duels. The Wild Throne had less than a 30% chance of victory, leading to the humiliating deletion of their account, marking a tragic chapter in the annals of Indian gaming history. Indeed, whether in the realm of gaming or the pages of history, the rise of a king often comes at the expense of the previous ruler, as some individuals are destined not to coexist, much like Xiangyu and Liu Bang, Qin Yuliang and Zhu Yuanzhang, or Zhao Kuangyin and Li Yu. Some heroes are fated to shine brightly in their era, yet cannot share the stage with others. After several matches, one must concede that the strength of the Xueyinshan team is remarkable. All 4 members are exceptional warriors, and the power of the Indian capital commands respect, particularly that of the war god Wang, whose operations, equipment, and skills are of the highest caliber. I found myself questioning whether Zhu Yingwan could surpass a 50% chance of victory against the war god Wang. The war god's divine skill, the war goddess formula, allows him to enter a state of divine possession, guaranteeing every strike to be a critical hit with 100 lethality, an exceedingly formidable technique indeed. The team from Qing Beast triumphed decisively over their opponents, advancing to the next round of the competition. Simultaneously, the Russian team, Wind God, also claimed victory, as the renowned Candle Shadow led Candle Dragon to eliminate their adversaries. In the final match, the gods from Thailand emerged victorious as well. Soon, the matchups for the round of 16 illuminated the large screen. Group A matchups: League of Legends, USA, versus Snowbird, Russia, Heaven's Wrath, South Korea, versus Vast Ocean, Japan. Group B matchups: Divine Realm, USA, versus Snow Silver Fur, China, Sun and Moon Wheel, South Korea, versus Yellow Dragon, Russia. Group C matchups: Ancient Sword Spirit Dream, China, versus Divine Domain, Japan, Wild Throne, South Korea, versus Storm, USA. Group D matchups: Qing Beast, India, versus Wind God, Russia, Candle Dragon, China, versus Gods, Thailand. The sight of the round of 16 matchups evoked a sense of impending pressure. The true competition was just beginning. What lay ahead could only be described as a clash of titans, where each victory would be hard-won, for no opponent would be as straightforward as in the initial round. The American host, clad in a short skirt, gracefully traversed the stage, impressively announcing the matchups in 8 different languages, a rare talent for someone so young. In the first match of Group A, the outcome was surprisingly predictable, as the Sadness from Vienna decisively swept the Snowbird team from Russia with a score of 41. The second match saw Heaven's Wrath and Vast Ocean embroiled in a fierce battle, with the victor only emerging in the third game of the 2v2 match. Ultimately, Heaven's Wrath prevailed, though I remain skeptical about their chances in the quarterfinals, as League of Legends is exceedingly formidable. Now, it was our turn to compete. Xueyinshan, carrying her backpack, addressed Zi Ho and the others. Our opponents are the Divine Realm, the Titan God Clan's team, comprised entirely of elite players. Let us give our all. We must reach the Final Four, or we shall have no face to show to the elders of Jiangdong. Zi Ho replied with a smile, rest assured, we will not disappoint our leader. In the first match of Group B's quarterfinals, the Chinese powerhouse Snow Silver Fur faced the first guild of Titan City, the Divine Realm. There was a significant history between Snow Silver Fur and Divine Realm, as during the Battle of Dawn City, the Titan God clan led a surprise attack on Sky City with their elite cavalry. It was during that encounter that Xueyinshan rallied the troops to fend off the attackers, resulting in a stalemate. Furthermore, it was in that battle that Xueyinshan failed to defeat the Titan God clan, thereby creating a legend wherein only a top-tier expert could emerge unscathed under the blade of the fruit knife goddess. Soon, the matchups emerged. 1v1. Purple Robe Marquis LV-186 Warrior vs Assassin Fairy LV-186 Assassin 1v1. Shadow Chanel LV-185 Darkfire Mage vs Dark Sorrow LV-187 Mage 1v1. Wind Color Fantasy LV-187 Light Ranger vs Titan God Clan LV-187 Thunder Warrior 1v1. Clear Water Fragrance LV-185 Archer vs Shadow Charm LV-185 Magic Knight 2v2, Wind Color Fantasy LV-187 Light Ranger, and Purple Robe Marquee LV-186 Warrior versus Titan God Clan LV-187 Thunder Warrior and Dark Sorrow LV-187 Mage. Upon seeing these matchups, I couldn't help but chuckle. It was indeed tailored to Lin Xiaoyu's preferences. Lin Yisan's equipment had made tremendous strides, wielding the 7-star glazed sword, a formidable weapon that rivaled that of the Titan God clan. This was a chance for revenge, to reclaim what was once lost. In the first match, Purple Robe Marquee faced Assassin Fairy. The latter's agility and skill as an assassin were renowned. Having once made the fiery red-lipped Sansheng Imo grit his teeth during the battle in Dawn City, the assassin's stealthy attacks had caused many mage players to perish. With a swish, Purple Robe Marquee and Assassin Fairy appeared on the battlefield. Purple Robe Marquee, gripping his blade, cast a stern gaze at his opponent, while Assassin Fairy, in the countdown, slightly sank her body and vanished from sight. Employing the assassin's signature move, a successful sneak attack was imperative, for otherwise, defeating a warrior would prove exceedingly difficult. Stepping lightly on the fallen leaves, Purple Robe Marquee calmly observed his surroundings. As the foremost warrior of the Snow Silver Fur, his tactical operations were impeccable, with few rivals on the Chinese server, which is why Lin Yisan held him in high esteem. Come out. With a sudden dash, Purple Robe Marquee advanced a few steps, his sword slicing through the air. A clang resounded as Assassin Fairy swiftly rolled out of the way, demonstrating her quick reflexes by deflecting his attack. Had it been an ordinary assassin, they would have likely succumbed to a single blow. Vacuum Slash. The signature skill erupted forth, and Purple Robe Marquee had no intention of granting his opponent any chance of survival. Following the Vacuum Slash, he charged to Assassin Fairy's right side, the sword light flaring, unleashing the chaos of battle. What? Caught off guard, Assassin Fairy hurriedly raised her twin daggers, barely managing to parry the two strikes of chaos of battle, yet unexpectedly. Purple Robe Marquee lifted his blade and delivered a lightning-fast kick. Boom. 21,020. In terms of execution, Assassin Fairy was entirely at a disadvantage. Before she could recover from the suffocating impact of the onslaught, Purple Robe Marquee had already bypassed her, and with a thrust, his sword pierced her chest, bringing her down decisively. In a mere 30 seconds, the match unfolded with the formidable Zhi-Ho exhibiting an overwhelming dominance, mercilessly tormenting the assassin known as Killer Fairy Tail. This spectacle rendered the onlookers from the Titan clan visibly disconcerted, for Killer Fairy Tail was reputed to be among the elite assassin players of Titan City. The notion that a mere warrior could utterly vanquish such a renowned figure was indeed a source of embarrassment, especially with the WEL finals being broadcasted across gaming channels worldwide, amplifying the humiliation. The second round commenced swiftly. This time, Killer Fairy Tail refrained from recklessly launching an attack, as the terrain played to his advantage. The arid landscape was strewn with hard stones, making it challenging for the opponent to detect his stealthy movements. Unlike grasslands, where every footstep leaves a trace, this setting concealed him well. Zhi-Ho, acutely aware of the disadvantage this map posed, widened his eyes, keenly attuned to the slightest disturbances around him. Gripping his blade tightly, he resolutely closed his eyes, attuning himself to the gentle breeze and the ominous aura surrounding him. However, sensing such malevolence is no simple task, and Zhi-Ho quickly reopened his eyes as a crimson glimmer swept past him. With a swift strike, he fell into a stunned state for 3 seconds. Killer Fairy Tail emerged, a smirk gracing his lips as he unleashed a flurry of dagger strikes, his bloodthirsty triple hit ravaging Zhi-Ho's armor, sparks flying. Even encased in heavy armor, Zhi-Ho could not withstand the assault of a high-level assassin, his health plummeting dangerously. But I shook my head, pondering, perhaps not. Killer Fairy Tail's fervent desire to win clouded his judgment. His relentless assault and sweeping strikes left him without sufficient energy for a secondary stun within those 3 seconds, granting Zhi-Ho at least 0.5 seconds to react, a critical window for a top-tier warrior. As I anticipated, Killer Fairy Tail could not eliminate Zhi-Ho in that brief time frame. The delay in energy recovery cost him crucial moments. When he lunged with his dagger for a finishing blow, Zhi-Ho bellowed, activating his berserk skill, thus evading the stun effect entirely. Without looking back, he plunged forward, his left boot crashing down with tremendous force. Bang! Killer Fairy Tail attempted to block with his dual daggers, but was sent reeling from the impact. In a flash, Ziho pivoted and surged ahead. His arm raised as the 0-degree ice seal descended, perfectly encasing the retreating killer fairytale in ice. The devastating dual strike of the chaos of war followed. And with a pained gasp, killer fairytale crumpled onto the stony ground, defeated. Ziho successfully secured a precious point for Xueyinshan. In the quarterfinals of the WEL International Championship, every victory is hard-won, for even the weakest of opponents possess formidable prowess. Being among the few distinguished figures from their respective cities, each with their own legendary tales. In the eyes of local players, they are akin to deities. That was a splendid victory, exclaimed the shadowy figure Chanel, patting Ziho on the shoulder with a beaming smile. The Marquis in purple attire wore a blissful expression. Yet it was evident to all that his allegiance to the snow-silver fur was solely for the sake of Chanel. Regrettably, Chanel appeared oblivious to this fact. Or perhaps feigned ignorance, treating the Marquis merely as a companion, never considering the potential for romantic sparks to ignite between them. Lin Yisan remarked, "Chanel, it's your turn next. Your opponent is Dark Sorrow, a notably formidable presence in the national battle, one who has left many, including the little trickster and Li Chengfeng, in utter despair. Exercise caution, for this individual is not easily dealt with." "Understood, boss, I'm on it." The shadow maid Chanel, gripping her staff, teleported into the arena. Once again finding herself in the water gorge map, Dark Sorrow stood quietly in a corner, exuding an air of calm, seemingly dismissive of the shadow maid Chanel. As the battle commenced, Chanel took the initiative to attack, employing the ice rain to slow her opponent and continuously launching ice arrows to suppress Dark Sorrow's assaults, simultaneously diminishing the resilience of his magical shield. In contrast, Dark Sorrow adopted a tactical approach of retreat while engaging, predicting positions, and using Dragoness Kiss to strike Chanel's magical shield. This strategy proved astute, as a single Dragoness Kiss inflicted damage equivalent to 5 ice arrows. Chanel quickly found herself at a disadvantage. When her magical shield shattered, Dark Sorrow's remarkable predictive abilities shone brightly. An ice blast struck at Chanel's feet, freezing her and preventing her from reconstituting her magical shield, followed by a Dragoness Kiss that resulted in an instant defeat. In 2 consecutive rounds, Chanel was unable to mount a significant counterattack, her skills and magical prowess utterly outmatched, leaving everyone in stunned silence. No one anticipated such a vast disparity. It could be said that Dark Sorrow surpassed Chanel by an entire tier, belonging to the realm of the extraordinary. The third match commenced, featuring both sides fielding their aces, the Fruit Knife Goddess versus the Titan God Clan, a true contest among divine players. As Lin Yisan and the Titan God Clan teleported into the arena, the entire center hall was nearly overwhelmed with spectators, their fervent cheers attesting to the immense popularity of these two competitors. With a flourish, Lin Yisan and the Titan God Clan made their entrance. Upon encountering one another, the Titan God Clan, with a languid demeanor, rested a sharp blade upon his shoulder and chuckled, "The Wind Color Fantasy. Ranked among the top 5 in the CGL Hall of Fame for China? Huh. It reminds me of our battle beneath the Sky City. It seems the 5th-ranked player is nothing extraordinary. The CGL Hall of Fame in China is but a jest, a farce for those who hide away at home in their glory. If brought into the light, it would be mere child's play, wouldn't you agree?" Lin Yisan, her expression frosty, retorted, "You're asking for a lesson. Just wait and see." As the countdown for the match began, 3, 2, 1. At the moment the countdown concluded, Lin Yisan and the Titan God Clan unleashed their divine transformations. The earth whirlwind roared to life. Lin Yisan's divine skill was divine weeping, a devastating attack, while the Titan God Clan's divine skill was wrath of the earth, the situation remaining uncertain. As two figures surged forth almost simultaneously, they collided with a resounding clang. The 7 stars glazed sword struck against the opponent's blade with a forceful impact. The Titan God Clan observed intently as one of their own swiftly raised his right leg and delivered a merciless kick to Lin Yisan's abdomen, revealing his lack of compassion. However, Lin Yisan, the goddess of fruit knives, was far from the delicate creature she appeared to be. Her speed surpassed that of her adversary. Her battle robe fluttered as her snow-white left leg kicked out with remarkable swiftness, landing a stunning blow on the opponent's right leg, dispersing the surrounding air. With the momentum from this strike, Lin Yisan twirled gracefully like a snow butterfly, drawing her dagger and executing a lightning-fast strike before retreating in an instant. The Titan God clan suffered a significant setback, having lost a substantial amount of health due to the opponent's devastating attack. Xueyinshan retreated, her little boots pattering lightly on the ground. With a swift motion of her arm, she conjured a shard of ice that fell from the air, divine cry. The ground shook with a thunderous roar, inflicting 123,994 damage. The Titan God clan was taken aback and hastily charged away from the ominous battlefield, swiftly repositioning to the right. With the sword raised high, they unleashed the fury of the earth. The ground shattered as Xueyinshan stood firm. But her performance was even more astonishing. She leaped onto a massive stone that had risen from the earth, propelling herself into the air and launching an attack with a diagonal strike. Ice Flame Slash. The Titan God clan silently lamented, never anticipating that this young woman had become significantly more decisive and powerful since their last encounter. In Titan City, the Titan God clan was the sovereign of the divine realm, renowned as the foremost defensive expert of the North. Their combat style focused on defensive counterattacks, utilizing weapon blocks to exhaust the opponent's skill cooldowns before delivering a fatal blow. In contrast, Xueyinshan embodied a purely offensive tactical style, elusive and unpredictable, her formidable lethality concealed within her enchanting form. The duel between them could be likened to a sword meeting a shield. Ultimately, victory hinged upon whether the blade was sharp enough or the shield resilient enough. After suffering the Ice Flame Slash, the Titan God clan's health plummeted below 20. Yet they remained composed. With an upward sweep of the sword, a radiant light descended, mercy of the Thunder God, restoring 50 of total health, even surpassing the effects of my own death resilience. With the sword poised, fierce determination lit the Titan's eyes as their blade clashed against the 7 stars glazed sword, sending sparks flying. With a powerful jab, they deflected Xueyinshan's incoming dagger, and with a sweeping motion, their sword met hers once more, resulting in a thunderous impact that forced both combatants to stagger back. Seizing the opportunity, the Titan God clan raised their sword high and unleashed a mighty roar, summoning numerous bolts of lightning that encircled the young beauty. This was the signature technique of the Thunder Warrior, the Thunderous Slash. After an intense exchange, Xueyinshan found her health dwindling as well. The Titan God wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Xueyinshan's assault was exceedingly fierce, nearly inflicting severe injuries upon him. Gazing at the captivating beauty warrior before him, the Titan God grinned and remarked, in the realm of wind and color fantasy, "Do you truly believe you can slay me so easily? Dream on. My defensive maneuvers are unparalleled. What do you think you are?" Xueyinshan remained unfazed, her enchanting eyes sweeping over him before she chuckled, "The best defense? Even the smallest of tricksters wouldn't dare to make such a claim. You shameless braggart. Let me put that so-called supreme defense of yours to the test." Before her words had fully dissipated, Xueyinshan surged forward with determination. Both were prideful souls, and since they had agreed to a contest of skill, neither would resort to ultimate techniques. Xueyinshan even disabled her transformation effect, with her battle cloak billowing behind her. She struck fiercely with her sword towards her opponent. The Titan God deftly adjusted his footing, his blade spinning at a clever angle to parry Xueyinshan's strike. He countered with a sweeping arc of his sword aimed at her neck, the angle calculated flawlessly, proving his reputation as the North's supreme defender. The counterattack was indeed relentless. Xueyinshan danced like a butterfly, deftly retreating 3 steps to evade the Titan God's counterstrike, and then launched her offensive anew. The 7 stars glazed sword descended diagonally at a sharp 45 degrees, compelling the Titan God to raise his sword for defense. However, just as he successfully blocked, Xueyinshan's dagger lunged towards his chest, forcing him to deflect with a powerful fist. The clash momentarily froze their assault, a terrifying balance of power, leaving the Titan God momentarily stunned. But then, with a fierce stomp upon the ground, Xueyinshan's lithe form soared upward, her snow-white leg, encased in armor, struck heavily against the Titan God's chin, shattering his defenses. In midair, her right hand wielded the dagger with blinding speed, piercing smoothly into the gap between his neck, executing another devastating attack. In agony, the Titan God seized Xueyinshan's right arm with a powerful grip, bellowing, "Get away." With a forceful tug, Xueyinshan plummeted, absorbing a blow from him to her back. Before she hit the ground, her dagger vanished in a flash, her fingers splayed wide against the earth, her white legs sweeping out horizontally. With a resounding thud, the Titan god lost his balance and fell. Quick as a flash, Lin Yisan hurled her 7 stars glazed sword, its hilt embedding itself into the ground. The razor-sharp blade pierced directly through the Titan god's body, siphoning away the last remnants of his vitality. He stared wide-eyed at the gleaming sword blade protruding from his chest. The 7 stars glazed sword was formidable, having penetrated him without a trace of blood upon its immaculate surface. As his body twitched a few times, the Titan god transformed into a beam of white light. Fleeing the battlefield, Lin Yisan gave a swift kick, the 7 stars glazed sword spinning back into her hand with a resonant sound as it returned to its sheath, exuding an air of unparalleled elegance. With a furious expression, the Titan god reappeared outside the arena, his face nearly turning the hue of liver, as he forcefully drove his long sword into the ground, exclaiming in anger, "Damn it! Killer fairy tale, boss." The operations of wind color fantasy are both swift and precise, making it exceedingly challenging to defend against. Let us not lose our composure. In the second round, our chances of victory remain substantial. The Titan god nodded affirmatively, declaring, "Indeed, I shall not allow her to have the last laugh. A mere Chinese woman could never triumph over me." Beside him, the female knight, Shadow Charm, smiled slightly. "Boss, are you belittling women?" The corner of Titan god's mouth twitched as he laughed heartily. "Not at all. On the contrary, I hold her in such high regard that I strive even harder to win this match." At the players' bench, a group of Chinese competitors clenched their fists, filled with tension. The Titan god stood as the second most prominent player in the American region, just behind Vienna's Sadness. Should Lin Yisan manage to defeat Titan god in direct confrontation, it would undoubtedly be a remarkable achievement. Before long, the second round commenced. This match largely inherited the combat style of the previous one, with Lin Yisan launching fierce assaults while Titan god maintained a nearly impenetrable defense. The moment victory was determined came after a grueling 125 seconds. With the screen displaying the statistics, APM, Wind Color Fantasy 527, Titan god 441, hit rate, Wine Color Fantasy 85, Titan god 45, collision count, 447, winner, Wind Color Fantasy. The crowd erupted in fervor, with countless Chinese international students shouting the ID of Wind Color Fantasy at the top of their lungs. Even many American players were moved. This was a complete technical triumph. After a total of 447 exchanges, Lin Yisan, through her rapid and composed attack rhythm, broke through the defenses of Titan god, securing a precious point. In this second round, neither side resorted to transformations or skills. The victor was determined solely by weapon combat. Li Chengfeng leaned against a corner, arms crossed, remarking, "Lin Yisan is truly remarkable. Her APM and technique leave one speechless." I responded, "You have also defeated Titan god in Falling Wind Canyon." "It is not an extraordinary feat." Li Chengfeng shook his head with a smile. "No, I understand well that at that time, I was a divine general, endowed with a battle spirit, leaving no opportunity for Titan god to defend himself. I vanquished him with the Dragon Blade Spin. In truth, prior to unleashing the Dragon Blade Spin, I was unable to gain any advantage in our technical exchanges. This individual is formidable. Among the Northern Alliance, aside from Vienna's Sadness, he is undoubtedly the strongest." I chuckled. "In the forthcoming national battles, we are likely to encounter one another again. What a narrow path for adversaries." Li Chengfeng smiled knowingly. "Indeed, what a predicament." Thanks to Lin Yisan's outstanding performance, the God Realm's leader Titan god was defeated, allowing Xueyinshan to temporarily take the lead with a total score of 2-1. The match to advance from the top 16 to the top 8 remained fiercely contested, with both the God Realm and Xueyinshan being strong contenders for the Final Four, heightening anticipation for the ensuing clash. As the fourth match commenced, Qingqing Water Fragrance faced Shadow Charm. The latter was a stunning blonde beauty with an exceptionally alluring figure, who had been eyeing Murong Mingyue intently before the match, seemingly surprised that an Eastern beauty could be so captivating. Murong Mingyue, momentarily taken aback, returned Shadow Charm's gaze, inadvertently causing her to feel bashful. In the arena, Qingqing Xueyinshan stood somewhat anxiously amidst the intense atmosphere of the WEL International Tournament's top 16 stage. Even Lin Yisan and I felt a twinge of nervousness, let alone her. "I wonder what Qingqing's chances of winning are," he mused, gazing at the large screen. I chuckled softly, "Certainly not great. I have encountered the player's Shadow Charm before. She is an esteemed hero banner player, reputed as the foremost female knight of Titan City, with formidable offensive capabilities. Although Xueyinshan is well-equipped, archers inherently struggle against knights. If she gets too close, she lacks the defensive skills that Bei Ming possesses, leaving her with limited opportunities. Bei Mingxue pouted slightly. What a pity. Nangong Lexi has only recently joined Xueyinshan and cannot participate this time. If she were here, our chances would be significantly better. Li Qingfeng remarked, indeed. Nangong Lexi is seasoned in competition, exhibiting a calm demeanor and superior skills compared to Xueyinshan. As we conversed, Sun Xueyinshan decisively lost 2 points in quick succession, relinquishing the game to Shadow Charm. The battle progressed to a decisive 2v2 showdown, with Lin Yisan and Zi Ho confronting the Titan Divine clan, a combination known as Dark Sorrow. As anticipated, Lin Yisan and Zi Ho's tactical synergy proved exceptionally effective, with 0 degrees freezing their opponents twice. However, in the second round, despite Lin Yisan's successful elimination of a Titan Divine player, she could not withstand the magical onslaught from Dark Sorrow, ultimately grappling to secure a narrow victory. With a total score of 32, Xueyinshan advanced to the quarterfinals, directly eliminating the Titan City's premier guild, the Divine Realm. As the 945th chapter titled Ice Knight unfolded, thunderous applause resonated within the main hall. Lin Yisan emerged from the competition room clad in comfortable athletic wear, her backpack slung casually over her shoulder, a gentle smile gracing her lips. She radiated a vibrant and artistic aura, had one not witnessed it firsthand. They would scarcely believe that this extraordinarily beautiful girl had just triumphed over the man renowned for his unparalleled defensive maneuvers, the Titan Divine clan. Following Lin Yisan were Zi Ho, the enigmatic Chanel, and Xueyinshan Xueyinshan, all stepping out with expressions of joy, regardless of the outcome. Xueyinshan had reached the top 8 in the world tournament, a remarkable feat for a team participating in an international competition for the first time. Furthermore, their impressive ranking at the international level would undoubtedly elevate Xueyinshan's prestige within the domestic server, which was of utmost importance. With such unparalleled prestige, countless skilled players would be inclined to join, making the dream of dominating the continent a tangible reality. On the main stage, the host spoke fluently in English, but I could not comprehend her words. I rose to greet Lin Yisan, assisting her in removing her backpack, as the gaming headset was rather heavy. You performed splendidly. I offered her a cup of tea. Lin Yisan smiled. Of course. I remarked, I initially thought you might not make it to the top 8. Ugh. That arrogant Lu Chun is courting disaster. Lin Yisan playfully waved her fist at me in mock defiance. Li Chengfeng grinned. Having such a fierce girlfriend, blessing or curse? In the past, I harbored a deep envy for that lad, Lu Chun. However, my sentiments have now shifted towards sympathy. I glared, exclaiming, sympathy, my foot. Li Chengfeng erupted in laughter, while Lin Yisan, pursing her lips, chose to remain silent, her exquisite eyes, akin to black jewels, fixated on the scoreboard, analyzing the unfolding match dynamics. In the second match of Group B's round of 16, the South Korean team, Sun and Moon, triumphed over their adversaries, the Huanglong team from Russia. Regrettably, Huanglong proved no match for the formidable South Korean team, which, despite its size, is a veritable powerhouse in esports. For years, South Korea has been home to countless exceptional talents, players like Zhu Yingluan, Yuan Yu, and Lei Qianhen, each a paragon of excellence in their craft. The C Group match was about to commence. I abruptly rose, slinging my backpack over my shoulder, and gazed at the stage, declaring, our next opponent is the God Realm. Japan's ace team, led by the captain, Hong Feng, who had the audacity to provoke us. We must give it our all. I refuse to falter in the top 16. We shall vanquish the God Realm and advance to the top 8. San Sheng Mo, Li Chengfeng, and Jing Cheng Luoshan nodded in unison, urging, Ancient Sword. We're counting on you. With resolve, I stepped onto the stage alongside 3 female companions, while on the opposing side, Hong Feng arrived with 2 men and a woman, all radiating hostility, even the female player glancing at us with disdain. The host, a charming young lady, effortlessly switched between Chinese, English, and Japanese, introducing both teams with a smile. This player, ID. Zhijichin Sha, is the MVP from the Chinese region, while this is Hong Feng, the MVP from the Japanese server. We are witnessing a clash between 2 divine titans. Let us all anticipate a thrilling encounter. You are the MVP? Hong Feng raised an eyebrow. casting a scornful gaze in my direction as he remarked in halting Chinese, "Someone like you could achieve MVP status? Let me tell you, I am undefeated in the Japanese circuit, with 50 of those victories being flawless. Today, I shall show you insignificant ants." Before he could finish, I interrupted sharply. "Silence. I did not come here to argue. Let your abilities manifest in the match." The host appeared momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for the intense animosity between the god realm and ancient sword, thus heightening the anticipation for the match. The atmosphere crackled with tension, igniting fervor among the spectators. We huddled together, quietly discussing our strategy. He scrutinized the player roster displayed on the big screen, stating, "Hongfeng is the top-ranked Hall of Fame super expert, renowned as the premier swordsman. Zilei is an assassin of the hidden class, known for exceptional skills. Qing Shuang is an ice knight, boasting formidable defense and attack. While the final one, Raging Vortex, is a fierce warrior with explosive power. Let us devise our formation accordingly." Bai Mingshui remarked, "I've seen Hongfeng's PK videos. He is at least on par with Xueyinshan. The rest of us lack a solid chance against him. If my brother faces him, his odds improve slightly. I would prefer to encounter Raging Vortex. I relish battling warriors who forsake defense for full-on attacks." Lien Xian pouted playfully, declaring, "I am indifferent, regardless of who I face. I have confidence in my victory." He could not help but chuckle. Indeed, since the WEL China region began, Lien Xian had faced no defeats and was undeniably the most reliable scoring asset of our team. With such a talented teammate, we were truly fortunate. Thus, it was ultimately decided that Lien Xian would take the stage first, striving for a victorious start, followed by Bai Mingshui in the second round, while I would command the midfield, with He supporting from the rear. The final match would see both Bai Mingshui and me in action. Not long after, the matchups were revealed, and they did not disappoint. We had indeed caught sight of Hongfeng. 1v1, Lianxing LV-188 Starry Illusionist vs. Qing Shuang LV-186 Ice Knight 1v1. Bai Mingshui LV-188 Dark Archer vs. Zilei LV-185 Stealth Assassin 1v1. Xueyinshan LV-187 Necromancer vs. Hongfeng LV-187 Divine Warrior 1v1. Zai Yifang LV-186 Warlock vs. Xueyinshan Luo LV-186 Furious Warrior 2v2. Xueyinshan LV-187 Necromancer Bai Mingshui LV-188 Dark Archer vs. Hongfeng LV-187 Divine Warrior Zilei LV-185 Stealth Assassin Bai Mingshui did not encounter the Furious Warrior, but instead faced the Assassin Zilei. The match between the Archer and the Stealth Assassin was bound to be a keen battle of insight. Overall, the matchups appeared quite favorable for us at Gujian. Each opponent was indeed formidable, but it mattered little. Japan had a Hall of Fame similar to CGL known as JGL, where Hongfeng ranked first and Xueyinshan Luo second, with the other two occupying third and fourth places. In truth, we were challenging the pinnacle of Japan's server with the strength of our guild. Upon entering the competition room and connecting to the data while verifying our identities, a dazzling light flashed before us as the main system transported us directly to the arena. We stood outside a row of stone-carved railings, facing the combat platform, surrounded by jagged mountains and flourishing flora. Not far away, Hongfeng, Qing Shuang, Zilei, and others were present, eyeing us with vigilance. Even Xueyinshan Luo raised his sword, laughing heartily. "The Chinese champion team? Huh. Let us see how far you, who are so limited in your perspective, can truly go. Don't think that dominating in the China region makes you impressive. Today, you will meet your end in the top 16. I pursed my lips. Indeed. This group seems to rely on their words for battle. He chuckled lightly. Ignore their barking. Let us maintain our composure. Lien Xian, as you enter the first match, do not let us down. Your opponent is the Ice Knight, who seems quite powerful." Lien Xian, wielding the Thor's staff, smiled confidently. "Don't worry, boss and brother Bai Ming. I will definitely secure this round." "Well then, go." With a swift motion, Lien Xian soared into the arena, while the opposing Ice Knight, Qing Shuang, also stepped into the field. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a steed resembling a unicorn, mounting it with grace, brandishing a gleaming sword, and looking at Lien Xian with a grin. "Starry Illusionist. Heh, let me teach you a lesson." Lien Xian gripped her staff, her beautiful eyes calmly observing her opponent. With a decisive stomp on the ground, the ether shield rose in response. The match commenced instantaneously, and at the very moment the countdown concluded, Lien Xian swiftly retreated, simultaneously raising one hand to set a gravitational trap on her right flank. Shuang, wielding her sword atop her steed, cast a discerning glance and astonishingly maneuvered obliquely around the gravitational trap's vicinity, charging from the opposite side toward Lien Xian. Humph! The young girl let out a cold snort. Her fingers splayed as three distinct energy fields erupted, catching Shuang off guard, causing her mount to nearly collide with the core energy field, resulting in a rather awkward zigzag maneuver to evade it. Meanwhile, Lien Xian seized this opportune moment for an offensive, as magical energy surged forth, culminating in the explosive eruption of an ice spiral matrix beneath the hooves of Shuang's steed. Boom. 89,827. Shuang was taken aback, her reflexes remarkably swift as she darted away from the ice spiral matrix, launching herself toward Lien Xian in a sharp trajectory while activating her skill, Charge. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the blade shimmered with the brilliance of barrier-breaking light. Lien Xian could not help but smile faintly as she raised both hands, manifesting a straight line of 7 consecutive energy fields that forcefully repelled Shuang, who was once mere inches away, a sudden displacement of 12 yards. With impeccable timing, Lien Xian deployed a gravitational trap, significantly hampering her opponent's mobility. The touch of the dragon's kiss howled forth, combined with the strangulation of the dimensional storm. And in an instant, Shuang's health was entirely depleted, her astonished form transforming into a streak of icy light that shot away. 10. Lien Xian successfully secured her first point. It must be said, her skills were undeniably domineering, complemented by her increasingly adept mastery and manipulation of abilities, rendering her a formidable presence akin to a top-tier mage player, far surpassing even the 4th-ranked expert from the Japanese server. The second round commenced with great swiftness. This time, Shuang refrained from aggressive tactics, maneuvering with precision, and eventually, after scouting for the right opportunity, launched her charge, swiftly arriving before Lien Xian with a ground-splitting slash. Lien Xian gasped, her staff positioned horizontally, deftly blocking the ground-splitting attack with a resounding clang. However, a smirk of triumph flitted across Shuang's lips as she abruptly twisted her blade, conjuring a flurry of snowflakes, and shouted, "Ice sealing slash." Thud! The blade pierced between Lien Xian's bosom, unleashing a cascade of ice and snow, swiftly encasing the young mage in a frigid embrace. In the next moment, Shuang withdrew her long sword, executing another barrier-breaking strike. 49,029. 76,262. With 2 successive attacks, Shuang emerged victorious, reclaiming a point. Whoosh! Lien Xian flew out of the arena, still ensnared in ice, as the ice sealing slash persisted for 3 seconds. Gradually, the frost began to melt, and she inhaled sharply, murmuring, "I was careless." I smiled gently, replying, "Indeed, one should not engage her in close combat. That ice sealing slash can penetrate the psychic shield and freeze you without needing to break the barrier, leading to a lethal combo that can obliterate you in an instant. In the next match, maintain your distance and bombard her from afar." Agreed. In the third round, Lien Xian preserved the mage's safe distance, continuously employing gravitational traps and ice spiral matrices to keep her opponent at bay. Ultimately, Shuang found herself at a disadvantage, and before she could launch a suitable charge, she was ensnared by the dimensional storm of the northern snow, leading to her demise. 21. Lien Xian secured her first significant victory, a remarkable achievement indeed. Greetings to the readers of Dream Mobile. Thank you for your enthusiastic support. I assure you, I will strive to craft even more passionate and exhilarating narratives as a token of my gratitude. Chapter 946. The Master of Swordsmanship. Although I was immersed in the game, I could distinctly hear the cheers resonating within the arena. A multitude of Chinese international students had gathered to support their compatriots, their fervent patriotism igniting a palpable excitement. It was particularly exhilarating to witness a young Chinese girl adeptly wielding magic to control one of the few elite players on the RB server, further intensifying the fervor of the crowd. In contrast, the expressions on the faces of Hong Feng and his companions were less than favorable. The defeat of the Ice Knight, Shuang, served as a wake-up call. The champion team from China SWL was far more formidable than they had anticipated. Han Feng had previously believed that the retirement of prominent figures such as Qing Shui, Qi Xingding, and Bei Su Qingfeng had left the Chinese server devoid of top-tier talent. Little did he realize, China has never been short of exceptional players. As the older generation of gamers gracefully stepped aside, a new wave of talent emerged, ready to challenge the elite of the Chinese region, rendering their attempts to provoke humiliation nothing more than folly. In the second match, Bei Mingshui faced off against Zilei, an assassin with a hidden profession, undoubtedly possessing remarkable skills. It was rare for an assassin to penetrate the top 10 of a server's Hall of Fame, despite their distinguished achievements. Much like Li Gu from the Chinese region, who, while undeniably formidable in one-on-one duels, could never match the number of foes slain by a warrior in national battles, thus failing to secure a top 10 ranking. With a swift motion, two beams of light descended into the arena. Zilei, clad in dark leather armor and wielding two ethereal green daggers, wore a smirk of derision as he addressed Bei Mingshui. It's quite a rarity to see an archer reach the finals of WEL's dueling competition. I have always regarded archers as mere prey, especially when faced with an assassin's onslaught. They are akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Bei Mingshui, brandishing the ice feather bow, smiled confidently. You shall soon discover how an archer excels in a duel. As the system began its countdown, Zilei slightly bent at the waist, vanishing into the air. The map, Autumn Square, resembled a medieval plaza, devoid of any natural elements to discern the assassin's whereabouts except for the scattered leaves on the ground. Once an assassin became invisible, even sunlight could not penetrate their form, a truly formidable ability. However, if invisibility left a shadow, all assassin players would undoubtedly rage quit. 3, 2, 1. Bei Mingshui swiftly retreated, summoning a whirlwind from the earth, as the air crackled with energy ripples. Remarkably, Zilei also activated his own whirlwind. God Abysswell. Bei Mingshui flung out a divine skill, only to be met with a startling miss as Zilei narrowly evaded, disappearing from sight. The tempest unleashed by the God Abysswell wreaked havoc, and Bei Mingshui could clearly see the leaves swirling, colliding with an unseen, mobile entity. With a flourish, the ice feather bow was raised, executing a soaring arrow. Countless arrows fell like rain, striking the earth with a cacophony of sound. Amidst the chaos, purple lightning rolled forth. Though somewhat disheveled, there was no sign of panic. With a swift maneuver, he initiated a rapid advance, sacrificing a significant portion of his vitality to close in on Bei Mingshui. Unfazed, Bei Mingshui elegantly drew her bow, unleashing 12 arrows toward her adversary. With a huff, Zilei's eyes gleamed with fierce determination, activating the 7-turn Death Shadow Dance skill, his speed surging as he darted toward Bei Mingshui like a wraith. He launched a series of 3 swift strikes with the Blade Vortex, the assassin's most lethal skill designed to breach defenses. He recognized that this Chinese maiden possessed commendable skills, and he understood that achieving a complete kill would be impossible. Thus, every additional strike counted. Bei Mingshui, too, felt a thrill of excitement. The bowstring of her ice soul feather drew taut as she deftly produced a dagger from her waist. Her delicate arms moved with remarkable speed, parrying Zilei's assault with 3 resonant strikes. Seizing an arrow, she executed another spiral vortex. Zilei found himself momentarily flustered, his health plummeting to critical levels. In that instant, he bent his legs, tensing his body like a drawn bow, and shouted, "Lightning strike." With a whoosh, he seemed to tear through the fabric of space itself, suddenly appearing beside Bei Mingshui, his form slicing through the air like a dagger, inflicting a staggering damage of 89,288. To make matters worse, a swirling cyclone erupted from the ground as Zilei was engulfed in flames, his body swelling as he bellowed, "Embrace your demise." In a shocking turn of events, Zilei's form exploded, countless flames consuming Bei Mingshui. Amidst the billowing smoke, Zilei's original body detonated, but he managed to escape using his doppelganger technique, the shadow explosion. With a flicker, Bei Mingshui materialized beside me, gripping her ice soul feather and pouting. "This is infuriating." I chuckled softly. "Do not be disheartened. Next time, we must remain vigilant against his divine general skills, particularly that lightning strike, which can attack instantaneously, akin to a charge, but without any lead time for evasion. Simply avoiding contact will guarantee victory. Moreover, mastering the abyss of the divine will secure your triumph." The initial abyss was cast too carelessly. Keep an eye on the map and assess Zilei's position accurately. The odds of victory remain in your favor. Understood. In the second round, Bai Mingshui re-entered the arena, the map revealing a grassy field. I couldn't help but smile. This terrain greatly favored her. Indeed, as the match commenced, Bai Mingshui adeptly discerned Zilei's position through the footprints. Launching a rain of arrows. Under the onslaught, Zilei found himself cornered. He activated his skills, dashing toward Bai Mingshui, suddenly unleashing a lightning strike. With both hands raised, Bai Mingshui propelled her longbow forward, the clash of Zilei's dagger against her bowstring resonating. She deftly slid backward, executing a divine abyss in the process. Zilei, caught off guard by her swift retreat, had no opportunity to self-destruct and was instead ensnared by her tactical maneuver, succumbing to the divine abyss. Upon awakening, he was swiftly dispatched by Bai Mingshui's spiral arrow of armor piercing. The score stood at 1-1. In the third round, the map transitioned to the snowy expanse. And it must be said that the system seemed to favor Xiaobei Ming. In the snow, once the assassin became invisible, each step created a pit, leaving no chance for survival. Particularly, Bai Mingshui utilized the sky-piercing arrow to vanquish foes. The ancient artifact, Ice Feather, possessed the special effect of doubling the damage of the sky-piercing arrow. Fortune smiled upon Bai Mingshui as the first sky-piercing arrow unexpectedly triggered the Ice Feather effect of the longbow. Crack! A series of ice spikes ensnared Zilei's feet, the freezing effect rendering him immobile. Zilei, astonished, widened his eyes. What is this? Before he could finish his words, Bai Mingshui's spiral arrow blade, an explosive arrow descended, piercing through Zilei's body. No matter how formidable his equipment was, it could not withstand the onslaught of Bai Mingshui. Clad in the wind chaser set and wielding the Ice Feather longbow. With this point, the ancient sword team had secured a significant lead of 20 points. Bringing the match to a critical juncture, I was set to face the ace player of the opposing camp, the MVP of the RB server, Hongfeng. Revered by countless RB players as a deity. Clang! Hongfeng's sword struck the ground with a resounding noise as he smiled down at me, saying, "Our battle has only just begun. Do not celebrate too early." I chuckled. I have no reason to boast. Defeating opponents like you is hardly commendable. The adversaries we faced in the top 32 of the China region were far superior to you. Damn! Hongfeng's face turned ashen as he brandished his blade, declaring, "If you dare, follow me and witness true swordsmanship. Here I come." I laughed heartily, summoning the system sprite to enter the arena. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously with Hongfeng, we both summoned cyclones before the battle commenced. This match was of paramount importance to both parties. I aimed to propel the ancient sword team into the top 8, while Hongfeng sought to reverse the tide, for otherwise, the Divine Realm would bid farewell to this WEL International tournament. Moreover, with one Japanese team already eliminated, the hopes of millions of Japanese players rested solely on Hongfeng's shoulders. Should he lose, he would undoubtedly return home in disgrace. Naturally, my greatest desire was to see Hongfeng's face marred by defeat, for his arrogance was unbearable. He seemed to regard all the experts in the China region with disdain. Since he considered his swordsmanship unparalleled, I resolved to showcase the true mastery of swordplay from the Chinese server. When it comes to wielding sword-type weapons, I can boldly claim that if I consider myself second, no one else dares to claim the first position. The system began the countdown, and the atmosphere grew almost palpable. 3, 2, 1. The battle commenced. Hongfeng sprang forward, leaping over the scattered stones as if he were an arrow released from a bow, and I met him head-on, delivering an unadorned ice slash. Boom. 52, 883. Hongfeng's body trembled, yet he remained unfazed, executing 3 consecutive sword strikes with a loud cry. Fire God's continuous slash. The speed was astonishing, an unbroken sequence of attacks, impenetrable. I am acutely aware that such a swift assault cannot be entirely evaded. Some hits are inevitable. Thus, the Ziying sword spun rapidly, deflecting 2 strikes with a resounding clang. Subsequently, I lunged forward, my shoulder bracing against the 3rd blow from my adversary, while simultaneously raising my left arm. The Dragon God shield crashed heavily against their back, inflicting damage of 70, 992, and 32, 822. The Fire God's consecutive slashes, akin to the fierce blade strike, were formidable. Despite my defenses, I still lost a significant amount of health. Hongfeng's speed was astonishing, and another sword strike came hurtling towards me. Clang! The Zhulong sword parried, and I seized the moment to deliver a kick. Bam! Hongfeng, demonstrating exceptional swordsmanship, managed to retract their blade just in time to block the blow, but was jolted backward, still unsteady on their feet. They swiftly opened their left palm. A surge of electric energy crackling forth as a lightning sphere coalesced and was hurled my way, accompanied by a furious shout. Die! The ghostly god shield activated. I raised the dragon god shield, and with a sharp sound, a tingling sensation coursed through my body as an astonishing damage number of 90,092 soared above me. Chapter 947. Who will avenge? Heaven knows what kind of attack method Hongfeng employed, managing to strike me from a distance with a lightning sphere that drained nearly 100,000 health points. Such offensive power could rival that of the top mages from the capital, like Xueyinshan. Undoubtedly, the Thunder God sphere was akin to my spiral dragon spin, a hybrid of magic and martial prowess, capable of inflicting maximum damage against all forms of armor. I could not remain passive. After retreating nearly 10 paces, I suddenly propelled myself back into the fray, the Zhulong sword lowered as I surged towards my opponent with utmost speed. Hongfeng's eyes blazed with fervent combat spirit, laughing heartily as they raised their sword, declaring, "The MVP of the China region is nothing but this, perish." Once more, the fire god's consecutive slashes were unleashed. With an attack range of approximately 5 paces, Hongfeng executed their strikes with impeccable timing. The moment the fire god's consecutive slashes descended, I found myself caught off guard, with hardly a moment to react. However, it was evident that Hongfeng underestimated my reflexes, just as the fire god's strike neared my face. My divine warrior boots propelled me forward, shattering the ground beneath me and allowing me to veer at a 45-degree angle, elegantly dodging the incoming assault. In a mere 0.15 seconds, I redirected my trajectory, executing a perfect Z-shaped maneuver that not only evaded but countered, the blade of my sword slicing through their armor and the hilt crashing violently against Hongfeng's cheek. Bang! Blood spattered as Hongfeng staggered, nearly losing a tooth. Seizing the opportunity, I pursued relentlessly, the Zhulong sword glowing fiercely with sword radiance, unleashing the fierce blade strike. What? Hongfeng gasped, recognizing the potency of this move. They bent slightly, positioning themselves defensively behind the sword's edge. Bang! 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 3 fiery sword arcs entwined around their body, inflicting considerable damage. The numbers leaped: 39,029, 42, 828, 52, 989. Even in a defensive stance, Hongfeng lost 130,000 health, terror gripping them. Before they could fully process the situation, I had closed in. My boot lifted to deliver a heavy kick to their abdomen. Get away! With a resounding thud, Hongfeng could not withstand the force and was sent sprawling, utterly disheveled. The clash between 2 divine-level players was undeniably intense. As he rolled, Hongfeng's sword pivoted sharply, wresting control of the situation. He suddenly sprang up, one hand outstretched, his wind energy surging dramatically as he roared, "Wind Dragon Spiral." A tempest arose, coalescing into the form of a wind dragon, sweeping through with devastating force, a mass annihilation spell. I shuddered as I lost another 60,000 health points, and in a flash, I was brought back from the brink of death, my resilience restoring a significant portion of my vitality. Without a moment's hesitation, I charged toward him, my sword gleaming as I parried his attack with a resonant clang, my body twisting as I delivered a powerful strike upon Hongfeng's shoulder. A staggering 49,291 damage. Under my swift swordsmanship, this renowned swordsman from the RB server could not defend against my ordinary attack. In a flurry, Hongfeng's eyes blazed with fury as he propelled himself off the ground, executing a Z-pattern maneuver that slipped past my blade, aiming his sword at my waist with lethal intent. In an instant, I raised the Dragon God shield, deflecting his strike with a resounding clash, while my feet danced gracefully, circumventing his onslaught with 2 swift S-shaped movements. I landed firmly behind Hongfeng, catching him off guard. The agility of my spiral tactics was precisely what set this strategy apart, capable of attacking and evading at will. With renewed determination, a Taiji symbol materialized beneath my feet as the Zhulong sword erupted with a long indigo flame, the Qian Kuan strike piercing through Hongfeng's body from behind. 110,293. Hongfeng let out a wretched howl. Even with a healing skill activated, he was left with barely any health remaining. In desperation, he turned, his arm shimmering with divine energy. At last, the divine skill appeared. Maple kill. Countless maple leaves whirled above the ground, hurtling toward me with thunderous force. Clenching my teeth, I swiftly launched the Zhulong sword, with dragon-shaped energy spiraling around its blade, crashing through Hongfeng's body. You think you can outpace me? That is a fatal mistake. 120, 399. Amidst the cacophony of footsteps, I retreated swiftly, successfully dodging the lethal blow of Maple Kill. Despite its undoubtedly formidable power, the lengthy casting time rendered it ineffective against a player of my caliber. With a dull thud, Hongfeng's face turned ashen, and he collapsed to his knees as the last remnants of his health faded. Meanwhile, I stood with a comfortable 35 health points remaining. 10. I lead for now. The music in the game could not drown out the thunderous applause and cheers from the audience outside the venue. This contest had been a true battle of wits and skill, with both Hongfeng and I viewing each other as nemesis. It was a duel not merely of weaponry, but of skillful tactics and the most efficient means to vanquish one's opponent, a genuine test of life and death. However, it was evident that while Hongfeng's speed and swordsmanship were exceptional, he ultimately fell just short of my prowess. The gap between top-tier players is often fatal. Hongfeng's tactical level, though commendable, was slightly inferior to that of the likes of Xueyinshan, and while the difference was minimal, it was sufficient to determine the final outcome. Brother, keep it up. If you defeat him one more time, victory will be ours. Outside the arena, Beiming Shui, holding the ice soul feather, spoke cheerfully. Lian Xian jabbed her staff into the ground beside her and encouraged, Lu Chun, keep going. Keep it up. He smiled, but remained silent, clearly brimming with confidence for this duel. With a swift motion, Hongfeng re-entered the arena, wielding his formidable weapon, his expression cold as he glared at me. Do not think that merely winning one round by chance validates your strength. The real battle has only just begun. I smiled faintly, choosing silence, as I preferred to let my sword speak for me. As the countdown commenced once more, Hongfeng unleashed the earth cyclone, his gaze sharp as he declared, in this round, I will make you suffer. I raised my Zhulong sword and replied, let's do this. I won't activate the earth transformation to avoid accusations of Chinese players bullying you. Come on, let the top players from both servers face off. Not activating the earth transformation while facing an opponent who had done so would clearly place me at a disadvantage in attributes. However, I could afford to lose, while Hongfeng could not. Resolutely, he activated the earth cyclone and prepared for battle. As the countdown ended, he lunged forward, adopting an aggressive strategy. Swish, swish, swish. His 3 strikes, swift as lightning, immediately conveyed that this individual was no mere pretender to the title of the top player from the RB server. Yet, as I faced his rapid assault, my inner tranquility remained unshaken, my mind clear and focused. I instinctively anticipated each of Hongfeng's movements, swiftly engaging my Zhulong sword. Clang, clang. I successfully parried his first 2 attacks, but for the 3rd strike, I positioned my sword horizontally for defense. Bang! 29, 487. My defense held. Yet I still lost a significant amount of health. Without the earth transformation, I was undeniably at a disadvantage. Hongfeng's onslaught did not relent. With a flick of his sword, he conjured a lightning sphere with his left fist and launched it towards me. In response, I raised my own left fist, channeling the demonic fist cyclone, and struck back. Bang! The cyclone dispersed, and we both staggered back a few steps, a tingling sensation coursing through our arms. Without allowing this sensation to fade, I swiftly resumed my assault. If the rhythm of my attack faltered, danger would ensue. Employing a strategy of speed against speed, Hongfeng's tactics were crystal clear. He thrust his sword, breaking through my defenses, and with a powerful leap, he delivered a kick directly to my chest. The attributes he gained from the earth transformation were overwhelming, leaving my defense feeling futile. Reacting swiftly, I twisted my body in a graceful arc, reaching out with one hand to grasp Hongfeng's armored waist, forcibly dragging him down from the air. Just as he was about to land, Hongfeng propelled himself upward, delivering a kick with his right leg. I spun around, my left arm descending with force, smashing his right leg downwards, and following through, my knee, encased in armor, struck precisely at Hongfeng's chin. Crack. 39-092. This attack was executed with such swiftness that it caught Hongfeng utterly off guard. I surged past his body, swiftly pivoting to unleash a fierce blade slash. Bang, bang, bang. Hong Feng found himself in a dire situation, completely relegated to the role of the beaten. In desperation, he raised his arm to unleash the divine general skill, Fengsha. I swiftly retreated, summoning 3 golden talismans that soared into the air. As I simultaneously raised the dragon god shield, utilizing the demon god shield to defend against Fengsha's onslaught. The attack power of Fengsha proved to be overwhelmingly formidable. However, my ancient talismans drained a staggering 100,000 health points from Hong Feng, leaving him severely wounded in an instant. With a series of swift movements, I maneuvered gracefully, raising my arm once more to cast the binding spell. Success! Hong Feng was ensnared by the binding spell, but in that fleeting moment of confinement, he unleashed his berserker skill, negating the binding effect. His face flushed with rage as he charged towards me, bellowing, "Damn it, I will kill you. I will surely kill you." I retreated rapidly, extending my fingers as the ice spiral domain descended, unleashing ice spears that relentlessly pierced Hong Feng's health. As he charged forward, I leaned in and hurled my blade with great force, the dragon's soul spiraling around the edge. With a thunderous sound, it pierced through Hong Feng's body. The damage number soared to an astonishing 592,880. The skill's dragon spiral effect amplified the purple jade sword's attack by 5 times, ensuring that Hong Feng would not be able to continue in the competition. With a sudden thud, he collapsed to the ground, propped up by his longsword, looking at me with a mixture of resentment and a pale face. "Just wait, I will remember you. I, Hong Feng, vow to lead the millions of warriors from the city of purple grapes to take my revenge." I replied coolly, "The ones who seek revenge are us." Grasping the returning blade firmly, Hong Feng fell, his form dissipating into ethereal light, thus heralding our ancient sword's advancement into the top 8 with a score of 30. In a flash, I flew to the sidelines, where Bei Mingxue excitedly embraced my arm, exclaiming, "Brother, your skills are incredible. That Hong Feng is renowned for his swordsmanship. But before you, that title is merely a joke." Lien Xin, with a knowing sparkle in her eyes, added with a smile, "Hong Feng may be unmatched in sword skills, but Brother Lu Chun excels not only in swordsmanship, but also in tactics, positioning, and mastery of skills, making him truly exceptional." I felt a slight flush of embarrassment. "Stop flattering me." Chapter 948. Confronting the pickled vegetables. At our unanimous request, the following 2 matches proceeded as planned, for we needed sufficient victory points to contend for the ultimate MVP title. The requirements for MVP state that a player may lose, but must not suffer a significant defeat. Therefore, even players in the runner-up bracket, provided they achieve a perfect record, have an opportunity to compete for the MVP title. This implies that the more matches one can win, the greater the qualification for claiming the MVP championship reward. In the 4th match, He faced off against the blood-boiling Vortex, a notable figure from the RB server, renowned for its formidable attack power and exceptional operational skills that should not be underestimated. The beautiful leader, wielding the 7-star glazed spear, surveyed the tumultuous arena and remarked, "My chances of victory seem rather slim. I just reviewed that individual's battle footage. He is remarkably powerful." I patted He on the shoulder and reassured him with a smile, "Do not worry. Embrace the mindset of inevitable defeat. Focus on honing your skills, not so much on winning, but rather on maximizing the damage you can inflict on his health. Eve, let us witness your tactical prowess in offense and defense." He nodded with a smile, raising his shield as his spear soared into the arena, summoning the Dragon Yao Warhorse. In truth, this was a manifestation of the dragon-scale beast's attributes, exceedingly formidable. He surmised that if he could not outmaneuver his opponent, he would rely on sheer attributes. Perhaps, against all odds, he could indeed triumph in this contest. The figure known as the Bloodthirsty Whirlpool appeared as a middle-aged man, possessing the WS of an RB individual. He gazed at the refreshingly charming leader of the Ancient Sword Alliance, licking his lips with a grin. "Although our Divine Domain team has lost the match, one cannot help but commend the beauty of the girls in this Chinese team. And what of that curvaceous maiden yet to enter the fray?" He's face flushed with embarrassment as he glared, "Bah." As the system counted down, the instant the countdown concluded, the Bloodthirsty Whirlpool launched an unadorned frontal assault, roaring in fury to enhance all attributes by 20. He wielded his blade to execute a series of strikes, unleashing a furious 5-hit combo. The resounding clamor erupted from the shield as he adopted a defensive stance. At the conclusion of the 5 strikes, he suddenly shifted his shield, and the 7-star glazed spear, imbued with the brilliance of a shattered barrier, struck fiercely against his opponent's chest. 60,399. The bloodthirsty whirlpool laughed heartily, swiftly sidestepping to exploit the rotational vulnerabilities of the warhorse, gliding away as he raised his blade high. Bellowing a battle cry as the earth splitter struck, he with devastating force. He hurriedly turned, yet was a heartbeat too slow. The positional awareness of the bloodthirsty whirlpool was astoundingly precise, always appearing where he least expected. Even I could not predict his next move. It was at this moment that the realization dawned upon me. While the bloodthirsty whirlpool's swordsmanship might not rival that of Hong Feng, his tactical positioning surpassed it significantly. This was the mark of a true master. In consecutive rounds, he faced defeat twice. In the first, the bloodthirsty whirlpool retained 34 health points, and in the second, a mere 7 health points remained, nearly falling to He's onslaught. It was a harrowing experience that surely left him drenched in cold sweat. Yet, it was precisely in such grand tournaments that He's transformation would take shape, evolving into a truly elite powerhouse. In the 5th match, a 2v2 battle, I and Beiming Xue faced off against Hong Feng and Zilei. While teamwork is vital in such skirmishes, unfortunately for Hong Feng, I maintained a firm grip on the match, while Zilei proved no match for Beiming Xue, particularly in the presence of the Abyssal Well, which emerged as the most significant threat. The young girl, Beiming Xue, had perhaps become overly playful, using the Abyssal Well to intimidate her opponents in consecutive rounds, ultimately leading to their defeat in 2 matches. In the end, the ancient Sword Soul Dream 41 decisively swept aside the first RB guild, the Divine Domain. As we stepped out of the competition room with our backpacks in tow, we were greeted by a thunderous applause and the jubilant cheers of the gaming enthusiasts present. Even many fans from Europe, America, and Africa were celebrating our achievements. Gaming knows no borders. The brilliance of strategic maneuvers and skillful execution invariably captivates the hearts of gamers, regardless of their nationality. If you possess strength, admiration will follow. My intense duels with Hong Feng undoubtedly stood out as the highlights of the entire tournament, reminiscent of the thrilling match between Lin Yisan and Titan Protoss. Both players are MVPs from gaming powerhouses, and the excitement of their confrontation speaks for itself. The host, with a microphone in hand, prompted us to share a few words, directly placing the microphone before me. With a fluent smile in Chinese, she asked, "Lu Chun, after winning against the realm of gods, what would you like to say?" After a moment of contemplation, I responded, "I detest the notion that anyone looks down upon Chinese players. If they do, I will ensure they learn not to underestimate us." The host was taken aback. Yet the Chinese students in the audience understood perfectly, their spirits ignited. He took the microphone and translated my words into fluent English. Her charming demeanor transformed the sentiment, eliciting cheers from numerous Western players. However, the players from the RB server appeared visibly displeased, and Hong Feng glared at me with a pallid face, filled with resentment. After my remarks, we returned to our seats. Jingxing Luoshan sipped her tea and remarked, "It seems the winds of change are stirring once more." After this WEL match, the dynamics of the Tianzong continent are bound to shift dramatically. Given Hong Feng's demeanor, I believe the likelihood of the Purple Grape City launching an assault on the Sky City has significantly increased. I nodded in agreement. Indeed, the animosity generated from this WEL match is palpable. Hong Feng is not one to accept defeat lightly. Sansheng Mo chuckled softly. Perhaps it is not merely that Hong Feng cannot bear to lose, but rather that he is too prideful. He has faced no rivals on the Japanese server. Yet here in WEL, he has been thoroughly bested by you in 2 consecutive matches, an unacceptable reality for someone of his stature. This may drive him to leverage his resources for a vengeful national war. Lin Yisan lounged on the sofa, smiling softly. I suspect that Hong Feng's target may not be the Sky City at all. Given that the Sky City hovers in the air, it would be exceedingly difficult to conquer. More likely, he will attempt to breach the White Rose Fortress and directly assault the Dark Moon City of Ancient Sword, seeing as you, Lu Chun, are its lord. Zhang Tian, seated in the corner, chuckled with schadenfreude. Now that would be a spectacle to behold. The Dark Moon City is the lifeblood of Ancient Sword. If Hong Feng is truly intent on attacking, the thousands from Purple Grape could easily overwhelm Dark Moon City, making it a formidable defense. He interjected, "Pa, Zhang Tian, Refrain from making light of this situation. Be wary that Zhulong might seize the opportunity to usurp your stronghold. I chuckled and replied, what is there to fear? The journey from the White Rose Fortress to Dark Moon City spans nearly 10 hours. Along the way, our ancient sword cavalry would be more than capable of decimating any opposing army. Li Gu suddenly chimed in. What if the Northern Alliance organizes a fleet to cross the sea and attack Dark Moon City? What will you do then, with your back against the wall? Lin Yisan chuckled. Snow Silver Fur, defend. Li Gu was left dumbfounded, while the Purple Robe Marquis and Qingqing Xueyinshan shared a hearty laugh, celebrating the strength of their alliance. Bored, I decided to make an international call to Gujian. After a few beeps, he activated the gaming communication mode and said, Zhiji, what's up? I'm currently battling bosses with Luan Yu and the others. We watched your match while slaying the bosses. Little Ghost, we've been away for 2 days. How has the situation in Dark Moon City been? What is the production speed of the Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry and Dragon Dawn Archers? I inquired. Gujian chuckled and replied, we're nearly at the point of depleting our resources. Sky City, Divine Hidden City, and Windy City have been stripped bare, so we have to take on bosses ourselves, hoping for resource drops. Moreover, several foreign main cities nearby have begun to block resources, seemingly aware of our resource usage and have started to be cautious. I couldn't help but smile. Well, our military strength is growing, and those people will certainly tremble in fear. Gujian assured me, don't worry about the match, Zhiji. We'll take care of Dark Moon City. All right, good luck. As we spoke, the competition on stage continued with great intensity. The spirited little junior sister, led by the tear-stained dominated the Korean team Wild Throne, securing a place in the top 8, thus becoming our next opponent. In Group D, the leader of the Indian server, the War God Wong, commanded the Qing Beast team to sweep their opponents into the top 8. Similarly, Xueyinshan, leading the Zhulong team, did not disappoint, defeating the Thai team gods and advancing to the top 8. Soon, the matchup list for the top 8 appeared on the big screen. Upper bracket matchups, League of Legends, USA, versus Heavenly Morning, Korea, Snow Silver Fur, China, versus Sun and Moon Wheel, Korea. Lower bracket matchups, Ancient Sword Soul Dream, China, versus Wild Throne, Korea, Qing Beast, India, versus Zhulong, China. The moment of true clash among the formidable has finally arrived. From this point forward, any remaining team is a force to be reckoned with. The likes of Vienna from League of Legends, Lin Yisan from Snow Silver Fur, Tear-Stained from Wild Throne, War God Wong from Qing Beast, and Xueyinshan from Zhulong are all extraordinary figures capable of shaking the server with a single stomp. The competition among us is undoubtedly the ultimate purpose of this WEL event. It is time for the gods to determine their victor. The exhilarating top 8 matches commenced amidst the audience's applause, beginning with League of Legends versus Korea's Heavenly Morning. One must admit, the gaming prowess of the Koreans is indeed formidable. 3 teams entered the top 8, nearly matching the strength of the Chinese teams. In contrast, the gaming powerhouse USA found itself with less favorable group luck, with only League of Legends standing out. Additionally, Qing Beast, the premier Indian guild led by War God Wong, is also a strong contender for the championship. In the realm of League of Legends, after the handshake between the 2 teams, they entered the competition room, only to find the atmosphere thick with tension from the very onset of the match. The team known as Vienna's Sadness showed no mercy, ultimately vanquishing their opponents with a score of 4-1, showcasing the sheer prowess of Vienna's Sadness teammates. In the second match of the upper bracket, Snowy Silver Fur faced off against the Sun and Moon Wheel, another formidable Korean opponent. Lin Yisan stood up, grasping her backpack, and cheerfully declared, "Let us go and challenge the kimchi." Chapter 949, Residual Tears. The Sun and Moon Wheel, a legendary Korean squad, had secured 4th place in their domestic competitions, making them the weakest among the 4 teams. However, even a frail camel is larger than a horse. They were not to be underestimated. In the first match, Lin Yisan confronted the opposing team's ace archer, reminiscent of Baiming Shui. In the current gaming meta, archers must possess the ability to block and create distance in an instant. Otherwise, once a melee player closes in, escape becomes nearly impossible. After all, the leap skill can only be executed once, and once on cooldown, danger looms. Regrettably, when this ace archer drew a dagger to block, we couldn't help but laugh. Challenging Lin Yisan with a fruit knife was a gross underestimation of her abilities. With a flicker of cold light and a series of crisp weapon clashes, Lin Yixin skillfully deflected the opponent's dagger with just the right amount of force, rendering it ineffective. She then brandished her 7-star glazed sword and swiftly concluded the battle. Lin Yixin triumphed over her opponent with a score of 20, continuing to sing her praises. In the second match, the purple-robed Marquis faced off against an opposing berserker. The clash of these two fervent warriors was indeed spectacular, but ultimately, the purple-robed Marquis outperformed his rival through superior maneuvering and impeccable timing of skill cooldowns, achieving a flawless victory with consecutive barrier breaks and 0-degree ice freezes, leading to 2 consecutive losses for the opponent. With a commanding score of 20, it was now Snowy Silver Fur's match point. The third match, however, was somewhat disappointing. Qingqing Water Fragrance lost after being cornered by the opposing warlock. Although she attempted to block with a dagger, she could not achieve the same effect as Baiming Shui, resulting in a loss. She managed to reclaim a point in the second match, but succumbed again in the third. With a score of 21, the Sun and Moon wheel reversed their fortunes. In the fourth match, the Shadower Chanel took to the field against yet another warlock, this time the holder of the hero's banner. It became evident that not all banner holders are top-tier players, much like certain individuals in China's CGL Hall of Fame who are merely there for show. Shadower Chanel effortlessly secured 2 points, allowing Snowy Silver Fur to advance to the top 4. The final score settled at 4-1, with Snowy Silver Fur robustly entering the top 4, becoming the first team to achieve this milestone in the WL competition. Next up, it's our turn, Baiming Shui exclaimed, eyes gleaming with excitement as she gazed at the subtitles on the big screen. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Wild Throne, led by Residual Tears. I hear Residual Tears is also a junior from the same university as Xueyinshan. I shot her a glance. You might be overthinking it. I doubt it's that simple. Murong Mingyue remarked. Aside from having a romantic entanglement, I cannot fathom why a woman would be so steadfast. I sighed. Then let it be. The fiery figure of Xueyinshan was not far away, glaring at me. Could you kindly keep your distance when discussing the affairs of others? My matters are not for Gujian to meddle with. Li Chengfeng, lounging in the corner of the sofa, chuckled. The exasperated king. What a farce. Xueyinshan's face darkened. Yet due to the weight of his position as the top player in China, he could not unleash his full fury. Otherwise, a duel with Li Chengfeng would have been inevitable. However, I surmised that neither Li Chengfeng nor I would stand a chance against Xueyinshan in a real battle. My body had been enhanced by ice drugs, rendering my bones remarkably robust, and the strength of my punches often surprised even me. Li Chengfeng had honed his combat skills within the police force, potentially able to defeat Xueyinshan in a mere round. At that moment, a petite girl with black hair approached, her backpack in tow, followed by 3 men, none other than the key members of the Wild Throne led by Lei Qianhen. Clad in an orange sports hoodie, Lei Qianhen had the collar open, revealing a low-cut t-shirt, her ample curves nearly driving the audience to madness. The allure and exuberance of Korean girls are indeed unparalleled in our country. Of course, I had already experienced the endless charm of Murong Mingyue, who often roamed the studio in her short skirt, so upon seeing Lei Qianhen, I remained remarkably composed. However, Zhang Tian and Li Gu were far from calm. Their gazes fixated on her chest, seemingly wishing to annihilate Lei Qianhen on the spot. Lei Qianhen sported light makeup, her face appearing quite supple, with long eyelashes adding to her allure. Fortunately, the Chinese team had the stunning He Yi and Lin Yixin to maintain the balance, or else Lei Qianhen's beauty might have overwhelmed us. As she approached our contestant area, Lei Qianhen's gaze swept over us. Upon spotting He Yi and Lin Yixin seated together, a flicker of astonishment and jealousy crossed her beautiful eyes. She then stood before Xueyinshan, placing her gaming helmet down with a definitive thud, and called out, "Xueying, do you remember me?" Xueyinshan shivered, turning his head to say, "Why won't you just give up?" Lei Qianhen smiled. "I don't care. The man I have chosen is someone I will never waver from. Xueying, you are my favorite person, always have been, always will be. Because of you, I studied Chinese for 3 years. Because of you, I have tirelessly trained to become stronger. Because of you, I founded the Wild Throne. I want to be the best in Korea, gazing at you from afar. Everything I do is simply to earn your acknowledgement. Do you know that?" Shen Zhiwu pressed her red lips together and remarked, "With a girl like this, just given already, what are you hesitating for?" Xueyinshan gritted his teeth and replied, "Let it go. Everything is in the past." Disappointment seeped deeply from Lei Qianhen's eyes, but she suddenly smiled. Is that so? Then I will prove it to you. I heard that in the Chinese regional semifinals, your Zhulong lost to a guild called Gujian. Is that correct? If so, then I shall lead the Wild Throne to victory over Gujian to demonstrate my persistence to you. As she spoke, Tears of Remnant lifted her backpack and approached us. The players of Ancient Sword, placing one hand on the table as she declared, I am Tears of Remnant, the captain of the Wild Throne and your imminent adversary. You are the sworn enemies of the Candle Dragon, and for the most significant man in my life, I shall obliterate you and render you utterly defeated. I will lead the Wild Throne Guild across the Dragonbone Mountains to seize your Moonshadow City. Prepare to savor the taste of failure, Ancient Sword Dream. Your opponent is far more formidable than you could ever imagine. I set my cup down, rising to meet her gaze directly. You must understand that your next opponent is stronger than any you have previously encountered. Do not presume that the few heroic banner players you brought along will make a difference. No matter how strong you think you are, we are equally capable of defeating you. Beside me, Lin Yisin suddenly stood up, her enchanting eyes glaring at Tears of Remnant. Humph, if you wish to challenge us, then do so, but refrain from posturing here. Win the match first before you dare to rampage on our territory. Tears of Remnant cast a leisurely glance at Lin Yisin. Pretty little pepper, you are not one of Ancient Sword. What right do you have to speak on their behalf? Zhang Tian retorted playfully. She is Lu Chen's girlfriend. How can she not be one of Ancient Sword? Lin Yisin's face flushed crimson as she turned back. Zhang Tian, get lost. Zhang Tian, holding a glass of red wine, retreated several steps, wisely choosing to keep his distance from the wrathful goddess of the fruit knife. He understood all too well the international acclaim Lin Yisin held. It was best not to provoke someone of her stature. Tears of Remnant brushed off the dust from her backpack with a smile. Very well. We shall meet on the battlefield. I will ensure that Ancient Sword tastes the bitterness of defeat. The trio of Cold Night, Fiery Heartbeat, and Heart Like the Sun promptly followed the alluring guild leader. These four were from the same club and guild, all heroic banner players. We had encountered each other in national battles before. Cold Night and Heart Like the Sun possessed formidable strength, and while I had confidence in defeating them, I worried about the capabilities of Tears of Remnant. What was the source of her overwhelming arrogance? Just as I was about to inquire, Lin Yisin spoke up. Tears of Remnant has been active for 3 years, emerging as a prominent figure in the Korean region over a year ago. She became the first to achieve this status, even defeating the former number 1, Round Moon Dance, who sought her guidance despite being 6 years her senior. Following her rise, she swept through all current domestic experts, earning the title of the number 1 player in Korea, a claim that is far from exaggerated. Li Chengfeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Her journey is quite similar to that of the Pretty Little Pepper. Lin Yisin pouted. I don't know. All I can say is that after watching her PK videos, I lack confidence in our guaranteed victory. I chuckled lightly. All right, the host is calling for us. Let us take the stage and prepare for the match. If we defeat Tears of Remnant's team, we shall secure a spot in the top 4. Indeed, several young ladies nodded in unison, each carrying their backpacks as we ascended the stage. The WEL International competition was rife with excitement, showcasing fierce confrontations among formidable teams. This marked the true commencement of our earnest contest. After some deliberation, I was ultimately assigned to the 3rd position, a classic ace role. He suggested that I seize the opportunity against Lei Qinhen, as my probability of victory was the highest. Even Lianxin might not be as apt to confront Lei Qinhen. Additionally, Bai Mingxue was the first to take the stage, hoping for a triumphant start, followed closely by Lianxin, who took the 2nd turn. With He remaining as the anchor, the duo battle would feature Bai Mingxue and me. We had consistently engaged in 2v2 matches, whether in WL or domestic arenas, showcasing an impressive synergy. A mere glance sufficed for mutual understanding, rendering us a formidable pair in the realm of ancient swordplay. It wasn't long before the matchup between Gujian Hunming and Yixing Wangzhua appeared on the big screen, catching us slightly off guard. 1v1. Bai Mingxue LV-188 Dark Archer vs. Shinru Ryu LV-186 Magic Knight 1v1. Lianxing LV-188 Starry Illusionist vs. Lei Qinhen LV-187 Ice Knight 1v1. Zhiji Sha LV-187 Necromancer vs. Hanya LV-185 Dawn Archer 1v1. Zai Yifeng LV-186 Magic Knight vs. Chire Xintiao LV-186 Assassin 2v2. Xueyinshan Sha LV-187 Necromancer Biming Shui LV-188 Dark Archer vs. Lei Kanhin LV-187 Ice Knight Shinru Ryu LV-186 Magic Knight Chapter 950. The scoring pool grows ever more ridiculous. This lineup did not seem particularly favorable for us. Indeed, every opponent was quite strong, making them a source of considerable concern. Regardless of how we matched up, the challenge remained formidable. In the first match, Biming Shui faced the Magic Knight, Shinru Ryu. I had clashed with Shinru Ryu in national competitions. This individual possessed top-tier skills, equipment, and operational prowess, nearing superlative levels. Biming, I called out. Biming Shui, poised with her longbow, stood just outside the arena, a cheerful smile gracing her face. Brother, what's the matter? Shinru Ryu, a blood knight with 5 points in vitality, has average attack power but possesses exceptionally robust defenses and health. Even so, you should avoid close combat, maintain your distance, and gradually whittle down his health. Furthermore, all 7th turn magic knights wield the entangling net. Be cautious not to fall prey to it, or it could spell disaster. Understood, Biming Shui replied with a light laugh, transforming into a streak of white light as she entered the arena, gracefully positioning herself amidst the verdant grass. Moments later, Shinru Ryu entered as well, summoning his steed. A majestic black warhorse, brandishing a lance and shield, his gaze coolly fixed upon Biming Shui. A knight versus an archer. It promised to be a thrilling contest of pursuit and evasion. As the countdown to the match commenced, Biming Shui swiftly retreated, her ice feather bow shimmering with delicate snowflakes. The young beauty suddenly drew her longbow, unleashing a chilling arrow. Whoosh! The arrow streaked towards the opponent like the glint of cold steel. As Shinru Ryu launched a determined charge, his heart steady as the sun and moon. However, the distance was too great, providing ample space for evasion. A deft Z-shaped maneuver allowed him to narrowly avoid the icy arrow. Distance, both a lifeline and a potential downfall for an archer, posed a significant challenge. When the range extended too far, the time it took for skills to reach their target made it exceedingly difficult to hit. As the icy arrow missed its mark, Biming Shui seemed to have anticipated this outcome. She swiftly retreated, only to unleash a skyward arrow. Countless iron arrows cascaded down, leaving Shinru Ryu with no choice but to raise his shield in defense. The resounding impact cost him 2 segments of health, amounting to a staggering 50,000 points. Yet still less than 15 of his total health. This indicated that his health ceiling must exceed at least 400,000 points. And the cards he wielded were also for healing. Seizing the moment when Shinru Ryu's shield was occupied, Biming Shui decisively altered her strategy. With a swift motion, she summoned a 6-pointed star formation at her feet, and in the next instant, accompanied by a resounding roar, a majestic dragon steed materialized before her. The young beauty grasped the steed's mane and mounted gracefully, brandishing her longbow as she continued to retreat, unleashing a flurry of spiral arrows and skyward shots. Instantly, the audience erupted in cheers and thunderous applause, as this marked the first time they witnessed an archer mounted on a steed. A remarkable debut for the mounted archers of our ancient sword. The dragon steed's speed was exceptional. With a single gesture, Biming Shui summoned the effect of Dragon Soul Protection, enhancing her attack and defense by 50 and bringing her close to an invincible state. Shinru Ryu, in a state of urgency, found it impossible to catch up with Biming Shui and could only charge forward. However, a miscalculated charge led him directly into Biming Shui's abyss of the divine, resulting in a loss of 140,000 health. Following this, Biming Shui unleashed a barrage of arrows, each strike resonating against Shinru Ryu's chest. Even a magic knight with 10 health points could not withstand the onslaught of the ice feather longbow. With a pained cry, Shinru Ryu fell from his mount, completely outmaneuvered by Biming Shui's control of distance. Under Biming Shui's mounted assault, Shinru Ryu was rendered helpless, particularly as her tactical positioning was exquisitely executed. After a series of missed traps and a failed charge, he found himself merely a target, unable to leverage his skills. After suffering 2 consecutive defeats, he relinquished a precious point to the ancient sword. In the 10-8 match, thanks to Biming Shui's outstanding performance, we successfully secured the first point. In the second match, Lian Xian faced off against the opponent's trump card, the leader of the Wild Throne, Lei Kanhin. With a flourish, The starry mage Lien Xin stood confidently on one side of the water stream valley, while Lei Kanhen brandished her blade on the opposite side. Lei Kanhen's strategy was entirely different from Shinru Ryu's. She opted not to ride a steed, sacrificing speed for agility akin to lightning. Little sister, you're so strong. Why not come develop in our Korean region? Lei Kanhen teased, glancing at Lien Xin with a playful smile. I might even consider making you a vice leader. Lien Xin stood there, seemingly in a daze, and after nearly 10 seconds, stated, the leader has appointed me. The wild throne will all come to the Chinese server to be driven by the spirit of Gujian Hunmeng, and I have consented. The situation had become intolerable, and tears of indignation shadowed her fury. At that moment, the countdown commenced, and the duel between the two formidable ladies began. With a sudden force, she stomped on the smooth stones in the stream, and the speed of Tears of Remnant was astonishing. Upon transforming the earth, she shouted, Kong Ming Realm. The divine technique surged forth, creating a violet barrier that rippled outward. Beneath her feet, a halo formed, and the system promptly indicated the effects of the Kong Ming Realm divine technique. A barrier formed within 50 yards of the user, with a 50 chance to miss attacks. How terrifying, a 50 miss chance. Lien Xin understood the gravity of the situation and retreated in quick succession, wielding the Thunder Goddess staff, unleashing 3 elemental fields with a series of sharp strikes. Almost simultaneously, the dimensional storm descended, marking Lien Xin's signature 4-kill combo. The 3 elemental fields sealed off the opponent's direction, while the dimensional storm indiscriminately struck down the adversary. However, at the moment the elemental fields descended, a subtle smile graced Tears of Remnant's lips. Her speed surged dramatically, her battle boots striking the ground with a flurry of sounds. As she deftly maneuvered into a Z-shaped position, executing it with impeccable timing. In the blink of an eye, she pierced through Lien Xin's elemental fields, escaping the confinement. Heavens! Both Bei Ming Xue and I widened our eyes in astonishment. What kind of speed was this? Lien Xin's elemental fields had always been instantaneous, nearly disregarding any delay. Yet Tears of Remnant flawlessly penetrated through. What an extraordinary level of mobility, reflexes, and predictive ability. In that moment, we began to truly regard this top player from Korea. Tears of Remnant was indeed formidable, perhaps even surpassing Xueyinshan in strength. Having breached Lien Xin's blockade, Tears of Remnant surged forward, and before she could get close, she suddenly stomped the ground, changing her speed and direction in a flash. With a thunderous sound, she struck from the opposite side, completely catching Lien Xin off guard. The blade shimmered as Tears of Remnant shouted, Ice Blade Slash. With a swift motion, a flurry of snowflakes adorned her sword, directly shattering Lien Xin's shield and striking her robe, encasing Lien Xin in a frozen state for 15 seconds. How could Tears of Remnant miss such a splendid opportunity? With a horizontal sweep of her sword, she executed a barrier break. A staggering damage number of 90, 201 soared into the air, and Lien Xin was instantly transformed into a wisp of white light, standing dazed beside us, muttering, Wow, how can this woman be so fast? Bei Ming Xuen nodded in agreement. Indeed, her speed is remarkable. Lien Xin, you have been on a winning streak. You underestimated her. I concurred, yes. Xiao Xin's reflexes are not slow. Such an error should not have occurred. Moreover, in my estimation, Lin Yixin's attack speed is slightly faster than that of Tears of Remnant. Lien Xin, if you can match Lin in play, you need not fear this Tears of Remnant. Oh, I see now. Don't worry, I will secure this round. Xiao Xin replied confidently. Be cautious of the Ice Blade Slash. Remember to retreat and evade. Got it. The second round commenced instantaneously. This time, it was the Tears of the Remnants that underestimated their opponent. The icy blade descended, yet Lian Xing did not attempt to block. Instead, she deftly evaded with a flicker. Consequently, the Tears of the Remnants fell victim to Lian Xing's gravity trap, drastically reducing their mobility. The match thus fell entirely into Lian Xing's rhythm. As the ice spiral matrix shimmered beneath the Tears of the Remnants, while the field of psychic energy hindered their progress, forcing the top player from Korea to his knees. With the score tied at 11, the contest advanced to the third round. In this round, it transformed into a fierce clash between two formidable characters. Upon entering the arena, Lian Xing unleashed a barrage of 11 psychic energy fields. In response, the Tears of the Remnants erupted, their snowy legs clad in sleek boots. Moving with a rhythm faster than lightning, executing a series of continuous S and Z lines to evade the psychic barriers. Suddenly, they burst forth from the encirclement, catching Xueyinshan off guard with a kiss of the dragon. Ah! The tears of the remnants gasped in surprise, only to see mist flash above their head, a consequence of the effect from the void realm. After this brief scare, they drew their sword and launched a lateral ambush, raising the blade from a distance and calling out, Ice Flame Slash. This move was a classic skill, known by both Lin Yisan and Xueyinshan. The Ice Flame Slash struck the psychic shield, forcing Xueyinshan to retreat, but she was determined to deploy another ice spiral matrix. Despite the continuous assaults dwindling the health of the tears of the remnants, they skillfully navigated around the psychic shield, taking advantage of the earth vortex, leaving Xueyinshan at a loss. In a sudden misalignment, the tears of the remnants struck like lightning, shattering the barrier unexpectedly and bringing this intense and tightly contested duel to a close. The score now stood at 12. Xueyinshan had lost a significant point, marking the first time our invincible mage had conceded such a score since entering the WEL. With a swift motion, Xueyinshan returned to our side, speechless, lamenting, I lost. Boss, brother Lu Chun, Bei Ming. I reflected on the battle. Xueyinshan's positional awareness had slightly faltered compared to her opponent, and with the advantage of the earth vortex, the loss was not entirely her fault. Work hard in the future. Once you ascend to the level of a divine general, you will surely have the capability to truly contend with the tears of the remnants. Indeed, Xueyinshan nodded. In the third match, it was finally my turn to take the stage, facing Han Yi, the Dawn Archer, in the national battle of Morning Light City. This individual had once been among my defeated foes. With a swift motion, Han Yi and I were teleported into the arena. He brandished a blood-red longbow, declaring, The shattered spear has sunk into the sand. We finally meet again. I have awaited this day for far too long. I regarded him with a calm demeanor and replied nonchalantly, Hello, point-giving child. How delightful to see you again. Han Yi nearly spat blood in disbelief, caught off guard by my composed demeanor, and roared, a she. Chapter 951. Seizing the moment, a brilliant emblem shimmered on Han Ye's shoulder. It was the mark of the vice-leader of the Wild King's Throne Guild. His rise to such a position beneath the formidable tiers of the remnants attested to his personal prowess. And I had already witnessed in the last battle of Morning Light City how difficult it was to defeat a bowman who could balance offense and defense with such skill. As the countdown commenced, Han Yi appeared somewhat anxious, aware that his opponent had valiantly held the fort under the Dawn City for hours, single-handedly confronting a myriad of foes. 3, 2, 1. The moment the countdown concluded, I swiftly brandished my sword and charged forth with unparalleled speed, the divine war boots striking the ground in rapid succession, executing nearly continuous zigzag maneuvers to optimally evade the archer's shots. Only by remaining elusive could I find the opportunity for a decisive strike. Han Yi, wielding his longbow, retreated at a swift pace, raising his hand to seize an iron arrow, tautening the bowstring. With precision, he called out, Blade of Light. A streak of brilliance surged forth like lightning. I perceived it clearly. As I moved, I lifted the Zhiying sword in the air, deflecting the arrow with a resonant clang, leaving Han Ye's eyes wide with astonishment. Outside the fray, it was evident that the previously composed Lade Sanqing was now visibly unsettled, fidgeting with his sword. Undeterred by his initial failure, Han Yi quickly fell back, deftly notching another arrow and unleashing a barrage of Dawn's spiral arrows. 7 formidable arrows sliced through the air with remarkable rapidity, their intensity far surpassing that of a typical scattershot. They were unleashed in a mere second, making it utterly impossible to block them all within that time frame. Despite my quick reflexes, this exceeded my limits. Successfully parrying required consideration of angle, force, and sword-swinging speed. To execute 20 precise maneuvers within a second was simply unattainable. Even for the exceptionally skilled Lin Yisan, a peak APM would hover around 700. Raising the Dragon God Shield, I executed a stationary defense, hearing the successive clangs as the Dawn's spiral arrows relentlessly battered against it. However, Han Yi lacked the formidable penetration power of Bei Ming Xue. Each arrow inflicted merely 10,000 damage, a non-fatal blow. Calculating my position, I abruptly shifted the shield aside and unleashed 1,000 ice slash. Alarmed, Han Yi realized that if his feet were frozen by the 1,000 ice slash, he would undoubtedly perish. With no other recourse, he activated his leap skill, darting back 20 yards, precisely as I had anticipated. As he leapt, I initiated my charge skill, predicting the angle and launching forward with a swift motion. Though my prediction was slightly off, leaving 8 yards between us, it mattered not. A surge of fiery sword aura enveloped the blade of the Zhulong sword as the fiery blade slash unleashed a triple strike. Amplified by the swirling vortex of the earth, the sword's reach nearly doubled, and with a thunderous roar, the 3 strikes intertwined upon the grass, sending blades of grass soaring in disarray. As the chilling night enveloped him, Han Yi slowly sank to his knees, devoid of any suspense. Once the fiery blade strike landed squarely, be it through defense or lack thereof, death was inescapable. Following that strike, I unleashed the dragon spiral skill with the swiftness of lightning. The resplendent dragon spirit enveloped the Zhulong sword as it soared forth, a spiraling tempest of destruction ravaging Han Yi's lifeless form. Even if he had any remaining vitality, it would prove futile, for the blade's spinning technique possessed formidable penetration against defensive stances. The match concluded, and I secured a modest victory with relative ease. Although Han Yi was formidable, his class was simply too countered, and as a shield-bearing warrior, my offensive capabilities remained undiminished while my defensive prowess surged. With the divine transformation effect at my disposal, it was evident that Han Yi stood no chance against me. Through the soundproof glass of the gaming helmet and competition room, I could still faintly hear the applause and cheers of the audience within the arena. This style of combat resonated with warrior-type players who favored decisive strikes, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. Each tactical maneuver was executed with the sole intent of swiftly vanquishing my opponent. In less than half a minute, Han Yi re-entered the arena, his face a mask of frustration. From the look in his eyes, I discerned a hint of confusion. Perhaps he truly had reason to be bewildered, as he saw no glimmer of hope in my presence. Whether in skill, equipment, or abilities, he was at a disadvantage on all fronts. As expected, the moment the battle commenced, Han Yi raised his longbow, bellowing, sky-piercing arrow. A rain of arrows descended, yet I remained unperturbed, brandishing the Zhulong sword and lunging forward. Maintaining my rhythm, I surged straight ahead for 20 yards. As I closed the distance to just 10 yards, I swiftly executed a zigzag maneuver, evading 2 ice arrows in rapid succession. Suddenly, I struck from the right with the 1,000 ice slash. Driven by determination, Han Yi lifted his bow to block. With a clink, ice shards scattered, but astonishingly, he sustained 40,000 damage, yet leveraged the impact of the 1,000 ice slash to retreat from my reach, conserving his leap skill's cooldown in the process. Without a moment's hesitation, I raised my hand for a ranged attack, the Dragon Blade Strike. Han Yi hurriedly sidestepped to avoid my attack, but unexpectedly, the binding spell rained down upon him. His reflexes were commendable. He executed a leap just in time. However, at the moment of his descent, he caught sight of my blood-red battle robe sweeping past, the chilling gleam of the Zhulong sword sending a shiver down his spine. With a crack, the universe breaker pierced through Han Yi's form, and I took the opportunity to unleash the fiery blade strike. Amidst the fierce conflagration of sword energy, even with nearly 130,000 health, Han Yi was ultimately shredded to pieces, dissipating into a flurry of white light as he was expelled from the arena. Simultaneously, I found myself standing for a few seconds before being teleported out. In a flash, I arrived at the sidelines, where Bai Mingshui's cheerful voice rang out, I knew my brother would secure this round without a doubt. There was truly no suspense at all. If Sister Eve can eliminate that fervent assassin, we will clinch the match with a score of 3-1. He couldn't help but smile. All right, I'll give it my all. But whether we win or lose is in fate's hands. Go for it, I encouraged. He nodded at me, transforming into a radiant streak of light as she flew back into the arena. As he entered the arena, a fervent heartbeat resonated within the space. This renowned assassin, a prominent figure on the Korean server, was said to be among the top 3 in his class, a testament to his formidable prowess. However, he possessed the occupational advantage of being a magic knight, a class with the thickest defenses, while assassins struggled against heavy armor. Without sufficient energy and armor-breaking skills, a shield-bearing magic knight could withstand incredible damage, leaving the assassin at a significant disadvantage. Displaying remarkable intelligence, he summoned his dragon steed and mounted swiftly, his snow-white cloak billowing in the wind. In his grasp, the 7-star glazed lance shimmered with a frosty gleam, while the radiant glow of the enchanted shield, talon barrier, floated above his left arm. His defensive capabilities were nearly unmatched, prompting a bead of sweat to trickle down the brow of the fervent heartbeat, who understood that eliminating such magic knights would be no simple task. With a rustling sound, fervent heartbeat vanished into thin air, the barren ground leaving little trace of his footsteps, a clear advantage for him. As the system countdown concluded, he charged forward, sweeping his lance in a wide arc. Yet he failed to draw out his elusive opponent. Thus, the beautiful guild leader stood patiently, attuned to the slightest sounds around her. A sudden noise to her right caught her attention, prompting he to dash towards it, the lance cutting through the air in a graceful arc. Yet once more, he was unable to force his adversary into the open. Alarmed, he realized the gravity of the situation when a crimson light appeared to his left. Fervent Heartbeat had cleverly manipulated the sound of a stone to deceive the guild leader, a testament to the assassin's cunning. Caught off guard, he stood motionless, stunned by a surprise attack. Seizing the opportunity, Fervent Heartbeat unleashed a flurry of dagger strikes, the vortex of sharp blades inflicting over 30 points of damage upon he. Just as he was on the verge of regaining consciousness, Fervent Heartbeat lunged forward, raising his dagger to execute a critical strike. Clenching my fists in anticipation, I silently acknowledged that Fervent Heartbeat needed to gather energy to unleash the blow, creating a precious window of approximately 0.2 seconds between the stun and the strike, an ideal moment for he to retaliate. Regrettably, he failed to seize this opportunity. Overwhelmed by successive stuns, he could only manage a single thrust before ultimately falling to defeat, though that lone strike nearly claimed Fervent Heartbeat's life, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. He approached the sidelines, somewhat disheartened. 0.2 seconds is exceedingly difficult to capture. I chuckled. Anticipate. If you feel you can strike, then strike. In the second round, he demonstrated considerable growth in experience, successfully anticipating Fervent Heartbeat's movements. As the stun ended, and before the critical strike could land, he unleashed a 5-hit combo of the Infernal Rock Slash, piercing through Fervent Heartbeat's defenses and reclaiming a point. Unfortunately, in the third round, his performance faltered, allowing his opponent to regain a point. Yet, it was heartening to witness he holding his ground against such a top-tier assassin, engaging in a thrilling exchange of blows. Ultimately, the decisive battle has arrived at the 2v2 arena. Both I and Biming Xue have entered the fray, facing off against the formidable duo of Tears of the Wild Throne and Heart, like Sun and Moon. A clash of the battle bow against the double knight combination. This is undoubtedly a contest worth witnessing. Chapter 952. Absolute Strength. Who shall we eliminate first? Biming Xue inquired as we stood in the Water Gorge Valley. After a moment's contemplation, I responded through the team channel. The control of Tears of the Wild is impeccable, and her blocking skills are formidable. Targeting her could lead to significant damage. Let us first dispatch Heart, like Sun and Moon. His skills do not match hers, and although he possesses several attack abilities, we can diminish their DPS by eliminating him first. Then, I will engage Tears of the Wild while you strike. Biming Xue nodded with a smile. All right, I will heed your guidance. Moreover, be aware, I continued, their strategy will likely align with ours. Biming Xue, you must remain vigilant, as Tears of the Wild will undoubtedly designate you as her primary target once combat begins. If I lose this match, I will be eliminated. I cannot afford to falter. I understand, brother. I shall be cautious. Good. Prepare for battle. Activate Earth Transformation and give it your all. Yes. As the vortex of energy swirled, Biming Xue and I both initiated our Earth Transformation effects, while Tears of the Wild also entered this state. Their disadvantage lay in Heart, like Sun and Moon, not having ascended to a divine general, yet his equipment and skills were still of superior quality, providing him with significant resilience, a vital factor for victory. Biming Xue summoned her Dragon Dawn steed and gracefully mounted it, maneuvering along the edge of the map zone, ready to engage in a tactical skirmish, using the speed of her steed to draw the battle line and kite the enemy. The strategy was crystal clear. The only uncertainty was whom Tears of the Wild would prioritize for elimination. However, I surmised that she could likely deduce our intentions, for one does not ascend to the status of a mythic guild leader without a modicum of intelligence. As the system began its countdown, we collectively held our breath. 3, 2, 1. The battle commenced. The mountain gorge, serving as the battleground, was immediately shattered. Heart, like Sun and Moon, alongside Tears of the Wild, split their forces, charging from both left and right. Tears of the Wild, brandishing her blade, darted to the right with lightning speed. Indeed, their tactic was to first eliminate Bai Ming-Xue and then collaborate to take me down. The light of the purple ink sword blazed forth as I struck decisively, sidestepping a few paces before unleashing the thousand-eye slash. The translucent, violet blade of the purple ink sword emitted countless sword energies, landing directly before Tears of the Wild, forcing her to halt. Should she be encased in ice, she would be unable to withstand my relentless assault for even a few seconds. Once I hindered Tears of the Wild's advance, I immediately charged leftward, accurately predicting the trajectory. I found myself directly in front of Heart, like sun and moon. Bending at the waist, I swept my sword along the ground, aiming to dispel his steed before he could gallop away. Otherwise, I would be unable to keep pace with his speed. Hey! Heart, like sun and moon, swiftly wielded his blade to strike down upon me. Rather than defend, I permitted his sword to pass, targeting the front hooves of his steed. As it was struck, its vitality plummeted, and the resilience of the mount was halved in an instant. Clang! 79,298. With that blow, I too lost a significant portion of my health. His attack power was indeed formidable. Seizing the opportunity when the warhorse was momentarily incapacitated by the assault, I abruptly rose to my feet and placed a hand upon the steed's flank. At that moment, a chill enveloped my heart. This was dire. Suddenly, for divine weapons descended from the heavens, striking the surrounding rubble and ensnaring my heart like a binding force. Bai Ming! I bellowed. Bai Ming-Xue, with fluid grace, maneuvered through the fray, chuckling lightly. Here I come. 12 malevolent arrows surged forth in a chaotic flurry, yet their accuracy was astonishingly precise, thundering against the body of my heart, reducing nearly 240,000 of its health in an instant. I followed with a devastating strike, and my heart let out a muffled groan before transforming into a wisp of white light, vanishing from the arena. Meanwhile, the formidable Lei Qianhen approached with lethal intent, his sword gleaming as it sliced toward Bai Ming-Xue. Bai Ming-Xue raised her bow to block, yet was caught off guard when Lei Qianhen feigned a strike. A smile playing at the corners of his mouth, and with a resounding crack, he executed a sudden Z move, his blade diagonally sweeping toward Bai Ming-Xue's right side. In that critical moment, a flash of cold light erupted as Bai Ming-Xue unsheathed her dagger with unparalleled speed, clashing against Lei Qianhen's sword with a resounding impact. 49,298. The block was not entirely successful. The ferocity of Lei Qianhen's assault was overwhelming. Bai Ming-Xue was sent tumbling into the stream, yet she narrowly escaped. To evade a master of Lei Qianhen's caliber was a feat only someone like Bai Ming-Xue could achieve. With gritted teeth, Lei Qianhen advanced through the water, intent on eliminating Bai Ming-Xue. The blade radiated with the light of an ice slash, and if she were to be frozen, Bai Ming-Xue would undoubtedly perish. Just as Lei Qianhen's ice slash was about to descend, a sudden flash of purple light darted by. I had finally arrived. My Zhulong sword executed a swift upward thrust, blocking at point-blank range, causing Lei Qianhen to nearly collide with me as the ice slash missed its mark. We both raised our right fists simultaneously, striking each other with tremendous force. Bang! A swirling vortex erupted, inflicting 20,000 damage upon me, while a large mist floated above Lei Qianhen's head. The effect of the void realm at play. Without a moment's pause, I raised my palm, summoning 3 ancient seals that swiftly inscribed themselves upon the ground. However, Lei Qianhen executed an astonishing maneuver, charging straight through and obliterating my ancient seals. As I turned, I found Bai Ming-Xue, her face flushed, summoning her dagger with renewed vigor. With a resounding clang, she successfully parried again, her body propelled backward, only to be consumed by Lei Qianhen's sword light. Yet, before her demise, Bai Ming-Xue raised her arm, invoking the abyss of the divine abyss. Ah! Lei Qianhen cried out, ensnared within the abyss, as Bai Ming-Xue transformed into white light and exited the battlefield. I raised my sword, launching it as the abyss concluded, and with a resounding impact, my Zhulong sword pierced through Lei Qianhen's chest. He gazed at me with defiance as he slowly succumbed to the ground. Victory! 10 points, successfully claiming the first round. I soared out of the arena for a brief moment, and Bai Ming-Xue was also present. Lien Xian pouted and remarked, "That little girl, Lei Qianhen, is incredibly strong." managing to eliminate Bei Ming even under Lu Chen's control. Such prowess is truly formidable. Bei Ming Shui replied, "Fortunately, I've utilized my abyssal well. This is the price for attempting to kill me." I nodded in agreement. Indeed, had it not been for Bei Ming's abyssal well, slaying Lei Qianhen would have required considerable effort. "What shall we do in the next round?" Bei Ming Shui inquired. "Should we alter our strategy, perhaps launching a surprise attack?" After a moment's contemplation, I declared, "Yes, in the next round, we shall target Lei Qianhen first." He, standing nearby, asserted confidently, "I have a feeling they will also modify their tactics. In the next round, they will likely focus on eliminating Lu Chen first, making it considerably easier to deal with Bei Ming afterward." I chuckled. That would be ideal. If they wish to eliminate me, they shall have their teeth shattered. Lian Xian laughed lightly. "Go for it." Lu Chen and Bei Ming. With a swift motion, we returned to the arena, poised at our match point. If we secured this round, we would eliminate the top Korean guild and advance to the semifinals. "Brother, if they all come for you, what should I do?" Bei Ming Shui blinked and asked. I smiled. "You know what to do." Bei Ming Shui grinned in response. The countdown from the system echoed in the depths of our hearts. Both sides were engulfed in tension. This confrontation determined who would enter the top 4 and who would ultimately grasp the coveted WL International Championship. For 9 years, Xueyinshan Company has demonstrated a singular truth within the gaming realm. Those who attain victory in premier tournaments will become legendary figures. Thus, everyone aspires to claim the title of WL Champion, a prize of immeasurable worth. The instant the countdown concluded, it began. Xian Ryu charged forth with fervor while I retreated a couple of steps, swinging my sword to unleash a barrier-breaking strike that elicited a wail from him. 129,398. Simultaneously, Xian Ryu, undeterred by his own pain, summoned a net to ensnare me. I had to evade. Hastily, I shifted to the right and retreated, only to be ambushed by Lei Qianhen, whose ice flame slash erupted violently. I had to dodge again. The power of the ice flame slash was overwhelming. As I executed a zigzag maneuver to evade, the spectators outside erupted in cheers. However, Lei Qianhen did not disappoint. When I reached the limits of my evasion, he charged forward at blinding speed, leaving me no chance to escape. Dazed for 15 seconds. Once Lei Qianhen succeeded, his beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. And Xian Ryu rushed in as well, yet they overlooked another presence. Hong. A blood-red vortex coalesced in the arena, dragging both Lei Qianhen and Xian Ryu into the abyssal well. I could not help but silently applaud Bei Ming's splendid execution. Indeed, we shared an exceptional synergy, utilizing me as bait to lure them in, followed by the abyssal well's double strike. How could they possibly survive? I swiftly retreated, the purple shadow of my sword gleaming fiercely, while my left hand conjured an ancient seal. Bei Ming Shui also took a few steps back, unleashing a skyward arrow and spiral blade simultaneously. In the fleeting moment before the abyssal well vanished, the 4 formidable skills, fiery blade slash, ancient seal, skyward arrow, and spiral blade, intertwined in a magnificent display of power, despite the lingering traces of tears and the strength of her resolve. No amount of tactical prowess could alter the course of events under the overwhelming impact of the powerful killing skills displayed here. Her eyes widened, a mixture of reluctance and helplessness surfacing as her heart soared away alongside the sun and moon. Little did she anticipate such an outcome. The second match lacked the ferocity of battle, reduced instead to a strategic contest. Ultimately, the overall score of 32 led to the downfall of the formidable opponent. The Wild Throne. As our group exited the competition room, the audience erupted into thunderous applause, with many international students chanting the slogan "Long live the ancient sword soul dream." Each one of us felt our blood surge with excitement, our spirits lifted. This shared joy of victory exemplified the unique allure of competition. The host, speaking in Chinese, engaged me with a question. In the face of the powerful Wild Throne, having secured such a precious victory, what do you wish to express? I took a moment, clenched my fist, and replied earnestly into the microphone. We did not rely on luck. The triumph of the ancient sword over the Wild Throne stems from our unwavering strength. The host nodded with a smile, and the audience responded with another round of enthusiastic applause. Returning to the players' area, we awaited the next matches. The final contest of the quarterfinals, Zhulong versus Qingshou, where the foremost guild of China would clash with the leading guild of India. In the distance, a young man dressed in casual black attire stood up, a faint smile gracing his features as he lifted his backpack and exchanged words with those behind him. Ascending the stage were 4 core experts from the Qingshou Guild, among whom was the renowned war god king, hailed as the strongest in Qingta City, appearing to be around 28 years of age. Following the war god king was a young man clad in pristine white sportswear, exuding a sunny demeanor, and accompanying him were 2 female teammates, both possessing an alluring charm, one with short hair and the other with long, both seemingly around a 34D figure. Xueyinshan, accompanied by Yi Yuz, Shun Jiwu, and by Kong Hen, ascended the stage, and the 8 competitors lined up, triggering a wave of applause akin to a tsunami. Both guilds boasted immense popularity in their respective main cities. The Qingshou Guild was the premier alliance of India, while Zhulong wielded considerable influence in Tianfeng City, both standing at the pinnacle of their glory. The host busily translated between 3 languages, facilitating pre-battle cordiality and declarations of war. The war god king cast a resentful glance at Xueyinshan, seemingly eager to confront him immediately, yet Xueyinshan stood firm, embodying the pride of a true king that he would never relinquish. San Xingma observed the young man in white behind the war god king and remarked, "The one in white looks quite handsome. Do you feel any pressure, Lu Qin?" I smirked, replying, "We don't rely on looks. We speak through our strength in the game." Lin Yisan chuckled. Even in the game, encountering this person would certainly bring pressure. I was taken aback. Anyone capable of eliciting such a reaction from Lin Yisan was undoubtedly remarkable. Lin Xiaoni took a delicate sip of her red tea and spoke eloquently. The war god Wang stands unrivaled internationally in terms of skills, operations, and equipment. He has defeated every top player in Qingta City without exception. However, he has never achieved a decisive victory against one individual, the vice leader of the Qing Beast Guild, the young man in white known as Qingfeng Xinyu. He is the only player in Qingta City who has allocated all his attributes to agility while still possessing formidable strength. His tactical prowess nearly reaches its zenith, making him a worthy opponent for the war god Wang. He widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment. So powerful. Lin Yisan nodded in agreement. Indeed, I believe the 3 teams with the most potential to claim victory are Gujian, League of Legends, and Qing Beast, particularly Qing Beast. Indian players tend to be low-key and have bided their time for quite a while. The battle in Qinxi City was brutal, yet Qingta City has remained quietly dormant. They aim to make a stunning entrance, and in reality, they already possess that strength. The other 2 members of Qing Beast, the high-level assassin Qianqian Yangguang and the magical archer Man Yuye, are exceptionally powerful. Gujian, situated in the lower half, may very well encounter them. Pay close attention. Xueyinshan might just assist Gujian by forcing Qing Beast's true capabilities into the open. I took a deep breath. It seems that there is indeed a possibility of competition. At that moment, the large screen displayed the matchups. 1v1. Xueyinshan LV 187 Warrior vs Qingfeng Xinyu LV 187 Warrior 1v1. Yeyusei LV 186 Enchanter vs Qianqian Yangguang LV 187 Assassin 1v1. Biquang Hen LV 186 Wine Knight vs War God Wang LV 188 Fiery Berserker 1v1. Shun Jiwu LV 187 Darkfire Mage vs Man Yuye LV 187 Magical Archer 2v2. Xueyinshan LV 187 Warrior. Yeyusei LV 186 Enchanter vs Qingfeng Xinyu LV 187 Warrior. War God Wang LV 188 Fiery Berserker. Upon seeing the lineup, I couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety for Zhulong. The disparity in the roster seemed quite pronounced, and Xueyinshan was up against the agile warrior Qingfeng Xinyu, who could rival that of the war god Wang, leaving little room for confidence. If Xueyinshan failed to secure the first match, the subsequent battles could prove perilous. Rose bit her lip and said, "Heaven help Zhulong." I replied coolly, "What use is it to beseech the heavens? Xueyinshan should rather pray to the sword in his hand." Shortly thereafter, the first match commenced. Xueyinshan vs Qingfeng Xinyu. With a swish, both players teleported into the arena. Neither could afford to lose in this elimination-style battle. Xueyinshan, not one to underestimate his opponent, activated his earth transformation effect upon entry. To his surprise, Qingfeng Xinyu stood there with an air of calm, his battle robe billowing as if caught in a breeze. While azure whirlwinds surged forth, coalescing into a protective sword blade, revealing that he too was a divine general-level player. The astonishment in Xueyinshan's eyes was unmistakable. He was aware that war god Wang was a divine general, but had not realized that Qingfeng Xinyu held the same status. His pre-battle understanding of his opponent was evidently inadequate. As the rhythmic ticking of the countdown echoed, the two adversaries stood poised for battle. At the very moment the countdown concluded, Xueyinshan seized the initiative, launching an attack with a deft maneuver across the grassy terrain, executing a series of sharp, zigzagging movements that positioned him on the opponent's right flank. A flash of his sword ignited, and with a powerful strike, he unleashed the barrier break. Mindful to retain a fraction of his strength, maintaining his balance, Xueyinshan was prepared for any eventuality. Indeed, Qingfeng Xinyu stood there with an air of unwavering composure, akin to a mountain that remains unshaken in the face of calamity. As he subtly shifted his footing, he deftly evaded Xueyinshan's sword thrust, his blade shimmering with brilliance as he unleashed a crescent-shaped arc, proclaiming, "Moonbreak Slash." This formidable skill disregarded 70 points of defense, akin to the barrier break, yet capable of being combined with it. The skill tome was extraordinarily rare, obtainable only from high-tier bosses. I had only heard tales of it, never having laid eyes on such a tome. To my astonishment, Qingfeng Xinyu wielded this extraordinary offensive ability. With a piercing thrust, the sword penetrated Xueyinshan's shoulder, inflicting a staggering damage total of 98,004. Nevertheless, Xueyinshan remained unfazed. With a swift motion, he unleashed his armored fingers, grasping the opponent's sword hilt and pulling Qingfeng Xinyu closer. Flames erupted around his Qingyu sword, executing a fiery triad of the infernal purgatory slash. Qingfeng Xinyu gasped, hastily redirecting his blade to block the first strike, deflecting it with a resonant clang. However, he could not evade the second and third attacks, as his armor was rent asunder by the Qingyu sword, unleashing terrifying damage numbers: 69, 289, 92, 822. Xueyinshan's offensive prowess was overwhelming. After landing a successful blow, he leaped into the air, delivering a fierce knee strike to Qingfeng Xinyu's chest that inflicted an additional 20,000 damage, sending him reeling backward. Seizing the moment, Xueyinshan extended his hand, his eyes filled with lethal intent. Die. In a split second, a torrent of flames descended upon him. Yet, in this critical moment, Qingfeng Xinyu raised a hand, summoning a tempest of searing winds. Wind Fury technique enhances the user's speed by 100 and significantly boosts attack power. With a resounding crack, debris erupted from the ground as Qingfeng Xinyu's velocity surpassed the bounds of human capability, evading the fiery onslaught solely through his agile footwork. His expression remained serene as he launched a barrage of rapid strikes, three swords flashing like lightning, forcing Xueyinshan into a defensive stance. Suddenly, in a moment of desperation, Qingfeng Xinyu allowed himself to be pierced by Xueyinshan's sword, his fingers splayed as they gently pressed against Xueyinshan's chest. A chilling realization dawning upon Xueyinshan, he had gravely miscalculated. In that instant, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy ensnared Xueyinshan's body. It was Qingfeng Xinyu's signature skill, Soul Capture, which diminished the target's attributes by 70 for a duration of 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 120 seconds. Although seemingly underwhelming, this skill proved remarkably potent in combat. In the blink of an eye, Xueyinshan's attributes plummeted by 70, his health dwindling to less than 100,000, and his defenses reverting to the standards of a novice. The serene countenance of Qingfeng Xinyu finally revealed a hint of murderous intent. In an instant, the blade flashed by, executing a swift and uncomplicated method of elimination, a standard attack. The damage registered at 142,828. Xueyinshan emitted a low grunt, unable to withstand even 3 seconds. He had not anticipated the swiftness of his opponent's assault, so rapid that not a moment was afforded for even the slightest defense. With a score of 10, no one expected that Xueyinshan, hailed as the foremost player of the Chinese server, would falter in the very first round against his adversary. Perhaps even more astonishing was the prowess of Qingfeng Xinyu from the Indian city of Qingtucheng, whose skills were nearly on par with Xueyinshan's. His abilities were nothing short of formidable, particularly the divine skill, Capturing Souls, which was simply a godly technique for one-on-one combat. "Brother, why do you appear so grave?" Bai Mingshui inquired, gazing up at me. I took a deep breath. Zhulong is in peril. Qing Beast is truly formidable. I am contemplating how we might strategize for the semifinals, as it is likely we will encounter Qing Beast. We must devise a plan to enhance our chances of victory. Let us observe the match closely. I believe Xueyinshan will not succumb so easily, for he is deserving of his title. Indeed, on the grand screen, Xueyinshan re-entered the arena, while Qingfeng Xinyu languidly awaited him. It is widely understood that in the contests among peak experts, the battle is not merely about skills or techniques, but rather about mindset. The one who can maintain composure until the end shall emerge victorious. For all skills and maneuvers are founded upon a stable mental state. Without a sound mindset, even the finest techniques would falter. In this respect, both Xueyinshan and Qingfeng Xinyu are undeniably adept. The outcome of the first round bore no consequence for either. In the second round, Xueyinshan initiated an aggressive assault from the outset. This time, he was acutely aware of Qingfeng Xinyu's divine skill. The moment capturing souls was unleashed. Xueyinshan activated his rampant fury, successfully dodging the attack. He then utilized Rock Piercer to shatter the defenses of his opponent, striking down Qingfeng Xinyu decisively. The score was now tied at 11, as Xueyinshan calmly reclaimed a point. In the third round, both combatants remained locked in a fierce struggle. After exchanging blows for what felt like an eternity, they finally separated to recuperate. History began to repeat itself as Qingfeng Xinyu smirked, launching a sudden offensive block. Placing his palm once more on Xueyinshan's shoulder, capturing souls. Xueyinshan's reflexes were astoundingly swift. He activated rampant fury, delivering a powerful punch that sent Qingfeng Xinyu reeling. Then raised his Qingyu sword to execute a rock piercer attack. Boom. The damage registered at 72,828. Qingfeng Xinyu staggered backward, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he maneuvered with his longsword, constantly blocking to evade Xueyinshan's relentless pursuit. Fiery projectiles rained down from above, nearly culminating in the swift demise of Qingfeng Xinyu. Yet, even with his agility maximized, and as he activated rampant fury and gale technique, he managed to keep pace with Xueyinshan. As the 12-second mark passed, Qingfeng Xinyu counterattacked, feeling the weight of Xueyinshan's blow on his shoulder, his health dwindling perilously low. But at that moment, Qingfeng Xinyu smiled, the blade quivering as a purple cage enveloped Xueyinshan. Soul-binding cage imprisons the target for 7 seconds. What? In a moment of sheer disbelief, Xueyinshan's complexion turned ashen. He could hardly fathom that his opponent had concealed such a formidable card. Chapter 954, The Conclusion of the Sweep. 3 successive fiery sword auras pierced through Xueyinshan's body, extinguishing the last remnants of his vitality. It was an irrefutable fact that Qingfeng Xinyu, despite being in a critically weakened state, had triumphed over the Chinese martial god Xueyinshan in the third round. The Qing Beast team seized the first point, a result that left everyone astonished. Initially, they had only acknowledged the unparalleled prowess of the guild leader, War God Wang. But they had not anticipated that this agile warrior, Qingfeng Xinyu, could exhibit such overwhelming strength, matching Xueyinshan in skillful maneuvers without faltering. In the first round, he had used the divine general skill to capture and defeat Xueyinshan, then feigned weakness in the second round, and in the third round, he demonstrated remarkable resilience, waiting nearly 3 minutes before seizing an opportunity to employ the soul-refining cage, ultimately vanquishing this peak-level powerhouse. Perhaps, given another chance at a decisive battle, Xueyinshan's odds of victory might exceed 50%. However, this time, he had undeniably lost the match. The ancient adage states that knowing oneself and one's opponent ensures victory in every battle. Yet Xueyinshan had grossly underestimated Qingfeng Xinyu, the second-in-command of the Qing Beast Guild, leading to his downfall. With a flash, Xueyinshan teleported out of the arena, and beside him, Yi Yu's offered words of consolation. Guild leader, victory and defeat are but fleeting moments, a matter of give and take. We still have hope. Xueyinshan's expression remained somber as he stood in silence for a while before lifting his head to reveal a glimmer of a sunny smile. I am fine, everyone. Keep pushing forward. The journey of the Zhu Dragon in the WL must not end in the quarterfinals. The next match will be fought by Yus. Let us go. Understood. Yi Yus responded, grasping her staff as she prepared for battle against her opponent, Qianqianyang Wang, the strongest assassin of the Qing Beast Guild. With a swift motion, the two female players faced off, Qianqian Wang donned a shimmering leather armor that accentuated her graceful figure, exuding an alluring charm, while Yi, appearing more mature than before, stood silently in her robe, staff in hand. In this tactical confrontation, Zhulong found himself at a severe disadvantage. Yi possessed formidable spell-casting abilities that would give her an edge against any heavily armored player. Yet fate had aligned her against the only player on the opposing team capable of stealth. The binding spells required a target to be effective. Yet Qianqian Wang entered stealth mode the moment the battle commenced, rendering Yi unable to pinpoint her location. With a series of explosive spells erupting in the air, Yi's attempts to corner Qianqian Wang proved futile as the latter's movements were astutely elusive. As spectators, we could clearly see Qianqian Wang gliding around Yi. Yet any attempts to alert her were in vain, for players in the match were cut off from all forms of communication. Suddenly, the air crackled with energy as Qianqian Wang reappeared, daggers in hand, executing a flurry of rapid slashes with the dark kill skill, an ability that could only be unleashed while in stealth, designed to take one's life in an instant. Under the relentless assault of the daggers, Yi's magical shield was continuously torn apart. In a state of urgency, Yi spun around and raised her hand to cast the divine general skill, the Netherworld Curse. Regrettably, at the moment the Shadow Curse was cast, the swift strike of shallow sunshine succeeded, the dagger tracing an arc through the air, executing the shield break assassination skill. A staggering 882 damage. The dark decimation had already depleted a portion of Yi's health. How could she withstand the onslaught of the shield break assassination? A flash of white light, and Yi's was launched out of the arena. The Shadow Curse continued to take effect, plunging shallow sunshine into confusion, who, with dagger in hand, clumsily unleashed skill combos upon the surrounding air, darting about in a chaotic manner. It was somewhat amusing, and even the members of the Qing Beast Guild couldn't help but chuckle, for regardless of the circumstances, shallow sunshine emerged victorious. In the second round, there were barely any alterations. Yi's skills were particularly vulnerable to assassins. In this round, shallow sunshine, displaying foresight, prudently concealed herself in a corner for a full 3 minutes. When Yi finally unleashed the Shadow Curse across half the map, she found no opponent. As soon as the curse faded, shallow sunshine advanced, executing the dark decimation shield break assassination, decisively sending Yi out of the arena once again. With 2 consecutive defeats, the hopes of the Candle Dragon team had nearly evaporated, especially as their next opponent was the renowned war god Wang, with the challenger being Bai Konghen, who had no chance whatsoever. Bai Konghen couldn't even best Gue Guzi, so how could he possibly contend with a top-tier master like war god Wang? As I had anticipated, Bai Konghen stood little chance against war god Wang's relentless maneuvers and skillful assaults, each round lasting less than 30 seconds. War god Wang's attacks were marked by swift decisiveness, employing a style of rapid strikes where every blade movement transformed into a defensive assassination technique. His reflexes and tactical acumen were far superior to Bai Konghen's, and he secured victory in 2 consecutive rounds. The subsequent matches unfolded naturally. The sorceress of the magic bow, Yi, employed a subtle strategy against the Dance of the Gods, winning 2 rounds in succession. The Dance of the Gods had completely lost her fighting spirit, realizing it was all in vain. Even if she won, it would be inconsequential. Moreover, Yi's archery skills were formidable. Even in optimal conditions, victory was not guaranteed. A score of 40 was akin to a stinging slap across the face of the Candle Dragon team, their expressions reflecting profound dismay. Meanwhile, the performance of the Qing Beast team compelled everyone to regard them with newfound respect. Even the distant and proud Vienna Sorrow could not help but rise, casting a steely gaze at the large screen, for he beheld an undeniably formidable opponent. The emergence of Qing Beast could very well shatter the prevailing stalemate. In the 5th match, amidst the chaos, Yi and her allies faced off against war god Wang and Qing Feng Xinyu, resulting in 1 victory and 2 losses, once again conceding a point. Nonetheless, they managed to secure 1 win, thanks to Yi's Shadow Curse, which effectively petrified and confused their adversaries. Even war god Wang and Qing Feng Xinyu could not withstand it. Ultimately, Qing Beast triumphed over Candle Dragon with a sweeping score of 50, a result that astonished all. As a player from China, I, along with He, Lin Yisin, San Sheng Mo, Jing Cheng Luo Shun, Li Chengfeng, Zhan Tian, Ligu, and others, feel a profound sense of indignation and humiliation. The war god king does not exhibit arrogance, yet his demeanor, which towers above the Zhulong, is exceedingly difficult to accept, particularly after the disgrace of having defeated China's foremost guild with a score of 50, which has stirred a tempest of anger within us all. Xueyinshan descended the stage with heavy steps, accompanied by Yi Yusei and others, taking their seats in a corner of the competitors' area. We chose not to provoke them. After all, we are all comrades in the international competition. Zhulong has made it this far, encountering the formidable opponent, Qingshou. Thus, losing the match can be forgiven. On the grand screen, the names of the 4 finalists appeared. Hero League versus Snow Silver Fur and Ancient Sword Soul Dream versus Qingshou. This time, it is a true clash of titans, with all 4 guilds being the elite from their respective regions, each a shining beacon of excellence. The 2 Chinese teams are poised to eliminate the top guilds from the United States and India, promising a fierce battle ahead. Zhang Tian raised a can of beer toward me, exclaiming, "Luchun, give it your all. Whether you can vanquish the formidable Qingshou guild and avenge Zhulong rests upon your shoulders. Snow Silver Fur, do your best to defeat Hero League and vie for the highest honor at the WEL International Championship. Indeed, whoever seizes the championship at the WEL International will attain the utmost glory, a coveted aspiration for all. Now, Snow Silver Fur and Ancient Sword are but a step away from this pinnacle of honor by eliminating 2 formidable obstacles. The WEL Championship and the ultimate MVP title shall surely belong to us, the Chinese." The host took the stage, announcing that the final matches of the top 8 would commence after lunch. After such an extended period of play, hunger had reached a point where one might have considered nibbling on their helmets. The luncheon was held in a side hall of the central venue, where representatives and players from various nations gathered. The Chinese contingent of 33 formed 3 tables, sitting close together. Otherwise, we would have struggled to understand others' conversations, and vice versa. The one clad in battle attire, having been eliminated in the first round, sat silently eating, an unfortunate reality despite the opponent being a favored champion team like Hero League. Zhang Tian and Li Gu shared a table with Xueyinshan, Bingyu Huijigu, and Jieling, engaging in lively conversation. Zhu Yingwan and his companions sat at a table divided into 2 sides. Bei Mingshui and Lian Xian harbored animosity toward Zhu Yingwan, secretly conspiring to avoid dishes he had touched. In truth, only our tables served Chinese cuisine, while the rest predominantly enjoyed Western fare, with no such concerns over shared dishes. Zhu Yingwan appeared somewhat displeased, conversing with Shun Jiwu, his voice not particularly low, seemingly directed at us. From the Red Hall, news arrived. Gu Yuing had consented to the alliance agreement, albeit requiring us to provide them with certain necessary assistance. Shun Jiwu remarked. Zhu Yingwan responded with an "Oh," inquiring, "What do you require us to provide?" "The Dance of the Divine, in the western territories of the Sky City. Should a new domain emerge, the solitary Moonshadow insists that we must exert all our efforts to march from Wind City and assist them in seizing the territory. Securing a piece of land is essential as a foundational step." Candle Shadow nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this is not an issue." The Dance of the Divine paused, casting a glance my way, and continued, "Additionally, Moonshadow requests that we transfer 3 sub-alliances under their banner, thus empowering them to contend with certain adversarial forces of the Sky City." I couldn't help but chuckle, nearly spilling my soup. Candle Shadow widened her eyes and inquired, "Luchun, what is so amusing? 3 sub-alliances are hardly sufficient." I stifled my laughter. 3 lives, no more joined in my mirth. Candle Shadow's expression darkened as she declared, "We, the Candle Dragon, have already allied with the Red Man Guild, hoping to maintain a peaceful coexistence and develop our strengths without interference. The true merit lies in who can grow stronger. I, Candle Shadow, abhor those who bully the weak. Should anyone target the Red Man Guild, the Candle Dragon shall undoubtedly traverse the Long Bone Mountains to confront the Sky City." He smiled faintly, "Then let them come. Dying in a foreign land can also be deemed glorious." The Dance of the Divine's face turned pale with anger. Yet the members of the Ancient Sword remained remarkably composed, while 3 lives no more calmly savored their meal, indifferent to the unfolding drama. After lunch, we rested for 2 hours before the commencement of the semifinals. Chapter 955, A Small Knife Turns the Tide. At 3 in the afternoon, the semifinals commenced punctually. In the first match, Snow Silver Fur faced off against the Hero Alliance, yet again a clash of titans. However, Snow Silver Fur appeared slightly disadvantaged, as Sun Qingqing seemed to be underperforming. Lin Yisan lamented that if Nangong Lexi could participate, their chances would significantly improve. Although Nangong Lexi could not guarantee victory, the odds of failure would certainly diminish. Lin Yisan, carrying her backpack, turned to me. "What is your perspective on this match?" I replied, "Snow Silver Fur's only chance lies in dragging the pace into a 2v2 showdown. Thus they must secure points in the one-on-one encounters." Lin Yisan chuckled. "Is it not possible for Snow Silver Fur to obtain 3 points in the 1v1 match?" I shrugged, honestly smiling. "The likelihood is exceedingly slim. I can only hope that you do not get swept away 30-0 in the one-on-one." "Humph." Lin Yisan scoffed playfully. "Just wait and see, with me present. Dreaming of sweeping Snow Silver Fur 30-0 is sheer folly." "Well, let us arrange the matchups then." "All right." Lin Yisan, accompanied by the purple-clad Marquis, Clearwater Fragrance, and the Shadow Weaver Chanel, took to the stage. Snow Silver Fur's formidable advance to the semifinals drew the attention of many, especially considering that during the domestic tournament, Snow Silver Fur only managed a joint 3rd and 4th place. In the unpredictable landscape of the WEL International Tournament, where formidable competitors abound, reaching the semifinals is indeed a testament to exceptional skill, significantly enhancing her status and influence domestically. "What do you think Lin will arrange?" Moro Mingwei inquired. He remarked, "Given Yi's personality, she must be eager to face off against Vienna's Sorrow. Thus, I believe her position will either be as a starter or in the 3rd match. With Ziyi Ho and her occupying the starting and 3rd positions, the second contender must undoubtedly be the Shadow Weaver, Chanel. This arrangement may enhance our chances of victory." Mu Rongming turned to me and inquired, "Lu Chun, what do you think?" I pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. "Not necessarily. Yi's character is rather unpredictable, and Vienna's Sorrow may think similarly. I actually believe that Yi is more likely to enter the fray second, allowing Qingqing Xueyinshan to compete in the opening match. According to the strategy of Tianji's horse racing, pitting Qingqing Xueyinshan against Vienna's Sorrow would guarantee a loss, yet it could lead the entire team to victory." Bei Mingxue blinked. "Brother makes a compelling point." Li Chengfeng scoffed. "Forget it, the matchups are already revealed." Everyone turned their heads to gaze at the large screen, which indeed displayed the matchup list. 1v1. Da Vinci's Code LV-185 Shadow Archer vs Qingqing Xueyinshan LV-185 Archer 1v1. Beethoven's Joy LV-186 Starry Night vs Wine Color Fantasy LV-187 Light Ranger 1v1. Vienna's Sorrow LV-189 Berserker vs Eho LV-186 Warrior 1v1. Death Wish LV-187 Mage vs Shadow Weaver Chanel LV-185 Darkfire Mage 2v2. Vienna's Sorrow LV-189 Berserker and Beethoven's Joy LV-186 Starry Night vs Wine Color Fantasy LV-187 Light Ranger and Eho LV-186 Warrior. The matchups were somewhat unexpected. It was not Vienna's first match with Sun Qingqing, but rather Da Vinci's Code, a skilled archer whose prowess evidently surpassed Sun Qingqing's. The first match was bound to be a loss. In the second match, the formidable Starry Night faced the Knife Goddess. The outcome was uncertain. In the third match, Vienna would confront Ziyi Ho, where Vienna held a slight advantage. The fourth match would be pivotal. Could Xueyinshan surpass the obstacle of League of Legends and make a stand? After a brief preparation, the fierce battle commenced. The first match featured Qingqing Xueyinshan against Da Vinci's Code. With a whoosh, Sun Qingqing landed on the grassy map. While Da Vinci's Code stood concealed within the underbrush, his gaze laden with provocation. He must have researched Sun Qingqing thoroughly before the match, aware of her capabilities, which explained his subtle disdain. The duel between the two archers hinged on who could achieve a higher accuracy and mastery of skills. Suddenly, a spiral storm erupted beside Da Vinci's Code, draining 30,000 of his health. Sun Qingqing's attack power was indeed commendable, yet this blow was not fatal. Da Vinci's Code confidently retreated, abruptly halting to raise his bow, unleashing a flurry of arrows. The barrage of projectiles nearly sealed off all of Sun Qingqing's escape routes. In the next moment, a dark arrow hurtled through the air. Smack! 78,281. This is the true killing move, the Shadow Archer's signature technique, the Shadow Arrow. which diminishes the opponent's defense by 70 for a duration of 3 seconds. Without a moment's hesitation, Da Vinci's Code unleashed another skyward arrow. Under the blanket of overwhelming firepower, Sun Qingqing found herself bereft of opportunity. With her defense reduced by 70, she suffered nearly 100,000 health points in damage from the skyward arrow, letting out a pitiful cry as she was eliminated from the match. In the second round, there was little suspense. Sun Qingqing's tactical positioning and archery skills barely reached 50 of Bei Mingxue's capabilities, rendering her incapable of contending against a top-tier archer like Da Vinci's Code. From my observations, Da Vinci's archery skills undoubtedly matched those of Bei Mingxue. However, his proficiency in close combat remains unknown. At this stage, archers lack melee capabilities and become mere prey when faced with close combat experts. Thus, Da Vinci's Code secured the first point for League of Legends, an outcome that seemed anticipated. In fact, Lin Yixin remained remarkably composed after Sun Qingqing's defeat. She had already calculated that Sun Qingqing was bound to lose. Perhaps she had even resolved that, should Sun Qingqing triumph in this round, she would treat her to a semester's worth of cafeteria meals. In the second match, the Fruit Knife Goddess took to the arena, facing off against the formidable Starry Knight Beethoven. Though Beethoven possessed considerable strength, he remained cautious against the powerful Fruit Knife Goddess. I crossed my arms and watched with amusement as he encountered Lin Yixin, curious to see how he would fare. With a flash, Lin Yixin and Beethoven's joy teleported onto the battlefield. In contrast to Lin Yixin, who manifested the Moon Tiger as a radiant emblem upon her arm, Beethoven rode into battle on horseback, benefiting from the mounted buff without any detriment to his agility. This was the essence of Lin Yixin's might. Such a splendid Chinese player. Beethoven's joy exclaimed in admiration. Unfazed, Lin Yixin summoned the Earth Tornado, preparing to unleash her full strength. As she transformed into the Earth form, Beethoven's joy also called forth a cyclone, revealing that he too had ascended to the rank of Divine General. The clash of two Divine Generals heightened the anticipation. With a thunderous roar, as the countdown reached its end, the Starry Knight surged forward in a fierce charge, wielding his spear which erupted into a 10-meter-long flame. A manifestation of his divine skill, the Fiery Blade. Much like Vienna's Coldstream Blade, this skill extended both attack range and area, proving formidable in group battles. Though slightly diminished in one-on-one combat, the flames swept across, and Lin Yixin ducked to evade the strike, propelling herself forward as her 7-star glazed sword erupted with an icy blaze, slashing down upon her opponent's shoulder. 78,891. The Starry Knight, having suffered a grievous blow upon entering the fray, was filled with rage. He spun around, wielding his spear in a relentless assault, unleashing a series of piercing thrusts aimed at Lin Yixin. Observing the rapid and intense onslaught, Lin Yixin did not completely lose her composure. With her battle boots thudding against the ground, she retreated swiftly, one hand gripping the 7-star glazed sword while the other deftly unsheathed a dagger. She parried twice against her opponent's attacks, yet suffered 2 strikes that drained her health by 100,000 points. Despite her exceptional skills, she could not wholly disregard the formidable offensive abilities of her adversary, a player of the Divine General class. With a resounding thud, Lin Yixin leaped onto a protruding boulder. Momentarily suspended in midair, her dagger traced a graceful arc, striking perfectly at her opponent's vulnerable spot. The Starry Knight let out a muffled groan as a massive damage number soared above him. 99,771. Lin Yixin's assault was relentless. As she hung in the air, she seized the reins of the knight's steed and yanked them forcefully, her sword slicing through the knight's chest armor. In a desperate moment, the Starry Knight retaliated, conjuring a blazing shield with a fierce shout, "Starry Heat Shield." The flames morphed into a protective barrier around his armor, rendering Lin Yixin's determined strike futile, resulting in a miss. The Starry Heat Shield could absorb 3 instances of damage entirely. Noticing the battle information in a flash, Lin Yixin swiftly withdrew her dagger, executing 2 quick slashes to deplete the shield's energy. With a flourish, she landed gracefully on the ground, pivoting sharply as she extended her fingers, unleashing an ice storm. The ground shook with the force of 3 consecutive ice spear attacks, ultimately exhausting the resilience of the Starry Knight's steed. He collapsed to the ground, kneeling, and sensing his impending defeat, he hastily raised his spear, only to find Lin Yixin's assault already upon him. In an instant, Lin Yixin glided past the Starry Knight, her 7-star glazed sword transforming into a streak of cold light that pierced through his body, triggering a barrier-breaking effect. She took a few steps forward, grasping the sword's hilt with a decisive snap, and without a glance back, executed an ice flame slash. With a brilliant flash of skill, the system notified that Xueyinshan had vanquished the starry knight Beethoven's joy. Her flawless execution ignited the audience into a fervor. Many had never anticipated that a female player could exhibit such prowess. Confronted by the vice leader of the League of Legends, known as the second most skilled player in Hero City, Xueyinshan displayed no fear and decisively claimed victory. Beethoven's joy, indeed, found no joy in the outcome. The mocking smile that had danced on his lips vanished entirely. Many opponents only grasped the strength of their rivals in the heat of battle, and the Starry Knight now stood utterly subdued by Xueyinshan's mastery of her skills. With his fighting spirit waning, the Starry Knight had little chance of success. Succumbing in the second round, Xueyinshan showcased a spiral maneuver strategy that left the mounted knight entirely disoriented, as the 7-star glazed sword dispatched him with remarkable speed. At 1-1, the fruit knife goddess had managed to equal the score. With a clang, the sadness of Vienna unsheathed his sword from behind, smiling slightly as he declared, "It's my turn to take the stage." The purple-robed Marquis abruptly drew the blade embedded in the ground, exclaiming with a smile, "What a splendid opponent. It would be a grave pity not to engage in a proper duel." Chapter 956, Confrontation with the Azure Beast. Shall we engage in a weapon duel? Standing on the grassy field, the purple-robed Marquis gazed at Vienna with a cheerful demeanor, proposing his suggestion. In truth, Vienna's sorrowful skills and realm were superior to those of the Marquis, yet his pride was equally formidable. From this perspective, the Marquis's proposal was a remarkably astute choice. Vienna's sorrow gripped his blade, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination. He suddenly laughed. "Very well. A weapon duel it shall be. I have heard that you, the purple-robed Marquis, are quite a notable figure in the Chinese region. Given your ranking there, I accept your challenge. Weapon duel it is. And I shall refrain from invoking the Earth Cyclone to avoid any claims of unfairness." The purple-robed Marquis replied with a faint smile, "That is agreeable. Let me witness the true prowess of the foremost champion of Hero City." A weapon duel, the most exhilarating form of PK, is a brawl where blades clash and blood spills, devoid of realms and skills, relying solely on equipment attributes and personal dexterity. The purple-robed Marquis lowered his blade, launching his attack the moment the system's countdown concluded, with a resounding thud as he surged forward like an arrow. Clang! Their blades collided, sparks flying as they both unleashed their might. Vienna's sorrow bellowed fiercely, forcefully pushing the sword's hilt while simultaneously raising his right leg for a powerful kick. The purple-robed Marquis mirrored this action, and their knees collided, armor clashing and showering sparks, the tremendous recoil sending them both stumbling back. Before they could retreat 3 steps, they propelled themselves forward once more. The Marquis, with a fierce glint in his eyes, feigned an opening, slashing from an oblique angle but inadvertently exposing his left shoulder. Vienna's sorrow was not one to squander a chance. His blade descended fiercely, but the purple-robed Marquis tilted his body, using his arm's armor to deflect the attack. Nearly fully inclined, his left leg shot up, delivering a flying kick aimed at Vienna's forehead. Yet, Vienna's reflexes were sharper, his fist rising to deflect the Marquis's battle boot. With a resounding smack, the purple-robed Marquis pressed one hand to the ground, spinning rapidly as his battle robe billowed, his blade crashing down heavily upon Vienna's neck, his weak point. 120,920. Vienna's sorrow staggered back, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, yet he did not hesitate. Seizing the moment while his opponent was still airborne, he thrust his knee forward, colliding with the purple-robed Marquis's abdomen, sending him hurtling away. Swiftly following up with a savage slash. 90,188. The Marquis, struck, quickly shifted his stance, sweeping his blade horizontally. Clang! Vienna's sorrow reacted with incredible speed, his predictions spot on. As his blade appeared precisely where it needed to be, blocking the Marquis's attack, his cloak billowed as he retreated in rapid succession, suddenly curving to the right of the purple-robed Marquis, sweeping his blade across while simultaneously executing his next maneuver. Maintaining a smooth arc, 2 double S lines intertwining around the Marquis, embodying the spiral tactical movement. Confronted with the most exquisite maneuvering technique, the purple-robed Marquis was incensed. He charged in with a single blade, employing a linear approach to counter the spiral movements, his iron fists rising in a furious assault, complemented by the strikes of his long sword. Bang! To everyone's astonishment, Vienna's Sorrow absorbed 2 blows while simultaneously delivering a sword strike to the purple-robed Marquis. In this fierce exchange, the Marquis ultimately depleted his last vestiges of vitality, letting out a low cry as he transformed into a radiant light and exited the arena. Meanwhile, Vienna's Sorrow was left with less than 20 health, staring contemplatively at the position from which the purple-robed Marquis had departed, seemingly in awe of the multitude of skilled players in the Chinese region. With a swift motion, the purple-robed Marquis flew out of the arena. Lin Yisan observed the scene and remarked, "There is still a slight gap in execution. The counter to the spiral tactic is not that method." The purple-robed Marquis inquired, "Then how should it be countered?" Lin Yisan smiled softly. "Learn from the little trickster to disrupt the spiral tactics, employing spiral tactics against spiral tactics. The faster and more agile one becomes, the greater the advantage gained." The purple-robed Marquis shrugged with a grin. "Unfortunately, I lack the discernment of your esteemed Lu Chun at the moment. I shall do my utmost. After giving it my all, there shall be no regrets, even in defeat. For our opponent is indeed formidable." Once again entering the fray, the purple-robed Marquis persisted with his rapid-fire strategy. Alas, he remained slightly outmatched, as Vienna's Sorrow triumphed in the weapon clash with a meager 11 health remaining. Several times, the Marquis had opportunities to secure a kill, but just that fraction of a moment eluded him, preventing him from vanquishing the foremost champion of Hero City. With a score of 21, the League of Legends took a narrow lead. Concern enveloped everyone. The situation was exceedingly dire for Xueyinshan. The shadowy fire mage, Chanel, faced off against the opposing mage, Death Wish, in yet another match with slim chances of victory. Death Wish, the bearer of the Hero S banner, ranked among the top 10 in the Hero City arena, showcasing exceptional skills and top-tier equipment, while Chanel fell short against the likes of the unparalleled mages, Jingqing Luoshan, Lian Xin, and San Shengmo. Amidst a flurry of ice explosions, when Chanel succumbed, the hearts of Xueyinshan and his companions shattered, yet Lin Yisan maintained an air of calm detachment, quietly stating, "The end of one journey signifies the commencement of another. Let us all strive diligently in anticipation of the next international tournament." Both the purple-robed Marquis and Chanel remained silent. At that moment, Vienna's Sorrow brandished his blade, declaring, "We demand a 5th match. We must secure enough points from Xueyinshan before contending for the MVP title." Lin Yisan, irate, raised his hand and unsheathed the 7-star glazed sword with a resounding clang, stating, "Only the little trickster is worthy of the MVP title. How audacious of Vienna to covet it. Marquis, let us engage. Even in defeat, we shall claim 2 victories and shatter Vienna's hopes of MVP." The purple-robed Marquis chuckled. "That is precisely my intention." The true clash erupted in the 5th battle, as the Fruit Knife Goddess and Xueyinshan joined forces. One must admit, their synergy was remarkably harmonious. The 0-degree freeze of the purple-robed Marquis combined with Lin Yisan's divine weeping left Vienna and Beethoven in excruciating despair. In the first round, the purple-clad Marquis sacrificed his life to hold off Vienna for 5 seconds. Within this fleeting interval, Lin Xiaoyo unleashed her fury, vanquishing the Starry Night and swiftly turning to slay the icebound Vienna, thereby securing the 1st point. In the second round, Vienna, consumed by sorrow, erupted in rage, delivering a lethal strike that instantly eliminated the purple-clad Marquis, leaving Lin Yisan to face defeat alone. The third round saw the dazzling little spicy pepper shine brilliantly, executing a series of Z-shaped maneuvers followed by S-shaped dodges that left Vienna in utter disbelief, uncertain whether it was a spiral tactic. Ultimately, Lin Yisan, with a mere 7 hit points remaining, executed consecutive kills on both the sorrowful Vienna and the joyful Beethoven, achieving a nearly perfect point that was crucial for their dignity. With an aggregate score of 3-2, although League of Legends claimed the championship, it was the Fruit Knife Goddess whose fame spread far and wide. In that moment, Lin Yisan transformed into a true global idol within the gaming realm, triumphing over the Starry Night in a 1v1 and decisively defeating the sorrowful Vienna in a 2v2. This accomplishment was enough to make many renowned experts feel inferior. Amid the cheers of American players, League of Legends became the first team to reach the finals. The next match would feature Ancient Sword versus the Green Beast, and at that moment, hearts raced with anticipation. With the elimination of Xueyinshan, China's hopes for global supremacy rested solely on Ancient Sword, facing two formidable adversaries, the Green Beast and League of Legends, each more formidable than the last. Lin Yisan descended the stage with her backpack, smiling. Ancient Sword, it's all up to you now? I nodded. Let us go? No farewells. Grasping the helmet in my bag, I accompanied several girls onto the stage. On the opposite side of the main stage, the four players of the Green Beast, led by the War God, ascended as well. War God's gaze was distant, his lips curved in a subtle smile. The calm of a master was palpable. Yet the explosive nature of the match was awe-inspiring. The agile warrior Qingfeng Xinyu, helmet in hand, cast a fleeting glance at He, Lian Xian, and Bei Mingxue, revealing a hint of admiration. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon me, and in halting Chinese, he remarked, I hope to duel with you. You are the strongest in China. A twitch of my lips betrayed my amusement. I appreciate the compliment, but please don't mispronounce my ID, my friend. Qingfeng Xinyu laughed heartily. Okay, see you soon. During the match arrangements, Lian Xian suggested, ideally, it would be great if brother Lu Chun faced War God, and then our leader encountered Qingfeng Xinyu, while I went up against Wich Yi, and Bei Mingxue faced Qian Yangguang. That way, perhaps we could achieve a 5-0, though the odds are slim. I chuckled. Indeed, the chances are exceedingly small. We shall leave it to fate. Place me first to secure an auspicious start. He nodded. I too hope to face War God, as that point is bound to be lost. The girls all laughed. Soon, He entered the battle sequence, and War God Wang swiftly finalized his arrangements. Half a minute later, the grand screen displayed the matchups. 1v1. Xueyinshan LV 187 Necromancer vs. Qingfeng Xian ULV 187 Warrior 1v1. Bei Mingxue LV 188 Dark Archer vs. War God Wang LV 188 Fiery Berserker 1v1. Lianxing LV 188 Starry Illusionist vs. Wich Yi LV 187 Magic Archer 1v1. Zai Shui Yifang LV 186 Demon Knight vs. Qian Yangguang LV 187 Assassin 2v2. Xueyinshan LV 187 Necromancer Bei Mingxue LV 188 Dark Archer vs. Qingfeng Xian ULV 187 Warrior War God Wang LV 188 Fiery Berserker. I was genuinely surprised to find myself matched against Qingfeng Xian Yu in the first round. Or perhaps it was he who found himself pitted against me. Thankfully, I managed to avoid facing Wich Yi and Qian Yangguang. Otherwise, it could have been perilous, as we could have been utterly defeated in the 1v1 matches. Qingfeng Xian Yu is formidable, having even bested Zhu Yingluan. He looked at me, her beautiful eyes conveying a clear message. Do not allow yourself to be easily vanquished. I nodded deeply in understanding, assuring her, rest assured, I will secure the first point, as I am determined to pursue the MVP title. Moreover, I long to convey a truth to Qingfeng Xian Yu. What truth? Bei Mingxue inquired. I smiled. Under absolute strength, any speed is but a fleeting illusion. Chapter 957. Absolute power standing in the arena. I truly realized that I was not entirely confident. Qingfeng Xian Yu, a player capable of defeating Zhu Yingluan, could hardly be taken down easily. And this first match was critical. Should I lose, the journey through the ancient sword conquest WEL could meet an untimely end. With a swift motion, Qingfeng Xian Yu brandished his sword, maintaining a relaxed demeanor as he stood amidst the sunlit grove, a mere 20 yards away. Smiling at me as he spoke, Xueyinshan, renowned as the strongest PK player among the three main cities of Zhongzhou, has even defeated the martial god Zhu Yingluan, has he not? I chuckled. Those are merely tales from the streets, not to be taken at face value. Much like the clouds above. Qingfeng Xian Yu replied, I have watched the entire recording of the battle at Morning Light City and have paid close attention to you. The feat of standing against thousands at Morning Light City is something few can achieve in this world. For this alone, you are deserving of our respect. However, our paths diverge. A confrontation between Qingtu City, Giant Elephant City, and the Chinese server is inevitable. We will never forget the humiliation of Lingtong's main city being besieged. Thus, let this enmity be settled within the celestial realm. Clang. I drew my Ziying sword and inquired, how can you be so certain of your vengeance? Qingfeng Xian Yu tilted his head slightly and smiled. It is simple. For the players of the Indian server possess an unprecedented resilience and strength. We can conquer all. With a sharp sound, I thrust the Zhulong's sword into the ground. My gaze steady as I calmly declared, "Let me inform you as well. The players on the Chinese server are equally unprecedented in their strength and resilience. Our power is sufficient to defend our dignity and territory. If you dare to come, then come. The soil of the Sky City will become more fertile due to the decay of the wolf tribe's corpses." "Oomph, how arrogant!" Qingfeng Xinyu, his gaze piercing, retorted. "If you wish to protect the three main cities of China, you must first defeat me. We shall see." The exchange between us thickened the air with tension. Indeed, the Chinese and Indian servers have always been neighbors, with slaughter and conflict never ceasing. In the realm of Tianzong, the Indian cities of Qingtuching and Xueyinshan stand like iron fortresses to the east of Sky City, connected to Japan's Zipu City, always poised to strike. This remains our greatest threat. As the system began its countdown, the tension in our hearts tightened. 3, 2, 1. The battle commenced. The earth roared with a cyclone as Qingfeng Xinyu entered his divine transformation state. Raising one hand as a buff skill enveloped him, Li Fengju, greatly enhancing both his movement and attack speed. "Here he comes." With a low shout, Qingfeng Xinyu charged forth like an arrow, his blade slicing through the air, launching a frontal assault. I also let out a low yell, entering my divine transformation state as the Zhulong's sword met his oncoming strike. Midway, I executed a sharp pivot, successfully anticipating his move, while Qingfeng Xinyu adjusted his attack angle. Such a master could not be so easily thwarted. Clang! The two divine weapons collided, sending a tremor through both our bodies, proving our strengths were formidable. Sparks flew as the edge of the Zhulong's sword scraped against Qingfeng Xinyu's weapon. He suddenly withdrew his sword, launching a heavy left punch toward me, forcing me to tilt my body. The Dragon God's shield clashed against his arm with a resounding crack, rebounding us both as I initiated my counterattack. Raising my knee to strike at his waist, Qingfeng Xinyu's reflexes were astonishingly swift, allowing my knee to nearly graze his body, yet I failed to land a decisive blow. Retreating like the edge of a blade. Fire slash. 3 fiery sword strikes descended in quick succession. I observed closely as the Zhulong's sword spun forward, meeting the ground cyclone head-on. I twisted my wrist, executing 2 rapid blocks, but the third strike came too swiftly, leaving me unable to gauge its angle and force. I hastily raised the Dragon God shield in defense. Boom! I was nearly engulfed by the brilliance of his blade. 39, 292. Even after defending, I lost a significant amount of health, a testament to his formidable attack power. Suddenly, a shadow darted by. Qingfeng Xinyu moved with a ghostly speed that was truly terrifying. With a snap, his palm covered my chest armor, a shimmering glow revealing the soul prison skill. If struck, I would be imprisoned for 7 seconds, during which I could only endure attacks, sealing my fate. In a flash, I reacted, spinning my form, my arm forcefully disrupting the soul prison's light. The Dragon God shield swung in an arc, crashing heavily against his back, yielding a substantial damage number of 30,910. How infuriating! The gentle breeze and the soft rain failed to connect, and to my astonishment, I missed the soul-refining cage. Anger surged within me, and I unleashed my blade, the sword's brilliance transforming into a crescent moon that forcefully struck my chest. Indeed, it was the moon-breaking slash that disregarded my 70 defense. A searing pain tore through my chest as I lost 80,000 health points. This attack was truly ruthless. Suddenly, I raised my divine warrior boots and, while retreating, delivered a powerful kick to the arm of Qingfeng Xinyu. He had intended to evade and thus avoid my strike, but my strength was overwhelming, rendering him incapable of deflecting the force. With a resounding thud, he staggered back, momentarily losing his balance for about half a second. Buzz! The Zhulong's sword let out a piercing cry, and within that brief moment, the ancient rune slash was unleashed, howling forth. Qingfeng Xinyu gasped in alarm and hurriedly retreated, adopting a defensive stance as a series of strikes reverberated against him. Bang! 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 Miss. 42, 291. 58, 828. 71, 626. With just a single combination attack, Qingfeng Xinyu's health was reduced to a mere quarter. My gaze hardened, fixated on my opponent's figure, and I suddenly hurled the Zhulong sword once more. With a swift motion, this ancient celestial artifact transformed into a spiraling blade of light, rushing forth. Do you seek death? Qingfeng Xinyu's speed was astonishing, he abruptly sidestepped, evading the sword's whirling edge. Laughing heartily, he lunged forward, his blade piercing through my arm as he locked eyes with me. A mocking grin upon his face. So this is all you can do. It's time for you to die. Soul capture. The divine technique activated, and my attributes plummeted by 70. I could even see the richness of triumph in Qingfeng Xinyue's smile, the smile of a victor who had vanquished a formidable adversary, one who posed a significant threat to him. Suddenly, I too smiled, the corners of my mouth curling upward. The one who dies will be you. What? Qingfeng Xinyue exclaimed in shock, but I swiftly propelled myself with my boots, kicking out to create distance between us. Qingfeng Xinyue suddenly realized, his entire being nearly petrified. And as he turned, a spiraling storm of blade energy erupted, piercing through his body. With a gasp, 110, 929. With a thud, Qingfeng Xinyue fell to his knees. Utterly unprepared for the unforeseen outcome, having underestimated my foresight regarding the trajectory of the returning dragon spiral. This was the only way to defeat such a cunning and skilled opponent. As he looked up at me, his eyes brimmed with unwillingness and fury, transforming into a myriad of sparkling stars that emanated from the arena. I had secured a hard-fought victory in the first match. Outside the arena, thunderous applause reverberated against the venue's ceiling, a chorus of cheers erupted, and I could distinctly hear Li Chengfeng's exclamation, "Damn, Lu Chen's move was absolutely brilliant." I stood quietly in the arena, my thoughts resembling the tranquil waters of a still pond, reflecting upon everything that had transpired. The speed of the gentle breeze and the swift rain surpassed my own. In truth, any contest of speed with him would be a foregone conclusion. In our previous encounter, his number of strikes was a staggering 15 times greater than mine, and his frequent assaults had drained my energy significantly as I struggled to block them. I had no choice but to defend, for his attack power was formidable, wielding a sword that was undoubtedly a celestial artifact. Thus, the pressing question became how to contend with this tactician, a warrior whose agility had reached the pinnacle of mastery. Suddenly, a thought flashed through my mind, and I couldn't help but smile slightly. Yes, in the next round, I would dare to test whether sheer strength could indeed triumph over his nimbleness. Outside the arena, I heard Bei Mingxue cheering, "Brother, you're doing great. Defeat Qingfeng Xinyue in this round, and we shall seize the championship trophy." A smile crept across my face. Indeed, winning the WEL International Championship was a dream I too harbored. With a rush, Qingfeng Xinyue re-entered the arena, his expression tense as he brandished his razor-sharp blade. With the dragon spiral, I have grasped the essence of this technique. I assure you, I will not fall prey to the same trick twice. I chuckled, rest assured. I too do not expect to defeat you with the same move, especially not against an opponent of your caliber. Qingfeng Xinyue laughed, is that so? Then how do you plan to win this time? I lowered my purple-ing sword, replying with a grin, just keep your eyes wide open. Such arrogance. Qingfeng Xinyue's animosity towards me intensified. In the realm of pinnacle experts, one either admires or becomes a sworn enemy. It appeared that friendship was not in the cards for Qingfeng Xinyue and me, but rather a fierce rivalry. Thus, it was fitting that such a grand national battle would be marked by the intense clashes of adversaries. The system began its countdown. The second match was crucial for both of us. I steeled myself for battle. 3, 2, 1. At the moment the countdown concluded, Qingfeng Xinyue simultaneously activated both the Gale technique and the Berserker Fury. Did he intend to conclude this swiftly? How audacious! With a surge in speed, Qingfeng Xinyue became little more than a fleeting shadow, darting towards me as his blade sliced through the air like a gust of wind. I scarcely had time to evade, forced to retreat continuously while raising my purple-ink sword in defense. Clang! The passive block sent a jolt through my arm. This was far from a good omen. With a sudden stomp of his war boots, he unleashed a devastating attack, but Qingfeng Xinyue, sensing the violent aura, deftly evaded the impact of my attack, stepping back only to advance once more, his blade striking my arm anew. I found myself at a distinct disadvantage in speed. Gritting my teeth, I resolved to fight back. This time, I would not block. Qingfeng Xinyue's moonbreaker pierced through my armor, a searing pain registering at 90,012. His attack power was undeniably overwhelming. In a flash, I seized Qingfeng Xinyue's sword hilt, issuing a fierce cry as I summoned all my strength to wrench him from his original trajectory. Hurling him away with great force, my war boots smashed into the ground as I pursued him relentlessly. the light of the purple Ing sword flaring up as I executed a decisive strike to shatter the heavens. The gentle breeze and the light rain revealed the intensity in my eyes, brimming with the spirit of battle. With a slight tilt of my blade, I initiated a thrust from below, a prelude to my block. Suddenly, I raised my sword with both hands, accelerating its descent. My dark pupils ignited, targeting the weakest point in my opponent's defensive maneuver with unwavering determination. I called out, "Qingfeng Sinew, experience the might of a warrior at level 5. The clash resounded. The tremendous force shattered my adversary's guard, the indigo flames of my sword slicing down into Qingfeng Sinew's form, and I could see the shock in his gaze. Chapter 958, A New Tactical System Crack. The sound of my blade penetrating flesh was remarkably melodic. In that moment, Qingfeng Sinew comprehended his defeat. The act of blocking, revered as a divine skill, is a coveted realm sought by many warrior-class players. In duels among masters, some can achieve a string of successful blocks, a testament to their arduous training. Alas, the cycle of cause and effect proves that no technique can guarantee victory. Blocking is no exception. When faced with an assault of absolute power, coupled with precise angles and swift speed, the outcome is inevitable. Qingfeng Sinew's anticipated block was effortlessly shattered by my overwhelming move, the Qian Kuan break. This was due to 3 factors. First, I unleashed all my strength in this strike. Second, I was aware of the weak point in his defense. And third, my speed had not been significantly outpaced by Qingfeng Sinew. These elements combined to obliterate his confidence in an instant. The era of invincible blocking is likely drawing to a close. Thud! A powerful kick struck Qingfeng Sinew in the chest, extinguishing the fighting spirit in his eyes. Seizing the moment, I raised my Ziying sword and delivered a fierce downward slash. Whoosh! A beam of white light shot beyond the arena, and Qingfeng Sinew, the second in command of the Qing Beast Guild, exited the stage, having suffered 2 successive defeats. Victory in the first round was mine. As I emerged from the arena, I took a deep breath, acutely aware of the peril inherent in this confrontation. A slight misstep could have led to my downfall. Qingfeng Sinew, meticulous in his strategy, would not overlook any opportunity. In the first round, I had triumphed by exploiting the unique properties of my spiral dragon maneuver. In the second round, I successfully employed a newly devised technique for power-based shattering blocks. This was my inaugural trial of the tactic, and while success does not guarantee future victories, every strategy must undergo countless rehearsals to mature, and the force-breaking block technique is no different. Nonetheless, this did not dampen the spirit of celebration among my companions. Bai Mingxue clung to my arm, her face radiant with joy. "Brother, you won. As expected, you're stronger. Qingfeng Sinew defeated Zhu Yingluan, yet you triumphed over Qingfeng Sinew, clearly proving your superiority over Zhu Yingluan." I paused, struck by the realization Zhu Yingluan, who had not been bested by anyone, had fallen to me. Upon my return to the homeland, Zhu Yingluan's standing within the Chinese server would undoubtedly waver, placing him in a more precarious position. I patted Bai Mingxue on the shoulder and said, "All right, let us proceed with the subsequent matches. Remember, do not let victory cloud your judgment. The next few opponents are formidable. The god of war, reputedly stronger than the gentle breeze and the soft rain, possesses both speed and strength. North Ming, let us see your prowess." "Understood." North Mingxue, wielding her longbow, declared, "I shall do my utmost." "Very well." In the next moment, North Mingxue was teleported into the arena, followed closely by the god of war, brandishing a gleaming blade and regarding her with a playful smile. North Mingxue, holding her ice feather, stood gracefully, summoning her dragon dawn steed. She mounted the horse, harnessing her speed advantage to disrupt the formation, ultimately aiming to exhaust her opponent, a tactic well known to archers, and one she understood without needing reminders. The god of war stood in the center of the arena, a faint smile gracing his lips as he summoned a golden shield for protection. This shield, akin to the earth shield effect, significantly aids in mitigating damage, much like my ghostly shield. However, in a duel between top-tier players, such effects often become imperceptible, as the overwhelming offensive capabilities of the opponent render the shield's benefits negligible. With a swift motion, azure whirlwinds erupted as the god of war entered his earth transformation state. He let out a fierce roar, invoking the divine general skill. The god of war's secret technique, entering a state of divine possession, ensuring that every attack would result in a guaranteed critical hit. This divine skill was particularly deadly, dealing double damage with each strike, especially against an archer like Northming Xue, whose low defense and health made her exceedingly vulnerable. In previous matches, the god of war had refrained from employing his divine skill, and he muttered to himself, Northming is in peril. I, too, was acutely aware that Northming Xue's chances against the god of war did not exceed 30%. As the match commenced, Northming Xue retreated swiftly, unleashing a series of spiral arrow blades and skyward arrows that hovered above the god of war's head. The sinister barrage caused his body to tremble and his health to steadily decline. However, the god of war's health was conservatively estimated at nearly 400,000. Thanks to the double attack power conferred by the god of war's secret technique, he was unconcerned by her meager offensive output. The god of war remained patient, waiting until his health dipped to 350,000 before launching a ferocious assault. Activating his victory frenzy skill, he charged through Northming Xue's icy arrows, calculating the cooldown of her leaping skill. In a fleeting moment, he unleashed a flurry of 6 fiery slashes. 2 of these strikes were deftly parried by Northming Xue's dagger, yet the remaining 4 were unavoidable. In the first round, the Dark Archer faced defeat. As the second round began, fortune favored Northming Xue, who triggered the Ice Spirit effect through her sinister barrage. With a crack, the god of war's feet were encased in ice, rendering his victory frenzy skill unusable. Following her skyward arrow and spiral arrow blade, she executed a flawless abyssal well, ensnaring her opponent. Just as the god of war broke free from the well, the skyward arrow descended once more. The attack power of her Wind Rider set was formidable enough to fell even the god of war, who boasted 400,000 health, as he succumbed beneath Northming Xue's feather. With this, she momentarily leveled the score, her luck shining brightly as the unexpected Ice Spirit effect left the god of war fuming, his face flushed with frustration. In the third and decisive round, Lady Luck did not favor Beiming Xue this time. Despite various kite tactics, she could not contend with the formidable war god Wang, whose equipment was simply unparalleled. Ultimately, it was the devastating 6-hit combo, Firestorm Slash, that snatched away Beiming Xue's chance of victory. With a sigh, Beiming Xue approached the sidelines and spread her hands, exclaiming, "Brother, I've lost again." I pressed my lips together and replied, "It's to be expected. A warrior-class player unleashing 6 consecutive attacks. Such a relentless assault is beyond even my capacity to withstand, let alone yours." Goodness, where on earth did this war god Wang learn such a skill as Firestorm Slash? It's astonishing. If I had known it, I wouldn't have had to suffer such a brutal fight against Qingfeng Xinyu. Beiming Xue chuckled, "Brother, you still have the energy to joke." I glanced at Lien Xian and said, "What is there to fear? The next match features Lien Xian. Surely we 1-t lose, right? Lien Xian, wouldn't you agree?" Lien Xian shot me an exasperated look. "You're putting so much pressure on me. Just go?" "All right." Lien Xian stepped forward to face the magical archer, Ye. This was a duel of archery versus magic. I maintained a rather optimistic outlook, as Lien Xian possessed significant advantages: the psionic shield, the field of potential, and the ice spiral matrix, each a remarkable skill in PK battles, and her dexterity was nothing short of exceptional, rendering her unfazed by the opponent's long-range attacks. As soon as the match began, Ye engaged in a strategic dance, unleashing a flurry of netherfire barrage, reminiscent of Beiming Xue's evil spirit barrage, but with far superior potency. Lien Xian's strategy was also one of attrition, with both combatants maintaining an attack range of 40 yards. The ultimate goal was to inflict damage while retreating unscathed. After 3 consecutive missed dimensional storms, Lien Xian assessed Ye's prowess. The archer's movement was remarkably adept, and her evasion rate was exceedingly high. Lien Xian needed to find a decisive opportunity, for the resilience of the psionic shield was dwindling, and Ye might seize the moment to deliver a fatal blow. He, with her captivating eyes fixed on the battlefield, expressed her concern. I nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's imperative, and I trust that Lien Xian is already seeking such an opportunity. Yes, indeed. We were conversing when Lien Xian suddenly blinked forward, her staff raised high, invoking the kiss of the dragon. Ye was taken aback, leaping backward in haste. However, Lien Xian, deftly wielding her staff, sprinted a few steps across the grass. unleashing a torrent of 12 fields of potential that crashed down upon Ye's landing spot. It must be said that Lien Xian's mastery of positioning was remarkable. As Ye touched the ground, she found herself only 25 yards away from Lien Xian. The blue matrix runes materialized beneath her feet, causing Ye to panic. After losing a staggering 100,000 health points, she hastily retreated, but unexpectedly fell victim to Lien Xian's gravity trap. In that moment, Ye's heart sank. She could hardly fathom that this seemingly delicate Chinese girl possessed such formidable strength. In truth, I had always believed in Lien Xian's prowess in one-on-one combat. The brilliance of the kiss of the dragon shone forth, and Ye was defeated. In the second round, there was not much change. Lianxin's absolute strength was evident, especially with her proficiency in long-range combat, leaving her unafraid of her opponent. With a cumulative score of 21, Gujian secured another hard-won victory. The expression on War God Wang's face finally lost its earlier ease. His jaw clenched tightly. Damn, how could this happen? Yi actually fell so easily. Qingfeng Xinyu, embracing her blade, leaned against the tree by the bedside, saying, "You must believe in your warriors. Qian Yang will surely prevail. That kid, Xueyinshan, is indeed formidable." War God Wang snorted coldly. Yes, in his duel with you just now, he inadvertently pioneered a new style of combat, which I believe you have noticed. Qingfeng Xinyu nodded. Indeed, the strategy of striking fast against fast utilizes rapid movements to deflect the opponent's attacks. However, his strike was quicker than my defense, finding the weakness in my guard and delivering a fatal blow. Such reflexes and striking power are indeed terrifying. War God Wang's expression darkened. Only someone of his caliber is worthy to be our opponent. Let us prepare for the 2v2 battle, regardless of Qian Yang's outcome. I wish to confront this small king of the Chinese region, Xueyinshan. Chapter 959, The Sacred Disarmament in the fourth match. He faced Qian Yang, who was the foremost assassin from Haida City, and there was no doubt about her operational prowess. Moreover, Qian Yang's equipment was quite impressive. Her main dagger appeared at least to be an artifact. Meanwhile, other peak-level players were also diligently pursuing their own paths, albeit without any current intersection. With a swish, the two ladies entered the arena. He wielded the 7-star Lioli spear, commanding her magnificent dragon steed, her snow-white cloak billowing in the wind, embodying the quintessential knightly beauty. The intricate patterns on her shield glimmered, clearly signaling that her defenses were not to be underestimated. He's stunning visage rivaled that of Linyson, and in the game, she exuded even more elegance. Many spectators watching the large screen could not help but swallow hard. Her opponent, Qian Yang, was also a quintessential beauty of Indian descent, her alluring figure accentuated by leather armor, showcasing her flawless curves. With deep blue eyes fixed intently on Qian Yang twirled her offhand dagger, smiling as she summoned a cyclone of earth. Being a divine general-class player was indeed her advantage. As the cyclone swirled, He did not retreat. Instead, she advanced a few steps. Her advantage lay in her high defense and substantial health, which meant she would not be instantly eliminated by Qian Yang. However, with the 7-star Lioli spear, a single successful ice rock inferno slash could spell doom for her opponent. The system began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. At the moment the match commenced, Qian Yang abruptly activated her sprinting skill, her speed surging dramatically, and as her body sank into the void, it was clear that she was adopting an aggressive tempo. He, remarkably astute, executed a series of swift retreats. The dragon steed, Long Yao, unleashed the Dragon Soul Guardian skill, enhancing both offense and defense to 50, thereby fortifying He's defenses against any potential breach. Moreover, He possessed the renowned general skill, Wang Dao, while Qian Yang Wang's strategic skill merely offered a maximum attack boost of 120 through a 7th tier encouragement. With keen vigilance towards the ground, observing every movement, He surged forward with breathtaking speed, her exquisite eyes radiating confidence. The 7-star glazed spear sliced through the air, tracing a flawless arc. A resounding clang echoed as sparks flew. Indeed, after numerous trials, the alluring guild leader's perceptiveness within the game had reached near perfection, successfully identifying Qian Yang Wang's elusive position. With a series of rapid strikes, Qian Yang Wang was forced to retreat several steps, overwhelmed by He's formidable strength. However, after regaining her footing, she swiftly activated the Death Shadow Dance skill, propelling her speed to astonishing heights. She darted like a phantom, evading He Yi's assault, and with a sudden grasp, seized the spear's shaft, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. Activating the Divine General skill, she rendered He Yi disarmed for a brief 15 seconds, leaving her defenseless. With a clang, the 7-star glazed spear vanished, leaving He Yi bereft of her weapon. Qianyang, seizing the moment, thrust her dagger forward, the razor-sharp vortex striking He Yi's chest, resulting in several crimson streaks appearing between her flawless curves, diminishing her health significantly. 48,291, 52,828, 49,283. It was evident that upon reaching Qianyang's caliber, the ability to bypass armor had ascended to an entirely new realm. Devoid of her weapon, He Yi remained composed. With a sudden flourish, she unleashed a powerful punch upon Qianyang's shoulder, dealing 19,109 points of damage. Qianyang, demonstrating exceptional skill, deftly seized He Yi's arm and leaped behind her, dagger raised, successfully locking in a piercing strike. With determination, He Yi gritted her teeth and, without looking back, executed a fierce elbow strike backward, sending Qianyang tumbling from her mount. In the same motion, He Yi dismounted and, with a swift stride, raised her palm to deliver a 5-hit ice rock purgatory slash. Even without weapons, the ferocity of her assault remained undiminished. Qianyang let out a pained cry as her health plummeted by nearly 100,000 points. Her eyes widened in astonishment. She had never anticipated that the leader of the Ancient Sword Alliance would exhibit such strength, remaining formidable even while disarmed. In a sudden thrust, Qianyang consumed a health potion, eager for battle. He Yi, fingers poised like daggers, unleashed a fiery red spike, manifesting the brilliance of barrier-breaking light. This audacity drew cheers from the spectators, as she demonstrated an indomitable spirit even in unarmed combat. Unfortunately, lacking a weapon, Qianyang easily blocked her assault, swiftly vanishing into the shadows. The dagger whistled through the air, and after a flurry of 4 strikes, He Yi gradually succumbed to the ground, ultimately unable to prevail against the premier assassin of Qingda City. In the second round, the battle resumed, and this time, He Yi exhibited her cleverness. She had discerned the trick behind Qianyang's weapon disarm technique, realizing that she had to close the distance to execute it. Thus, at the very moment Qianyang attempted to disarm, He Yi swiftly flicked her arm, unleashing a barrier-breaking strike that shot forth from the 7-star glazed spear, piercing directly through her opponent's chest and abdomen. Coupled with a standard thrust, Qianyang widened her eyes in shock and collapsed, allowing He Yi to score a point. In the third round, the rhythm returned to Qianyang's favor. She no longer rushed to disarm, but instead utilized blocks to continuously disrupt He Yi's tempo before stealthily attempting the disarm. This time, He could not defend against it. However, she still managed to strike her opponent down to 7 health points with bare hands, leaving Qianyang pale with fright after her victory, almost leading to the end of the match in the 4th round. With a score of 22, the decisive round was inevitably dragged into a 2v2 showdown. Despite He Yi's valiant efforts, her opponent was the foremost assassin of India, whose tactical positioning surpassed her own, making the loss somewhat expected. Nevertheless, He Yi had performed admirably, not being entirely overwhelmed. With a clang, I drew the Ziying sword and turned to Bei Ming Xue, smiling. All right, it's our turn to take the stage, Bei Ming. Let us confront the combination of the War God King and Qing Feng Xin. Bei Ming Xue nodded with a smile. Lian Xin, tilting her head with a grin, remarked, Bei Ming, aren't you at all worried about the strength of the War God King and Qing Feng Xin? Bei Ming Xue blinked, her gaze resolute. With my brother by my side, I fear nothing. No matter how strong the War God King and Qing Feng Xin are, we will surely defeat them. Lian Xin placed a hand on her forehead, exclaiming, This girl is hopeless. For beams of light flashed consecutively, and the 2 exceptional masters, War God King and Qing Feng Xin, materialized before us. I glanced at little Bei Ming beside me and reassured her, Do not be anxious. This battle could very well be the most challenging one in our WL journey, even if we reach the finals. The League of Legends may not present a stronger lineup than these 2. Bei Mingxue clenched her small fist, smiling. Brother, if I'm not nervous. Does that mean once we defeat these two, we will be champions? I chuckled. As long as we synchronize our efforts, in my heart, we are already champions. During the domestic competition, we claimed victory without encountering formidable opponents, aside from Zhulong, leading many to criticize the worth of our championship in the ancient sword spirit dream. Now, in the international competition, we have vanquished numerous super teams along the way, the divine domain of Hong Feng, the wild throne of Lake and Hen, and now we face the Qingtian beast, ultimately culminating in the heroic throne. If we can ascend to the pinnacle, this trophy will undoubtedly possess immense value. We are the kings who sweep away all. Bei Mingxue giggled. Yes, let us do our best. Both of us must strive hard. We must be cautious of the War God King's Firestorm 6/ and Qingfeng Xian's Soul Refinement Cage and Soul Capture, which are lethal techniques. Bei Ming, you must survive until the end. Understood. I will give it my all. Remote restraint, cooperate with me. First, eliminate Qingfeng Sinew. Those who invest in agility possess insufficient defense and health, making them easier to defeat. I shall employ the ancient seal to compel him to succumb to the Thousand Ice Slash. Once he is frozen, the task shall be yours. Additionally, make effective use of the Abyssal Well. Excellent. The Cyclone Shuttle, the 4 players on the field simultaneously transformed into divine generals. This is a true pinnacle confrontation. War God Wang and Qingfeng Sinew are both renowned peak-level warriors. In contrast, the once feared Dark Archer, Bei Mingxue, has become the weakest among us. Thus, I must exert greater influence. Otherwise, our chances of victory will undoubtedly pale in comparison to theirs. The system begins its countdown. The ticking sound resonating deeply within our hearts. 3, 2, 1. With 2 sharp cracks, dust billowed as War God Wang and Qingfeng Sinew surged forward, their sights set on my rear. Indeed, they chose Bei Mingxue as their primary target for elimination. A weight settled in my heart. I immediately sprang into action. With a single hand raised, the binding divine technique descended from the heavens, locking onto the position before War God Wang. His reflexes were lightning fast. He abruptly halted and swiftly veered to evade the sharp edge of the binding technique. Yet, I suddenly raised the Ziying sword, a surge of dragon spirit enveloping the blade as it whirled forth with a fierce howl. With one hand outstretched, the ancient seal, War God Wang found himself with no escape. His gaze turned frosty as he swung his sword, striking fiercely against my spinning blade. Is he mad, choosing to clash head-on? Clang. In the collision of blades, the Ziying sword was violently repelled, yet the ancient seal, as expected, imprinted above War God Wang's head, displaying a staggering damage number of 89,929. With a snap, I grasped the hilt of the Ziying sword as it returned to me, pushing back against War God Wang's onslaught, and swiftly dashed towards Qingfeng Sinew. In mid-charge, Qingfeng Sinew seemed to possess eyes at the back of his head. Halting suddenly with a fierce battle spirit, swiftly turning around, his blade raised, he shouted, "Receive my strike." The attack speed of this agile warrior was simply too rapid for me to evade. I could only raise my blade to block. To my astonishment, a glint of cold light flickered in Qingfeng Sinew's eyes as he suddenly angled his blade, targeting the area near my wrist, precisely where I was most vulnerable. Remarkably, in that brief exchange, he had already discerned and adapted to a new tactical system that exploits the weaknesses of absolute power in defense. Chapter 960, The Surge of Battle Intent. The concept of absolute power striking the most vulnerable points of defense may indeed unleash even greater destructive force. This is an exploration of tactical philosophy. However, it is evident that Qingfeng Sinew's insight is somewhat misguided. For my weakest defensive point is still stronger than his attack, as I am a fully powered undead warrior. Clang. As the blades clashed, brilliant sparks erupted, and with a subtle shift of my wrist, I expertly dissipated over 70% of my opponent's force. Above us, the word missed soared, leaving Qingfeng Sinew utterly astounded. Without waiting for him to react, I charged forward, my shoulder colliding forcefully with his. Bang! Qingfeng Sinew staggered back, momentarily losing his balance. Seizing this rare opportunity, I raised my Ziying sword high and unleashed the Qingquan break. Startled, Qingfeng Sinew raised his sword to block, simultaneously executing a dual move as he lifted his left leg and delivered a brutal kick to my abdomen. His strikes were nothing short of lethal. I raised my knee, gritting my teeth as it crashed down upon his boot. With a resounding smack, I grasped the hilt of my sword with both hands, driving it downwards with a fierce shout. Break! Qingfeng Xingyu braced against the blade, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor. Yet, in that fleeting moment as my sword descended, I executed a subtle shift, altering the point of impact by approximately 5 centimeters. This unexpected deviation left Qingfeng Xingyu aghast, for he sensed that my full-force strike was beyond his capacity to withstand. Bang! The Ziying sword forcefully shattered his defense, the Qianquan break crashing into Qingfeng Xingyu's shoulder, inflicting a staggering 288 points of damage. In a flash, I feigned an attack, producing a miss notification that granted him a moment of reprieve, causing him to retreat in terror. However, he did not forget to retaliate, summoning the soul capture technique, which shimmered ominously in his grasp. Quick as lightning, I delivered a powerful kick to his sword's edge, using the rebound to slide back and evade the effects of soul capture. With a single hand raised, I unleashed 7 ancient seals upon the ground. No matter how swift Qingfeng Xingyu was, he could not escape, and was hit directly, losing 140,000 health points, leaving him nearly drained. North Underworld, sky-piercing arrow. I turned and shouted, noticing that Baiming Shui was being pursued by the War God King. Yet, the graceful dark archer skillfully executed a dagger block, retreating with fluidity before unleashing a massive arrow volley. The sky-piercing arrow covered half the arena, and Qingfeng Xingyu, caught off guard, fell to his knees as his last vestige of health was stripped away. Qingfeng Xingyu, the War God King, roared in fury, lunging forward and delivering a fierce knee strike to Baiming Shui's shoulder. Taking advantage of her momentary imbalance, he executed the Firestorm 6 slash, instantly eliminating her from the match. With a flash, Baiming Shui transformed into a stream of white light, exiting the arena. The War God King, his cape billowing, had yet to touch the ground when I emerged from the side, Ziying's sword poised to strike. Clang! In a split second, he managed to parry my blow, his strength rivaling my own, making it exceedingly difficult to shatter his defense. Yet, my intention was not to humiliate my opponent, but to secure victory in this contest. With a swift motion, I grasped the War God King's collar, my boots thudding against the ground as the crimson light of War Crush engulfed him, slicing through his health. 52, 388. 62, 992. 71, 266. The counterattack from the God of War was remarkably swift. His left leg, clad in battle boots, swept towards me with a flourish of his battle robe. I hastily raised my arm to defend, and with a clang, the Dragon God shield vibrated ominously. An even greater peril emerged. A fiery red spike pierced through the God of War's cloak, revealing that he had concealed a devastating strike within the folds of his battle attire. It came at me like a flash of lightning, leaving me no more than 15 seconds to react. Desperate, I brandished the Ziying sword to block. Failure meant certain death. The opponent activated the God of War's divine technique, a lethal strike with 100 fatality. Who could withstand a breach of such a barrier? Instinctively, in that fleeting moment, I consumed a Blood Knight card, elevating my health limit to 350,000 points, just to endure a moment longer. With a thrust, the fiery spike met the blade of the Ziying sword, and the God of War, brimming with murderous intent, laughed heartily. Break. Boom. Indeed, the force was overwhelming, shattering my defense and sending a searing pain through my chest as my health plummeted to 212,994. This foe was relentless. The God of War struck swiftly, the sword glinting ominously as he unleashed the Fire Howl 6 slashes. Seeking death, I growled as my left fist ignited with a crimson whirlwind, launching the demon-breaking fist that collided ferociously against his chest plate, disrupting the onslaught of the Fire Howl 6 slashes. 29, 891. Death's tenacity surged forth, replenishing 90,000 of my health as I lunged forward, unflinchingly meeting the God of War's blade head-on. With a resounding crack, my battle boots landed on his sword, scorching away a significant portion of my health. Yet I leaned back, executing a powerful upward kick that struck his chin. Boom. 39,019. Upon landing, I resolved not to linger. With a flick of my blade, I unleashed the fiery blade slash. The God of War, recognizing the threat, swiftly raised his sword to assume a defensive stance. Boom. 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 3 fiery blades erupted, sending dust swirling. Yet the God of War's protective barrier absorbed much of the impact, leaving him with merely 100,000 points of health lost. With a swift motion, his blade swung empty, and I glided forward, my cloak nearly obliterated by the god of war's assault. Both of us were fully committed to the battle, and the intensity was unparalleled. I dared not allow him to land a hit. The 100 fatal strike instilled in me a profound fear of losing this contest. Thus, I resolved to wield my utmost prowess to defeat him. As I retreated, ancient runes reappeared upon the ground. The god of war roared in fury, yet found no means of escape. Dragon slashing blade. I discerned it. His strength lay in close combat, mine in ranged attacks. He could not match my distance. The dragon slashing blade missed effortlessly, but the price of that miss was the god of war enduring my spiral dragon strike, nearly penetrating him entirely. With a sudden forceful stomp on the ground, I charged forward, my sword sweeping out as I unleashed the fiery blade slash, while the god of war's fire howl 6 slashes came at me again. It was over, my speed faltered, and the skill's attack guidance required time. A tremor coursed through me, but without hesitation, I hurled my blade. The violet sword pierced through my opponent's chest with lightning speed, and simultaneously, I was swept away by the devastating sixfold blaze slash, meeting my end. In an instant, I was flung out of the arena, leaving all spectators in stunned silence. The outcome was a draw, a mutual destruction. He, Lian, Xian, and Beiming Shui gazed at me with wide eyes, utterly bewildered. Just then, the system notification chimed in. System prompt. Player Xueyinshan and player Zhang Wang have both perished in battle. However, player Zhang Wang's demise occurred 0.7 seconds earlier than player Xueyinshan's. Therefore, the ancient Sword Soul Dream Team is declared victorious. Instantly, the nearby ladies leaped up in jubilant celebration. This match concluded in such a comical fashion. This was merely the first round. Another awaited us, and we must secure a victory. Grasping the violet sword, I resolutely declared, Bei Ming, you fell too early in the last round. Bei Ming Shui sniffled, looking quite aggrieved. Zhang Wang's assault was too fierce. I had to look after Qing Feng Xian while also guarding against the sixfold blaze slash. How could anyone manage such a feat? I'm at a loss for words. I chuckled and put my arm around her shoulders. All right, we are merely one step away from the finals. Let us buckle down and seize this next round. Once back in the arena, Zhang Wang and Qing Feng Xian wore expressions as calm as they were unnerving, their palpable murderous intent impossible to disguise. These two were ready to fight to the death, and I could only speculate about their strategy for this round. Bei Ming Shui tugged at my arm, a soft chuckle escaping her lips. Brother, I have a feeling we might just win. Why is that? I inquired. With a playful blink, Bei Ming Shui replied. Because I possess the ability of mind reading. I believe their strategy will be to eliminate you first, considering you single-handedly defeated them in the previous round. Without taking you out, they cannot secure victory. What if I truly get killed? I shrugged, chuckling. Bei Ming Shui looked at me with her sparkling eyes and sweetly reassured. No way. I trust in your defensive capabilities. Sister Lin Yisin has told me that the hardest player to defeat in the entire Chinese region is not the heavily armored Guzi, but you. Your infinite blocking and counterattack strategy is unmatched. I touched my nose, feigning modesty. If I continue this way, I'll become conceited. Hee, as laughter echoed between us. The countdown began, heralding yet another exhilarating moment. 3, 2, 1. Zhang Wang brandished his blade and shouted, Here we come, once again splitting into two teams. I swiftly moved to intercept, but to my surprise, Zhang Wang launched a long-range skill instead. With an upward thrust of his arm and fingers splayed wide, a fiery net materialized in midair and was hurled forth with a mighty shout. Fire cage net. In an instant, Bei Ming Shui was caught off guard, ensnared by the fire net, rendering her immobile for a staggering 25 seconds. Not only Bei Ming Shui, but I too was taken aback by this unforeseen tactic. In that moment, their strategy became crystal clear. Restrain Bei Ming Shui for 25 seconds, eliminate me within that time frame, and victory would be theirs for certain. Here they came. The gentle breeze and the light rain heralded the fierce wind technique, akin to a shadowy specter descending upon me. The blade swept across, carving an arc through the air. With a resounding clash, I forcefully parried the attack, only to be caught off guard by the War God King's 6 consecutive fiery slashes from behind. Without turning, I locked onto a nearby gnarled tree and charged forward, narrowly evading 6 successive attacks. In the midst of my turn, The gentle breeze and light rain struck again, their feet tracing a spiral pattern as their blade advanced, launching 3 rapid assaults akin to a thunderbolt. Their attack speed was astonishing, rivaling even that of Li Chengfeng. I could only deflect the first strike, while the remainder compelled me to remain on the defensive. The war god king advanced, more lethal than ever, with blades slicing from both sides, creating a dazzling display of flashing steel. The double S spiral tactic emerged, and to my astonishment, they intended to employ this technique to eliminate me. In that fleeting moment, my blood surged with excitement, and I could not help but laugh heartily, exclaiming, "It has been ages since I have witnessed a dual-blade spiral maneuver. Bring it on." The soul-quelling cloak transformed into a crimson light, darting into the midst of their sword formation. I danced upon the ephemeral points, spinning like a windmill, my purple sword clashing with a series of successful parries. Suddenly halting, I delivered a powerful strike that cleaved through the gentle breeze and light rain's defense, shouting, "Break for me." The impact sent the gentle breeze and light rain reeling back. Disbelief etched upon their face. The war god king, consumed by fury, unleashed a flurry of strikes, yet I remained unscathed, my vitality steadfast above 40. This pinnacle of operational prowess surpassed even my own expectations. Once the deep-seated desire for a challenge from a true master erupted, my potential soared beyond my previous capabilities. For a full 25 seconds, the 3 of us were locked in combat, ultimately leaving me with 14 vitality, the war god king with 18, and the gentle breeze and light rain reduced to a meager 9. The successive disruption of their soul-capturing and soul-refining skills rendered the gentle breeze and light rain gazing at me in sheer terror. At that moment, a sweet voice rang out from nearby. "Hee, leave the rest to me." With a thunderous roar, a blood-red storm vortex materialized, ensnaring both the war god king and the gentle breeze and light rain. Bei Mingxue finally broke free from the fiery web's confinement, concluding the battle with a strike from the abyssal well. As the abyssal well vanished, my ancient seal, the fiery blade slash, and Bei Mingxue's spiral arrow descended from above. Both the war god king and the gentle breeze and light rain were dispatched simultaneously. The final score was locked at 32. We had advanced to the finals. Chapter 961. Violence against violence. My entire being was taut as a bowstring. The earlier scenes of battle still swirling in my mind. The piercing assaults of the gentle breeze and light rain, the war god king's domineering yet agile counterattacks, and my repeated blocks, navigating perilously close to their blades. For a full 25 seconds, my personal tactical maneuvers seemed to undergo a transformation. Indeed, since my debut, I had never faced such a formidable onslaught. The gentle breeze and light rain, 2 renowned figures, and I had forcibly carved a path through their encirclement. Even after stepping outside the arena, disbelief lingered in my heart. Perhaps the words once spoken by the 7-star lantern were indeed true. Some individuals are born to battle, like the scholar and Lin Fan. Indeed, their relentless defiance in the face of adversity, poised yet nimble, exemplifies the essential qualities of a king-level player. Otherwise, they are unworthy of ascending to the pinnacle. The thunderous applause from the audience jolted me back to reality. We had already exited the competition room. The war god Wang, Qingfeng Xinyu, and the enchanting Yi, among others, departed the stage with a sense of melancholy, leaving our team to advance to the finals. In another direction, our adversaries, for players from League of Legends, made their entrance. Vienna's Sorrow wore a lazy smile, his eyes brimming with a provocative spirit of competition. Clearly eager to claim the throne at this WEL, the host, appeared even more exhilarated than we were. Approaching Vienna's Sorrow and engaging in a brief exchange that left her blushing. After uttering a few words in English, she opened her arms and bestowed a warm embrace upon him. Vienna remained remarkably composed, perhaps accustomed to such displays, while the only female member of their team, the whimsical Death Wish, wore a teasing smile. Subsequently, the host switched to fluent Mandarin, infused with a hint of a Beijing accent, likely a result of her training in the capital. "Hello, you from the water's edge, you have made it to the finals. How do you feel now?" she inquired, directing her attention to He. He glanced at Vienna's Sorrow, smiled subtly, and confidently replied in English, words I did not comprehend. However, Xin translated for me. "Our leader says we will do our utmost to defeat Vienna's Sorrow, and the ancient Sword Soul Dream will contend for the championship. League of Legends cannot halt our momentum." I couldn't help but chuckle at his spirited declaration. The host was momentarily taken aback, while Vienna's sorrow clenched his fist, responding with a faint smile. Then let us meet on the battlefield. Let all enmity be resolved here. I rolled my eyes, as if a resolution could be achieved so easily. In the Tianzong continent, the three major cities of the Chinese region were merely separated by the Dragonbone mountain range from their American counterparts, and the warfare was incessant. It was utterly implausible to believe that a single WEL final could bring an end to it all. Offstage, Li Chengfeng stood at the edge of the platform, delivering a powerful punch upon the stage floor, exclaiming, "Lu Chun, for heaven's sake, give it your all. Let's wipe out League of Legends and send them back to their grandmothers." War Tian casually slung his backpack over his shoulder, standing beside Li Chengfeng. Exactly. We need to crush them. Those scoundrels from League of Legends are nothing but bullies. Let's take them down and silence their arrogance. Behind them, Sansheng Mo clutched a cup of cola, retorting, "Hey, it's you two idiots who are being arrogant. Hurry back to your seats." Li Chengfeng and War Tian's banter made me chuckle. Indeed, the ancient Sword Soul Dream's entry into the finals filled all players from the Chinese region with immense excitement. This was our shared glory, for when we entered the WL battlefield, a 5-star red flag preceded our IDs. "Eve, let us input the matchups." I whispered softly into He's ear, "Arrange for me to be the first to battle, with Lian Xing second and Bei Mingxue third. Let us wager and see if Vienna's sorrow is indeed the first to enter the fray." All right. He swiftly input the lineup, and soon, the opposing team finalized their roster as well. Before long, the matchups appeared on the grand screen, and indeed, my prediction was vindicated. 1v1. Xueyinshan LV 187 Necromancer versus Vienna's Sorrow LV 189 Berserker 1v1. Lianxing LV 188 Starry Illusionist versus Beethoven's Joy LV 186 Starry Night 1v1. Bei Mingxue LV 188 Dark Archer versus Da Vinci's Code LV 185 Shadow Archer 1v1. Zai Shui Yifeng LV 186 Magic Knight versus Death Wish LV 187 Mage 2v2. Xueyinshan LV 187 Necromancer and Bei Mingxue LV 188 Dark Archer versus Vienna's Sorrow LV 189 Berserker and Beethoven's Joy LV 186 Starry Night. It was a classic clash, a razor's edge duel. The final battle of the WEL International Championship was destined to not disappoint. The Ace Warriors would face off, with me confronting Vienna's Sorrow, while the enchanting Lianxing would engage the opposing Starry Night. The two classes were, after all, of the same lineage. In the third match, Bei Mingxue would face the Shadow Archer, a contest of top-tier archers, and in the fourth, He would confront Death Wish. In the ultimate showdown, both teams would unleash their champions. As the players entered the arena, the strobe lights flickered, and anticipation hung thick in the air for the climactic conclusion of the WEL International Championship. We stepped into the battlefield, standing at the edge of the high platform. There was little strategy left to discuss. The disparity in strength between our four opponents and us was minimal. Victory or defeat would hinge purely on luck and the state of mind. I felt it was equally plausible for us to sweep through League of Legends 50-0, or for them to achieve the same against us. Lu Chun, win the first match. You are our pride. Do not falter against Vienna's Sorrow, he said, gazing at me earnestly before the battle commenced. I nodded, rest assured. Eve, I shall give my all. The summoning system's sprite flew into the arena, and as I materialized, Vienna's Sorrow stood confidently before me, a smile gracing his lips. Yet behind that smile lay a fervent desire for vengeance. In the Battle of Dawn City, I had single-handedly withstood the Northern Alliance for a staggering 3 hours, preventing them from claiming the city, a disgrace for the Northern Alliance and for Vienna himself. Despite his overwhelming numerical superiority in that battle, I had severed his head from the throng of 1,000,000. For one with Vienna's prideful nature, this represented a blemish upon his life, one he could only hope to cleanse through repeated confrontations in grand tournaments like the WEL. Perhaps after tormenting me more than tenfold, he might find satisfaction. Alas, that satisfaction would remain elusive. The countdown echoed ominously. The time for our fateful clash approached. 3, 2, 1. The cyclone howled as two individuals entered a state of transformation, with victory tantalizingly close. Forget the weapons. The championship and MVP status were paramount. With a swift motion, the blade of Vienna unleashed a long, chilling arc of energy extending 10 meters, a testament to his divine skill, the Frostblade, capable of executing remote assaults with lethal precision. I boldly sought battle, my boots shattering the rubble beneath me as I dashed forward with the swiftness of lightning. Upon closing to within 15 yards of Vienna, I abruptly halted, raising my sword to deliver the thousand-ice slash. Vienna hastily retreated, and simultaneously, a golden sigil soared skyward before plummeting down, my ancient sigil unleashed in tandem. Vienna, caught in a moment of despair, staggered forward a few steps before swiftly retreating, skillfully evading both the thousand-ice slash and the ancient sigil within a mere 3 seconds. Seizing this divine opportunity, I unleashed a thunderous charge. With a swift stroke, I executed a devastating heaven and earth strike without hesitation. Vienna's expression hardened as he decisively parried my strike with his blade. However, before the force could dissipate, I delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. My body sank slightly as the purple mist sword darted forward like a bolt of lightning, targeting his chest. The offensive maneuver unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving no chance for Vienna to respond. The raging blade slash. 3 consecutive strikes reverberated against Vienna's chest. The purple mist sword, razor-sharp, tore through his breastplate, eliciting 3 massive damage figures: 49,020, 72,994, 82,677. His defenses were formidable, preventing the raging blade slash from delivering a lethal blow. Vienna's expression twisted into one of fury as he raised his sword with lightning speed. Launching a barrier break, I leapt to parry, but his speed was overwhelming. He struck downwards with his left arm, forcefully disarming my purple mist sword. Seizing the opportunity, his blade shimmered with savage patterns, striking through my infernal armor like a bolt of lightning. Beast roar slash. Thud. 128,388. A critical hit. The searing pain radiating from my chest was unbearable. With my sword momentum unsteady, I did not attempt to adjust the purple mist sword's trajectory. Instead, I swung the hilt upwards, delivering a crushing blow to Vienna's chin, channeling the force into a war-shattering attack. Bam! 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 Only the final strike connected. And as Vienna retreated, he unleashed a flurry of 3 consecutive slashes with his frostblade, the rhythm of his attacks falling like torrential rain, rendering me unable to block, only able to defend. The blade's brilliance repeatedly struck against my dragon god shield, causing my health to plummet. With a sudden flourish, the dragon god shield was raised, and I charged forth once more. Leaping into the air, Vienna's frost blade narrowly missed my toes. Suspended midair, I activated my dark vision. Vienna's equipment was overwhelmingly powerful, revealing almost no weaknesses, save for a faint red line on his right shoulder, his only vulnerable point. Amidst the resonant echoes of the Zhulong sword's melody, I found myself suspended in the air, abruptly casting forth the blade. Surrounding the sword's body was a swirling aura of blood-red dragon souls, a manifestation of the confluence of spiraling energy and necromantic power. The entire blade transformed into a streak of crimson light, hurtling forth with a velocity that even Vienna's sorrow could not impede. With a low grunt, I was pierced through the shoulder by the spiraling edge, a staggering 120,838 damage. At that critical juncture, the God of War's residual blade chain astoundingly triggered its attack effect, stunning Vienna's sorrow for a full 7 seconds. With a gentle thud, I landed gracefully, one hand grasping the returning Zhulong sword, and with a fluid motion, I unleashed a mere ordinary attack that stripped away Vienna's remaining 5 health points. Victory. The first round against Vienna's sorrow concluded successfully. Chapter 962. 2 consecutive victories. The first match lasted a mere 17 seconds, a duration that astonished all present. Both Vienna's sorrow and I resorted to an overwhelmingly aggressive strategy, forsaking defense and parrying in a quest to deliver the most devastating blows to our opponent. Consequently, within less than half a minute, the victor emerged. The audience was electrified by this true display of fervent combat. With a swift motion, Vienna's sorrow returned for the second round, his gaze icy and untouched by the first match's outcome, a testament to his formidable nature. As the countdown reached its conclusion, we both launched forth almost simultaneously. The clash of the Zhulong sword against his celestial weapon produced a shower of sparks. I executed a tactic that involved a slight descent, targeting his lower defenses, and unleashed a powerful kick with my divine battle boots. Vienna retaliated fiercely, his sword flickering as he gathered his second offensive, the sharp blade descending heavily. In the moment I knocked him down, he gained a decisive upper hand. The force was so immense that even the Zhulong's sword could scarcely endure, causing me to fall backward. I hastily rolled to the right, striking the ground with my palm, summoning the binding spell from thin air. The resounding impact of my weapon striking the earth startled Vienna's sorrow, who swiftly waved his arms to invoke the berserk effect, successfully evading the binding spell at the crucial moment. Yet he was unprepared for my second, ferocious kick. A precise strike, dealing 19882 damage, coincided with the fierce blade's howl. Vienna raised his arms in defense, but after a flurry of 3 consecutive blows, he was sent tumbling away. After our initial collision, we wrestled amidst the mountain gorge, our battle attire soaked. As I navigated the slippery cobblestones, I retreated rapidly while Vienna unleashed his icy blade, the sound of successive strikes echoing through the waterway. Yet each attack resulted in a series of misses, though his long-range strikes held a length advantage. The extended lead time made it exceedingly difficult for a player of my caliber to be hit. With a decisive stomp on the green stones, Vienna charged forth, twisting his form in a fleeting moment and unleashing a howling beast slash with his sword. Suddenly, an icy force enveloped me, rendering me immobile. What is this effect? The ground beneath my feet froze, and I found myself devoid of the strength to wield my sword. Vienna's sorrow, however, laughed heartily. You possess a residual blade attack. Do you think I lack one? Ding. Battle prompt. Player Vienna's sorrow has triggered the effect of the weapon desolation, plunging you into a state of freezing for 7 seconds. Damn it. The tides have turned. It's my turn now. Skills such as Beast Howl Slash and Barrier Break descended upon me in rapid succession. With no defense, no counter, and no block for 7 seconds, how could I withstand Vienna's onslaught? In the blink of an eye, my health plummeted, my vision darkened, and I was expelled from the arena. 1 point was claimed by Vienna's sorrow. With a swift motion, I found myself beside a few ladies, sheepishly rubbing my nose. It was purely accidental. We understand. Xueyinshan chuckled lightly, perusing forum data. Vienna's sorrow wields an ancient celestial weapon that triggers the effect of desolation. You, Lu Chun, have been hit by it once in 100 times. This negative RP is truly remarkable. I was at a loss for words. No worries. My RP will certainly return. Once more, I entered the arena. This marked the 3rd round of my duel with Vienna's sorrow, a matter of life and death. And both of us needed to give our utmost effort. In this round, fortune favored me again. Though the residual blade attack effect of the God of War's blade did not activate, my Burning Heaven armor valiantly unleashed the Burning Heaven fire attack effect twice in succession. During our close combat, Vienna was scorched and lost considerable health. Clang! The purple Ling sword struck heavily against Vienna's blade, causing both swords to tremble violently from our fierce clash. Vienna's left fist surged forward, landing a heavy blow to my chest. But I retaliated with a strike of my own. Vienna attempted to block with his sword, but in that fleeting moment, the purple Ling sword suddenly transformed into a crystalline ice spike, descending like lightning. With a resounding clang, the blade in Vienna's hand shattered. The shattering mountain effect was extraordinarily powerful, instantly depleting the durability of his primary weapon, rendering it unusable until repaired. Staring at the broken blade in his hand, Vienna was left dumbfounded. Not only could he not surpass me in skill, but he was also completely suppressed in terms of equipment in this round. To make matters worse, as I swiftly swung my blade, initiating the Chinkoan break, streams of orange flames surged from my arm guards, infusing the sword's radiance with the effect of the 9 Heavens ignition fire bracelet, significantly amplifying the attack. The speed of my strike was astonishing. By the time the shock registered in Vienna's eyes, the Chinkoan break's sword light had already pierced his chest, instantly tearing his body apart, sending beams of white light cascading out of the arena. The odd damage, not a fatal strike, was significantly amplified by the Xianming Li Hua, which proved to be overwhelmingly powerful. Previously, when I assisted Yutong and her companions in slaying bosses, the Xianming Li Hua often manifested, greatly enhancing our efficiency in defeating both bosses and monsters. However, it had been conspicuously absent in WL until this moment, where it unexpectedly annihilated a master of the caliber of Vienna's sorrow. With a score of 21 victories, Gujian Hunming secured the first point in the finals. As I leapt from the arena, Bai Shui and Lien Xian embraced me from either side to celebrate this precious victory. He stood calmly. Yet her eyes sparkled with fervor, a radiant smile gracing her lips, revealing her excitement and exhilaration. Bai Shui, holding the ice soul feather, remarked, Vienna's sorrow is indeed formidable. But he lagged behind you by approximately 0.2 seconds in speed, which caused him to struggle to keep pace with you. Haha, the third round was executed flawlessly, maintaining pressure on Vienna's sorrow from start to finish. I nodded in agreement. Vienna's skill level is roughly 2 points above Qingfeng Xinyu, yet 1 point below War God Wang. He is certainly a challenging opponent. Lien Xian blinked curiously and asked, How do you know these specific point values? I shrugged with a grin. I was just joking. It's your turn to take the stage now, Xiao Xian. As the radiant lights flickered, Lien Xian appeared alongside the Starry Sky Knight in the arena. Beethoven's Joy wore a stern expression and said, You were originally a player from the American region who acquired the legacy of the Starry Sky Phantom. Yet you have now become our adversary. Do you understand that this constitutes betrayal? Lien Xian pursed her lips, her gaze unwavering as she replied, I am Chinese. If I do not return, that would indeed be true betrayal. Prepare to engage. Humph. The Starry Sky Knight, visibly irked, found himself at a disadvantage against Lien Xian. He lowered his long spear, which glowed with fiery red light, wielding it as if it were a 10-meter-long flame lance. This was the Starry Sky Knight's divine skill. The Fireblade effect, presenting him with his greatest opportunity. The attack range of the Fireblade was approximately 30 yards, and with a slight advance, he could strike Lien Xian's psychic shield. With a sudden thrust, the Starry Sky Knight collided against the psychic field Lien Xian had conjured. He swiftly maneuvered to circle around, launching a piercing attack from another direction. A few steps into his movement, he was ensnared by the gravity trap. Beethoven's Joy gritted his teeth in response. Humph. Is that really enough to hinder me? Suddenly, he executed a zigzag maneuver, bypassing the interference of 3 psychic fields. The Starry Sky Knight unleashed a barrage of spear light, achieving a 4-hit combo with a long-range attack that directly impacted Lien Xian's magical shield. Instantly, the resilience of her psychic shield diminished by a staggering 38 points. With just 2 more hits, it would be knocked out. Aware that the Starry Sky Knight's celestial heat shield could absorb several attacks, Lien Xian refrained from using the ice spiral matrix, opting instead to unleash small fireballs to erode the effectiveness of the celestial heat shield. This paved the way for her to control the gravity trap and psychic field while retreating and dragging the front line. Boom. Beethoven's Sorrow valiantly attempted to evade the onslaught of the elemental force field, managing to avoid approximately 80% of it, but inevitably sustaining grievous injuries. The fierce battle endured for slightly over a minute, and amidst the brilliance of the icy spiral matrix, Xueyinshan secured a small point. In the second round, the Starry Knight unleashed a fierce charge from the flank, unexpectedly closing in on Xueyinshan. With a decisive Starry Slash, the battle was concluded. The Starry Slash disregarded shield effects, inflicting a devastating 170,000 points of damage. How could a frail little mage like Xueyinshan withstand such a blow? In the third round, Xueyinshan adopted a defensive strategy. As the opponent charged, she immediately blinked away. This adversary was notably formidable, possessing an attack range that was exceedingly long, rendering the Starry Slash particularly lethal. Under the relentless assault of high-level mages, the Starry Knight fell short against Xueyinshan, whose positioning was nearly entirely constrained by the elemental force field, leading to a dismal conclusion. Score, 21, and Xueyinshan secured another point. With this, the total score reached 20, a development that likely astonished several members of the Vienna team. Both Xueyinshan and I performed exceptionally well, clinching 2 consecutive points, thoroughly disrupting Vienna's plans and rhythm. Xueyinshan soared out of the arena, her big eyes blinking in surprise as she looked at me. Brother Lu Chun, why aren't you at all surprised by my victory? I replied nonchalantly. You are inherently stronger than Beethoven's Joy. The elemental force field completely counters any ground fighter unless they possess the speed and skill akin to Qingfeng Xinyu, which could pose a lethal threat to you. The rest should step aside. Winning is only natural. After the match, we shall host a celebration banquet for you all at our club's bar. No one leaves without a drink. Xueyinshan stuck out her tongue, exclaiming, Wow, that's quite domineering. In the third match, our team, the Ancient Sword Soul Dream, faced off against the opponent's Shadow Archer. Frankly, Reaching this stage was somewhat unexpected. Our competitors in the championship clearly lacked the true strength of our previous opponents, the Green Beast and Xingfeng Sinew. The threat posed by the war god Wang was nothing short of formidable. The Indian server has consistently produced top-tier experts, which explains why the two major cities of India, the Giant Elephant City and the Azure Earth City, remain untouched in the East. Chapter 963. Ascending the Throne in this third match. The first match point of the entire competition. If Baiming Xue could secure victory, we would indeed achieve a monumental feat by defeating the League of Legends in the WEL International Finals with a score of 30. This would be akin to delivering a stinging slap to the face of the Northern Alliance, a task we would gladly undertake. From the onset of the national war, the Northern Alliance had launched an invasion against the Chinese server. The Battle of Dawn City nearly devastated the entire area, with over 65% of online players in the Chinese region falling in the Dawn Canyon, bloodshed staining the ground. This pain must be repaid in full. Baiming Xue soared into the arena alongside her adversary, the Shadow Archer known as Da Vinci's Cipher. Based on our previous observations, this Shadow Archer wielded formidable skills including Shadow Arrow, Berserk Arrow, and Dark Meteor Arrow, each capable of delivering devastating, swift executions. Should she fall victim to such an onslaught, Baiming Xue's fate could be sealed. With each step upon the carpet of crimson maple leaves in the boundless wilderness, Baiming Xue gripped her ice feather, her red cloak billowing elegantly behind her. Her gaze, deep as black gemstones, fixed intently upon Da Vinci's cipher as she calculated the distance with utmost discretion. In the realm of archery, the significance of attack range is indisputable. A faint smile flitted across the lips of Da Vinci's cipher, for he too comprehended Baiming Xue's intentions. Gradually, he repositioned himself to the right, utilizing a thicket of withered wood as cover, patiently awaiting the commencement of their duel. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown culminated, a glimmer of cold light shot forth, shattering the deadwood with a resounding crash. The ensuing splintering damage startled Da Vinci's cipher. He had not anticipated such a ferocious assault from Baiming Xue. The spiral arrow blades, under the influence of her ice feather, resembled a tempest of death. Retreating several paces, Da Vinci's cipher regained his composure, unleashing a flurry of arrows in rapid succession. 12 arrows whistled through the air, raining down upon Baiming Xue and resulting in a cacophony of misses and damage notifications. Despite her deft maneuvers, she suffered 3 hits, losing 70,000 health points due to the overwhelming strength of her opponent's attacks. The earth trembled as a cyclone roared to life. Baiming Xue dashed diagonally, akin to a beautiful white fox gliding over a tree trunk. In a sudden burst of agility, her ears perked up, sensing the impending shadow arrow from Da Vinci's cipher. She swiftly leaped from the trunk, only to witness the solid bark being pierced by the shadowy projectile, which possessed corrosive properties that split the wood in twain. Suspended in midair, Baiming Xue knocked an arrow, unleashing a volley of 12 malevolent arrows. The purple shaft streaked toward their target, yet Da Vinci's cipher, as one of the premier archers in the American region, was not to be underestimated. He deftly rolled backward into a concave slope, absorbing 4 of the arrows while the remainder thudded into the earth, sending debris swirling. Seizing the moment, Baiming Xue extended her hand, invoking the abyssal well. With a resounding roar, the abyssal well manifested, releasing a figure that Da Vinci's cipher narrowly evaded with a skillful leap. A subtle smile graced his lips as he suddenly opened his left hand and proclaimed, "Meteoric sword fire." A crimson mist erupted into the air, and in the next instant, meteors rained down, interspersed with blazing sword blades, delivering indiscriminate devastation to all targets within a radius of approximately 20 yards. This technique, known as the meteoric sword fire, served as Da Vinci's cipher's ultimate skill, boasting formidable area of effect power. The forest of withered wood erupted into flames, as splintered wood and leaves ascended amidst the bombardment of meteors and fiery blades. The ground trembled violently, firelight piercing the sky, as dense fog swiftly enveloped the battlefield. As the enigmatic Da Vinci Code smiled faintly, he presumed that no matter how formidable Baiming Xue was, she could not possibly evade this segment of combat. Yet, reality took him by surprise. With a soft sound, a stunning figure emerged from the dense mist. It was Baiming Xue, her crimson cloak ablaze, surging towards the Da Vinci Code with fiery fervor. In a flash, she unsheathed the dagger from her waist, her beautiful eyes radiating a fierce intent. The Da Vinci Code. Taken aback, retreated, raising his bow in defense. With a clang, he deflected Biming Xue's dagger attack, missing the opportunity for a counterstrike. Once an archer was engaged in close combat, the chances of retaliation diminished significantly. Biming Xue aimed for a swift conclusion. With a flick of her wrist, the dagger pierced Da Vinci's chest, inflicting a staggering 12,828 points of damage. As he swung his bow to retaliate, she deftly kicked off the ground, her long, graceful legs propelling her forward, striking Da Vinci back 3 paces, perfectly positioning her for a normal shooting range. With the icy feathers of her arrows soaring, she unleashed a spiraling tempest, and Da Vinci, on the brink of defeat, emitted a groan before vanishing in a flash of white light from the arena. Indeed, Biming Xue did not disappoint. In the second round, the Da Vinci Code re-entered the fray, seemingly inspired by the sorrow of Vienna, and astonishingly altered his tactics. He carelessly unleashed a barrage of dark meteor arrows and frenzied arrows, successfully forcing Biming Xue back. Subsequently, he unleashed 3 successive sword-fire meteors, leaving Biming Xue with no choice but to confront them head-on. A sudden realization struck me. Vienna's sorrow exploited the flaw of the abyssal well, which could not sustain continuous releases, whereas the sword-fire meteor, akin to ancient sigils, could be cast in various positions to blanket the entire arena. In this scenario, Biming Xue had little opportunity to maneuver. As the second round concluded, Biming Xue failed to devise an appropriate strategy. She was flung out of the arena, clenching her small fists. Woe is me, how unscrupulous! Relying solely on the restoration of divine power post-battle, he indiscriminately unleashes sword-fire meteors. This is utterly unmanageable. I tightened my fists and suggested, fear not. You can use the skyward arrow and spiral arrow blade to intimidate him. The pursuer set's attack power is exceedingly high. He will not dare to engage directly. Then, approach cautiously to bait his sword-fire meteor. Each meteor consumes 5 points of divine power, and he may not enter the arena at full capacity. Even if he does, that amounts to merely 40 sword-fire meteors. Utilize skills like Evil Spirit Barrage to fortify your defenses and exhaust his divine energy. Let us see how he contends with it. This time, employ a speed card that grants an additional 50 in speed and maneuver to secure victory. Biming Xue's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, hee hee, my brother is so clever. Lien Xin remained speechless, pondering what Da Vinci Code would think of such a shameless tactic. A winning strategy is a good strategy, regardless of its nature. With renewed determination, Biming Xue entered the arena once more. This match was pivotal. If she triumphed, we would secure a decisive victory in the League of Legends finals. Biming Xue's brilliance was indeed rare, and I had recognized it from our very first encounter. In the continuous ebb and flow of battle tactics, the thunderous roar of the meteoric sword fire resounded as the formidable presence of Biming Xue loomed. The expansive range of the skyward arrow compelled the adversary to retreat, resulting in a needless sacrifice of several meteoric sword fires. Moreover, augmented by the ice spirit feather, the skyward arrow unleashed a ferocity so potent that even the Da Vinci Code was nearly sent into a state of sheer terror after being struck by a single arrow, deterring any further audacious assaults. This shift in momentum granted Biming Xue the opportunity to advance without waiting for the opponent's divine energy to deplete. Employing the abyssal well for cover as the skyward arrow's spiraling storm wreaked havoc. Following this, a precisely aimed armor-piercing arrow pierced through the opponent's chest with a resounding thud, resulting in their demise. Victory was secured at 21, and the entire match culminated in a sweeping triumph for the League of Legends at 30. As Biming Xue soared from the arena, I stood silently, palms drenched in sweat, my body trembling slightly. At that moment, I was convinced that we had ascended to the throne of the WL World Championship. And it was in this instant that the ancient Sword Soul Dream officially claimed supremacy over the entire server. He stood with her hands hanging limply at her sides, tears swirling in her eyes. I knew that no one was more elated than he at the ancient Sword Soul Dream's victory, nor did anyone bear a heavier burden. Perhaps it was a dream, perhaps a promise. Regardless, at this moment, through our collective efforts, we had triumphed over the tyrant Hongfeng, defeated the emerging top-tier expert Lei Qinhen, and vanquished the immensely powerful war god Wang and Qingfeng Xinyu. Furthermore, in the finals, we dethroned the reigning champion of the American server. We were the new kings, truly deserving of our title. The system prompted whether to proceed with the next match. However, it was unnecessary. Throughout the WEL journey, I stood alone as the sole player to reach the final stage while maintaining an unblemished record. The title of MVP was undeniably mine. I declined the subsequent match and exited the arena. As I stepped out, the resounding applause seemed capable of shattering the venue's ceiling. The number of Chinese players and international students present was substantial, all of whom bore witness to the ancient Sword Soul Dream's ascension to the throne. Sharing in this exhilarating moment, behind all the glory lay countless hardships known only to us. Baiming Xue's relentless training in archery and positioning against targets through countless days and nights, enduring near-fatal encounters with wild monsters to hone her melee skills. Even Xin had sacrificed many nights to ensure the seamless execution of the elemental abilities, repeatedly practicing in the arena to refine our tactics. He, too, devoted immense effort, balancing her commitments outside of gaming while dedicating herself to 1v1 matches, diligently implementing the strategies I had described to enhance her reflexes. We had all invested so much, and fortunately, we ultimately claimed the crown of the WEL World Championship, a title rightfully ours. The host, extended the microphone toward Baiming Xue with a smile, inquiring, "What is the first thing you wish to express after your victory?" Baiming Xue stood there in a daze, suddenly bursting into tears, covering her mouth as she sobbed. "I am grateful to my brother, Eve, Sister Mingwei, and Lianshin for standing by my side. Your companionship brings me immense joy, and I believe today's events will remain etched in my memory for a lifetime." Chapter 964, The Flame Battle Garment. In the realm of victors and vanquished, the sorrow of Vienna led a group out of the competition room, their faces marred with embarrassment. The League of Legends had set its sights firmly on securing the championship, even proclaiming that both the championship and MVP would remain in Los Angeles. Alas, the ultimate honor was snatched away by us, the distant challengers. The grand screen flickered with the rankings of the champions and runners-up, repeatedly announcing the rewards for each ranked team. As we descended from the stage, Li Chengfeng rushed forward, enveloping me in a fervent embrace, his laughter ringing in my ears. "Haha, you played splendidly. MD, you rendered Vienna utterly defenseless, and even managed to contend with the formidable duo of Qingfeng Xinyu and the war god Wang. Such a feat could only be accomplished by you, Lu Chun." Sansheng Mo interjected with a teasing remark. "When you faced Qingfeng Xinyu, it was merely due to superior equipment. Otherwise, you might have perished. And during the second match against Vienna, weren't you eliminated? Moreover, even if you did defeat Vienna, your remaining health was quite low. Vienna was not devoid of opportunity, nor entirely powerless." Confronted by Sansheng Mo's banter, Li Chengfeng's countenance darkened. "You know the consequences of your sarcasm." Sansheng Mo scoffed. "Why do you mimic he?" Li Chengfeng laughed heartily. "Whatever, it doesn't matter. Luchin should treat us, right?" I nodded. "Indeed, a grand banquet awaits, 3 days and 3 nights of celebration." Sansheng Mo pouted. "Then I shall accompany you all to Suzhou." I replied, "The competition is over, and so are the speeches. Now comes the more tangible part." The grand screen flickered with the enticing rewards of the competition. It must be said that the international prizes far surpassed those of domestic contests. Reward for rank 1732, level 2, luck 2. Each player receives 10,000 and a chance to enter a lottery, with a maximum reward of a celestial grade item. Reward for rank 916, level 3, luck 3. Each player receives 20,000 and a chance to enter a lottery, with a maximum reward of a celestial grade item. Reward for rank 58, level 4, luck 4. Each player receives 100,000 and a chance to enter a lottery, with a maximum reward of a fairy grade item. Rewards for ranks 3 and 4, level 5, luck 5. Each player receives 200,000 and a chance to enter a lottery, with a maximum reward of a fairy grade item. Runner-up reward, level 6, luck 6. Each player receives 500,000 and a chance to enter a lottery, with a maximum reward of a divine grade item. Champion reward, level 8, luck 8. Each player receives 1,000,000 and a chance to enter a lottery, with a maximum reward of a super divine grade item. Initially, a formidable team of 1732 participated in the competition, among which we were only acquainted with the team known as Soul's Return to Battle Garb, Xueyinshan, accompanied by his spirit guardian, along with the ensemble from the Song of Ice and Fire and several members of the Divine Bone team, took the stage to claim their awards. The process was remarkably straightforward and efficient. Following iris verification, the lottery commenced. However, the pinnacle prize was merely a celestial artifact. Xueyinshan received a celestial shield, rated at 4 stars of excellence, which could fetch approximately 5 million renminbi in Sky City as marketplace. Quite a decent haul. Additionally, there was a monetary reward of 10,000 euros, ensuring that their efforts were well compensated. Yet, the most significant gains were the rewards of Level 2 and Luck 2, which constituted the true bounty. Many competitors did not vie for the equipment, but rather for the luck factor. With a robust luck score, they could vanquish more bosses, making it inevitable to acquire superior gear. Upon completion of the lottery, statistics revealed that 60 of participants secured celestial artifacts, 35 obtained terrestrial artifacts, while a mere 5 of unfortunate souls ended up with golden artifacts. A few remarkable players from Ukraine managed to acquire 2 golden artifacts. Overwhelmed with emotion to the point of tears. Next, the rewards for the 916 teams were considerably more generous, offering level and luck 3. With 90 of participants obtaining celestial artifacts, which was relatively standard. Following this, the true highlight arrived, the draw for the top 8 players, comprising 58 teams. The Wild Throne team, led by Lei Kanhen, and the Candle Shadow team, led by Xueyinshan, both took the stage, likely unaware that they would be halted at the quarterfinals. Lei Kanhen silently stood before Xueyinshan, stating, "Xueying, although we have both faced defeat," Xueyinshan interjected, "There's no need to say anything. You need not prove anything for my sake. I have long declared that I, Xueyinshan, belong to China and shall return to serve there after graduation. Thus, it is better for us to minimize our exchanges, especially since the Chinese server is currently at odds with the Korean server. My stance will never waver." Lei Kanhen stood there, momentarily taken aback, before nodding. "Very well, I support your stance. However, I shall persist in challenging Xueyinshan until I conquer him." Xueyinshan scoffed. Choosing not to elaborate further, Xueyinshan, Lei Kanhen, Shen Zhiwu, and 2 other Korean players were awarded celestial grade rewards, while Bai Konghen received a celestial level boss pet, reaping substantial rewards. Each participant was granted 100,000 euros, an abundance indeed. Lin Yisan rose and said to me, "Wish me luck. I aim to obtain a divine artifact." I chuckled. The 3rd and 4th places have no chance of securing a divine artifact. If you manage to acquire an ancient celestial artifact, you should be content. Lin Yisan waved her fist. "Humph, let us go." The players from the Snow Silver Fur and Azure Beast teams approached the stage to collect their awards. Qingfeng Xinyu and the war god Wang, with their stern gazes, could not ascend to the pinnacle, undoubtedly feeling quite disgruntled. Qingfeng Xinyu glanced at the ethereal Lin Yisan, feeling a twinge of envy, and smiled while awkwardly speaking in Chinese. "The strength of the Wind Color Fantasy team is formidable. It is truly unfortunate we lack the opportunity to spar with you." Ziyiho interjected with a laugh. "Spar? You were defeated by her boyfriend." "What? She has a boyfriend?" Qingfeng Xinyu exclaimed in astonishment. The shadow, Chanel, chuckled. "It was the semifinals when you were defeated by the one known as the Fallen Spear." Qingfeng Xinyu's expression turned ashen. The war god Wang patted his shoulder, offering consolation. "There is an old saying among the Chinese, wherever you go, there is grass growing." Lin Yisan's face darkened as she retorted, "Hey, if you can't speak Chinese, stop pretending. If you wish to spar, that's fine. There will be plenty of opportunities in the national battle. We shall meet again." Qingfeng Xinyu, filled with sorrow, clenched his fists and declared, "I may not know what love at first sight is, but I will certainly defeat the Fallen Spear and change your opinion of me." Lin Yisan replied cheerfully, "Do as you please." From below, Lian Xian remarked, "Oh dear. Lin Yisan is truly a femme fatale, attracting enemies from all directions. Just wait and see. Qingfeng Xinyu will surely pursue you relentlessly." I chuckled. "No worries. You can protect me. He is quick. I cannot match him," she said. "Then you must strive harder." Lian Xian blinked, irritated. "But that is your girlfriend. You belong to me." Li Chengfeng laughed carefreely. What a chaotic situation. I observed Lin Yisan nervously standing before the lottery device, her snowy fingers gently tapping the main screen. A blue data curtain unfurled, and a wheel began to spin rapidly. Lin Yisan's beautiful eyes strained to discern the outcome, nearly dizzy from the whirl. before biting her lip and confirming her choice. The wheel spun swiftly and gradually came to a halt, revealing a dazzling crimson female battle attire, which promptly leaped onto a black shield. The system announced, player Fengsa Huanxiang has won the reward, Jungle Great Sea Turtle Shield, Heavenly Artifact of Excellence. Wow! Lin Yisin gasped in astonishment. I rolled my eyes, muttering, I can almost hear the sound of Yi's heart shattering, so utterly fragmented. He pursed her lips, poor Yi. Her luck is truly dismal. That shield in front of the female attire appears to be a divine artifact, shimmering brilliantly in orange-red. I nodded, indeed. The top rewards for the third or fourth place can also yield divine artifacts. This is hardly surprising. It is simply unfortunate that Yi lacks such fortune. Indeed. Meanwhile, Qingfeng's sinew also drew from the same wheel that Lin Yisin had spun. Once again, we beheld the female attire. After a flurry of spins, Qingfeng's sinew acquired an ancient celestial sword, seemingly superior to the one he held, and he appeared quite elated. Yet, with a hint of regret, he gestured towards the wheel and said, if I had drawn that female attire, I would certainly gift it to you. Lin Yisin scoffed, no way. I cannot accept such an extravagant gift. San Xingma pouted at the stage, remarking, Luqing, someone is fervently pursuing your girlfriend. Why are you silent? I clenched my fists in deep resentment. Damn it. Upon returning home, I shall march against Qingtu City and dismantle Qingfeng's sinew stronghold. I am furious. Zhang Tian stared wide-eyed. Is this what they call a man fighting for the sake of a beautiful woman? Luqing, take it easy. Surrounding Qingtu City are the giant elephant city and the purple grape city. We haven't even left the White Rose Fortress, and we could easily find ourselves overrun. After all, your reason for battling Qingtu City for Lin Yisin is rather flimsy. I turned to him. We must advance. The Zhantian alliance lies just ahead. Zhang Tian hastily shook his head, exclaiming, no, I refuse to be that fool. Bei Mingxue tugged at my arm, saying, brother, look quickly. The purple robe marquis is drawing lots. Everyone turned their gaze to the stage, and indeed, the wheel of the purple robe marquis halted on a female battle attire, shimmering with a fiery glow. The draw was successful, and instantly, the hearts of all present shattered, none more so than that of the purple robe marquis himself. How could a true man wear such attire? Flame Goddess Battle Armor, Exceptional Cambrian Artifact, Defense, 8500 Magic Defense, 6750 Strength, 1250 Stamina, 1220 Agility, 1100 Intelligence, 990 Strategy, 105 Additional, increases the user's defense by 75 additional, raises the user's health limit by 70,000 points additional, enhances the user's resistance to all forms of magic by 140 exceptional attribute. Flame of the Wind, flames encircle the armor, inflicting damage to nearby hostile targets each second, the effect depending on the user's attack power slots. 15 gender requirement, female level requirement, 190 reputation requirement, 450. 000 Chapter 965, The Frozen Domain Goodness. The purple robe marquis clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at the flame goddess battle armor displayed on the data screen, gritting his teeth and saying, such an exquisite Cambrian artifact, and it demands to be worn by a woman? Am I to find a way to change my gender? Lin Yisin, standing beside him, wore a serious expression and remarked, what are you blabbering about? If you cannot wear it, I certainly can. The purple robe marquis smirked, leader, this Cambrian artifact. Lin Yisin pursed her lips and stated, 200,000 RMB will buy you this Cambrian artifact. The purple robe marquis replied resolutely, no way. My mother said that when I marry, I must provide a bride price. In these times, it should be at least 100,000. The son of old Wang from the east end of our village couldn't afford the bride price, and as a result, his childhood sweetheart ran off with a coal tycoon. Such a pity. Leader, you must understand the plight of us common folk. Lin Yisin narrowed her eyes and smiled slightly. How about this? I will give you the 200,000 euros as the reward for this WEL competition. I shall not keep a single cent. I only wish to exchange it for the flame goddess battle armor. What do you say? The purple robe marquis clapped his hands. It's a deal. Below the stage, our group was left in awe. What sort of people were they? Here was a vice leader haggling with the leader over a deal. Indeed, those who made it to the semifinals were extraordinary. However, Lin Yisin's trade of 200,000 euros for a Cambrian artifact was undeniably a remarkable bargain. The defensive capabilities of the Flame Goddess battle armor were nearly 3 times that of my Burning Sky armor. Once Lin Yisan donned this attire, she would become an unstoppable force, a formidable ironclad warrior. With her attack penetration and defense, how many could truly stand against her in this world? This deal is a win for Lin, Li Qingfeng's side. San Sheng Mo remarked. The Flame Goddess battle armor possesses an astonishingly high magical defense and armor rating. Indeed, after donning this attire, Lin Yisan's vitality has significantly surged. Such a being is truly formidable. Fortunately, Lin Yisan is our ally. The ones who should be troubled now are undoubtedly Zhu Yingwan and the others. Zhu Yingwan sat in the corner, emitting a cold snort, while Bai Konghen rose, holding a cup of red tea, and stated, "It is merely a piece of clothing. Humph. We, the Zhulong, do not regard it with much esteem. The impending national war will be a matter of strategic planning and decisive victories. Can one person's prowess truly conquer a city?" Luo Shun from the capital chuckled. That may not be the case. If a city were to be seized, you would have no choice but to accept it. Just as tensions were about to escalate, Rose hurriedly intervened, smiling. The third and fourth places only yielded one Cambrian artifact, and it was claimed by the beautiful Lin. Indeed, luck is on her side. I wonder what rewards await the champion. Lu Chun, you all must perform splendidly and ensure that all ultimate rewards from this competition remain within the Chinese server. I nodded, rest assured. The luck of our ancient sword is absolutely guaranteed. Then it shall depend on your fortune. As for luck, who can say? Lin's luck led her to draw only a broken shield. If Lady Luck were to play a jest upon us, perhaps the champion's reward might be an earth artifact, which is not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Lin Yisan and the others descended the stage, and subsequently, the second-place team members ascended to receive their awards. Vienna's Sorrow, accompanied by a few capable warriors, took the stage, and with the flickering of screens, the rewards for the group appeared on the large display. Vienna's Sorrow received Black Phantom Battle Armor, Exquisite Celestial Artifact. Beethoven's Joy received God of the Mountain Spear, Exquisite Ancient Celestial Artifact. Da Vinci's Code received Warlord's Feather, Exquisite Ancient Celestial Artifact. Death's Wish received Cloak of the Storm Queen, Exquisite Ancient Celestial Artifact. Moonwell received Fire God Spear, Exquisite Celestial Artifact. Generally speaking, the luck of the League of Legends players was neither particularly good nor bad. They did not acquire Cambrian artifacts nor low-tier equipment, but rather a uniform selection of celestial artifacts, among which 3 were ancient celestial artifacts. These ancient celestial artifacts are undeniably powerful, second only to divine artifacts, with some attributes rivaling those of divine artifacts. Overall, the rewards for the second-place team were remarkably impressive. The Starry Knight acquired an ancient celestial artifact spear. Li Changfeng licked his lips and remarked, "When we encounter this Starry Knight in the next national war, his attacking power will have certainly surged." TSK. The attack power of the God of the Mountain Spear far surpasses that of my Augustus Spear. If only I could find an opportunity to obtain that spear. I gazed at the stage and smiled. No need to rush. The national war is imminent, and we shall have ample chances to procure their equipment. Chengfeng, your weapon indeed requires an upgrade. It is quite unreasonable for such a formidable individual to still wield a heavenly weapon. Li Chengfeng replied, "Indeed. The attack power of Guguzi's Divine Knight Spear exceeds mine by a considerable margin. My attacking power is nearly on par with that of that fellow now." Lu Chun, you are truly biased. We are brothers, and yet you carelessly bestowed the Divine Knight Spear upon that little rascal. I glared and said, "Do not be absurd. You do not possess the divine general riding technique. Moreover, I believe you would fare better wielding a sword. Sword-type weapons are both agile and formidable, aligning perfectly with your tactical principles. The versatility of a sword allows for both soft and hard approaches, and once you acquire an enchanted sword, your attacking prowess shall undoubtedly amplify." Li Chengfeng chuckled. "Very well. Should you draw a sword-type weapon in the championship rewards that is inferior to the Ziying sword, feel free to sell it to me. I shall offer 200,000 euros without hesitation." I couldn't help but smile. No need for such extravagance. 100,000 will suffice. We must not emulate the likes of Duke Z, who even betrays his own allies. That would be truly disgraceful. Duke Z's stature trembled at my words. Lin Yisan interjected. "He is merely pursuing a bride. Where are your thoughts wandering?" Nearby, the enchanting Shanae appeared bashful, and everyone was aware that Duke Z had long been courting her. Regrettably, Shanae relished the thrill of unrequited love and withheld any definitive response from him, which left us all quite anxious. As we ascended the stage to receive our awards, I declared, "Let us all pray for the favor of Lady Luck." Rising to my feet, the 4 ladies in our team stood alongside me. With Murong Mingyue expressing her joy, we glided through to victory and are now presented with an opportunity to claim our rewards. How fortunate we are. A group of us took to the stage, and the order of the draw was not predetermined. Anyone could approach first. Baiming Shui was the first to step forward, standing before the screen with a twinkle in her eye. After the iris scan confirmed her identity, the character of Baiming Shui appeared on the screen. An exquisite archer clad in the attire of a wind chaser, remarkably akin to her real-life counterpart, albeit in different garb. The roulette spun rapidly, and Baiming Shui's eyes widened as she exclaimed, "Brother, did you see that? There's a reward shaped like a dragon's head. Though its nature remains a mystery, it must surely be something extraordinary." I nodded in agreement. "Indeed, let us hope for a fortuitous draw." Yes, Baiming Shui decisively pressed the confirmation button, and the wheel gradually slowed, whirling past the dragon head shape. Goodness, with nearly 100 reward items, what kind of luck would it take to hit the jackpot? With a soft chime, the reward for Baiming Shui appeared before her. It was a ring radiating a silvery sheen, adorned with a rose-shaped ornament atop its resplendent surface. Upon gently touching it, the attributes of the ring were displayed on the grand screen. Purple Divine Ring, Ancient Celestial Artifact. Exceptional, Agility, 1190 Stamina, 1150 Strength, 1000 Intelligence, 1020 bonus. Enhances the user's ranged physical attack power by 40 bonus. Enhances the user's physical defense by 30 exceptional trait. Purple Rose Strike. With a 3 chance to summon a burst of Purple Rose Brilliance, delivering a fatal blow to the target, rendering them unable to use any skills for 5 seconds. Required level, 190. Required reputation, 400,000. Indeed, our luck is remarkable. Baiming Shui's first draw yielded the ancient celestial artifact, the Purple Divine Ring. Not only were its attributes formidable, but its exceptional trait was akin to a godly ability in player-versus-player combat. With a 3 chance to unleash the Purple Rose Strike, it could incapacitate the target's skills for 5 seconds. Baiming Shui's most adept maneuver was to rapidly unleash arrows, boasting a hit rate exceeding 70. With approximately 9 consecutive arrows, she could effectively employ the skill Evil Spirit Barrage to slay her target, achieving a 27 chance of instantly rendering them unable to use any skills for 5 seconds. Such a skill limitation was truly terrifying. Elated by her extraordinary luck, Baiming Shui beamed and grasped Lian Xian's hand. "Come on, Lian Xian, it's your turn. Strive for a divine-grade weapon." Lian Xian smiled shyly. "I doubt I possess such fortune. I'll settle for any usable gear. If not, at least I can sell it for some coin." After confirming her identity, Lian Xian pressed the confirmation button. With a chime, her reward materialized, a pale purple skill book. Upon inspecting its attributes, everyone was taken aback. Frozen Domain consumes 50 of the user's current mana, creating a frozen zone of 1,010 yards. All hostile targets within the area are frozen at 100, and the user cannot be attacked for the duration of the skill, lasting 7 seconds. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Required level, 180. Required class, Mage. The revelation of this skill book sent shockwaves through the crowd. This was indeed the ultimate trump card for any mage player. Freezing surrounding foes while remaining untouchable for 7 seconds was akin to a period of invincibility for a mage, with the ability to unleash it every 60 seconds. Truly a godly skill for player-versus-player combat. Had Lian Xian possessed this skill sooner, she might have maintained an undefeated record like mine, even against formidable adversaries like the war god Wang, sustaining a victory rate exceeding 50. "It's my turn now." He stepped forward, his bright eyes fixed on the luminous screen. With determination, he pressed the confirmation button. The wheel spun, swiftly gliding past the dragon-shaped reward before finally resting on a crimson-black longsword, its blade enveloped in a faint blood-red glow. Chapter 966. Ancient Divine Dragon Hatching Stone. Is a divine artifact about to emerge? Murong Mingyue chuckled lightly. "Eve, hurry and see what this sword is. It appears to possess remarkable power, strikingly similar to Lu Chen's Ziying sword." He, brimming with excitement, reached out to touch the black longsword. Instantly, a series of attributes emerged, astonishing everyone present. Indeed, the rewards of the WEL Championship group were nothing short of extraordinary. Dark Blade, ancient celestial artifact, exquisite, attack, 3200 to 3950 strength, 1150 vitality, 1100 agility, 1050 strategy, 120 additional. Increases the user's attack power by 90 additional. Enhances the user's splash damage by 25 additional, while wielding the Dark Blade. Inflicts an extra 20 damage to light-type unit slots. 14 exquisite trait, Shadow Strike, with a 5 chance to trigger a dark magic attack upon hitting. Inflicting dark burn on the target, reducing its movement speed by 40 for 7 seconds. Special effect. Dark Devour, siphons 9 health from attack damage. Description. The Dark Blade. A legendary treasure of the demon clan, forged from the heart of a colossal beast, infused with the abyssal gem's chilling essence, and honed through nearly a century of hellish refinement. On the day the Dark Blade emerged, its wielder slaughtered thousands, thus rendering this sword a weapon of carnage, steeped in the blood of the innocent. Required level, 190. Required reputation, 350, 000. Its attack power far surpasses that of the 7-star Lioli Spear. I turned to He, saying, Eve, should we replace the 7-star Lioli Spear, or? He blinked, then smiled suddenly. Do we even need to discuss this? We should sell this Dark Blade. Isn't Li Chengfeng offering 200,000 euros? Let us sell it to him. After all, we're all part of the same circle. Who uses it matters not. Our dragon warriors of the ancient sword cannot continue wielding mere divine-class weapons like the Augustus Spear. I chuckled. Indeed, let us give that lad Chengfeng a bargain. In truth, the worth of this Dark Blade exceeds a mere 200,000 euros. If it were to be sold at the auction house in Sky City, figures like Zhan Tian, Longxing Tianxia, and Li Lu would undoubtedly vie for this unparalleled weapon. With a staggering attack cap of 3,950, capable of splash damage and lifesteal. Only my Ziying sword could rival its attributes. Such a divine weapon would be impossible for Li Lu and his comrades to overlook. They might even spend up to 5 million to acquire it. After all, the allure of splash damage and high attack power is simply irresistible. The one who possesses this sword, provided their other equipment is not subpar and their skills are adequate, would undoubtedly become a formidable force in national and guild wars. Charging through the fray as if in a realm unchallenged, self-replenishing with splash attacks, a requisite item for a player of divine caliber. However, Zhan Tian, Longxing Tianxia, and Li Lu would have no opportunity to claim it. They had been eliminated early in the domestic competition, missing the chance to participate in the WEL Finals lottery and thus remaining distant from such advanced ancient artifacts. Even with wealth, they could not obtain such a pinnacle weapon. Meanwhile, He, as the president of UCube, was no longer lacking in funds, with the company's technology steadily permeating the WEL China branch. On the stage, Li Chengfeng had already heard He's words and immediately wore an expression of ecstatic joy. Haha, that Dark Blade is so magnificent. It shall be my weapon from now on. Truly splendid. Long live the leader. May the leader remain forever youthful. Beside the stand, Tiantang Yu gazed at Li Chengfeng and remarked, such a lack of ambition. Li Chengfeng continued to laugh heartily. Perhaps I lack ambition, but once we return to our homeland, Xiaoyu and Yutong, you shall follow my lead. With the Dark Blade in hand, I will train you for 3 days, so you may understand what it means to be a godlike existence. Qingkong Shui, with a playful pout, added, even with the Dark Blade. Do you truly believe you can surpass Lu Chen? Li Chengfeng raised a fist with determination. Lu Chen and I are brothers in this life. We shall never turn against one another, nor shall we distinguish victor from vanquished. Yutong laughed. If you cannot win, then you cannot win. Why must you invoke brotherly bonds? Li Chengfeng retorted, no disparagement allowed. I am off for tea. The group of ladies burst into laughter. Morong Mingyue glanced at me and said, Lu Chen, are you going to claim the champion's reward? I shook my head. You go first, Sister Mingyue. Why? True masters always appear last. Humph, I shall go. Morong Mingyue, clad in a short skirt that accentuated her elegance, approached the blue light screen. After verifying her identity, she decisively clicked to confirm. She did not believe in luck. Whatever she received would be a gain. After all, she had come to Los Angeles, enjoyed a meal, rested in a bed, admired handsome men, and claimed a reward without any toil. Such a delightful experience nearly overwhelmed her with joy. With a chime, the roulette ceased spinning, and the reward materialized, a pair of battle boots shimmering with a golden hue. They were exquisitely petite, yet evidently not ordinary. When Murong Mingwe opened the attributes of the boots, our group was left in shock. Even a mere bystander could draw a divine artifact. Where was the justice in this world? Flame Goddess Battle Boots, Cambrian artifact. Exceptional, defense, 7500 magic defense, 6400 strength, 1200 stamina, 1150 agility, 1100 intelligence, 950 strategy, 85 additions, increases the user's movement speed by 200 additions, raises the user's health cap by 50. 000 additions, enhances the user's physical attack power by 50. Exceptional attribute, Sigh of the Flame Goddess, a passive skill that enhances all attributes of the user by 5. With effects related to equipment durability slots, 15 required gender, female required level, 190 required reputation, 450, 000 remarkably. These boots belong to the same series as the Flame Goddess battle armor drawn by Ze Ho, slightly inferior in attributes, but still formidable. As a Cambrian artifact, they were indeed far superior to my divine battle boots. Murong Mingwe's luck in drawing such a treasure was absolutely extraordinary. However, Murong Mingwe did not seem overly elated. It was he who was filled with joy, wrapping her arm around Murong Mingwe's shoulder. "Oh, how wonderful, Mingwe. I feel utterly foolish," Murong Mingwe replied. "These Flame Goddess battle boots are now mine," he exclaimed with delight. Murong Mingwe remarked, "Then you must provide me with a few million, so that I may indulge in shark fin and abalone daily." He may shot her a glare, retorting, "Enough of that. With the 10 shares of Yulifang firmly in your grasp, how could you possibly be short on funds? Consuming such extravagant seafood every day, can you truly endure it?" Murong Mingwe replied, "Eating is the true essence of life." He responded, "Ultimately, the Flame Goddess's battle boots belonged to He, without spending a single penny." The bond between He and Murong Mingwe was exceptionally strong. What is yours is mine, and what is mine is yours. Several young ladies turned their gaze towards me, urging, "Master, it is your turn to take action." I nodded, my hands rubbing together until my joints cracked painfully, almost bringing tears to my eyes. Approaching the lottery screen, I verified my player identity, and the roulette wheel began to spin rapidly. I did not hasten to press confirm. Instead, I focused intently on the wheel. I was aware that there were 96 items available for selection, among which 3 were divine artifacts, while the rest consisted of celestial and heavenly treasures. The likelihood of drawing a celestial item was high, yet I yearned for a divine artifact. My eyes were fixed on the dragon head symbol. Indeed, this mysterious reward was my ultimate goal. After half a minute of contemplation, I was still hesitant to act. He teased, "I haven't seen you so captivated while observing me or Linison." Bai Mingshui interjected, "Brother, really? The wheel is spinning so quickly, completing a rotation in half a second. Do you genuinely wish to draw that dragon head? How could that be possible?" I remained silent, quietly calculating the speed of the wheel and its eventual halt. While I could not be certain that it would stop precisely at the dragon head symbol, I possessed the keen judgment and reflexes to determine that the pointer would rest within 5 spaces surrounding the dragon symbol. Indeed, this was the manifestation of my gaming prowess from the periphery. Suddenly, I took action, my fingers striking the confirm button with lightning speed, nearly toppling the console with my fervor. With a whoosh, the wheel gradually slowed, its spinning diminishing in velocity. Just as I had anticipated, the pointer was a mere 9 spaces away from the dragon head, each increment of movement painstakingly slow. Thump! My heart raced, silently urging, "Keep going, my friend." Thump! Another leap, and my heart felt as though it were on the verge of ceasing. I was nearly breathless. Time seemed to freeze. The pointer's rhythm slowed further. Just 2 spaces away from the dragon symbol. I gritted my teeth. Damn it. Thump! Another jump, and it appeared to be on the brink of stopping. Alas, it was merely the heavenly cloak. "Master, what is the matter?" Murong Mingwe was prepared to mourn for me, as several young ladies expressed their disappointment over my misfortune, lamenting the absence of the dragon symbol's superlative reward, hoping at least for an ancient celestial artifact. Yet, at that moment, the wheel creaked back into motion, and with a sudden jolt, it landed squarely on the dragon symbol. My heart raced to the brink of bursting from my chest. "Stop moving." Ding! The system notification chimed. Player has drawn the ancient divine dragon hatching stone. Ancient divine dragon. I was astonished. and the young ladies gaped in disbelief, reaching out to touch. The attributes of the crimson hatching stone materialized before my eyes. Ancient divine dragon, hatching stone grade, divine mount stage, unhatched. I pondered for a moment. Then, overwhelmed with joy, I embraced He beside me, pointing at the large screen. Eve, do you see? It is the mount of the divine dragon. Ha ha. I possess a dragon mount pet now. Eve beamed with happiness, wrapping her arms around my neck tightly, exclaiming, indeed, indeed. We've drawn a divine mount. With a soft thud, a cup slipped from Lin Yisan's grasp in the contestant area. What happened? Sun Qingqing inquired. Lin Yisan turned her face away, murmuring, it's nothing, just a slip of the hand. San Sheng Mo let out a sigh. Ah, what a fateful bond. Lin Yisan's cheeks flushed, retorting, bah, I'm delighted. Chapter 967. City of Kings. Gazing at this crimson mount pet hatching stone, I was nearly moved to tears with excitement. I scrutinized it once more. The ancient divine dragon, by all accounts, should not be the winged Western dragon, but rather a sacred dragon, not quite worthy of the divine title. If this mount were designed by a Chinese creator, it is highly plausible that this hatching stone truly represents an Eastern divine dragon, capable of soaring through the clouds. This would herald the emergence of the first flying mount, ushering in an era of aerial combat across the celestial continent. All right, enough gazing. The host is becoming impatient. Eve nudged my shoulder with a smile. Indeed. I wiped the corners of my mouth and addressed the host. Please proceed. Certainly. The host chuckled lightly into the microphone. First, congratulations to player Xueyinshan for obtaining the super divine reward, the ancient divine dragon hatching stone. Now, we shall move on to the final segment, determining the MVP of this WEL global event. I believe everyone already knows who this individual is. Indeed, it is the master from Eastern China, Xueyinshan, who has remained undefeated throughout the entire WEL competition. On the large screen, the ID of the MVP flickered, Xueyinshan. Even those unfamiliar with Chinese characters would recognize the name. Having triumphed over Qingfeng Xinyu, Lei Kanhan, and the Melancholy of Vienna, he is truly deserving of this MVP title. Next, let us invite our MVP champion to say a few words. The host extended the microphone towards me. I was momentarily stunned, bewildered by the unexpected requirement to speak. I had not prepared any remarks, and my mind was a blank slate, echoing with uncertainty. I managed to utter a few words. I am immensely thrilled and exhilarated to have obtained the ancient dragoness hatching stone. Furthermore, the Chinese cuisine served at the luncheon was truly delightful. For those who have yet to savor Chinese dishes, I highly recommend you give it a try. That is all I have to say. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. When faced with a master of operations, players from any nation who are passionate about gaming inevitably become his admirers. Undoubtedly, my performance at the WEL was striking, having triumphed over formidable opponents, including the fierce Red Maple and the adept Qingfeng Xinyu, and having bested the war god Wang, as well as the Sorrow of Vienna. Each adversary I vanquished holds a legendary status in their own realm. Thus, it is evident that I have been revered as a hero. Akin to our admiration for Messi or Kobe, competition knows no borders. Xing pouted and remarked, Luchun, look to your right at a 45-degree angle. 3 American university girls are shouting I love you. You've already garnered a devoted female fanbase from America. A wave of inexplicable happiness washed over me, only to be interrupted by he-es teasing, representing E. I looked down on you. At that moment, the voice of the host brought me back to reality, pointing at the illuminated command screen, and said, next, please select the MVP reward, which the system will automatically provide. Okay, I replied, and after scanning my iris for identity verification, 3 MVP reward options flashed on the large screen, from which I could choose only one. Option A, the city of Sky City, to which the player Xueyinshan belongs, earns the title of King S City. The city's defense power is 50, the NPC attack power is 50, and players stationed in this city receive an attack and defense boost of 15. Additionally, all players within the city will enjoy a 50 discount on repairs and purchases. Option B, the player Xueyinshan possesses the private territory of Dark Moon City, which can be upgraded to a county-level city. The city's defense power is 120, the NPC attack power is 50, and the guild station there, along with up to 10 designated allied guild players, will receive an attack and defense boost of 50. Furthermore, taxation in this city is completely waived. with any economic shortfall covered by the main system. Option C. The player Xueyinshan acquires the Cambrian grade artifact set components, Holy Dawn Dragon Helmet, Holy Dawn Battle Armor, and Holy Dawn Cloak, all at level 10, granting direct ascension to the Celestial River Realm at level 210, with all skill effects enhanced by 25. Intimacy with all NPCs at 50, and a luck value of 15, while the probability of equipment drop upon death is reduced by 75. As I gazed at the three shimmering options, my mind became a tumult of confusion. Clenching my fists, I exclaimed, "What on earth? How am I to choose among such enticing rewards?" The four lovely ladies also appeared perplexed. He looked up at the big screen, her long eyelashes fluttering, and sighed. Indeed, it is quite difficult to decide. The first choice significantly bolstered the power of Sky City, enhancing the NPC attack power to 50. Players stationed in Sky City would also receive a 15-point boost to their offense and defense. This equates to granting attribute enhancements to over 30 million players in the Chinese region, resulting in an immense buff of unparalleled resilience. The second option would greatly strengthen Darkmoon City, and the guilds associated with it would also benefit from buffs. This implies that both the Ancient Sword Soul Dream and the 110-point Alliance would receive a 50-point enhancement to player attack and defense. If this option were chosen, the Ancient Sword Soul Dream Guild would undoubtedly become the most formidable guild in the world, with the Dragon Dawn Iron Riders and Dragon Dawn Archers dominating the battlefield. Who could possibly stand in the way of our conquest? The third option allows me to enhance my personal attributes, equipping 3 pieces of the Cambrian artifact set, each at level 10, with all skills boosted by 25 and luck increased by 15. Each of these attributes makes my mouth water with anticipation. The first choice represents a monumental contribution to the entire Chinese server, while the second choice is a tad selfish, significantly amplifying the strength of Ancient Sword Soul Dream. The third choice is exceedingly selfish, transforming myself into an almost invincible entity, adorned in the 3 Cambrian artifacts, with a skill enhancement of 25, allowing me to stand atop the gate of Sky City and proclaim, "Sister Disciple, I am now invincible." After a moment of contemplation, I turned to He and said, "Boss, we cannot be so selfish, can we?" He nodded and replied softly with a smile, "Indeed, our Darkmoon City is already the strongest territory. We can seek other opportunities to upgrade to a county city, right?" "Yes," I responded eagerly. Thus, without hesitation, I pressed the first option. Instantly, a triumphant chime resonated, and the screen illuminated with dazzling brilliance. System notification: the player, Xueyinshan, has bestowed the title of King City upon their city, Sky City, enhancing city defense by 50 and NPC attack power by 50. Players stationed in the city will receive a 15-point boost to both attack and defense. And all players within the city will enjoy a 50 reduction on repair and purchase costs. In the arena, all Chinese players and international students rose in unison, raising their arms in exuberant cheer. I could not discern the words of their cheers, but I surmised they were extolling my decision. Even if they showered me with praise, I would not blush, for I had relinquished the rewards of Darkmoon City and the Cambrian artifact set, feeling as though a significant piece of myself had been sacrificed. The pang of loss was indeed unforgettable. Fortunately, the ancient dragon's incubation stone provided some solace, preventing my disappointment from overwhelming me. The MVP rewards were distributed, marking the conclusion of the global WEL tournament. Upon the invitation of the host, the top 4 players took to the stage for a commemorative photo. As various fans clamored for photographs, I initially intended to return to the hotel early to observe the ancient dragon's hatching process. However, I found myself detained by numerous self-proclaimed diehard fans, each requesting a photo, making it impossible to leave. After a long day, the WEL officials organized a dinner. Yet we chose not to attend. Instead, under the guidance of Rose and other team leaders, we ventured out to seek a Chinese restaurant to celebrate the remarkable achievements of the Chinese team at WEL. Regardless of victory or defeat, this moment is a shared glory for us all. As we walked along the sun-drenched streets of Los Angeles, our group cast elongated shadows in the twilight. Murong Mingyue and Lian Xian strolled ahead, filled with laughter and conversation, while I ambled behind with Li Chengfeng. He smiled and remarked, "Was it difficult to make that choice?" I nodded. Indeed, it was heart-wrenching. Li Chengfeng chuckled. "I told you, to be a hero, one must be willing to make sacrifices. If it were me, I would probably opt for the second or third choice, significantly enhancing Darkmoon City to make our ancient sword truly invincible. What a tempting option that is. I couldn't help but smile, patting Li Chengfeng on the shoulder. I know that if it were you, you would choose the first option just like me. We are of the same kind, aren't we? Li Chengfeng paused, a smile spreading across his face, understanding passing silently between us. We are not selfish individuals. All we desire is to fulfill a dream and create a legend. As we continued, a graceful figure suddenly danced into view. Lin Yisin flashed me a gentle smile, remaining silent as she bounced ahead, stepping into my shadow. I zigzagged to evade her, yet she followed me deftly, continuing to tread on my shadow, prompting admiration for her remarkable reflexes, both in the game and in reality. Did you just hug Sister He? Lin Yisin abruptly halted, directing a question at me. While Li Chengfeng, startled, took a few steps away, clearly aware of the situation. Facing Lin Yisin's inquiry, I nodded yes. Lin Yisin pouted slightly, a hint of jealousy in her tone as she said, "Do you know?" At that moment, I wished I were a member of the ancient Sword Soul Dream Studio. I replied, "I invited you, but you declined." Lin Yisin, with a sense of responsibility, gazed at me. My heart fluttered as I stepped closer, gently taking her hand and whispering, I love you, and I will always be by your side. Is this enough?" "Well, at least to walk this stretch of road together," she replied. As we surveyed the not-too-long street before us, a trace of sorrow settled in her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, her eyes reddened, and she nearly wept. What's wrong?" I turned to support her shoulder. Lin Yisin quickly wiped her eyes, looking up at me with a smile. "It's nothing. I just got a bit sentimental. Come on, let us go eat something delicious." I laughed, all right. In truth, I felt foolish, aware that Lin Yisin was concealing something, yet I was at a loss for how to inquire about it. Chapter 968. Hatching the Divine Dragon After Dinner. We returned to the hotel, and it was already past 9 in the evening. Rose remarked, "Everyone should rest early. Our flight will land in Shanghai in 11 hours. Please inform your family and friends in advance, as the Yueheng Shanghai branch will not arrange special transportation." I hurriedly rushed to my room. When Lin Yisin grabbed my arm, "What are you up to?" He chuckled beside us. "Do I even need to say?" "He must be going to check out the ancient dragon egg." Lin Yisin interjected, "Where can you see it?" "Group me in, I want to see too." He nodded. "Yes, include me, I want to see as well." Bei Mingxue chimed in, "I want to go too." Lin Xin tugged at Bei Mingshue's hand. "It's a 3-person affair. What do you want to meddle in? Come with me, and let us grind some experience." "I need to level up my frozen domain." Bei Mingxue pouted in discontent. Logging in, I appeared at the eastern gate in of Sky City, quickly sending remote invitations to Lin Yisin and He. Soon enough, both ladies joined my team. Lin Yisin laughed in the group. "Since it's a super divine mount pet, we shouldn't hatch it carelessly. Let's find a good feng shui spot to hatch it, shall we?" I couldn't help but chuckle. Do you have a good location in mind?" Lin Yisin replied. "Well, to the south of Silver Fir City, in the territory of the Silver Fir, there is a beautiful silver glowing forest with monsters around level 200. Eve's sister probably hasn't been there either. Shall we go together?" He grinned. "Sounds great. Shall we set off immediately?" "Yes, let's go. Meet in Silver Fir City." All right. We teleported directly to Silver Fir City. After a flash of light, I found myself in this level 8 elven capital, surrounded by ancient tree structures symbolizing the elves. The scenery in the elven city was exceptionally enchanting, especially with Lin Yisin and He, 2 stunning beauties, by my side as we rode out of the city. As we galloped across the fields, Lin Yisin suggested, "How about we race?" I nodded. "Let us do it." With the enhancement from my ice scale horse's Qilin Stone, I was confident my speed wouldn't lag behind theirs. That was my advantage. The ice scale horse, dragon scale beast, and moon-chasing tiger raced side by side. But soon enough, He began to pull ahead. Watching her in those orange battle boots, it became clear why. Lin Yisin exclaimed, He is cheating. Those are the Flame Goddess boots, which add so much speed. No way, this round doesn't count." He turned around with a chuckle. "Umph. As the leader of Silver Fir, it's you who is cheating, Lin Yisin giggled and pointed ahead. "Look, we're almost at the silver glowing forest." Indeed, as night fell, the silver glowing forest was filled with a shimmering, rain-like silver light. We 3 urged our steeds gently forward. In the darkness, the golden arm badges on our shoulders were strikingly prominent, marking us as champions of WL. He had won, while I possessed 2. one as the champion badge and the other as the MVP badge, both shining brilliantly under the night sky. As for the badge on Xueyinshan's shoulder, it was a beautiful silver emblem, equally stunning. Observing the patterns upon our shoulders, Xueyinshan pouted, "For next year, SWL. Would it be alright if I joined Gujian to contend for the championship?" He exclaimed with delight. "Oh, wishes to compete with us in the second WEL? Yes, I truly desire that. The Golden Hero badge is so beautiful," Xueyinshan replied, her smile radiant. I remarked, "That would be splendid. If he joins us, we can recruit Li Chengfeng. With the three of us, myself, and Li Chengfeng, we would be a reliable source of points. Even if we were to face formidable teams like War God Wang and Qingfeng Sinyu, our chances of victory would be nearly 100. He fell silent, lowering her gaze, and said, "Then what will I do? I'm still quite inexperienced." Xueyinshan chuckled lightly, embracing He's shoulders. "Sister He, there's nothing to worry about. You have a whole year. If you practice with me and Lu Chun every day, given your intelligence, you will undoubtedly become as skilled as Li Chengfeng." He's eyes sparkled. "Can I truly become that powerful?" I raised my Ziying sword. "Absolutely. By the way, have you given that dark blade to Li Chengfeng?" "No. He hasn't logged in. I think he went to a bar," she replied. "Never mind him. Li Chengfeng is with the likes of Ligay and Zhantian. It's all right. The reputation of those in the Zhantian alliance is generally quite respectable." "Yes, indeed. Let us hasten to find an auspicious spot." Xueyinshan giggled. I felt a sense of joy. Today was a day of intimacy shared between Xueyinshan, he, and myself, marked by the lightest of tensions. It was evident that both of these enchanting ladies were striving to set aside their guard and hostility, and as for me, apart from feeling touched and guilty, I was left speechless. "Look over there, a silver fir tree." He pointed to a spot not far away, "and there's a bear monster." I summoned the Phantom Wolf King, giving a sharp whistle. "Little wolf, go and deal with that bear. Let us not disturb our good fortune." The Phantom Wolf King, having not appeared for quite some time, bounded over joyfully, wagging its tail and playfully circling the two lovely ladies before turning its attention to challenge the level 205 Shadow-Grade Wild Bear. Its attributes were formidable, and defeating a single foe posed no challenge at all. "All right, let us begin. It's time to hatch the ancient divine dragon." Xueyinshan stood beneath the silver fir tree, her eyes filled with anticipation. I retrieved the ancient divine dragon hatching stone from my bag, holding it in my palms with immense excitement. How should I proceed with the hatching? Should I warm it in my embrace? He replied, somewhat exasperated, "Don't tease E. In the game, it's obviously done by shedding blood to sign the main pet contract. The hatching stone must be treated similarly to initiate the hatching process." "Very well," I said, drawing the Ziying sword and plunging it into the ground. I brushed my finger across the blade, drawing blood, then carefully held my wounded finger aloft. A round drop of blood flowed from my fingertip and splashed onto the hatching stone, creating a ripple of crimson that spread around it, accompanied by a sizzling sound. Yet no sign of hatching was evident. "What is going on?" I exclaimed, wide-eyed. "Could it be a fake?" Xueyinshan could not help but chuckle. "How could that be? The championship reward for the WEL finals is certainly not a fake. Do you really think of WEL as some unscrupulous vendor from our country?" He blinked and replied, "Just wait a moment." Soon enough, they were greeted by the sound of the system notification. Ding. System prompt. Your ancient dragon hatching stone lacks sufficient spiritual energy. You require 1,000 points of spiritual energy to successfully hatch. This can be acquired through various means, such as leveling up, learning skills, and defeating monsters. "Oh, we must defeat monsters?" Xueyinshan observed the distance and remarked, "Over there lies the habitat of the level 205 ironback bears. To hasten the hatching of Lu Chen's ancient dragon, shall we engage in some monster hunting? It would also provide me the perfect opportunity to test the defensive capabilities of this flame goddess battle armor." He nodded with a smile. "Yes, let's set off." With the two young ladies leading the way, the trio traversed through a small thicket, advancing towards a valley filled with withered trees, where the eerie howls of wild beasts echoed, including that of fearsome tigers. Undoubtedly, the mightiest creature in this gorge was the ironback bear, known for its extraordinarily tough hide that could withstand ordinary blades. These bears were social creatures, and even the fierce jungle tigers would hesitate to provoke them. However, the strength of our party was undeniable. With my martial god attack boost of 200, alongside the Phantom Wolf King and the Ice Dragon, Chris, as formidable companions. And He's pet, a ghostly vehicle of level 184, wielding immense attack power and formidable defense penetration, we were a force to be reckoned with. Pushing aside the foliage. Approximately 20 meters away, 13 ironback bears were clustered together, growling softly as they tore into the carcass of an antelope. Xueyinshan chuckled lightly. These are ghostly dance-level monsters. So be mentally prepared. I will draw their fire as the tank, while Sister He and our little trickster prepare to unleash their damage. Just ensure I don't get obliterated. Go ahead with confidence, He encouraged. With that, Xueyinshan summoned the moon-chasing tiger, hurtling forward like a whirlwind through the throng of monsters, leaving behind a trail of icy flames as she wreaked havoc among the ironback bears, who cried out in agony. Thud, thud, thud. The claws of the ironback bears clashed against the flame goddess battle armor, inflicting damage of 2,000 points. Xueyinshan's defense was indeed formidable, and around her, flames swirled, indiscriminately scorching any hostile targets nearby. At that moment, the once petite Xueyinshan transformed into a thorny little pepper, causing anyone who dared approach to suffer burns. Now, He and I flanked from both sides, our attacks of Thousand Eye Slash and Ice Rock Purgatory / intertwining, delivering a series of critical strikes. The Ice Dragon, Chris, unleashed her breath, while the Phantom Wolf King's Storm Claws rapidly dispatched the first ironback bear. A bounty of experience surged in, accompanied by a notification, successfully defeated the ironback bear. The ancient dragon hatching stone absorbed 4 points of spiritual energy. Excellent. It seems that defeating 250 ironback bears will suffice to hatch the ancient dragon. With great excitement, I continued my adventure with 2 companions, when suddenly, Rose sent a message. Hey, you guys are still online playing? You have a flight tomorrow morning. Hurry up and log off to get some sleep. I replied, it's fine. We've just finished the WEL match. Let's enjoy a bit longer. I'll catch up on sleep during the flight tomorrow. Rose responded with disbelief. Seriously? Li Chingfeng was so nauseous on the plane, and you can still manage to sleep? Make sure he sits next to Zhantian tomorrow. After an hour, at last, my spirit energy was fully restored. I initiated the blood contract once more, and with a resounding snap, the second drop of blood fell onto the hatching stone. This time, the stone radiated a brilliant glow, and soon, golden cracks appeared around its edges. With a sharp crack, an opening emerged, revealing a tender little claw pushing through the gap, followed by a black little head. 2 deep blue eyes, resembling sapphires, blinked rapidly, staring intently at me. Chapter 969, The Seventh Dimension Legion. The hatching stone developed numerous cracks that fell away, revealing the ancient divine dragon nestled in my palm, measuring no more than 10 centimeters in length. Its slender body was only slightly thicker than my finger, covered in dark silver, delicate dragon scales. Its deep blue eyes twinkled as they gazed at me. Wow! Is this the ancient divine dragon? Xueyinshan exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with wonder. He cautiously extended her finger to touch the dragon's tail. Unable to contain her laughter. Ho ho, it really is adorable. Looking at the young divine dragon, which was less than 10 centimeters long and slender, with clouds drifting around its tail, its head resembling that of a qilin, I noticed it was slowly growing 2 dragon whiskers. Its entire body was adorned with dark silver scales, and around its head were soft crimson tufts of fur. Beneath its serpentine body, 4 tender little claws emerged. Gripping my palm tightly, almost painfully, it eyed the 2 beautiful ladies with a wary glare, seemingly hostile. It was no surprise. The aesthetic of dragons differs from that of humans, and perhaps in the little dragon's eyes, He and Xueyinshan were merely average at best. Nevertheless, I felt fortunate that Murong Mingyue had not accompanied us. Otherwise, with her formidable personality, she would undoubtedly point at the little dragon and laugh. Is this the ancient divine dragon? It's not even bigger than JJ. I would surely be mortified on the spot. Xueyinshan reached out to gently pat the little dragon's head, her smile growing even sweeter. Oh my, with this appearance, Lu Chun, is this our Chinese totem? The Eastern divine dragon? I nodded, acknowledging that during the lottery, players' nationalities had already been confirmed, leading to the automatic generation of this breed. If Vienna were to obtain the MVP, it was likely that this ancient divine dragon would manifest in the form of a Western holy dragon, resembling a large lizard with wings, much like your ice dragon, Chris. Xueyinshan chuckled softly, remarking, the Eastern divine dragon is quite endearing, albeit a tad diminutive. I replied, Indeed, it seems rather lacking in power, measuring merely the length of a finger. How could one possibly ride it? Surely the WL committee wouldn't be so cruel as to bestow upon me a worthless dragon? He interjected, that seems unlikely. Just then, the little dragon hatchling trembled slightly, emitting a low growl, seemingly displeased with my words. Its intelligence was evidently high, as it clutched my fingertip with its front claws and clambered up onto my hand. Suddenly, it opened its tender mouth, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth, and bit down fiercely. With a squelch, blood erupted, and a sharp pain shot through my index finger. The little dragon wrapped itself around my finger like a gecko, its tiny mouth greedily sucking at the wound, consuming my blood. However, this was the blood of the Azura king. Unlike that of an ordinary human, would it possibly poison the creature? As I worried, a system notification chimed in. Ding. System alert. Congratulations. You have successfully contracted with the ancient divine dragon. The ancient divine dragon has entered its hatchling phase. Leveling it up will yield mount experience. Given that the ancient divine dragon's rank is primordial divine, the mount upgrade experience is 100 times that of ordinary mounts. Strive diligently. Blood contract. Xueyinshan looked at me with suspicion. I nodded, smiling. Yes, the little dragon has entered its hatchling phase. He exclaimed with excitement. Quickly let us see the mount's attributes. All right. I opened the ancient divine dragon's attributes, only to find my face nearly turning purple. Ancient divine dragon level, 1 rank, divine mount phase, hatchling effect, not rideable eyeside. We cannot view the mount's attributes. It is still too immature. He smiled wryly. What a disaster. With 100 times the upgrade experience, I wonder how long it will take to mature, and when we will be able to ride it. Xueyinshan reassured, no worries. We will focus on leveling up to ensure the ancient divine dragon reaches a rideable level as quickly as possible. By the way, does it indicate what level is required to ride it? I shook my head. No, we know almost nothing, and with the little dragon in tow, I can still ride the Iceland horse. What is the meaning of this? Xueyinshan, seemingly exasperated, suggested, shall we hunt some monsters for a while? Yes. Thus, the 3 of us once again attracted a horde of monsters and eradicated them. However, after nearly an hour of battling, the little dragon had only reached level 27. The slow pace of leveling was exasperating. If it was this arduous to progress at such a low level, what would it be like at level 150? Finally, unable to endure any longer, Rose issued us an ultimatum, and we had no choice but to log off together. Removing my helmet, I cast a glance at the golden WL championship trophy resting upon the windowsill of my hotel room, emblazoned with the words of Ancient Sword Soul Dream and the IDs of our 5 primary competitors. This trophy serves as a testament, a mark of glory belonging to Ancient Sword Soul Dream. Following the WEL, it has firmly established itself as the foremost guild in the Chinese region. Even if there are dissenters, it matters not. In the forthcoming national battle, we shall once again demonstrate who wields the most resilient shield in China. The next morning, I awoke early, completed my morning rituals, gathered my belongings, and cradled the championship trophy as I set out for breakfast. I then boarded the bus to the airport, accompanied by the 25 participants from the Chinese server and their supporting staff. The WL competition had prepared 4 trophies: the golden cup for the champion, the silver for the runner-up, and the bronze for the 3rd and 4th places. Thus, both Ancient Sword Soul Dream and Snow Silver Fur returned with a trophy, while the Team Soul returned to battle robes and Candle Dragon appeared rather desolate. Xueyinshan sat at the back, gazing out the window with a furrowed brow. The curtain call of a once great king always evokes a sense of pity. On the plane, I inevitably succumbed to slumber. Bei Mingxue, seated beside me, rested her head upon my shoulder, sleeping soundly. Xueyinshan peered over and couldn't help but chuckle, remarking how Bei Ming was drooling in her sleep. I retorted, "You should take a nap too." "All right," she replied, and soon I too closed my eyes, only to awaken 4 hours later, realizing the flight was still ongoing. Bei Mingxue stirred, asking, "Brother, how long have we been flying?" 6 hours, I replied. "We must be nearing our destination then." "Not yet. We still have 6 hours to go. Didn't it only take us 10 hours to arrive? When we came, the Earth was spinning in reverse. Now it spins forward, thus taking longer." "Oh, then I shall sleep a bit more." With a playful smile, Bei Mingxue nestled closer, resembling a little lazy cat, drifting back into a deep slumber. I glanced at the back row, where He and Murong Mingyue were also asleep. The WL journey had been meticulously arranged, and everyone was undoubtedly fatigued. Since our departure, we had been engaged in continuous PK battles, and managing the guild alongside leveling up at home was no small feat. It is precisely our relentless efforts that uphold Ancient Sword, a guild of such monumental stature. Now, we have finally shone brightly at the WEL, marking a decisive step towards securing our position as the top guild in China. The dual honors of WEL Champion and Final MVP are immensely significant, such that in the next rankings of the Chinese guilds, Ancient Sword might well surpass Candle Dragon. Of course, Candle Dragon made substantial contributions during the latter stages of the Spirit Battle, and while it may be difficult to surpass them, our Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry and Dragon Dawn Archers are steadily taking shape. Once large-scale national battles commence again, it will be our true moment to ascend to greatness. Indeed, I find myself eagerly anticipating the arrival of the national battle. Due to the time difference, when the plane landed at Shanghai Airport, it was once again daytime. We had all eaten and rested well on the flight, and soon boarded the bus back to Suzhou. Sansheng Mo followed us, idly toting a gaming helmet, wandering about to level up, which made the flamboyant guild leader seem rather unreliable. Upon returning to Suzhou, we promptly entrusted the championship trophy of the WEL Finals to the Lenovo Club headquarters. This was a collective honor, crafted from pure gold, as rumored. I had made a prior agreement that I would take the trophy with me when we left the club, otherwise it would not be placed there. This trophy symbolized the hard-earned glory of our studio, and there was no reason for it to be unjustly seized. There was no rush to log in, as after the WEL Finals, my level had soared to 195, sparing me the torment of countless upgrades compared to other players. I could utilize this time for more meaningful pursuits, such as accompanying He and Linison for shopping and dining. Thus, I ventured to the pedestrian street in the afternoon. Spring had arrived, and I purchased new spring outfits for both He and Linison, all at my expense. Consequently, Lian Xian and Bei Ming Xue managed to guilt-trip me into buying them expensive outfits as well, each costing over 10,000. Yet, the saying clothes make the man holds true. Draping several thousand yuan worth of clothing on those ladies elevated their presence, causing passers-by to take notice. True beauty exudes an aura that one can only admire and revere, not desecrate. Women who excite men at first glance rather than inspire admiration do not embody true elegance. They are simply temptresses. As promised, that evening, we held a celebration banquet at the Ancient Sword base, where Lenovo Club's Rose brought along a few guests. Just as we had agreed, one by one, they succumbed to inebriation. Fortunately, Ran Yu, Yu Tong, and He remained sober. Otherwise, should an ambush occur in our territory, Darkmoon City, we might have had to surrender our stronghold. When I awoke, it was the dead of night. My head was a muddled mess. I opened my eyes to find myself in my room, evidently brought back by the ladies. Li Chengfeng, Guguzi, and Yamasak had certainly poured enough liquor into me last night, but I was in high spirits. If I were to drink myself to death, so be it. I relieved myself, drank some water, and returned to sleep. The next time I awoke, I had yet to open my eyes when I heard Lian Xian's voice calling from outside. Lu Chun, get up. The new version has launched this morning, Goddess of Death's Wrath. Sophie has unleashed the Death Legion upon all the main cities of the nations. Startled, I sprang from my bed and flung open the door. Glaring at Lian Xian, is it true? Sophie is attacking the Alliance's main city? Yes, Lian Xian replied. The version was activated an hour ago. The Night Spirit Legion, lying in wait across the continent, has launched an assault under Sophie's command. Many bosses have emerged, and several of the 9 sovereigns are in motion. It seems this time they are serious about obliterating our main city. How astonishing. I find myself at a loss for words. Swiftly donning my attire, I inquired, Boss, has Sister Mingwei and Baiming risen? We must hastily consume something and log in. The situation is dire, and we cannot afford to lose the main city. After a brief preparation, I logged in and was greeted by the promotional screen for the Goddess of Death's Wrath. Sophie, clad in blood-red armor with a slender sword poised in midair, her wild hair billowing, and her blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent gazing down upon the earth. Truly a frightening sight. Upon logging in, I received a system notification. The Goddess of Death's Wrath version is officially launched, and the countdown to the arrival of the Death Storm is 27 minutes and 12 seconds. Goodness, less than half an hour. I hurriedly scoured the forum for version details regarding the Death Storm, yet found nothing. The official Moonhung site had not provided any comprehensive information. I swiftly assembled a team, inviting He, Baiming Shui, Lian Xian, Guguzi, and Li Chengfeng, to inform them of the situation. Li Chengfeng asked, "Is everyone here?" Guguzi replied, "Mama Bei is quite inebriated. But I managed to wake her with a splash of cold water. She'll be online shortly. The rest should be gathered as well." "What exactly is this death storm?" Luan Yu remarked, "Heaven knows. This version appeared out of nowhere, without any preamble. Does Lu Chen know anything?" I responded, "I just woke up and am unaware of the details. However, I did research the official information, which suggests that the goddess of death, Sophie, has discovered some unsettling truth, leading her to unleash this deathly legion upon all human main cities. The monsters will commence a frenzied siege, the duration unclear. But their target is solely the super main cities. Therefore, our Dark Moon City is undoubtedly safe. Everyone should retreat to the Sky City, and we, the ancient Sword Soul Dream, will defend it with all our might." Li Chengfeng affirmed, "Indeed, the Sky City has recently upgraded to a king city. We cannot allow it to fall. Otherwise, Lu Chen's efforts will be in vain." Luan Yu added, "The Sky City being a king city also implies that it may very well be Sophie herself leading the assault. Who among us possesses the strength to withstand such a formidable force?" I admitted, "I certainly cannot." Guguzi jested, "Luan Yu, you should take the lead." Luan Yu retorted, "With what shall I defend?" Guguzi teased, "With your 34C, of course." Luan Yu infuriated, exclaimed, "Get lost." "Humph, I told you, during mealtime. Where were your eyes wandering? Seeking death, are you?" I interjected urgently, "Enough of this banter. Everyone, enter the Sky City within 10 minutes and prepare for defense. We still do not fully understand the nature of the death storm. Stock up on potions, repair your equipment, and brace yourselves for a desperate defense." Shortly thereafter, a multitude of players from ancient Sword Soul Dream returned to the Sky City, including a significant number of Dragon Sun Iron Cavalry and Dragon Sun Archers. However, the Sky City, suspended in the air, is not suitable for cavalry charges. The Dragon Sun Iron Cavalry would primarily engage in stationary defense. The Dragon Sun Archers, mounted on their steeds, would significantly enhance their attack and defense capabilities, thus playing a crucial role in our impending battle. A multitude of players gathered outside the eastern gate of the Sky City, their presence filling the vast expanse of floating stones. The arrival of the new version stirred a blend of anticipation and trepidation among them. Not far away, Longxing Tianxia galloped ahead on his steed, proclaiming, "All members of the Crazy Dragon Guild, heed my words. A monstrous siege is imminent. Yet this Sky City is a fortress that is easy to defend but difficult to assault. We must protect our home and ensure not a single fly can enter. The Crazy Dragon Guild is among the top ranked in the Sky City. We must fulfill our duty." A chorus of Crazy Dragon players drew their weapons in unison, shouting, "Alliance Leader V5. From behind, a contingent approached, the War Sky Alliance, led by Zhang Tian, accompanied by Shi Yu and Lin Bing Doja, among others. Meanwhile, Xueyinshan arrived with Bei Yu and other comrades. Beneath the floating stones, a beautiful maiden ascended the steps, clad in shimmering battle armor that danced with ethereal flames. Wielding a glistening longsword, it was none other than Lin Xian. The powerful guilds of the Sky City convened harmoniously outside the Eastern Bridge. 10 minutes until the monsters arrive, Zhang Tian announced, mounted on his horse, brandishing his blade. "Lu Chen, has the Ancient Sword Guild resolved to guard the Eastern Gate?" I nodded, "Indeed. The players of Ancient Sword are accustomed to thriving at the Eastern Gate, so we shall remain here." "Zhang Tian, which direction will your guild defend?" Zhang Tian replied, "We shall take the Western Gate." Lin Xian added, "Then we of the Snow Silver Fur will secure the Southern Gate." The leader of the Destruction God, Ba Tian Dao, brandished his long blade, declaring, "Destruction God will occupy the Northern Gate. Who will join us?" Among the crowd, Xiao Zhu, clad in black armor, rode forth, the emblem of the vice leader shimmering on his shoulder. "We of the Overlord Hall shall also head to the Northern Gate." Ba Tian Dao, "Let us divide the gates and see who can endure longer." Ba Tian Dao chuckled, "That's exactly what I desire." At that moment, another group arrived. The members of the sword-wielding Jianghu. Jin Sheng Lai Shi, holding a staff, stated, "Let us not forget our presence in the sword-wielding Jianghu. Since everyone has their roles, we shall join Ancient Sword in guarding the Eastern Gate. The Eastern Gate faces outward and is susceptible to large-scale assaults. It's wise to have more defenders." Lin Exion's eyes sparkled as she tugged at my hand, whispering, "Be wary of the sword-wielding Jianghu." I nodded, rest assured. I trust that in times of life and death, even if they harbor selfish motives, they would not betray us, right? That is true, but caution is still advisable. Lin Exion chuckled softly, adding, "Also, when slaying monsters, summon the ancient divine dragon to allow the little one to gain more experience. Otherwise, how long will it take for them to mature?" I couldn't help but smile. Understood. Hurry to the southern gate and organize the defense. On my way. With a roar, chasing Moon Tiger disappeared over the horizon towards the southern gate, and a large contingent of Snow Silver Fur players followed suit. In a sense, once the new version commenced, players from the China region exhibited remarkable unity. Erstwhile foes stood shoulder to shoulder, and despite past grievances, we became comrades in the face of a common enemy. With the violet-streaked sword held aloft, I urged my ice-scaled steed to advance to the front line and commanded loudly, "Ancient Sword Alliance, players of the Blood Mercenaries, assemble at the forefront and be prepared for battle at a moment's notice. The remaining factions shall rest within the city and await further orders. This war cannot be concluded in a single engagement. Once those at the front have exhausted themselves, it will be your turn to take the field. Everyone, steel yourselves." A throng of players from the Ancient Sword responded, drawing their blades with solemn expressions. It was evident that upon the conclusion of this WL, my prestige within the Ancient Sword Soul Dream, and even across the Chinese region, would see a significant elevation. After all, I had previously held the title of Lesser King without any remarkable achievements to back it up, yet now, the championship title and MVP honors from WL were sufficient to validate my status. In the minds of many Ancient Sword players, I had likely already ascended to be the foremost figure on the Chinese server. Thousands of Dragon Dawn cavalry, under the command of Gujian, gathered at the front line. The Dark Knights brandished their shields, adopting a gun-shield defensive stance, while the remaining warrior-class Dragon Dawn cavalry drew their blades, their expressions fierce as they gazed into the distant void. Behind them, a formidable array of Dragon Dawn archers, led by Baiming Shui, formed an orderly line, ready to face the impending challenge. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, thunder cleaved the earth, and blood-red beams of light soared into the sky. The air was thick with ominous blood clouds, causing the ground to tremble as if the entire sky forest were on the brink of being torn apart. Brilliant lightning connected the earth, and countless clods of dirt were uprooted by the swirling winds, forming terrifying tornadoes surrounding the Sky City. This apocalyptic scene sent shivers down the spine, while at the horizon, more flickering crimson glows appeared, heralding the approach of innumerable Death Legion units. Activating my darkened gaze, my vision expanded significantly, revealing the undead ghouls and denizens of the abyss leaping into the tornadoes, their anguished wails drowned out by the storm. Yet they continued to surge forward like moths to a flame, as if driven mad. "Damn," I muttered, a sense of foreboding creeping in. "What is it, Lucian?" He inquired, puzzled as he glanced at me. I gritted my teeth and replied, "We may have miscalculated. Those forces of the Death Legion do not intend to ascend the floating stones of the Sky City. They might, what might they do?" Li Chengfeng asked, alarmed. I paused, contemplating. They may descend from above. Prepare all ranged players mentally. Warrior-class players should disperse among the crowd, ensuring that for every 3 ranged players, there is 1 heavy-armored player for protection. We must condense our formation, integrating DPS, MT, and healing. Understood, I proclaimed. Relay my orders immediately. Ancient Sword Alliance, Blood Mercenaries, and all affiliated factions. Heavy-armored players must pair with ranged units, intermixing as they maintain their positions. Do not break formation. At my command, a substantial contingent of heavily armored players voluntarily withdrew from the front line, exhibiting remarkable composure and calmness. This reflects the battle prowess of a guild. To this day, Ancient Sword has not expanded into a super guild of 500,000 members, nor has it recklessly proliferated its branches, for we understand that sheer numbers do not dictate everything. What we seek are seasoned warriors, battle-hardened and valiant, rather than inexperienced novices who merely fill the ranks.